In the world of Dragon Ball, during the year 737 of the Age of the Dragon, that a group of uninvited guests arrives, as dozens of beetle-shaped spaceships invade planet Vegeta, recklessly crashing through the air, displaying utter disregard for order, even damaging Scion structures in their path, ultimately hovering above the Scion Palace. From the moment they entered the atmosphere, the Scions felt an overwhelming presence, causing them to halt their work and gaze skyward. "How audacious!" muttered a Scion, voicing his discontent as he observed their actions. Amidst the fear, dissatisfaction, and confusion of the Scions, the spaceships gradually opened their hatches, and a horde of individuals emerged, resembling a swarm of hungry locusts. As the personnel assembled, the ships descended to the ground. The foremost figures advanced slowly amid their entourage, their footsteps resonating clearly despite their leisurely pace. The tall alien species spoke first. "Long time no see, King Vegeta." "Indeed, Lord Cooler, welcome," replied King Vegeta, a Scion with a distinctive spiky hairstyle. "Allow me to introduce my son, Frieza. From this day forth, he shall lead you in my stead. Fear not, everything shall remain as it once was." Cooler's ever-present smile masked a much darker intent to those outside. Upon hearing his name, Frieza suddenly opened his eyes, and the onlookers understood. A more formidable threat had arrived. King Vegeta promptly knelt, performing a gesture of respect towards Frieza, prompting the Scion guards to follow suit, perhaps inheriting his father's demeanor. Frieza mockingly returned the gesture. Though displeased, Vegeta dared not express his resentment. After a brief exchange between Cooler and King Vegeta, the duo departed, seizing the opportunity to eliminate a few of the lurking guards. Their mission was straightforward: to inform the Scions the new master had arrived, to assert dominance, and to instill fear. Amidst the sound of explosions outside, a child in an incubation pod opened his eyes, revealing our protagonist, Broly. The scene shifts back 5 years. This Broly was once an inconspicuous youth on Blue Star, living an ordinary life devoid of extraordinary encounters, occasionally indulging in anime and video games, earning a modest salary, and coasting through life without pressure. Yet, 2 years prior, he fell into an unexpected slumber and awoke in the Dragon Ball universe. Initially, Broly pondered whether his journey would lead to a battle for the body, though the original body was still youthful and easily overtaken. However, being a Scion, he worried about becoming a mere vessel for another soul, which would indeed be a disgrace to the realm of transmigration. Upon encountering Paragus, Broly was filled with both surprise and elation. He marveled at the might of Scions, recognizing that the name Broly was synonymous with ferocious power. Yet, he was apprehensive. Could he truly inherit such strength, or would he falter in the battle for supremacy? As time progressed, Broly realized his worries were unfounded. He seamlessly inherited Broly's might and legacy. However, this alone was insufficient, as he faced the challenge of navigating a collapsing combat system and ensuring a smooth transition into the later stages of his journey. System, arise and work," Broly called out. Silence ensued, accompanied by the ominous flutter of crows overhead. "Must I summon it silently?" Broly closed his eyes, mentally invoking the system. Still, nothing transpired. Could it be that I am without a system? No, I cannot relinquish any opportunity for survival. If a system exists, I shall conquer the gods of destruction and dine with angels. Broly clung to hope that I have arrived at planet Vegeta. I shall check in. Universal Chat Master. I claim my rewards. Witness the angle of my 200 grin. Broly relentlessly attempted various methods. Alas, I cannot possibly belong to the realm of the pampered and wealthy. After some time, Broly's hopes dwindled, and he sighed deeply. Having accepted the truth, Broly felt a tinge of disappointment, but reconciled with it. As he was well-versed in the narrative, and with the name Broly, he could still achieve greatness. Without a system, I must rely on training, yet I remain confined within this pod, unable to escape. Even if I could venture out, I would have to contend with Vegeta's jealousy and my father's manipulation. Perhaps I should shift my perspective within this pod. There is no Goku. I must be the new Broly, and this Boda's innate talent should suffice. However, I cannot automatically gain strength like the original Broly, nor can I maintain my sanity while unleashing my fury. Perhaps cultivating my mind is a worthy endeavor. As time elapsed, Broly remained trapped in the incubation pod for 2 years, gradually tempering his once impulsive nature. However, he was not the genuine Broly, and his personality would not evolve overnight. According to the latest events, I am currently 5 years old alongside Vegeta, while Kakarot has just been born. In 3 years, Frieza shall obliterate planet Vegeta, that I must conceal my combat prowess before that time, lest I be sent to the desolate planet Vampa. The narrative has proven that training there yields no results. I will devise my strategy for the future, returning to the moment of Cooler and his son's visit to planet Vegeta. This little brat is putting on an act. There will come a time for your tears, Broly silently mused. What a bother now, it is my turn to perform, but if I succeed, I shall flourish. If I falter, it may spell doom for me. Indeed, as Broly anticipated, after Cooler and his son departed, King Vegeta approached the incubation room, lavishing praise upon his son, declaring him a genius warrior and a cosmic emperor. Broly struggled to suppress a laugh. Decades from now, when you question your son on why he is not the emperor of the universe, will it be due to lack of desire? Who is this little brat, and why is he in the special pod? Vegeta glared at his subordinates, unwilling to allow anyone to share the same status as his prodigious son. My apologies. This child is Broly, the son of Commander Paragus. You fools. This pod is extremely costly, designed specifically for nurturing elite scions. You are squandering scion resources. King Vegeta bellowed in fury. Chapter 2. A Soul Defender, you wretched creature. This cultivation chamber is exorbitantly expensive, and the environmental conditions are harsh. It is specifically designed for the rearing of elite scions. You are squandering scion resources. King Vegeta bellowed in fury. But Broly's readings have already surpassed those of your highness. The scientist in charge of the cultivation chamber nervously presented an old scouter to King Vegeta. Such a lack of foresight. With incompetence like you, who will perish if not you? When the leader serves the dishes, I shall turn the tables. When the leader opens the door, I shall board the vehicle. Classic. Simply classic. Broly mused silently. King Vegeta aimed the scouter at Broly within the incubation pod, and as the device scanned him, the readings began to fluctuate. 0, 10, 30. Broly understood that his future depended on this moment. He calmed his mind, as if even the beating of his heart had slowed. 50, 80. The numbers continued to rise. 200, 300, 400, 450, 400. Ultimately, it stabilized at 400. The earliest established battle power for Vegeta was 3,000. Though some suggest it was 1,000 or 1,200, I searched for a definitive answer, and later in the movies, a figure of 450 was mentioned, which seems reasonable. As at that moment King Vegeta struck the glass, causing Broly to weep. His subordinates claimed the device was malfunctioning, implying that the previous readings were higher. Even if Broly had 700 or 800, it would still surpass Vegeta's. King Vegeta remained unconvinced. Let us use the new scouter sent by Frieza. The scientist replaced the scouter and handed it to King Vegeta, who retested Broly, only to find the reading remained at 400. This brat. King Vegeta slammed his hand against the pod's wall, causing Broly to abruptly open his eyes, locking his gaze on the king. Haha. King Vegeta laughed heartily, leaving the onlookers perplexed. This little one is rather interesting. His talent may not match that of my son, but it is not far off. His indomitable spirit may prove advantageous against Frieza. Let him remain here. In a few days, I will have my son and Broly prepare to assault some of the weaker planets. The time has come. King Vegeta paused. And ensure that this batch of new scouters is handled with care. We cannot have such incidents occurring again. With that, King Vegeta departed without a backward glance. After King Vegeta left, Broly exhaled deeply. Phew. I have managed to fool him. That old fool, had I reacted like a typical child and cried. Even if I survived, I would have been relegated to a low-class warrior, toiling like a beast. And what of his claims about nurturing elite scions? If that is the case, then I shall rightfully enjoy these resources. Thereafter, Broly and Vegeta were assigned to the teams led by Nappa and Raditz, with the original captain. Nappa, rightfully replaced by Vegeta. 3 years later, on a planet known as Kanesa, night descended. Under the moonlight, a few great apes faced a group of lizard-like beings who launched an assault against them. These were the last defenders of this planet. A month prior, a group of extraterrestrial beings with tails arrived in a spaceship, launching an unprovoked attack on the indigenous population, catching the lizard folk off guard and resulting in a massacre. Due to the Scion's formidable combat prowess and ruthless tactics, the lizardmen who first encountered them were slaughtered without a sound. It was not until the third day of the Scion offensive that the natives comprehended the calamity that had befallen them. But alas, even with this awareness, they were incapable of mounting an effective defense against the Scions. As battles raged on, the death toll among the lizardmen soared, and all survivors gathered to brace for the Scion's final onslaught. Finally, on this fateful night, the Scions unleashed their ultimate attack. The lizardmen, still bewildered by the unfolding events, witnessed the Scions transform into great apes, their power and destructive capacity doubling. The lizardmen's energy blasts were ineffective against the great apes, who retaliated with devastating force. This conflict, which lasted but a fleeting moment, was not a war but rather a massacre. While Bardock's team was resting, a lizardman suddenly emerged from the ruins, teleporting behind Bardock and delivering a fatal blow. Bardock retaliated, obliterating the lizardman, but as the creature fell, Bardock too succumbed to his injuries. Upon awakening, Bardock found that his comrades had abandoned him to continue the fight. In pursuit of his teammates, Bardock discovered the grim reality, one by one. They had met a tragic fate. In his final moments, his teammate Toma imparted crucial information. Frisia had grown weary of the Scions and initiated a plan for their annihilation. Bardock picked up the fabric used by his ally to bandage his wounds, now stained with their combined blood. Just as Bardock was engulfed in fury, he heard laughter. Frisia's forces were mockingly observing him. Taking a deep breath, Bardock remained silent and charged into the fray. Originally, Dodoria's deployment was adequate. These few warriors were enough to deal with Bardock's team, but due to the Scion's near-death resurgence, Bardock struck them down with a vengeance. Yet, the lizardman's dying blow had left Bardock haunted by visions of the future, causing him to sustain grievous injuries while defeating his foes. After dispatching several minions, Bardock, battered and bruised, returned to planet Vegeta. Much like before, his earnest warnings were dismissed, and his kin even mocked him. "You scoundrels! You shall descend into hell along with this planet." Bardock's temper flared. The deaths of his comrades and Frisia's betrayal had ignited his fury, and he could scarcely believe that none of his fellow Scions took heed of his desperate message. "I cannot fall now, Frisia." Bardock, still wounded, approached the window. He beheld a figure with a crab-like hairstyle standing with its back to him. As he drew closer, the figure morphed into Frisia. Is this the fleeting light before death? No, merely a cursed illusion. As visions flashed through his mind, Bardock finally stepped outside, and to his surprise, his injuries seemed to mend slightly. As he recalled the destruction of planet Vegeta and the fierce clash between Kakarot and Frisia, Bardock resolved to fly toward the cosmic fleet beyond the atmosphere. Before Bardock could reach the vicinity of the spaceship, Frisia's troops surged forth like a torrential downpour. Several extraterrestrials combined their powers to unleash an energy wave at Bardock. When the explosion subsided, Bardock erupted from the dust, delivering an elbow strike that dispatched a hapless minion blocking his path. As Bardock drew closer to Frisia's ship, the henchmen realized they could not allow him to advance further. Desperate, they conjoined in a futile attempt to restrain him, encircling him in a mass. Bardock, feeling trapped, gathered his energy, and a powerful aura erupted from him, dispersing the mob and allowing him to continue his advance. Chapter 3. Divide the baggage. After Bardock was confined, he concentrated his energy in his palms, propelling the henchmen away as he pressed forward. Inside the spaceship, Frisia observed Bardock as he sent wave after wave of minions flying, and commanded Zarbon to open the top hatch, determined to confront this extraordinary Scion monkey personally. With each successive assault, Bardock's body neared its limits. Every time he cleared a throng of henchmen, another wave would surge forth to restrain him. Eventually, he reached the hatch of the spaceship, which began to open slowly. Frisia emerged in his infantile pod. Upon finally encountering the architect of his plight, Bardock grimaced and uttered his iconic line. Everything is about to change. The fate of planet Vegeta, my destiny, Kakarot's fate, and your own. With that, Bardock unleashed his most powerful strike towards Frisia. The roaring energy blast raced toward Frisia, who merely chuckled, gathering a death energy ball in his hand. The energy sphere swiftly expanded, engulfing Bardock's full-force attack. The magnificent missile vanished as if it were a mere pebble cast into the vast ocean. Bardock's expression turned to one of astonishment, although he had long anticipated this outcome. What? Frisia, who held an inherent fear of the Super Saiyan legend, felt an inexplicable rage at seeing a Scion like Bardock. Without uttering a word, he hurled the death energy ball at Bardock. The outcome was devastating. As the energy sphere consumed him, Bardock's consciousness faded. In his final moments, He envisioned the confrontation between his son and Frisia, the very child he deemed a worthless brat, who would ultimately alter the fate of the Scion race. With this thought, Bardock lifted the corners of his mouth, calling out the name, Kakarot. As the death energy ball continued to advance and expand, the minions who had previously obstructed Bardock were also engulfed, hurtling toward planet Vegeta. With a cataclysmic explosion, planet Vegeta transformed into a shattered fireball. In the aftermath, all that once existed was rendered null, leaving behind only cosmic dust, evidence of the plant's healing herbs, the highly civilized Zephyrians, and the warrior race of Scions dispersed throughout the universe. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Vegeta team was in turmoil. What? Lord Nappa, this is terrible. The Scions and the team looked anxious, shouting in alarm. Nappa inquired. What is it? His face betraying urgency. Frisia's army has sent word that planet Vegeta has suffered a catastrophic meteor strike, and the entire planet has been obliterated. What? Nappa's demeanor shifted to one of panic, and several of his fellow Scions displayed expressions of grief. Nearby, the trio overheard the news, each reacting differently. Raditz remarked, "We really dodged a bullet this time. It's fortunate we didn't heed Frisia's orders to regroup." Vegeta, with no trace of sorrow on his face, nearly gnawed on an unknown fruit, muttering, "TCH, I was so close to becoming King Vegeta." Only Broly remained silent, reflecting sadly, "What a shame, Bardock. You were the pride of the Scions. I wonder how that old man is faring. Although I am not his biological son, I inhabit his son's body, and he never sought to enslave me. Out of respect, I shall pray for you, hoping you survive this explosion. If not, then perhaps you have sown too many seeds of misfortune." Nappa approached Vegeta with a question. "Vegeta, you have a brother, right?" Vegeta replied, "Yes, but I have no idea whether he is alive or dead, nor do I care to find out." Raditz chimed in, "You have a brother as well, don't you?" He mimicked Vegeta's tone. "Yes, but he is a low-class warrior, currently hiding in a nursery pot. What a useless fellow. I believe Mother mentioned sending him away. But I can't be bothered with him. And you, Broly? Do you have any family left?" Broly stood up, avoiding the question. He glanced at Nappa and the others, then turned to Vegeta and Raditz, saying, "You two little rascals, with your families gone, still pretend to be aloof. Especially you, Vegeta, you're worse off than Nappa. What good is high combat power?" Raditz retorted, "Oh, look who's speaking. Us Scions adhere to the principle of combat power first. Who cares about trivialities? Nappa, do not allow Broly to speak disrespectfully to Prince Vegeta." Nappa acknowledged the truth in Broly's words, but recognized Raditz's point as well. With only a few Scions remaining, they could not afford to quarrel among themselves. It was time to devise a plan for the future. He turned to Vegeta, awaiting his decision. Vegeta hastily finished his fruit, standing up and approaching Broly. "So, what do you suggest? Should I weep like those lower races?" Broly shoved Vegeta aside, delivering a punch that knocked Raditz out cold, asserting, "By your logic, if combat power is paramount, then if I kill you, you wouldn't dare complain, would you?" Raditz, visibly shaken, took a few steps back. Many had said Broly's power was on par with Vegeta's, and upon reflection, he realized Broly had never fought at full strength or transformed into a great ape. It seemed his combat prowess was indeed superior, yet he refused to yield verbally. "What do you want?" Broly scanned the group, understanding that Vegeta remained their leader. He replied, "Naturally, we repay kindness with kindness and resentment with resentment. However, I expect you to grasp this. Let us divide the baggage." It could only be said that the fate befalling the Scions was well-deserved. Their indiscriminate slaughter and pillaging of planets led to this reckoning. I am not blameless either. Yet you all, so proud and arrogant, fail to comprehend emotions and refuse to accept reality. The warrior race is but a farce. Broly contemplated leaving, but after living together for so long, he hesitated and nodded at Vegeta. "Think it over. I do not believe you truly think planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor. Why would Frisia gather us? I am heading to other planets now. We must make Frisia pay for the tragic loss of our kin and for the future of the Scions. Will you join me?" Nappa and the others fell silent, astonished that the usually taciturn youngling could articulate such sentiments. However, Vegeta remained the prince, and with his superior power, it was only right for him to make the decision. Raditz, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, looked at Vegeta. I want to go. You, with your combat power lower than mine, dare dream of overthrowing Frisia?" Without a moment's thought, Vegeta rejected Broly's proposal, adding, "And after your disrespect towards me, do you think I would simply let you go? You are unworthy of counsel." Broly shook his head, suddenly vanishing from sight, reappearing before Vegeta. He delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's chin, rendering him unconscious. If that is the case, then until we meet again, may you not perish too soon. With those words, Broly soared toward the spaceship. The other Scions were the first to react, asking, Nappa, should we pursue him? Nappa shook his head. Let it be. If even Prince Vegeta, with a combat power of 12,000, was knocked out by a single blow, we are no match for him. Let him go. First, we must assess Prince Vegeta's injuries. Nappa has yet to articulate one more thought. Moreover, although I am uncertain of the veracity of his words, I cannot shake the feeling that the Scions would fare better under his leadership. Chapter 4. A chance encounter after locating the spacecraft. Broly took some supplies but chose not to drive away in it. Instead, he opted for a less comfortable single-person circular flying device. Compared to the spacecraft, this circular vehicle was not only smaller and harder to detect, but it also offered Broly a sense of authenticity, reminiscent of the comics and animations he had once enjoyed in his previous life. Although the cramped space did not allow for training, perhaps this was the essence of a man's romance. Setting the coordinates for Earth, Broly knew that reaching his destination would not be a matter of mere days. It would require perseverance, practicing the controls in secret, and familiarizing himself with the coordinates. Unlike Kakarot, who would haphazardly press buttons, Broly had a clear purpose. Given the long journey ahead, he followed the narrative's example and switched the flying device to sleep mode. This choice not only alleviated boredom but also conserved resources. He adjusted the speed to a normal pace, contemplating that arriving too early would serve no purpose. Without Bulma's radar for the Dragon Balls, locating them would be challenging, and the World Martial Arts Tournament had yet to commence. Initially, he would need to align with the narrative's protagonist and wait until the necessary elements were in place before strategizing his development. In the year 749 of the Age of the Universe, on Earth, a sudden loud noise accompanied by a significant tremor startled Broly awake. Had he arrived? Stretching his body, he acknowledged that while he had been in sleep mode, his physical capabilities had not diminished. Over the years, Broly's height had reached an impressive 2 meters. Finding a water source, he indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Though he had not trained for 9 years and did not possess the robust physique depicted in the original story, his body resembled the older version of Broly, characterized by a determined gaze and chiseled facial features. His sword-like brows and starry eyes lent him an air of elegance, while his previously unruly hair was neatly tied into a simple braid for practicality in battle. This was not his peak. He recalled that Broly would reach a height of 2 meters upon adulthood. He did not concern himself with height, as agility and flexibility could turn it into an advantage. Longer limbs meant greater reach and strength. 9 years had passed in slumber, yet fortunately, Scions enjoyed longer lifespans and youthful vigor, and if necessary, he could always seek the Dragon Balls for wishes. Having rested sufficiently, it was time for the story to unfold. He decided to seek guidance from someone. Without hesitation, Broly soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. On September 1st, at Bunyan Mountain, a child with a tail played joyfully among the animals, a young son Goku, the original protagonist. Possessing immense strength, he could effortlessly hurl logs larger than himself. His speed was remarkable. A saber-toothed tiger pursued him as he darted through the trees, sometimes swinging like Tarzan, and at other times running on all fours like a gorilla. He was clever. Well, perhaps. Leading the saber-toothed tiger to a cliff, he leaped off, much like Bugs Bunny, while the tiger plummeted below, only for Goku to find himself hanging from a branch. Just as he reveled in his cleverness, the branch snapped, sending him tumbling down as well. In that moment, a hand suddenly caught him. As Goku recognized the figure, he was astonished to see that this person was flying. "Thank you. You scared me," Goku gasped, panting after being set down. "You're welcome. You certainly have a knack for getting into trouble. This scene reminds me of my own childhood," Broly replied, observing Goku's shadow. The towering figure wore a blue bodysuit adorned with armor. You have a tail too," Goku exclaimed, pointing at Broly's tail wrapped around his waist. "What's so surprising about that? You have one too, don't you? It's a mark of our lineage." With that, Broly playfully flicked his tail. "Our lineage? What does that mean? Is it tasty?" Goku asked, his expression one of innocent confusion. Seeing Goku's naivety, Broly sighed, rubbing his forehead as he explained, "We are Scions, renowned for our combat prowess. Since we are not from Earth, we differ from its inhabitants. But never mind, you're still young. You'll understand when you're older." After such lengthy discourse, Broly realized he hadn't introduced himself. "I am Broly, 16 years old. From now on, you can call me Big Brother." "Okay, Big Brother. I'm son Goku, 11 years old." It's Big Brother, not Big Brother. That sounds rather unpleasant. All right, Broly Big Brother. Goku, did you just see me flying? Broly inquired, noticing Goku's sudden silence. Broly mused to himself, is this what it's like to deal with children? Thankfully, I ignored those two brats a few years ago, enjoying some peace. With a finger to his lips, Broly spoke mysteriously, Goku, don't make a sound. How about I take you hunting? I hear the fish are delightful this season. Well, grilled fish. Meat. Let's go, Big Brother. Goku exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. However, you need to keep your voice down to avoid scaring the fish away, Broly interrupted. Oh, right. I want to say a word. Goku promptly covered his mouth with both hands, determined to comply. Broly chuckled inwardly. This little one is quite the quick learner. Soon enough, they had a bountiful catch. Big Brother, look at all these fish. We can feast for days. Goku exclaimed, his energy restored. Broly remained silent. Contemplating the timing, it was about time for things to unfold. Suddenly, Broly sensed something approaching them at high speed. A reckless vehicle piloted by Bulma, no doubt. Goku paused, asking, Big Brother, what is coming? As Goku turned, he saw not a big brother but a metal box hurtling towards him. Unfamiliar with such contraptions, Goku was startled and forgot to evade. Unfortunately, Bulma executed a drift, sending Goku flying. As fate would have it, Goku's head proved resilient. After being thrown, he flipped over and landed upright, still concerned for his big brother. Big brother? Are you okay? Caught off guard by Goku's concern, Broly felt a pang of guilt. Here he was, a true warrior, and this naive child genuinely saw him as a big brother. Despite Goku's later mischief, he was still a kind-hearted child. Broly vowed to take care of him, promising to ensure Goku had his share of special training, surpassing even Vegeta. After both confirmed they were unharmed, they prepared to settle the score. Chapter 5 Departure. Goku had already assumed a combat stance, slowly approaching Bulma while inquiring, You monster, are you attempting to seize our food? Come and attack if you dare. Is she actually still alive? Bulma, still recovering from the recent incident, merely gazed at Goku as he drew nearer. Upon reaching the front of Bulma's vehicle, Goku effortlessly lifted the car above his head and tossed it aside. The impact sent wheels flying, prompting Bulma to poke her head out from the window, shielding her head with her hands. Broly stepped in front of Goku, pulling him back. All right, Goku, let me handle this. Broly looked at the disheveled Bulma and momentarily lost himself in memories of animated scenes from his youth. Realizing he was losing composure, Broly cleared his throat and said, Ahem. Miss, you have collided with me. How rude. Before Broly could finish, he saw Bulma draw a handgun and fire 2 shots at him. Having been a youth from the 21st century on Blue Star, the sight of the antiquated firearm momentarily stunned him. Nevertheless, those bullets could not harm Broly in the slightest. His power was unmistakable. It was not surprising that Bulma felt frightened. The imposing shadow before her exuded an overwhelming pressure, almost reminiscent of a dramatic theme song. Broly spread his arms wide, and the bullets clattered to the ground. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is impenetrable, only speed prevails. Broly fancied himself quite the performer. It should be noted that the grand image Bulma had of him shattered with that rather juvenile proclamation. Broly fixed his gaze on Bulma, cautiously advancing towards her, wary of any sudden moves. Bulma, for the first time, encountered someone who could withstand a car crash and evade gunfire, leaving her momentarily frozen. Broly seized Bulma, pulling her out of the vehicle. I must ask, Miss, do you intend to silence me after colliding with me? Goku circled Bulma, exclaiming, Hey, she is also human. Bulma, internally rolling her eyes, managed to smile. My apologies, I thought you were robbers. Yes, I crashed into you, but you also damaged my vehicle, so we're even. Upon hearing this, Broly was both amused and exasperated. You truly think of us as mere children to be dismissed? He raised a hand and unleashed a ki blast into a nearby tree, showcasing his power. Bulma and little Goku's mouths dropped open in astonishment as Broly gestured for Bulma to continue speaking. Seeing that the two brothers were not impressed, Bulma decided to employ her classic tactic. In that case, I suppose I must sacrifice a bit to let you two country bumpkins have a glimpse of my underwear. Broly continued to glare at Bulma, his expression unyielding, clearly signaling that he was not swayed by her ploy. Noticing Broly's steadfastness, Goku remained vigilant, ready to intervene should Bulma make any sudden moves. Bulma assessed the two brothers and an idea struck her. These two seemed oblivious to the concept of Dragon Balls, and perhaps could be persuaded to act as her free bodyguards. With a mischievous smile, she transformed into a cunning detective, her tongue nearly wagging with excitement. Look at this. she declared, producing a Dragon Ball. This is a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total, and if you collect them all, you can make a wish. Any wish at all. Broly's eyes widened at the sight of the Dragon Ball. It was precisely what he had longed for. With a wish, he could control his rage. And anyone like Frieza would find themselves at his mercy. Gee, grandfather. Goku shouted, inquiring if this was his ancestor. No, this is a Dragon Ball. Gather 7, and you can make a wish, Bulma explained, quickly realizing that one of the remaining Dragon Balls was likely the one Goku mentioned. All right. Broly deduced Bulma's intentions and understood she aimed to trick them into working for her. Yes, you can make a wish, but only once. And who gets to wish is not up to you. Let us head home first. Grandfather always told me to be gentle with girls, Goku said. Completely oblivious to the concept of wishes, he was merely eager to feast on the large fish his brother would catch. After their meal, the trio prepared for departure. Bulma produced a capsule, tossing it to the ground, which transformed into a motorcycle. Observing the two brothers, she pondered, do either of you know how to operate a vehicle? This motorcycle can only accommodate one. Goku, ever innocent, replied, I can run fast on my own. Broly placed a hand on Goku's head. Playfully ruffling his hair, you two can ride together. I'll fly. Right. Big brother can fly. Goku exclaimed. Fly. Well then, that will be even quicker. I'll set off at full speed. Bulma, somewhat taken aback, soon accepted that if these two could withstand bullets and car crashes, flying should hardly surprise her. After a while, Broly noticed the two had stopped mid-air. Why have you halted? Bulma realized what was happening, although the younger one was a bit dim-witted. The older one communicated just fine. Please hold on for a moment, she replied. Upon hearing this, Broly gracefully descended from the sky. Goku, puzzled, asked, Big brother, where did she go? Broly recalled the situation and explained, she went to the restroom. Girls tend to be shy about such things. Goku frowned, commenting, women are truly troublesome. Broly found Goku's mature demeanor amusing. Help? Bulma's voice pierced the air. Broly swiftly dashed over, followed closely by Goku. Upon closer inspection, they discovered Bulma ensnared by a blue pterosaur, writhing in fear. The pterosaur, noticing Broly and Goku, began to speak. You two are. But before it could finish, Broly dispatched it with a swift strike. Goku rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend Broly's speed. Big brother is so fast. Do you have a knife? Broly inquired. Nope. Hey, could you two not be more considerate of a girl's feelings? Honestly, Bulma, still shaken, interrupted as the brothers discussed unrelated matters. What are you doing? She exclaimed, only to turn and witness the brothers tearing the pterosaur apart. What? Just skinning it for meat, Broly replied nonchalantly, not even glancing back. But it was just talking. Bulma protested, feeling a pang of cruelty. Chapter 6, A Night Under the Moon. However, it had just been speaking. Bulma found it somewhat cruel. What does it matter? It wants to eat you, and we want to eat it. It is as simple as that. Quite fair indeed. Broly did not perceive any cruelty in this. After all, during his time with Vegeta's team, what had they not encountered? Scions lead a life of survival, after all. He thought Bulma was being a bit hypocritical. Had she forgotten it wanted to consume her? Furthermore, when she shot at them, she did not consider the term cruelty. Goku, what do you think? Bulma was somewhat persistent. I believe my brother is right. It wanted to eat you, but failed. So what is wrong with us eating it? Goku scratched his head, stating that when one is hungry, one eats. Isn't that quite normal? After hearing Goku's words, Bulma fell silent, mentally labeling the two brothers as dangerous. An unspoken tension lingered between Broly and Bulma, while Goku remained blissfully unaware of the discomfort, innocently suggesting, Brother, Bulma, it's getting dark. Shall we spend the night here? All right. Broly, though sparing with words, internally criticized Bulma. How had I not noticed her sanctimonious demeanor before? She is sulking. This little girl will see how I deal with her. Oh, well. Bulma noticed Broly's sullen silence and guessed he was upset. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he saved me. Is it wrong for me to say this? Yet, I doubt I will ever be liked by girls again. Once more, Bulma retrieved her versatile capsule, tossing it to the ground. With a resounding explosion, a hemispherical house emerged from the dissipating smoke. Standing before the house, she called out to the two, Aren't you two coming in? Even Goku, oblivious to worldly affairs, sensed the tension and glanced between Bulma and Broly, unsure of whom to side with. Broly, ruffling Goku's hair, said, You go on. It's more comfortable inside. I'm used to roughing it out in the wild. Besides, Goku, you haven't seen electric lights or televisions, have you? Go experience the world. Oh, okay. Goku looked at Broly reluctantly before stepping inside the house. What about your brother? Isn't he coming? Bulma asked, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with unease. Brother says he is accustomed to this way of life. Bulma glanced at Broly, who had already kindled a fire and was sitting against a tree, resting. When their eyes met, Broly looked down, avoiding her gaze. Seeing this, Bulma felt a surge of irritation. How infuriating. I hope he wakes to find himself devoured by wolves tomorrow. After ushering Goku inside, Bulma instructed him to bathe while she sulked and turned on the television. As she watched, her mind wandered. The romantic scenes on screen transformed into memories of Broly saving her. Perhaps I have been too harsh? Even so, shouldn't he have let me? That earlier display of ferocity was alarming. Yet, upon reflection, he is quite handsome, tall, muscular, with a decent face. Why am I still searching for Dragon Balls? With these thoughts, Bulma shook her head vigorously. No, his temperament is far too vile. I must continue my quest for the Dragon Balls. I could wish for him to be obedient or perhaps for an endless supply of strawberries. Ideally, I envision Broly kneeling beside me, cradling my chin in one hand while feeding me strawberries with the other. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Bulma, causing her to tumble off the couch. You little brat. What are you doing? Upon seeing it was Goku causing mischief, she dealt him a playful slap. Goku, rubbing his head, remarked, I saw the drool on your face. Did you sneak a taste of something delicious? Can I have a try? Get lost. No, a lady does not drool. Hurry and go to bed. Bulma's good mood evaporated with Goku's comment, and she prepared for sleep. In the middle of the night, Bulma tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Suddenly, she thought of Broly outside. I wonder how he is doing. I should check on him and sneak him a blanket, so he wakes up grateful and remorseful. Hiki. Quietly opening the door, she discovered that Broly was nowhere to be found. Huh? He couldn't have really been eaten by wolves, could he? He is too formidable for any creature to approach him. Maybe he stormed off in anger? What an annoying fellow. Oh well. I'll ask Goku to find him tomorrow and apologize. As Bulma turned to return inside, she heard someone calling her. Were you looking for me? Following the voice, she saw Broly descending from the sky, carrying the meat of an unknown large creature on his shoulder, a blue piece of armor draped around his waist. Oh, it was the hide of a pterodactyl. What a demon. Who has the time to look for you? I merely came out for a stroll since I couldn't sleep. Bulma closed her eyes and turned her head away, but the blanket in her hand betrayed her. Broly, not pressing the issue, realized he had calmed down. After all, it was only natural for a young girl to be startled by such a scene. Today, did I frighten you? This isn't the time to conquer planets. There is no need for me to act like a wild beast. You've noticed, haven't you? We are not Earthlings. Goku is fortunate. He was sent here as a child and had a grandfather to care for him. Us Scions are born to fight, to slaughter, to seize, and to face enslavement. Setting his load aside, Broly sat cross-legged, recounting the tale to Bulma. Bulma placed her blanket on the ground and sat beside him, saying, I'm sorry. Just as you mentioned, I was indeed frightened today, hence. In short, I apologize. Bulma nearly shouted the last few words, her cheeks flushed. Ha. That is not like you at all. But since we're at it, let us shake hands and make amends. Broly extended his hand. Bulma reached out. And as Broly grasped her hand, she stared at him, feeling warmth envelop her. What are you two doing? Goku, rubbing his sleepy eyes, observed them. Bulma quickly withdrew her hand, clenching her fist in frustration. You annoying little brat. Can't you be more perceptive? Seeing Bulma's reaction, Broly understood her thoughts. Though he had not experienced love in either life, he had witnessed this scenario countless times. To spare Bulma any embarrassment, Broly took the initiative to speak. I was telling a story, a tale of the Scions. We Scions have hearty appetites, and I know you might be hungry at night. So I gathered some food. Would you like to come over and eat while you listen? Yes. Chapter 7. The peculiar turtle sage. The mere thought of indulging in food and listening to stories filled Goku with excitement, causing him to perform a somersault, instantly dispelling any remnants of sleep. Goku's sudden appearance doused Bulma with a splash of cold reality, prompting her to recall Broly's earlier words. You and Goku are not Earthlings? Broly flicked his tail, indicating the obviousness of the matter. Is what you just said true? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. What do you intend to do? Upon sensing Bulma's skepticism, Broly removed his armor and upper garment, revealing his muscular torso. Behold, this is evidence, he stated, as Bulma gazed upon the multitude of scars etched across Broly's body. Some even quite alarming. Her heart ached, compelling her to reach out and touch them. While other scions might wear such marks as badges of honor, she reflected, I cannot perceive them that way. I understand that the true villains are we scions, who have invaded others' homes and inflicted pain and separation upon them. In an unexpected moment, Broly drew Bulma into his embrace, and though she sensed something amiss, she found herself unable to resist, her cheeks flushing crimson. While Broly maintained an outward calm, recounting tales of the scions, turmoil raged within him. What am I doing? She's still a child, even if I'm not much older myself. As they held each other, Goku was reminded of his grandfather, son Gohan. Brother, why are you holding her? Can you hold me instead? I suddenly miss Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Bulma hastily extricated herself from Broly's embrace, and Broly's face flushed with embarrassment as he instinctively pulled Goku closer. It's getting late. Let's save the stories for another time. I'm going to sleep now, Bulma declared, hastily retreating to her room and slamming the door behind her. Once inside, the atmosphere shifted from ambiguity to warmth. Brother, do I have parents? Goku inquired. Yes, everyone has parents, though sometimes circumstances keep them apart. On our planet, you are known as Kakarot, and you even have a brother, Broly replied. Do you know my parents? Goku asked eagerly. Indeed, your father is a hero among our Scion race. As Goku listened, he gradually succumbed to slumber, bathed in the moonlight that illuminated his face. Broly, however, was lost in thought. Yes, Goku, you have friends, teachers, and a family. But where do I belong? I have a father who seeks to ascend through me. Burdened with guilt and bloodshed, forever fleeing to the homeland of a past life, only to find there is no longer a home for me in this world. At that moment, Broly's body experienced a strange transformation. If he were to look in a mirror, he would see his pupils briefly shift to a pale green before returning to normal. The following morning, Goku awoke from his slumber atop Broly's thigh. Awake? Brother, would you like to exercise with me? Goku exclaimed, springing up with newfound energy. Observing Goku's enthusiasm, Broly resolved to fulfill his role as an elder brother. Very well. Today I shall teach you how to control your tail. Control my tail? I can do that. I even bathed with it yesterday, Goku boasted, demonstrating by flicking his tail proudly. No, I mean using it in combat. Broly approached a massive boulder, crossed his arms, and with startling speed, struck it into fragments using his tail. Let me try. Goku rushed to another boulder, attempting to strike it with his tail, though he exerted some force. It paled in comparison to Broly's strength. Ah, that hurts. Stop. Please stop. Goku cried. Who was there? Hearing the commotion, Goku's fur bristled in alarm. In truth, Broly had long noticed the turtle, but for the sake of the unfolding narrative, he chose to let Goku make the first approach, following closely behind. So you're not a rock. My apologies. I thought you were just a stone, Goku said, bowing to the turtle in contrition. Hearing the ruckus, Bulma emerged, now dressed. Having escaped the previous night's entanglements with Broly, the turtle remarked, forget about what just happened, but could you please offer me a glass of salt water? Adding some seaweed would be splendid. Bulma rolled her eyes at the turtle's audacity. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself, she retorted but complied, providing him with a bucket of salt water. After quenching his thirst, Goku suggested taking him home, but Bulma disagreed, unwilling to involve herself in unnecessary matters. As they debated, Goku recalled his older brother. Brother, what do you think? The turtle and Bulma turned their gazes toward Broly, who had inadvertently become the anchor of their group. Let us escort him. It might serve as a pleasant diversion, Broly suggested. All right then, if Broly says so, we'll take him, Bulma conceded, her attitude shifting swiftly. The turtle shot her a quizzical look, bemused by her quick change of heart. Understanding the turtle's intention to summon Master Roshi, Broly instructed Goku to ride on Bulma's motorcycle while he took the turtle back to the shore. After a considerable wait, Bulma and Goku finally saw Master Roshi slowly approaching atop the turtle. Singing a tune, Master Roshi hopped ashore, only to start shaking uncontrollably, pointing at Broly, rendered speechless. The three exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the old man's intentions. Old man, are you all right? Goku inquired gently. This question seemed to snap Master Roshi back to reality. As he regained his composure, his muscles bulged, transforming him into a hulking figure of strength. Not stopping there, he posed dramatically, and a brilliant sphere of light began to shimmer in his hands. Get away from him, Master Roshi shouted at Goku and Bulma. Huh? Is that aimed at me? What is this old man doing? Broly pondered, bewildered. Kamehameha. A beam of blinding blue and white light erupted from Master Roshi's hands, directed at Broly. With a swift movement, Broly deflected the full force of the Kamehameha wave, which exploded in midair, sending shockwaves that knocked everyone but Broly off their feet. Master Roshi, now wide-eyed with fear, exclaimed, "Was that ineffective? It seems I have no choice but to resort to my ultimate technique." Wait. Chapter 8. The Gratitude of the Sea Turtle Wait. Broly sensed that the old man was about to say something. What does this elder mean? Why is he attacking me upon our first meeting? I don't believe I have done anything to provoke him. Seeing Broly refraining from retaliation, Master Roshi breathed a sigh of relief and countered, "What is your relationship with King Piccolo? How can you possess such strength?" Upon hearing the name King Piccolo, Broly began to comprehend the situation. Scions do not conceal their energy, and to Master Roshi, the strongest he had encountered was the old Piccolo, whose combat power was merely around 200. Broly, having left the Vegeta squad with a power level exceeding 20,000, had undoubtedly grown stronger over time, estimating his current combat power to be around 30,000 or 40,000. Thus, it was not surprising that Master Roshi would associate him with the old Piccolo. However, to put it bluntly, how could an ant discern the difference between an elephant and a blue whale? It is because I am a scion, a naturally gifted warrior. I am not acquainted with the King Piccolo you speak of. Fearing that Master Roshi might still be uneasy, Broly added, "I have no ulterior motives for coming to Earth. I merely seek enjoyment." These words did little to assuage Master Roshi's concerns, but he soon realized, this individual is far stronger than King Piccolo, and should he truly intend to cause harm, there is likely no one on this planet capable of stopping him. He could only hope that the Mafuba technique would be effective against him. "Ah, I see now. My apologies for my rudeness," Master Roshi said, bowing solemnly to Broly. "By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. People affectionately refer to me as Master Roshi, or you may call me Turtle Hermit, like the turtle." Master Roshi. "No need for formality. My name is Broly, and this is Son Goku. This is Bulma. They are my friends and family," Broly introduced, gesturing towards them. "Son Goku? Do you know Son Gohan?" Master Roshi exclaimed, excitement welling within him. "He is my grandfather," Goku replied. "Grandfather? Ah, yes. Upon hearing your name and seeing your golden staff, I should have realized. I gifted that to him, as I was his teacher." But Master Roshi's expression shifted to one of puzzlement as he glanced at their tails. "We are scions. He was sent to Earth as a child and was found here. While I came searching for him after my home planet was destroyed," Broly explained. "Oh, what a tragic fate for a child. In that case, since you are my disciple's grandson and have saved the turtle, I shall grant each of you a gift," Master Roshi declared, completely disregarding Bulma in the process. "Hey, I helped save it too," Bulma protested, somewhat displeased. "Forget it, Bulma. I'll give my gift to you," Broly said. "Master Roshi, if it is possible, I would like the orb around your neck. We are currently searching for it." "Certainly. I found this while diving and wore it because I thought it beautiful. If you desire it, I shall give it to you, but promise me, child, to walk the righteous path and uphold your sincere heart." Master Roshi readily bestowed the Dragon Ball upon Broly. "Understood." Broly accepted the Dragon Ball and handed it to Bulma. "Ha ha ha. So youthful. Your hardships are yet to come." Master Roshi, observing Broly's actions, lost his initial urgency and revealed his true nature, giving Broly a knowing glance. "Old turtle. What nonsense are you spouting? We are not that kind of relationship." "Ah, youth is indeed a blessing." Master Roshi turned to Goku. "Goku, how about I gift you a phoenix?" "Hey, Phoenix." The crowd awaited something spectacular, but nothing happened. Broly, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment. For Master Roshi's demeanor was reminiscent of his own when summoning the system. The Phoenix boy, didn't he die from food poisoning last year? Master Roshi scratched his head awkwardly. "Then I shall give you the Flying Nimbus." Flying Nimbus. Moments later, a golden cloud floated down from the sky, approaching the group. "Can it be eaten?" Goku curiously inquired as he touched the Nimbus. Master Roshi shook his head. "It cannot be eaten, but with it, you can fly in the sky. Then I shall pass." "Eh?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could one simply refuse such a treasure? Even Broly was taken aback. Who among them had not dreamed of soaring through the clouds? More perplexing was why Goku would decline such an offer. Could it be the result of a butterfly effect he had unwittingly caused? "My brother can fly too. He promised to teach me how, so I do not need it." Master Roshi pondered. The Bukong technique? But he is already so strong, mastering it would not be extraordinary. Goku's rejection created an awkward atmosphere, and Master Roshi realized he was at a loss for words. "Goku, please accept it. Although I promised to teach you to fly, you are not yet strong enough to learn. The Nimbus can accompany you and bring you joy," Broly urged. Master Roshi cast a grateful glance at Broly. In truth, Broly held a personal desire. Despite being nearly 40 years old with his past lives combined, one remains a youthful soul at heart. He too wished to test if he could soar above the clouds, though he held little hope for such a feat. Broly remained true to form, soaring through the skies. While Goku, despite his verbal refusal, found himself liberated and performing aerial stunts on the Nimbus. Meanwhile, Bulma rode her motorcycle on the ground, grumbling to herself. Why are you flying so fast? Can I keep up? Are you just going to bully me for not being able to fly? Hearing Bulma's complaints, Broly paused. Then allow me to carry you. No, don't touch me. Bulma's mind drifted back to that night when Broly had held her, her face visibly reddening. I suspect that when a woman says no, she truly means yes. Without further ado, Broly swept Bulma into his arms and soared forward, though he held a beauty in his embrace. Broly's heart was conflicted. Why am I doing this? Had I not always aspired to win over Android 18? Why do I feel this way towards Bulma? Engaging in such actions? Oh heavens, could it be that I am, at my core, a hopeless romantic? Chapter 9, Oolong Beep. Beep, beep, beep. Bulma, referencing the Dragon Ball radar, indicated the direction. It should be nearby. Yes, it's probably in that village below. With this knowledge, Broly led the descent from the sky. Upon entering the village, the trio discovered an unusual stillness. Wandering around, they saw no signs of life. Broly surmised the nature of this place. Bulma remarked, this village is quite strange. It's completely deserted. Goku surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. No. There are definitely people here. Broly was taken aback, pondering how he could perceive life forces without sensing any energy. I didn't conceal my energy earlier, nor did Master Roshi. Yet he couldn't sense us either. This is indeed perplexing. Goku wandered over to a house and called out, I know you are inside. Please open the door. He knocked loudly, but still received no response. Growing impatient, Goku smashed his fist through the door, forcibly unlocking it. Isn't this a bit excessive? Bulma cautioned from behind. Just then, a hatchet fell from the sky, striking Goku on the head. Be careful, Bulma shouted in alarm. Due to the sudden nature of the attack, Goku had no time to evade, but Broly intervened, blocking the blow with his forearm. Instead of the anticipated bloody scene, the iron axe shattered upon contact with Broly's battle attire. So it was ineffective? Goku assessed the unexpected assault and questioned the attacker. What do you think you are doing? Why are you attacking us? The assailant was a rugged man dressed in American countryside attire, accompanied by a small girl in Native American garb, who appeared younger than Goku. Upon realizing his attack had failed, the man quickly surrendered. I'm sorry, Oolong. I will give you all the food and money you want. Just spare my daughter. What are you talking about? Who is Oolong? Goku replied, confused as he regarded the man. Understanding that the trio was not Oolong, the man called for the villagers. Bulma glanced sympathetically at Broly's arm and confronted the man. Hey, if that axe had struck me, I would have been dead. The man's face flushed with embarrassment as he repeatedly apologized. Goku, noticing the girl's dress, reached out to pat her. Broly's fist struck Goku's head. And although he had avoided the original axe, Broly's punch was far more forceful, leaving Goku with a bump on his forehead. That hurt, brother. Bulma reproached Goku. How could you touch a girl like that? It's quite rude. As the elder brother, Broly also apologized to the villagers. I'm sorry, I'm his older brother. He doesn't yet understand gender distinctions. So by the way, who is this Oolong you speak of? Bulma adeptly shifted the topic away from the awkwardness. Upon hearing the name Oolong, the villagers grew visibly anxious, with even the man's daughter hurriedly hiding behind him. The man nervously explained, Oolong is a monster living here. Very strong and merciless. Very strong? We could just defeat him. Goku's character shone through. The man became more agitated at Goku's words. Are you joking? That monster is enormous, and he said he would slaughter us if we resisted. Broly held little regard for this overbearing creature. Bulma nudged Broly. And when he turned to her, she exchanged a knowing glance. Broly, understanding her intent, addressed the man. We can help you deal with this Oolong. But we are in search of a Dragon Ball with stars. You may offer it as our reward. As she spoke, Bulma produced a Dragon Ball for all to see. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged from the crowd, saying, I have one of those. She rummaged through her belongings and produced another Dragon Ball. Broly accepted the orb and handed it to Bulma, stating, Thank you, madam. We will take this reward, and I will assist you with Oolong. Upon witnessing Broly, who towered over them by nearly half, the villagers offered no objections. Goku, however, reached out again towards the elderly woman. Goku. Broly feigned anger, glaring at him. Seeing the stern expression on Broly's face, Goku quickly retracted his hand and instinctively covered his head. Bulma sighed. Broly, please keep an eye on him. Don't let him trouble any more girls. Just then, the ground began to tremble rhythmically, as if something was approaching. Outside, villagers shouted, Oolong is coming. Everyone run. Broly and Goku stepped outside to witness a figure clad in a suit, resembling a red demon from a distant island. Goku, go ahead. Remember that regardless of how he transforms, his strength remains unchanged. Broly had no intention of engaging with Oolong. Very well, it seems you possess some spirit. In that case, Oolong transformed into a robot, holding a bowl of noodle soup. Then I shall consume you both. Unable to tolerate Oolong's ridiculous display, Broly shouted to Goku. Don't waste your breath. Remember what I taught you. Goku nodded, approached Oolong, and touched his chin thoughtfully, muttering, this should be the spot. Oolong, noticing Goku's lack of fear and his nonsensical musings, began to exert more pressure. Kid, have you been frightened into silence? I see you are blissfully unaware of the danger suddenly. Goku leaped and struck Oolong squarely on the chin, causing him to faint with a roll of his eyes, his form dissipating into a puff of white smoke. In front of the gathered villagers, Goku hoisted Oolong over his shoulder and tossed him before them. After rescuing the girl Oolong had abducted, he was left behind to toil the fields, repaying the goods and food he had previously stolen. The trio of Broly, Goku, and Bulma set off towards their next destination, the Bread Mountain. Next up should be Yamcha, right? Broly mused to himself. Although he held no particular disdain for Yamcha, he recognized the latter's tragic circumstances. Yamcha's early social withdrawal led him to become a playboy, and despite several brave efforts to protect Earth, he ultimately ended up living a mundane life. Perhaps had he not crossed paths with Goku, his existence would have been more prosperous. Nonetheless, the primary concern for Broly was not wanting Yamcha to interact with Bulma. He still found himself unable to articulate his feelings towards her, let alone allow an outsider to intrude. Chapter 10. The inexorable fate. After taking a detour, they finally reached the desert. However, due to the sweltering heat, Bulma insisted on walking on the ground. After only a few hundred meters, she began to whine and lay down in a stone cave, refusing to move. The slower you go, the longer you'll suffer. Do you still want to find the Dragon Balls to make a wish? Broly remained unfazed. He had faced countless hardships since childhood. Goku, too, was accustomed to adversity, having grown up on Earth and endured wild struggles after Gohan's demise. I refuse to move any further. How can I compare myself to two wild monkeys like you? Bulma pouted defiantly on the ground. Understanding Bulma's pampered upbringing, Broly suggested. Perhaps I should carry you. Just endure a little longer. It would be faster this way. Absolutely not. If you carry me over, my skin will get tanned. Bulma protested vehemently, throwing a tantrum. Suddenly, Broly sensed a presence approaching them rapidly. No way? We can encounter someone here? Broly thought, already guessing who it might be. You lot. Hand over your valuables and capsules. The voice echoed from afar before the figure arrived. Goku, go. Broly directed Goku to confront the newcomer. A long-haired man, armed with a sword, dismounted a motorcycle, accompanied by a creature with blue fur. A woman? This complicates matters. Yamcha felt a pang of anxiety upon spotting Bulma lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Broly noticed Bulma was not as infatuated as he had imagined. Why am I even worried? How could I possibly be inferior to him in looks or stature? Broly mused, subconsciously feeling a sense of relief. Hearing Broly's call, Goku leaped in front of Yamcha, ready for action. Perhaps due to the presence of a woman, Yamcha felt compelled to assert himself. Hey, you, the tall one. Hiding behind a woman and a child? Broly couldn't help but chuckle at being singled out, slowly striding toward Yamcha. Though his steps were measured, they resonated like earthquakes in Yamcha's heart. The closer Broly got, the faster Yamcha's heart raced until he stood right before him. With hands on his hips and slightly bent over, Broly leaned in and whispered in Yamcha's ear, "Were you referring to me?" As he halted before Yamcha, the latter's heart raced to the brink of stopping, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. The pressure from this imposing figure made it difficult for him to breathe. Instinctively, Yamcha recoiled, swallowing hard, thinking, I'm finished. I've chosen the wrong opponent. This guy is tough. Despite the fear brewing within him, he refused to back down verbally. Don't think I'm scared just because you're taller. Hand over your valuables quickly, or I won't hesitate to act. Oh. Broly glanced at Yamcha, and in the next moment, he appeared directly behind him. He disappeared. Yamcha was taken aback, and just as he searched for Broly's figure, Por shouted, Yamcha, behind you. Yes, right behind you. The moment Yamcha heard behind you, goosebumps erupted all over his body, and his scalp tingled, forcing himself to move. He turned and swung his weapon without a second thought. The ensuing spectacle left Yamcha dumbfounded. His strike landed squarely on Broly's neck. But not only did it fail to draw blood, it didn't even budge Broly an inch. With a clattering sound, the blade shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. "Run, Yamcha!" Poor cried out. Yet, Yamcha felt no need for a reminder. If he could run, he would have long since fled, his legs paralyzed with fear, rendering him immobile. Broly casually extended his right hand, effortlessly launching a sphere of energy the size of a fist at a nearby rock pillar, obliterating it in an instant, leaving only a massive crater as evidence of its existence. Witnessing this scene, Yamcha collapsed onto the ground, barely managing to support himself with his hands to avoid falling. "I am a fair person. If you attempt to rob me, then I shall take your wealth in capsules," Broly declared, extending his palm. In a panic, Yamcha hurriedly surrendered all his belongings to Broly. "You may leave now." Suddenly, Broly recalled something and called out, "Wait." As Yamcha struggled to get up and prepare to flee, dread washed over him. Oh no, is he going to change his mind and eliminate us? "From now on, keep your distance from us, especially her." His voice was low, deliberately confined to a range that only Yamcha could hear as he cast a glance at Bulma. Understanding Broly's intent, Yamcha quickly replied, Yes, I assure you. I will not appear in your vicinity again." Seeing that Broly showed no intention of stopping them, Por transformed into a large bird and whisked Yamcha away from this troublesome place. "What happened, Broly? Do you know him?" Bulma inquired. Broly looked puzzled. "I don't know him. Why do you ask?" "Then why did you exhibit such hostility?" "This is the first time I've seen you so enraged," Bulma remarked, gesturing toward the massive crater left behind. "I simply lost control of my strength for a moment. Let us not dwell on that. We now have a means of transportation as that fellow left behind his belongings and capsules." Broly scratched his head, pondering how he could be so easily understood. Meanwhile, having narrowly escaped, Yamcha dared not challenge Broly and his companions any further. After a night of rest, they set off once more. "Why do I feel it's getting hotter?" Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, questioning the discomfort. "I feel it too. It feels even hotter than before in the desert," Bulma lamented, drained by the heat. Ahead lay the Bread Mountain, formerly known as Liangjing Mountain, which had been scorched to this state after a great fire erupted from a broken celestial alchemy furnace. This fire was no ordinary flame, common water couldn't extinguish it. Hence it was now referred to as Flame Mountain. Broly provided an explanation. Chapter 11, Sino-American Collaboration. Previously, the area was known as Liangjing Mountain, but legend has it that it was transformed into a fiery inferno after the destruction of a celestial alchemist's furnace. The flames that engulfed this place were no ordinary flames, impervious to even the most vigorous efforts of water. Thus, it has come to be known as Flame Mountain. Broly provided an explanation. "Wow, do celestial beings truly exist?" Goku exclaimed, invigorated by the mention of deities. However, Bulma quickly interjected, "But how do you know this? Haven't you just arrived on Earth?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Broly's forehead as he thought to himself, "Truly, she is the intellectual among us. She has caught me off guard." He realized he must be more cautious with his words, akin to when Goku first arrived on Earth and spoke without care. One misstep could alter the course of the future. "It was that bandit who informed me. I inquired about the path ahead," Broly replied dismissively. Yet Goku was not done. He opened his mouth to speak, but Broly interrupted. "No buts. Let's hurry. We only need 2 more Dragon Balls. Don't you wish to make your wishes soon?" As they progressed, they finally arrived at the castle of the Bull Demon King, a medieval European fortress engulfed in flames. "Is this what they call Sino-American collaboration?" Broly mused to himself. "Hey, Bulma, I'll try to get a better view from the flying Nimbus and see if I can enter from above to retrieve the Dragon Balls," Goku proposed. Still preoccupied with thoughts of celestial beings, Broly shook his head and remarked, "That won't work. Flames rise upwards, and hot air is lighter, so it will be at the top. Conversely, the innermost part has the least oxygen, making it cooler. The challenge lies in how we can penetrate the outer flames." Upon hearing this, Bulma's perception of Broly shifted. She hadn't expected someone so muscular to possess knowledge of chemistry. Broly puffed out his chest and said, "Of course. We Scions have advanced technology too. Just look at my battle suit." While secretly thinking, "I learned this in middle school, you know." Just then, a massive axe flew through the air, nearly the size of Bulma herself. As it approached, Broly executed a spinning kick, sending the colossal axe back along its path. Following the trajectory, they spotted a ruggedly handsome giant, indeed, rugged, as he appeared entirely out of place alongside the group. He wore a horned helmet, sported a thick beard, and had a fearsome demeanor. The axe returned to him with force, causing the giant to slide several meters before coming to a halt. "You little brat. You possess incredible strength," the Bull Demon King exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that Broly had exerted tremendous effort to avoid harming him. "What brings you here? Wait. Isn't that the flying Nimbus? What connection do you have with Master Roshi? And who are you with that stick? What relation do you have to Gohan?" The Bull Demon King's tone shifted as he recognized Goku and the Nimbus, losing his initial hostility. "I am Son Goku. The flying Nimbus was gifted to me by an old man who rides a sea turtle, and this golden staff was bestowed upon me by my late grandfather." Goku replied earnestly. "Is that so?" "Gohan has." The Bull Demon King briefly mourned for Gohan. After a moment of silence, he eagerly inquired about Master Roshi's whereabouts. "Goku, do you know where Master Roshi is? If I can find him, my castle will be saved. Could you lend me his Basho fan? It would extinguish these flames." "Hey, Goku," Bulma signaled, pulling out a Dragon Ball from her pocket and waving it. Having learned from previous encounters, Goku understood her implication. "Uncle, would you be able to grant me a Dragon Ball like this one?" Of course. The Bull Demon King thought to himself, "If you take your time, everything will be burned to ashes. By the way, if you happen to see my daughter along the way, please bring her back. She could be your bride." "Bro, should we go together?" "You would be faster," Goku suggested, putting away a photo of Chi-Chi. "I think not. Today has been somewhat exhausting for me. You should go and return quickly." Broly waved his hand dismissively. Once Goku departed, Bulma quietly asked, "Do Scions also get tired? Didn't you hear? He is also looking for a bride. What would I go for?" "I fear he might behave inappropriately," Broly explained. I thought Scions were not adept in matters of the heart," Bulma retorted. "Indeed, we are not, but I am an exception, well-versed in the ways of the world." Broly flashed a charming smile. "Whatever." With that, Bulma turned away, ignoring Broly. "What's with her? What has got her all worked up?" Broly hummed an old tune from his past life. "I pondered and pondered, I guessed and I guessed. The secrets of a girl's heart are indeed curious." After some light banter, Master Roshi turned to Broly and inquired, "What brings you here? You made me come all this way for nothing." Broly cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Master Roshi, while I may seem powerful to you, it is merely the innate talent of a scion. Moreover, our understanding of ki is not as refined as yours. I fear." "Ah, yes, you remind me. Well, since I'm here, I shall assist you once more." With that, Master Roshi transformed into his powerful form and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, extinguishing the flames of Flame Mountain. Unlike in the original story, this time the force was somewhat diminished. While the castle was still damaged, it spared some of Goku's belongings. Under Master Roshi's demonstration, Goku successfully learned the Kamehameha technique. Recognizing Goku's exceptional talent, Master Roshi decided to take him as a disciple and turned to Broly, saying, "You should join us as well. Though I may not be as strong as you, I can still teach you about ki manipulation." Broly understood Master Roshi's intention. Though the old man had a weakness for women, his heart was in the right place. He likely viewed Broly and Tien as similar, concerned he might stray down an undesirable path. "Precisely. I wish to learn about ki manipulation, and your guidance would greatly enhance my training. However, we have matters to attend to first. We need to locate the Dragon Balls, and afterward, we shall visit your island." Chapter 12, The Most Powerful Carrot in History. Broly comprehended Master Roshi's intent. Although the old man had a penchant for the ladies, his heart was not wicked. His words likely stemmed from a desire to prevent Broly and Tien from straying down a dark path. With this understanding, they resolved to first seek the Dragon Balls before paying the wise master a visit. As the trio progressed, they arrived at a quaint little town, where they planned to replenish their supplies. After living outdoors for an extended period, Broly felt a wave of comfort wash over him upon entering the town. His spirits lifted. He decided to explore the area and indulge in some shopping. The three of them first found an inn to wash away the fatigue from their journey. They agreed to meet at a clothing store afterward. Bulma purchased some capsules that might come in handy on their travels, while Broly took Goku out for a hearty meal. Eventually, the three of them emerged, looking refreshed. Bulma chose a linen outfit reminiscent of Middle Eastern styles from a past life, tying her hair into a high ponytail. Claiming she wanted to immerse herself in local customs, Broly selected a simple black long-sleeve martial arts uniform for Goku, who initially resisted, wishing to wear the clothes left behind by his grandfather. Broly insisted that such precious attire should be preserved as a memento. to be donned only when he wished to reminisce about his grandfather. Frequent use would only lead to wear and tear from battles. As for Broly, he donned a basic jogging ensemble comprised of a tight black shirt and black shorts, opting to retain his original white combat boots for convenience. It feels like something is still missing. Broly tied the previous blue dragon skin back around his waist. Perfect. Bulma gazed at her two brothers dressed in black, feeling somewhat out of place. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like the rustic one now? Especially upon seeing Broly, she momentarily lost her train of thought. I don't want to search for the Dragon Balls just yet. Just then, a commotion outside shattered the brief tranquility. A group of comical figures clad in old military coats with rabbit ears began plundering the townsfolk, taking without paying. They happened to spot the trio just as they exited the clothing store. Hey, that blue-haired woman looks quite appealing. Come entertain us. One of the soldiers from the Rabbit Brigade pointed at Bulma. Broly felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon witnessing this scene, his fists clenched tightly. In a flash, he propelled himself forward with a single leap, delivering 2 punches to the rabbit soldiers without any finesse. With Broly's prowess, these simplistic strikes were far too much for mere mortals to endure. The soldiers were left in tatters. And even Bulma was splattered with a few droplets of blood from a distance. The street erupted into chaos, with some cheering while others shrieked in terror. Broly merely glanced at the pandemonium, unfazed, wiping the blood from his hands. Surprisingly, Bulma remained silent, usually the first to cry and complain, but now lost in her own fantasies. Is he angry for my sake? It seems I hold some significance in his heart. Women, it's like this. Ugh. Valscum, Broly spat as he returned to Goku and Bulma's side. He examined his bloodied hands, perplexed by his own fury. Perhaps fueled by a deep-seated enmity within his lineage. Since arriving on Earth, he had become less bloodthirsty and combative, even sparing his potential rival Yamcha. Why then? Did he harbor such intense rage toward these ordinary individuals? Just as they prepared to depart, a rather charming rabbit vehicle came to a halt. Upon its arrival, the previously chaotic street fell silent. A humanoid rabbit emerged, shaking its head as it approached the trio, surveying the grim scene before inquiring, "Who did this?" Broly recognized that this foolish rabbit must be the leader of the soldiers. He refrained from answering the question and countered, "Are you their leader? Did you command them to burn, kill, and loot here? So, it was you who did this? Take this." The rabbit swung a punch at Broly's leg, which was utterly ineffective. "Watch out." A familiar voice called out as Yamcha and Poir leaped from the shadows. Having previously fled in disgrace, he was determined to reclaim his honor by stealthily following Broly and his companions. If it had been someone of Goku's caliber, Broly might have sensed the approach. But Yamcha was significantly weaker and, concealed as he was, Broly merely regarded him as an ordinary person. In Broly's perspective, the rabbit's punch seemed to move in slow motion, and he did not even flinch, just as he extended his hand to deliver a well-deserved slap of humiliation. A sudden twist of fate occurred. With a resounding pop, Broly was transformed into a carrot. "Broly!" Goku and Bulma exclaimed in unison. Realizing the dire situation, Broly thought, "How did I end up with this fate, akin to Vegeta?" Time had dulled his memory of many events, and he hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Yet, he remained composed, reasoning that if Vegeta was the world's strongest coffee candy, then he, Broly, must be the most powerful carrot in history. "Goku, don't touch him. If you do, you'll turn into a carrot too. Use the stick behind you to strike him," Yamcha warned. "That's unnecessary." As if on cue, the carrot that was Broly levitated, and with a swift motion, a crimson hole appeared on the rabbit's pristine white fur. With the rabbit slain, Broly reverted to his original form. He checked his body for any lingering abnormalities, while Goku and Bulma surrounded him, inspecting him closely. "I'm sorry." Yamcha realized he had exposed himself in his haste, his legs turning to wheels as he fled with Poir. Did this idiot just try to save us? He is not a bad person at heart, really. All that intimidation earlier was just for our own good. How unexpected that he would come to our aid. Broly shook his head, deciding that if Yamcha was drawn into this mess, at least he would have helped eliminate the unfortunate vegetable creature. The trio continued on their journey. Now only one Dragon Ball away. "Hey, Bulma, what is your wish?" Broly teased. I recall her mentioning something about a lover, perhaps? Goku pondered aloud. Null and void. That wish is off the table. She quickly cast a furtive glance at Broly. Broly feigned ignorance and continued forward. "What about you? Do you have a wish? I could let you have mine." Bulma blushed as she replied, Well, I want endless meat." Goku interjected eagerly. Chapter 13. A wish I want an endless supply of meat. Goku exclaimed eagerly. I'm not speaking to you, son Goku. I'm addressing Broly. What does it matter? My brother loves meat as well. Goku remained fixated on this desire. My planet has been destroyed, and my wish is to protect you all. To safeguard Earth, my second home. As Broly spoke, he smiled, feeling a twinge of familiarity in his words, hoping that the man from Leo could forgive him. Protect me? He says he will protect me. After this Dragon Ball journey concludes, I shall take him back to West City to marry. Bulma selectively interpreted his words as if they were directed at her, her eyes transforming into hearts, drooling as she indulged in her fantasies. By the way, today is September 10th, right? Broly suddenly inquired. Bulma snapped out of her daydream, glancing at her digital watch. Yes. Why? Upon hearing her response, Broly descended to the ground and gently set Bulma down. Goku, Bulma, I have matters to attend to tonight and cannot be present. You will know what they are when the night falls. What? Where are you going? You can't leave us. Bulma exclaimed, realizing her outburst was a bit excessive. She quickly tried to justify herself. I mean, you finally made it to Earth to find Goku. Are you really going to abandon him? Goku looked at Broly with a pleading expression. Brother, where are you going? Can I come with you? Do not worry. I will seek you out later tonight. As an alien, I have no home on Earth. Where could I possibly go? With that, Broly affectionately ruffled Goku's hair and then did the same to Bulma. How dare you treat me like a child? Bulma retorted, though inwardly she was elated. You two should come out now. I know you have been following closely behind. Broly stated. If you do not show yourselves, I shall resort to more forceful means, he warned, a green light flickering in his hand. I'll come out. Yamcha and Puar raised their hands as they emerged from behind a large rock. Having learned from their previous encounter, Broly remained vigilant regarding Yamcha. If it were not intentional, how could they keep pace with Broly's speed? He beckoned Yamcha aside and whispered, You must protect these two. One is my brother, and the other. Yamcha's curiosity piqued. He stared intently at Broly, awaiting the continuation. Ahem, the other is my girlfriend. Do not take advantage of the situation. Broly's powerful aura radiated, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Understood, Yamcha stammered, trembling in fear. After conveying his message, Broly soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. He had merely circled back, concealing himself behind the others. His earlier inquiry about the date was merely to ascertain whether it was a full moon. Goku was in a relatively stable state, his battle power only reaching a few dozen. Even in his great ape form, it would only amount to a few hundred. Not nearly enough to pose a threat to Broly. However, should an unexpected transformation occur, no one on Earth could restrain him. Even if he did not harm Bulma and the others, such immense power could inadvertently attract Frieza, leading to unforeseen complications. Broly decided it would be prudent to adhere to the original storyline, as it also provided him an opportunity to wait for the Dragon Balls and make a wish. As for the trio of misfits, they were even more naive than Bulma, and Broly was not concerned they would pose a threat to Goku. The early stages of the Dragon Ball world were comedic, devoid of truly malevolent villains. The only lingering worry was whether Yamcha might act inappropriately. Should he dare to make a move against Bulma, Broly would disregard any narrative constraints, willing to destroy the entire planet if necessary. True love, eternal. After Broly departed, Yamcha had no intentions towards Bulma. The fearsome reputation of Broly was undeniable. He had been stealthily following them due to the Dragon Balls, and he had learned the secret of the Scion Tails when they were at Fire Mountain. Humph, you underestimate my ambitions. With the Dragon Balls, I shall become fearless of women and marry countless beauties. Yamcha chuckled to himself. Truthfully, his initial wish was rather pure. Yamcha was still fixated on the Dragon Balls, oblivious to the fact that Broly had easily handled the battle, and he had no chance against Goku. Meanwhile, Bulma, who should be experiencing the initial pangs of love at her age, was distracted by her own crush, limiting her interactions with Yamcha. She simply felt that he had helped them a few times and was not entirely bad. Her heart was set on concluding the Dragon Ball adventure and returning home with Broly. Goku, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of Broly's formidable strength. My brother must be stronger than Grandpa and Master Roshi. I must surpass him and ask him to train me when he returns. And so, the group continued on their journey, each harboring their own thoughts. Perhaps due to the will of the universe, they were soon captured by the Misfit trio. Until the Misfit made a wish, summoning the dragon, dark clouds roiled in the sky as a colossal green legendary creature appeared before the comedic trio. I want to control the world. I want to control my rage. Broly, with his eyes covered by a cloth, confronted the dragon. This wish cannot be granted. Your power exceeds mine by far, the dragon declared, failing to fulfill his expectation. Who are you to dare compete with me for wishes? The Misfit roared in fury, confronting Broly. The Misfit King is allied with Son Goku. His name is Broly, and his strength is terrifying. The scout, whispered to the Misfit. Broly ignored them, casually launching an energy blast that silenced the trio. Then I wish to maintain my sanity while transformed into a great ape. The dragon's eyes glowed red. Your wish is granted. Subsequently, the dragon scattered into several stone spheres, flying off to various locations. Broly leaped into action, seizing one of the spheres, recalling its significance to Goku and the group of Dragon Ball enthusiasts. The Misfit knelt, sobbing like a child. Cursed fate. My dreams of conquering the world. Wait. Since he is allied with Son Goku, I shall execute his companions. Just wait. And you will discover the terrifying consequences of angering me, the Misfit King. The Misfit halted his tears, seizing a walkie-talkie. Lock them in that room. Meanwhile, as Broly contemplated whether to blast open the castle to rescue them, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Goku had just finished recounting a story from his grandfather when he noticed Bulma, Yamcha, and Puar hiding far away. In truth, Bulma and the others had sensed something amiss. Unfortunately, the mischievous Bulma pointed, drawing Goku's attention to the full moon. Goku's muscles expanded, his nose and chin protruded, and his brow and forehead began to bulge. Soon, hair sprouted from his body as he transformed into a great ape. Chapter 14. A brief separation shortly thereafter, hair began to sprout from Goku's body, transforming him into a colossal ape. As the mighty giant wreaked havoc, Broly, with a gentle expression, gazed at the creature without a trace of fear. Oi, Goku. Wake up, Yamcha. I almost forgot about them. In a flash, Broly swiftly descended from the castle's heights, bringing the others to safety. Thank goodness you came to rescue us, Broly, exclaimed Bulma, clinging to him like a monkey to a tree. Yamcha, nearby, imitated her, grasping Broly's other arm tightly. That giant ape. It's Goku. He transformed after seeing the moon. Bulma hushed before she could finish. Puar and Yamcha covered her mouth. Broly is also a scion, and far stronger than Goku. You'll get us killed. Bulma, recalling Broly's scion heritage, instinctively silenced herself. Seizing the moment, Broly withdrew his arm. Fear not. Even in my ape form, I retain my senses. And look, he pointed to the band around his eyes. The three of them finally relaxed. I'll go check on Goku. As the mention of Goku arose, their gazes returned to the terrifying giant ape, whose eyes were now fixed upon them. Wake up, you little rascal, or I'll have to pound you. Broly flew before the colossal ape, attempting to rouse Goku's consciousness. The giant, not recognizing Broly, had forgotten his terrifying presence. Grasping Broly's shoulders, the giant ape attempted to crush him. Seeing Goku's reckless behavior, Broly despaired. If restoring Goku's sanity were that simple, achieving Super Saiyan 4 would be a trivial matter. Summoning his strength, Broly broke free from Goku's grasp and struck the giant ape in the abdomen. Take this, diaphragm strike. To Bulma and Yamcha's astonishment, Broly stood still while the giant ape froze in its tracks, subsequently gasping for breath. Then, like a mountain collapsing, the giant ape toppled over, eyes glazed, unconscious. Broly is terrifying. Yamcha and Bulma's eyes widened in shock. The next day, they gazed at Goku, who lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep, with Bulma tenderly covering his navel. Upon Goku's awakening, they realized it was time to part ways. Goku, you should visit Master Roshi. There is much for you to learn, Broly said, patting Goku's head. Sure, but when are you coming back? It seems he has already forgotten about last night. After a night fraught with peril, Yamcha reflected that Broly wasn't as fearsome as he had imagined. Yet, recalling the incident where Broly had felled Goku with a single blow, he conceded that Broly was indeed formidable, albeit easy to get along with. The Dragon Balls are gone. We must be on our way. As they spoke, Yamcha and Puar hopped into the car, waving goodbye. Are you leaving? Can you take me with you? Bulma felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of separation. Goku, why don't you go play for a bit while I talk to Bulma? Okay, Bulma, I think I understand your feelings. We need to take a moment to reflect. I don't want our relationship to be impulsive. If, after your studies, you still feel the same, come find me at Master Roshi's. Listening to Broly's words, Bulma felt tears welling up, unsure of what to say. I really, like you, but we each have our own paths to follow. Look, you're so young and already created the Dragon Radar. Once you finish your studies and become even smarter, who knows what I might ask of you? Broly, uncertain of his own words, gazed at Bulma as tears streamed down her face. He cupped her face and softly kissed her forehead. In our homeland, We have a saying, parting is for better reunions. Upon hearing this, feeling the warmth where Broly had kissed her, Bulma halted her tears, lost in thought. She understood Broly's intentions, yet parting was always melancholic. Even the gentle breeze felt chilling. Goku, it's time to go. Broly called him over. Got it. You all can leave. But I want to be going to Master Roshi's to find you. If you want me to be your girlfriend, you'll have to come to West City. Bulma turned away, trying to mask her sadness with bravado. Goodbye, Bulma. Broly remained silent, only hearing Goku's farewell as the sound of the flying Nimbus faded into the distance. After a moment of stillness, Bulma turned around, wanting one last glimpse of Broly. Why haven't you left? She suddenly noticed him standing before her. I'll let Goku go ahead. I wanted to see you off. So you want to be lost when you come looking for me later. With that, he lifted Bulma into his arms and soared into the sky. All of Bulma's mixed emotions, sorrow, reluctance, and melancholy vanished with Broly's simple words. After escorting Bulma back to West City, Broly returned to Master Roshi's to continue his training. Understanding that Master Roshi's initial training for Goku was merely physical conditioning, Broly discreetly discussed with him, expressing his desire to forego physical training and focus on mastering ki control and various techniques. His ambition was to become the GT version of Goku, a tactical master adept in techniques such as solar flare, afterimage technique, four-way split, and keyblade. For now, he could only learn the afterimage technique and its advanced variant. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin experienced an unforgettable period in their lives, gathering stones, delivering milk, working the fields, and suffering from food poisoning. Notably, Krillin seemed inexplicably hostile towards Broly. One day, 7 months later, as the sun began to set, Krillin quietly pulled Goku aside and whispered, Goku, your brother is too fierce. Why is he sitting cross-legged all day while we train? Chapter 15. The eve of the conference, Krillin quietly pulled Goku aside and whispered, Goku, isn't your brother a bit too fierce? And why is he meditating all day while we train? Goku, you mustn't speak ill of my brother. He is even stronger than Master Roshi, Goku replied, glancing around cautiously before continuing. I heard Master Roshi say that no one on Earth can match him. Really? He's stronger than Master Mateto? You can't be serious, Krillin said, rolling his eyes in skepticism. You too, don't slack off. The whispered conversation did not escape Master Roshi's notice. After reprimanding them, he muttered to himself, not just that, you have no idea how terrifying that boy truly is. Even the gods of today might not stand a chance against him. At that moment, a large hand landed on Master Roshi's shoulder, startling him so much that his shell nearly flew off. Turning around, he found Broly standing behind him, having approached unnoticed. It's me, Master Mateto, Broly said, waving his hand innocently. Ah, Broly, it seems you've successfully mastered your ki concealment and can handle the multidimensional phantom technique now, correct? Master Roshi said with a relieved sigh. Yes, Broly replied. Master, I believe there is little left for you to teach me. Do you know why I do not call you master like the others? It is because your strength exceeds that of even my teacher, Master Mateto. I am not worthy of calling you my master. You're too modest. A teacher, even for just a single word, is still a teacher. Moreover, you have taught me so much. I dare to call you master. However, there is much more I wish to learn, and I may have other mentors. Thus, I wanted to clarify this with you to seek your understanding. I understand your concerns. It is precisely because I recognize them that I came to you to learn control over my power. Very well, Master Roshi said, observing Broly's growth. Despite his age, he was not rigid in his views. This boy, while a bit cunning, had a good character, albeit with a core of scion brutality and a thirst for battle. To have such a formidable person call him master was a source of pride. As long as you and Goku stay on the right path, I will consider it a contribution to the martial arts. Brother, you've come. After chatting for a while, Goku, who had been training, removed his shell and ran over. Eager to bond with his older brother, Krillin hid behind Goku, secretly observing Broly. Since you are all here, let us end today's training. I have something to discuss with you. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin, and the organizers have called me to participate. I am getting old. It is time for you to shine. Oh, that. Bulma mentioned it in her letter. I came specifically for this, Broly said, pulling out the letter from his pocket and shaking it. Then it seems the championship is yours for the taking. Shall I take you both to see it? Master Roshi looked at Broly, then turned to the two younger ones. Hey, Master Mateto, you are so biased. We've been training hard too. Krillin protested, feeling slightly indignant. Right, Goku? I feel stronger too. I wonder if I can defeat my brother, Goku replied, Though lacking in sharpness, he still exuded a competitive spirit. Master Rashi and Broly exchanged amused glances and laughed together. Haha. Good, good. Youngsters should be like this. Shall we set off tomorrow? No, Master Mateto. I have some personal matters to attend to first, Broly said, his face turning slightly red as he flew into the sky. Is it just my imagination? Master Rashi asked Goku, watching Broly's departing figure. Goku, has Broly grown taller than before? At the dining table, Goku was devouring his meal, muttering. Why is my brother in such a hurry? The tournament hasn't even started yet. I still want to spar with him. Master Rashi chuckled mischievously. That kid must have been holding back for quite some time. The sea turtle beside him shook his head helplessly, reminding him, you shouldn't be so indiscreet. Lam-Z is still here, and Goku and Krillin are not of age yet. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, Master Rashi cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. Ahem. Let's not delve into adult matters. Yes. The two younger ones resumed their meal with gusto. Meanwhile, in West City at the Capsule Corporation, Broly, dressed in athletic wear, pressed the doorbell. Excuse me, is Bulma home? The door was opened by a middle-aged woman with curly blonde hair, who, in her youth, must have been quite a beauty. Yes, and you are? Broly nodded slightly. Good day, ma'am. My name is Broly, a friend of Bulma. I came to West City specifically to see her. I know you. Bulma mentioned your adventures in search of the Dragon Balls, Mrs. Brief said, approaching him. After a brief moment of surprise, she exclaimed, You're so tall. Bulma, your little boyfriend is here. Mrs. Brief called out, turning to shout into the house. Bulma rushed to the door, looking exasperated. Mom, don't say such things. She grabbed Broly's hand and pulled him outside. Broly, feeling a bit cold sweat, thought to himself, your family is truly unconventional. After exchanging pleasantries with Bulma's parents, Bulma insisted on taking Broly out to see how he was doing lately. Bulma, don't rush. Mom hasn't seen such a handsome young man in a long time. Let him talk to us a bit more, Mrs. Brief said with a smile, covering her mouth. Mom, can you not be so infatuated? However, Broly had more than just a visit in mind. He needed Mr. Brief's assistance with something. Actually, I came not only to see Bulma but also to ask for Uncle Brief's help, he said, rummaging through his pocket. Oh, what is it? I'll see if I can assist you, Mr. Brief said, finding Broly quite impressive. Not only was he good-looking, but he also differed from the rebellious types outside. This boy was quite polite. Could you replicate this? I haven't opened it in 10 years due to concerns of eavesdropping devices. If you can't, this little gadget can be a keepsake for you, Broly explained, handing over the scouter he received when parting from Vegeta's team. What is this? Mr. Brief's eyes widened in surprise as he carefully took the scouter and examined it. And these are my previous battle suits, made from excellent material. They are lightweight and elastic. I believe Earth has nothing like them, Broly added, handing over his former battle suit as well. All right, leave it to me. If I can replicate these, you will have made a significant contribution to Earth, Mr. Brief responded, though his eyes never left the items Broly brought. Bulma, feeling slightly miffed, interjected, Humph. It's better to ask me than him. I am a genius girl of the world. Broly, understanding Bulma's hidden feelings, explained. Whether or not it can be replicated is secondary. I can't come empty-handed, can I? Bulma rolled her eyes at Broly's words. I didn't expect you to become so shrewd after just arriving on Earth. You're nothing like that little Goku. Broly smirked playfully, as I said. There is only one scion like me. Chapter 16, Pre-War Anecdotes. The following day, Broly awoke in the guest room of Bulma's home. Feeling invigorated after their intimate encounter the previous night, Bulma, too, radiated a certain glow, yet upon seeing her beloved, a hint of bashfulness graced her features. Do not misunderstand. Their interactions were limited to playful touches and light-hearted exchanges, which, at their age, felt quite audacious. Early in the morning, Broly donned the martial attire gifted by Master Rashi and began his warm-up routine in Bulma's courtyard. Bulma, not wishing to intrude, merely observed from the upper floor. Her thoughts adrift. Rising this early was certainly out of character for Bulma. At some point, Bulma's mother entered the room, following her daughter's gaze downward. Oh, look at you. Brimming with energy this morning. Did he sneak into your room last night? She teased, casting a mischievous glance at Bulma. Of course not. We haven't reached that stage yet. So stop meddling, Mom. Bulma retorted, pushing her mother toward the door. You child, why must you be so conservative? I can't believe I raised such a naive girl. Naive? Don't look down on me. Bulma slammed the door shut, returning to the window to gaze at Broly. Honestly, some things should wait until after marriage, right? What on earth is wrong with her thinking at her age? Hearing the commotion inside, Broly waved to the upper floor and gracefully leapt onto Bulma's windowsill. "Good morning, beautiful," he greeted, playfully pinching her cheek. "Get lost, you shameless fool." Bulma swatted his hand away, her mind lingering on her mother's words. Feeling a bit shy, she asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Broly casually settled onto the windowsill, leaning back. "In the near future, I plan to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Once I secure first place, I'll consider purchasing a house near your family." Is he already contemplating marriage? Bulma blushed and pressed further. "And then what?" "I want to visit the sacred world of the Kais. Since coming to Earth, I haven't engaged in formal training for quite some time. I've only learned a few techniques from Master Roshi recently." Broly shared his plans without hesitation, recognizing that only in the sacred world could he hope to enhance his abilities. Training, training, always training. Is it more important than me? Frustrated at not hearing the response she desired, Bulma began to vent her frustrations. Realizing Bulma was upset, Broly sat up and spoke earnestly. "Bulma, your perspective is misguided. Our relationship should not dictate our individual passions. If I demanded you abandon your research and inventions, would you agree? That's emotional manipulation." Bulma retorted, feeling the weight of his words. "I believe we should maintain equality and respect in our relationship." As he contemplated the future, Broly hesitated, fearing that voicing his thoughts might lead to uncertainty. Bulma understood these principles well. She simply perceived Broly as somewhat lacking in romantic awareness, a true killjoy. Must these matters always be broached by the girl? Scions truly are all muscle and no finesse. Realizing that their conversation had reached its limit, Bulma decided to move on. Knowing that with Broly's mindset, any further discussion might veer off course. Girls may become upset quickly, but they also tend to recover just as fast. By afternoon, she accompanied Broly to register for the World Martial Arts Tournament, her arms wrapped around his, a picture of happiness. At the tournament site, a familiar voice broke the atmosphere. "Broly, is that you and Bulma? Do we know each other?" Bulma inquired, scrutinizing the long-haired man who struck her as vaguely familiar. "Is it Yamcha?" Broly recognized the visitor immediately. After training at Master Roshi's for so long, he could identify the aura, even if appearances had changed. "Have you forgotten your old comrade once you found a boyfriend?" Yamcha jested, though there was no hint of resentment in his demeanor. Approaching the couple, Yamcha extended his hand in greeting. "Broly, how have you grown? I now have to look up to you. You weren't this tall before." Bulma, resting her head on Broly's arm, chimed in, "You were never this tall, either." "Stop blabbering." Yamcha shot back, flustered. "I knew it. I felt you were taller when you left yesterday." Master Roshi, along with Goku and Krillin, arrived on the scene. "Long time no see, Bulma. Why are you clinging to Broly?" Goku asked innocently. Bulma's face flushed as she shouted, "That's adult business. Children shouldn't pry." Krillin quietly explained to Goku, "They're dating now." "What does dating mean? Can we eat it?" Goku's innocent question sent everyone into fits of laughter. After reminiscing, Master Roshi mysteriously beckoned Broly aside. "Broly, since you plan to participate in this tournament, I will abstain and allow you to teach those two youngsters a lesson in humility. They need to understand that there are always greater heights." "Yes, Master Roshi, I would have done so even without your prompting," Broly thought to himself, knowing they were indeed the future of Earth. The next day, the martial arts tournament commenced. The group easily progressed through the preliminaries, and every opponent facing Broly fell with a single blow. In the backstage area, Yamcha appeared contemplative. Broly seems different from before. He still defeats his opponents with one strike. But something feels distinct. Goku, with his keen battle instincts, remarked, "It's his aura. He hasn't used it at all." Yamcha pondered, "Aura? Is it like the technique Master Roshi used on Fire Mountain? Regardless, it only benefits me, and I have my secret weapon." As Master Roshi chose not to compete this time, his number serendipitously fell into Broly's hands. After the preliminaries, Yamcha was set to face Broly first. The sound of the gong echoed as both competitors took to the stage, greeting one another and assuming their stances. "Broly, I want to hold back," Yamcha warned before launching himself at Broly. Chapter 17, The Iron Fist of Love. "Broly, I shall show you no mercy." After the warning, Yamcha took the initiative to launch an attack on Broly. He first leaped into the air, aiming a punch at Broly. Broly stood his ground, merely tilting his head slightly to evade the assault. Witnessing Broly effortlessly dodge his strike, Yamcha followed up with a sweeping kick from midair, yet Broly remained unmoved, leaning back just enough to avoid Yamcha's attack once more. Realizing his previous two strikes had failed, Yamcha quickened the pace and rhythm of his onslaught. Transforming his hand into a claw, he lunged towards Broly with a thrust. Broly pivoted on his right foot, sidestepping Yamcha's strike, while simultaneously seizing Yamcha's wrist with his left hand and pulling him forward, nearly sending Yamcha tumbling off the stage due to the force of the maneuver. Well, it appears I can no longer hide my true abilities. Behold my ultimate technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha, feeling somewhat apprehensive, understood that he had to unleash his full potential, for soon it might be too late. In response, Broly declared, "Allow me to demonstrate the Tiger Claw of the Five-Element Fist." Broly similarly transformed his hands into claws, adopting a combat stance. Yamcha charged forward, executing a downward claw strike, but Broly again evaded with a swift maneuver. Yamcha changed tactics, attempting a gut punch. Broly, anticipating the move, trapped Yamcha's right hand under his armpit and executed the Tiger Claw to the face, thrusting his right hand towards Yamcha's face. Yamcha attempted to evade, but with his right hand under Broly's control, he could only tilt his head to the left. Broly missed his initial strike but swiftly redirected his wrist towards Yamcha's head. Yamcha, in a desperate bid for survival, ducked and arched his head in a half-circle, narrowly escaping Broly's onslaught. Seizing the moment, Broly lifted Yamcha's right arm and, exploiting the opening, executed another Tiger Claw to the ribs, targeting Yamcha's right side. Yamcha, unaccustomed to such an attack, was utterly bewildered by Broly's intentions. As Broly's fingers curled around Yamcha's ribs, realization dawned on Yamcha. Broly intended to crush his ribs. However, with his right arm still ensnared, Yamcha found himself powerless against Broly's iron grip. In a moment of desperation, he clutched Broly's tail with his left hand, yet Broly did not relent as expected. It merely afforded him a fleeting opportunity to breathe. With a fierce maneuver, Broly executed the fierce tiger push, sending Yamcha flying. He crashed through half a wall before collapsing onto the ground. As Yamcha lost consciousness, the only thought that lingered in his mind was, "This guy truly shows no mercy." Shortly thereafter, he fainted. Such an exhilarating performance often goes unappreciated by the audience. However, this level of combat was just right for them. After Yamcha was carried off, the crowd erupted in applause. "Broly, well done." Bulma led the cheers from the audience. The host ascended the stage to declare Broly the victor. After a brief respite, it was time for Broly to re-enter the fray. Next up was the match between Krillin and Broly. What should I do, Goku? I couldn't even discern Yamcha's moves. How could I possibly stand a chance against Broly? Krillin, having just triumphed over the barbarian, knew he was no match for Broly and felt disheartened. If you're scared, then just concede. If the opponent is my big brother, I lack confidence as well. Little Goku, ever forthright, cut to the chase. Stop talking nonsense. If I concede now, Master Roshi and Broly will have a good laugh at my expense. Goku's words inadvertently bolstered Krillin's resolve, and he steeled himself to approach the stage. The gong sounded once more, signaling the start of the match. Senior brother, may I call you that? Krillin, eyeing Broly's stern visage, felt a twinge of anxiety. Broly nodded. Do not be nervous. Simply fight with all your might. Losing is no disgrace. It's far worse to not even step onto the stage. These were Broly's true sentiments. In his mind, Krillin was rather timid. He had been terrified of Vegeta and Frieza. Yet he ultimately chose to venture to Namek. All right, I shall fight with all my strength. My apologies. Krillin initiated his attack with a leap, mirroring Yamcha's approach, but instead executed a series of kicks, contrasting Yamcha's punches. The disparity in height between Krillin and Broly was stark, especially considering Krillin's youthful stature. However, Broly did not grant Krillin any leniency due to his age. On the contrary, he felt compelled to impose stricter discipline upon him. Thus, Broly opted for a more aggressive style of Muay Thai, setting the standard at the lowest threshold that Krillin could withstand. Broly clenched his fists, his elbows raised above his head, leaving the center wide open, his back slightly arched, and his weight shifted back. With his right foot positioned behind and left foot's toe planted, adopting a classic stance. As Krillin approached, Broly grounded his left leg, generating power through his hips and launching a high kick that swept towards Krillin like a tempest. Before Krillin could make contact, he felt the force of Broly's right leg. Realizing this strike was immensely powerful, perhaps even heavier than his bout with Yamcha. As Broly's shin collided with Krillin, he executed a swift rotation with his left leg, followed by a dynamic maneuver with his right thigh, driving his knee into Krillin, who was then pinned to the ground. With that single strike, Krillin fell, unable to rise. Goku, peering over the backstage wall, worried for his friend. Krillin, wake up, my brother won't kill you. The referee stepped onto the stage and began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. In a daze, Krillin heard Goku's encouragement and struggled to prop himself up with his arms. Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in alarm. Broly didn't need to hit so hard. We are all comrades. Master Roshi countered with a serious expression. No, this is for Krillin's own good. If he lacks determination, it's best to end it here. A hint of guilt washed over Master Roshi. He had led Krillin to martial arts because of a magazine. But what if he faced a strong adversary in the future? Had he been somewhat irresponsible? Yet, Broly's severity was undeniable, leaving Master Roshi uncertain whether it was right to have Broly stand in for him. As Krillin shakily rose, Broly executed another low sweep, striking Krillin's legs with such force that they involuntarily lifted off the ground, while Krillin's head succumbed to gravity and swung downward. Fortunately, he instinctively braced himself with his forearm, preventing his head from colliding with the ground. Still not willing to concede? Broly inquired. And no, I refuse to give in, Krillin persisted. Broly raised both hands to grasp Krillin's shoulders, applying downward pressure as he dragged his left foot along the ground, then thrusting his knee forward, colliding with Krillin. In that instant, Krillin leaned back and inadvertently struck Broly's nose with his head. That spot was indeed vulnerable. Even Broly felt a twinge of discomfort. Now, perhaps it's time to concede, Krillin said weakly. Krillin, well done. Not only have you summoned the courage to confront an adversary, but you also understand when to strike. For you at this moment, you have acquitted yourself. Broly lowered Krillin to the ground, signaling the referee to conclude the match. To Broly's surprise, he found himself complimenting others. How amusing. What are you saying? I am quite affable. Broly extended his fist for a friendly bump with Krillin. Soon after, Goku ascended the stage to assist Krillin off. The victor of this match remains the esteemed Broly. Chapter 18. Broly vs. Goku in this match. The victor remains Broly. After Goku triumphed over Nam, only the showdown between the two brothers remained. While everyone was aware that Broly would likely emerge victorious, Goku, being a scion, could still surprise them. Even if Broly were to win, the clash between these two brothers was bound to be captivating. After a brief intermission from the other matches, Yamcha and Krillin awakened, unwilling to miss the outcome of this grand tournament despite their injuries. Although Broly's strikes appeared ferocious, he was actually holding back. Otherwise, even the formidable Piccolo, with a power level exceeding 200, would have been swiftly defeated by Broly. The two pondered who would claim victory between the brothers. Would Goku prevail? Only Goku's companions would dare to voice such a question. How could you think that, Krillin? It's Broly we're talking about. Has his fierce attack damaged your brain? Yamcha jested. Indeed, we were easily defeated, Krillin replied, shaking his head at the vast difference between them and Broly. Yet, Yamcha, resting his chin in contemplation, considered a possibility. After all, they were brothers. What if Broly chose to forfeit? The two conversed back and forth as the finals commenced. With the host's command, the decisive battle began. The moment the signal was given, Broly sprang into action, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap. Goku, I yearn to test my skills against you. But alas, you have always been too weak. This time, I shall lower my power to match yours. Let us engage in a fair fight. All right, brother. I will emerge victorious. Though Goku's energy was not significantly stronger than Yamcha or Krillin's, his combat awareness and innate talent far surpassed theirs. Perhaps it was the influence of his Saiyan heritage, or perhaps it was due to Broly, the butterfly whose wings had set the stage for this moment. Goku was now considerably stronger than in the original tale. As Broly delivered a punch to Goku's face, Goku utilized the friction of his feet to dissipate the force. Before he could catch his breath, Broly attacked again with an elbow to Goku's abdomen. Goku dodged, coiling like a spring, then unleashed a powerful kick toward Broly. Due to his stature, Broly had no option but to absorb the impact. However, Goku soon realized something was amiss. His kick, which should have shattered stone, had little effect on Broly. Sensing danger, he propelled himself away to maintain distance. Broly swung another punch, targeting Goku from above. Seizing the opportunity, Goku dodged and climbed up Broly's arm, executing a sweeping kick to Broly's face. Unfortunately, the outcome was the same. Broly barely flinched as Goku's kick merely nudged his head. Though Broly remained silent, he was internally astonished. In such a short time, Goku had progressed from merely observing to matching his speed. Truly, the protagonist's aura was undeniable. Broly braced himself against Goku's forceful kicks, realigning his face. Knowing Broly would retaliate, Goku employed the same strategy, aiming to kick Broly's chest to create distance. Yet, in the midst of battle, both fighters were quick learners. Broly was no less a genius. Mid-air, Goku found himself ensnared by Broly's grip. With a powerful pull and a punch, Goku was sent hurtling like a projectile, rolling twice upon landing before being launched into the air. How formidable! Can he truly exchange blows with Broly? Yamcha and Krillin gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief, having faced utter defeat at Broly's hands. Has Goku grown this strong? Master Roshi lamented, sensing his own aging. Was even the outstanding Goku to be ensnared by Broly's terrifying dominance? The host exclaimed as Goku neared the edge of the ring. Just as everyone presumed Broly would secure another victory, Goku halted mid-air, somersaulting gracefully before landing upright. Brother, I have learned to fly. Goku beamed, flashing a wide grin. Broly smirked, reflecting inwardly. Goku, what other surprises do you hold? I had only taught him the flying technique twice, and yet he mastered it on his own. Goku charged at Broly, executing a flying kick. Broly remained stationary, observing as Goku approached. But upon impact, Goku felt as though he had kicked a cloud. With no resistance met, as he continued to propel forward. Suddenly, Broly transformed into a mere shadow, evading the kick. Instantly, another Broly appeared behind Goku, striking him down with a baseball-like swing. Goku lay motionless, prompting Broly's dissatisfaction. Is this your limit? Goku, our Saiyan resilience is not easily extinguished. Will you not rise? With that, Broly raised his foot, poised to stomp down. Seeing Goku's stillness, Broly, with a determined heart, pressed down, only to find Goku had vanished like an illusion. As Broly leaped back, Goku descended from above, kicking at the spot where Broly had stood. Master Roshi's sunglasses shattered in disbelief as he exclaimed. He learned my afterimage technique with just a glance? Goku scratched his head, a bit frustrated. I can't believe you dodged it. You have indeed grown stronger, Goku. Broly praised earnestly, but this charade has gone on long enough. Let us conclude. With that, he swept at Goku, aiming for his head. Goku reacted swiftly, ducking beneath the blow. Broly, crouching low, transitioned his momentum into a sweeping kick that sent Goku flying. As Goku fell, he positioned himself near Broly's knee, setting up for a soccer-style kick to launch Goku out of the ring. Unexpectedly, as Broly prepared to strike, Goku's tail ensnared Broly's supporting leg, pulling them both to the ground. Lying on the platform, Broly admired Goku's ingenuity. I never anticipated you would surprise me this much. Besides your innate talent, you have adeptly applied the tactics I taught you, turning your tail from a vulnerability into a weapon. As both warriors lay there, they simultaneously gazed at the sky. Was that the moon? Their pupils dilated in horror as they felt their bodies transforming, for sprouting forth. This is bad. This is bad. Yamcha and Bulma yelled in unison, recalling Goku's transformation into a great ape. Am I truly destined to perish here at such a young age? Bulma murmured, her voice tinged with despair. Chapter 19. The conclusion of the competition. Am I truly destined to perish here at such a young age? Bulma uttered, seemingly entranced. Master Roshi observed the two transforming individuals and inquired, do these two still possess hidden powers? Meanwhile, Bulma and Yamcha recounted the tale of the great ape to Krillin and Master Roshi from their respective locations in the audience and backstage. It was no mere secret technique. Upon witnessing a full moon, Goku would lose his sanity, transforming into a colossal ape with immense destructive capability, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. Run! Yamcha shouted, seizing Krillin and fleeing, adrenaline suppressing his earlier pain. In his panic, Yamcha called out to the audience, Master Roshi. Bulma, hurry and escape. Master Roshi grasped Bulma's wrist, intending to lead her away from the perilous scene, yet Bulma refused to budge, sitting resolutely on the ground. It's futile. With Goku alone, we are already in dire straits. And with Broly, we're doomed. After transforming, Broly stood, flexing his fingers and examining his arms now cloaked in black fur. This was not his first metamorphosis into a great ape, but it was the first time he had done so with consciousness, allowing him to curiously explore the changes within his body. As a great ape, his offensive and defensive capabilities were astonishing, yet his agility diminished to an intolerable degree. Additionally, he sensed an overwhelming impulse driving him toward destruction. Hey, Broly, do you intend to kill your girlfriend and comrades? Bulma, summoning unexpected courage, picked up a stone and hurled it at Broly, attempting to restore his sanity. Bulma, are you out of your mind? You're only provoking him. Master Roshi gasped in disbelief at her reckless audacity. At that moment, Yamcha rushed in, still clutching Krillin, and breathlessly exclaimed, there might be a way. Earlier, Goku was incapacitated when the daughter of the Ox King grabbed his tail, causing him to lose all strength and fall from his cloud. Master Roshi, we can distract the two of them while Pua transforms into scissors to sever their tails. As the group deliberated their strategy, Broly stirred, dragging his massive frame. He spoke in a surprisingly coherent manner. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not Goku. With that, he blinked his crimson eyes. The others sighed in relief. As long as Broly remained conscious, Goku would not pose a significant threat. While they conversed, Goku, now transformed into a great ape, began to rampage through the surrounding structures. Broly effortlessly captured Goku with one hand, lifting the colossal creature by the face. Goku struggled, striking Broly's arm, but no one had ever managed to breach Broly's formidable defenses, let alone in his great ape form. Take a nap for a while, Broly said, delivering a punch to Goku's abdomen. Even in his great ape form, Goku succumbed to a childlike slumber after that blow. Broly tossed Goku aside and turned his gaze toward the moon. In truth, Broly hesitated to destroy the moon. In his past life, the Chinese civilization held a unique reverence for it, associating the full moon with reunion and romantic sentiments cultivated over millennia. With a mighty roar, Broly opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of green light towards the moon. He chose not to obliterate it. Realizing that the true influence on Sion stemmed not from the moon itself, but from the blood's waves it emitted, I shall merely push it further away. Upon closer examination, it became evident why the moon affected the Scions. In this world, its proximity to Earth was far greater than in his previous life. After pushing the moon to a safe distance, Broly descended from the sky, and the forms of both Goku and Broly began to revert, gradually regaining their human shapes. Once Broly returned to his human form, he noticed the announcer had not fled in the chaos, demonstrating remarkable dedication. Moreover, he was aware that the Z fighters had saved the Earth from Cell and had lived to a remarkable age, even officiating battles involving the descendants of Goku and Vegeta. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the audience, filled with whistles and cheers. "Wow, he has such a great physique," a female spectator exclaimed. Not only her, but the women nearby also covered their faces, peeking at the unfolding events. Broly, puzzled, glanced at the unconscious Goku and asked the referee, "Isn't it time to announce the results?" The referee pointed at Broly, stating with authority, "Ahem. Broly, please be mindful of your image." Just then, Bulma leaped into the arena. Rushing to Broly's side, she removed her jacket and draped it around Broly, shielding him from view. "You are not allowed to look. He is my boyfriend." Broly suddenly understood why the audience and the referee regarded him with such peculiar expressions. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently exposed himself. Even a powerful being like Broly felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment at the thought of being seen by so many, possibly even on television, prompting him to slip backstage. After Broly and Goku changed their attire, the referee fulfilled his duties, declaring the tournament concluded. Ultimately, the victor of this final match is this young contestant, Broly. Champion Broly. 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 The arena resounded with cheers for Broly's name. Although this competition seemed trivial compared to Broly's true strength, it held profound significance, encapsulating cherished memories from his animated past and genuinely embodying the essence of a martial arts tournament. "Brother, congratulations on winning the championship." Goku sincerely congratulated him. "Goku, hurry and grow stronger. I can hardly wait to unleash my full power and challenge you." This battle with Goku ignited the combative spirit within Broly. At the celebration feast, the two Scions indulged heartily. Master Roshi, addressing the crowd, inquired, "What techniques did you employ against Yamcha and Krillin earlier?" "The five elements fist and Muay Thai," Broly replied without looking up, gnawing on the leg of a colossal creature. "Those are Scion techniques? That claw strike resembles my Master's moves." Master Roshi reminisced about the training days with Master Mateto and Tien Shinhan. Broly paused his meal to respond, "No. A master taught me this during my travels on a certain planet. He may have been from Earth." Broly told a small fib. Master Roshi handed his plate to Broly. Continuing, "Since you acknowledge me as your master, don't mind my unsolicited advice. It's always good to learn more, but one must be careful not to overreach." Broly nodded. "I understand that principle, but my philosophy is to transform the formless into the tangible, drawing from various strengths, and then return to the formless, achieving a harmonious understanding. The master once said to be like water. When water is poured into a cup, it takes the shape of the cup. When placed in a bottle, it adapts to the bottle's form. It can pierce through solid rock as droplets, transform into solid ice, or become invisible steam. Yet from a distance, it appears merely as a puddle." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, none comprehending Broly's meaning, while Master Roshi muttered to himself, "Indeed, a great master." "Like water, you say?" "Like water." Chapter 20. Soft rice and hard eating. A middle-aged man clad in professional attire beamed at Broly and remarked, 1.7 million zeni. Following the World Martial Arts Tournament, Broly had contemplated using his prize money to purchase a house near Bulma's residence. thus establishing a genuine home of his own after spending considerable time in the Dragon Ball world. However, he was taken aback when the real estate agent audaciously quoted a price of 1.7 million zenny. Broly discreetly pulled Bulma aside and inquired, "Is this fellow trying to take advantage of me? Why is it so exorbitantly priced?" Bulma, with an innocent demeanor, replied, "No. The housing prices have remained consistent over the years. It's not expensive at all. Cursed capitalism. Damn the wealthy." Broly muttered under his breath, "My prize money is only 500,000 zenny. You know, you could stay at my place. It's spacious, and we have a robotic butler." "I don't understand how men think sometimes," Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes at Broly. Broly internally lamented, "What nonsense. Am I to become a beggar? I don't wish to be like Vegeta, living as a dependent for decades." Observing Broly's discomfort, Bulma proposed, "Why not use my money? After all, what's mine is yours. We could use it as our future marital home. Are you instructing me on how to manage my affairs?" Broly feigned firmness. Yet the outrageous price continued to torment his fragile spirit. Noticing that Broly and Bulma were still hesitating without any intention to pay, the salesman suggested, "Dear customers, if this property doesn't suit your needs, how about considering this option? This semicircular architectural style has been meticulously designed. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it also offers excellent resistance to natural disasters like earthquakes and typhoons. Its structural framework ensures even distribution of force. And it's only 800,000 zenny. Only 800,000 zenny. Only 800,000 zenny. 800,000 zenny." The salesman's words echoed in Broly's ears like a sinister whisper, lingering long after. "I suddenly feel that the space at Capsule Corporation is sufficiently large. There's no need to buy another place. Just because one has money doesn't mean he should squander it." Broly declared this self-deceptive thought and dragged Bulma out of the office. "Thank you for your visit." The salesman maintained a professional smile as he ushered them out. Once outside, Broly wore a melancholy expression, a bitter smile gracing his lips, with tears shimmering in his eyes. "I traversed across realms to become the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, only to find myself begging? Must I endure the trials of life even in this place? Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Bulma felt uneasy under Broly's peculiar gaze. Ultimately, Broly resigned himself to the reality of dependence. Yet he continued to console himself. What kind of wretched house demands such a price? Can it withstand a blast from Bu? Can it endure an attack from Nappa? Can it survive a hit from old Piccolo? I wonder what will happen when your flimsy houses crumble in my hands. Feeling disheartened, Broly resolved to focus on his training. If anyone dared to destroy his future home, he would flay their skin to fashion a tent. Upon returning to Bulma's house, his future father-in-law, Brief, delivered good news. The battle suit and scouter Broly had brought back could be successfully replicated. It was noteworthy that during this era, everyone was still reliant on landline telephones, and street phone booths were still operated by hand crank. The replication of the scouter not only allowed for the assessment of combat power and evasion of danger, but also functioned as a team communication device. However, due to the intricate electronic components, mass production was currently unfeasible, and the old one Broly had brought back was limited to just 2 units. Brief further informed Broly that his suspicions were correct. In addition to the aforementioned features, the scouter also possessed a listening capability. Fortunately, Brief had dismantled the transmitter. Otherwise, Frieza might have arrived on Earth prematurely in search of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Broly was unperturbed by Frieza, for he knew that in the animated series of his past life, Broly had only slightly surpassed Frieza upon arriving on Earth. Yet he still managed to overpower Golden Frieza and even exchanged blows with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. However, he feared that if Frieza lost his composure and transformed into Black Frieza prematurely, it would become a troublesome situation. The mere thought of Black Frieza instilled pressure in Broly. He understood it was time to prepare for the future. Broly donned one of the scouters and handed the other to Bulma, saying, "Put this on and see how much combat power I possess now." Together, Broly and Bulma stepped into the yard, where Broly, for the first time on Earth, began to elevate his combat power. As Broly's energy surged, small pebbles on the ground began to roll and levitate. The previously serene weather shifted, with wind swirling around Broly as the epicenter. 6, 9, 73, 380, 500, 870, 2004. As Broly's combat power escalated, his hair stood on end, and the animal hide at his waist was whipped about by the raging wind. Wow, serious Broly looked so cool. Bulma, in a moment of distraction, succumbed to infatuation. 8,750. 11,000. Wow, Broly, your power level has exceeded 10,000. The winds generated by Broly grew increasingly fierce, forcing Bulma to shield her forehead with one hand while desperately clutching her skirt with the other. Once Broly's combat power surpassed 10,000, a white aura enveloped him. 33,400. With an explosive roar, Broly's final combat power was solidified at 33,400. The grass beneath him was uprooted, and the ground around his feet began to crack outward. Not bad. Over 30,000 combat power, it's a substantial advantage in the early stages. But it's on par with a transformed Zarbon, even weaker than Jinyu. I wonder if my combat power will increase upon revival from near death? Broly, you really made a mess of this place. Bulma approached him, expressing her grievances as Broly's energy began to dissipate. Broly was lost in thought, oblivious to Bulma's complaints. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she tiptoed, but their height difference thwarted her efforts, prompting her to shout, Broly, look at the state of my yard. I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Seeing Bulma's animated expression, Broly couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking, truly, Bulma, you dare to raise your voice at a scion with over 30,000 combat power during this period. No wonder even the gods of destruction later held no fear. I apologize, I was lost in thought. Realizing Bulma was upset, Broly lowered his head in contrition. Humph. Bulma turned her head away, feigning anger and ignoring him. Placing his hand on her waist, Broly attempted to smooth things over. You're so beautiful, it's not a good look when you're angry. Mind your own business. Bulma retorted, but her body betrayed her as she leaned into Broly's embrace. Seeing that Bulma had calmed down, Broly decided to share his plans with her. I might need to go train again. Before Broly could finish his sentence, Bulma pushed him away, attempting to extricate herself from his grasp. However, how could she possibly outmatch Broly's strength? She was swiftly pulled back into his embrace once more. Do not fret. Listen to me first. I cannot divulge the reasons, but you know my love for you is unwavering. Who, if given the choice, could bear to part with a delicate beauty at home, only to toil endlessly in pursuit of cultivation? Moreover, you are a little affluent lady. Isn't it better to enjoy a life of leisure? While reasoning, I also complimented Bulma, which brought a slight improvement to the expression on her face. Broly seized the moment to interject, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, I shall return to visit you frequently. Your father has repaired Scott, so we can communicate at any time. Then go ahead, but once you leave, I shall seek out another handsome fellow, Bulma replied, still somewhat displeased. In that case, I shall have to destroy the earth and perish alongside you. Broly feigned sorrowfully. Such shamelessness. Go away. Do not return from the outside. Bulma's words were abruptly silenced by Broly's kiss. After the kiss, Broly playfully pinched Bulma's flushed cheeks and teased, There's no rush. I could delay my departure for a few days. We could fly kites or watch a movie together. He concluded with a reminder, remember, if you find yourself in danger while I am away. He gestured toward Scott, who was perched on her ear. Understood. Chapter 21. Training on Karinta. A few days later, at Karinta, a man and a cat were gazing at each other, each lost in their own thoughts. How did this terrifying fellow end up here? Should I report to the deity? Goodness. This Karinta deity is quite large and plump for a meerkat. How dare you? I am a deity, not an ordinary cat. The Karinta deity's face was filled with anger, his fury causing him to forget Broly's formidable power. Mind reading? How could I have overlooked that? My apologies, esteemed Karinta deity. Please do not be angry. I am merely inexperienced. I have come bearing gifts for you. Behold. Broly, with a sycophantic demeanor, apologized to the Karinta deity, tossing a capsule. With a loud pop, a refrigerator materialized on the ground. Broly approached and opened the door, revealing it brimming with fish. You are quite resourceful. Now, tell me, is there a matter in which I can assist you? The Karinta deity wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, seeing that Broly was not as fearsome as he had imagined and assumed a more dignified posture. Do you not possess mind-reading powers? Why go through the trouble? Broly queried, somewhat puzzled. Using mind-reading indiscriminately is quite impolite. I am not so lacking in decorum. The Karinta deity replied, licking his paw and continuing, I have accepted your gift. If there is nothing else, I must ask you to leave. There is, indeed. I have 2 requests for you, esteemed Karinta deity. Firstly, I have heard that you possess a magical bean that can heal wounds and sustain one for days without food. I wish to obtain some. Ah, the magical bean. Such a thing does exist, the Karinta cat said, tapping his cane on the ground, causing a bag to appear before Broly, who instinctively caught it. My second request is that I wish to grow stronger. As he spoke of strength, Broly's demeanor grew resolute. That, I cannot assist you with. Perhaps the deity above can help you. You may continue your ascent. The Karinkta deity promptly rejected Broly's request without a second thought. I will surely seek the deity above, but I must first train here under your guidance. You refuse because you perceive my strength, but raw power is merely a waste. I have also heard that you possess the super sacred water and the super divine water, which require trials before consumption. Indeed, that is the case. Which would you like to drink? However, the super sacred water is nothing but ordinary water. Broly shook his head. I wish to attempt the trial, not to drink either. The super sacred water, as the cat deity stated, was merely ordinary water, but the super divine water could indeed enhance strength. Nevertheless, Broly was wary of the consequences. He had heard on forums that Goku's heart condition was attributed to the super divine water and the Kaioken technique, so he aimed to avoid such perilous substances. You are quite the peculiar one. Then try to seize this bottle from my hands, but your strength is overwhelming. You must suppress it to the lowest level. I cannot guarantee the outcome. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Broly remained silent, merely suppressing his energy to its lowest point. Intending to rely solely on his physical prowess to pass this trial, responding to the cat deity through action, Broly initially believed that even relying solely on his physique, he would easily conquer the trial. After all, the cat deity's abilities were at best around 100. And his own strength and speed far surpassed that of the cat deity. It would only be challenging at first, but once he discerned the pattern, it would be a simple task. Yet, Broly was mistaken. An hour into the trial, he still could not seize the bottle from the cat deity's grasp. Though the cat deity's movements appeared in slow motion to him, every time Broly was about to touch the bottle, the cat deity unpredictably altered his actions. How are you faring? Shall we continue? The cat deity yawned, inquiring. I will not give up. In truth, those with greater strength often possess less patience. Broly's determination pleased the cat deity, who offered a hint. I am delighted to see your resolve, but sometimes you cannot rely solely on sight. You must engage your mind. Damn that fat cat. Is he implying I lack intelligence? Broly thought, feeling a surge of displeasure. Logically, your speed far exceeds mine, and your strength is unmatched. The reason you cannot seize it is that you have failed to comprehend my movements, my breathing, the cat deity continued. Seemingly aware that his previous words might have been misinterpreted, Broly inwardly cursed. Isn't that obvious? If I could comprehend it, I would have seized it already. Wait. Not understanding his movements means I need to predict his next action? No wonder I found every movement unexpected. But what does understanding his breathing entail? Must I, like Goku, mimic this lethargic cat slumber? Now, we shall increase the difficulty, the cat deity declared. With that, the cat deity transformed into several copies of himself, twisting his body in provocation while observing Broly's actions. After-image technique? It seems Master Roshi may have learned this from here. He means for me to discern the true from the false through breath? That seems unnecessary. After-image technique merely requires sensing the opponent's energy, Broly thought, though he continued his actions without pause. Thus, the standoff persisted, and after what felt like an eternity, Broly finally succeeded in seizing the bottle from the cat deity's grasp. Ah, so this is how it works. I understand now, Broly exclaimed, finally grasping the meaning behind the cat deity's words about understanding breathing. Each time the cat deity performed a leap or evasion, he would take a deep breath, then exhale rhythmically. As his former physical education teacher had advised him, mastering one's breath is instinctual. Controlling the rhythm of one's breath ensures that each movement remains unaffected. With smaller movements, his breathing remained steady. Previously, Broly had fallen into a misunderstanding, believing he should focus on the cat deity's predictions. Yet, fates cannot be anticipated. While the rhythm of breath is an honest indicator, had he discerned it sooner, he would not have wasted so much time. Broly recognized that his own oversight had needlessly consumed time, while the cat deity perceived Broly's talent as terrifyingly high. After all, the last to pass this trial had been Master Roshi 300 years ago, who had taken 3 long years to succeed. Ah, it seems I underestimated the trials of the deities. Without guidance, one truly struggles to notice such nuances. While Broly was still reflecting on the recent events, the cat deity extended a furry paw, offering him an object. Here, take this. Chapter 22, Thunderbolt Forging of the Body. Here, take this. The cat sage handed Broly a bell. This is a gift for you. Once you ascend, simply present it to the Supreme Kai. Very well. Next time I visit, I shall bring fish for you, so do remember to reserve some senza beans for me. Having successfully passed the trial, Broly was in high spirits as he turned and leapt from Korin Tower, soaring towards the temple in the sky. After flying for a while, Broly finally beheld a temple shaped like a funnel. How lofty! This must be reaching the stratosphere. Broly muttered under his breath. Upon arriving at the temple, he discovered that the Supreme Kai and his attendant, Bubbles, were already awaiting him. You are Broly, are you not? The Supreme Kai inquired. Indeed, my lord. Broly replied with a respectful bow. You have passed that little one's trial, and you still wish to continue your training? Frankly speaking, you have no rivals on this earth. Why persist in your pursuit of strength? The Supreme Kai asked cautiously. What a beyond earth. I would also relish a tranquil life here. But should a more formidable alien invader threaten our world, what then? It is born of hardship that one learns to thrive. Complacency breeds demise. Moreover, the act of training itself is quite exhilarating, particularly when not employed for conflict. Broly answered with calm conviction. You raise a valid point. The Supreme Kai pondered for a moment. I can impart all that I know, but I must ask a favor of you in return. Broly surmised that the Supreme Kai sought to absolve himself of the repercussions caused by the Demon King Piccolo and was eager to assist. Yet he refrained from hastily acceding to the request, opting instead to respond ambiguously. Should anyone threaten Earth, I shall intervene. With that assurance, I feel at ease. When you are prepared, we may commence. Bubbles will assist you in your training. I have grown weary and require rest. With that, he ambled into the temple. Mr. Bubbles, I believe we can begin. I am eager to get started. Broly was not merely being polite, having witnessed the Ultra Instinct technique in his previous life. He found it reminiscent of Bubbles' training with Goku. Now that he had the opportunity, Broly yearned to experience this youthful version of Ultra Instinct. First, diminish your energy. I will assess your level before determining where to commence. Bubbles stroked his chin thoughtfully. All right, brace yourself. In an instant, Broly dashed forward, aiming a punch at Bubbles to gauge his reflexes. Bubbles swiftly dodged and appeared at Broly's side. The side, just as I anticipated. Broly spun and executed a back kick. But Bubbles evaded to the opposite side. What? Evaded again? Broly exclaimed in surprise as Bubbles executed a throw, sweeping Broly's supporting leg and bringing him to the ground. It seems the feline has imparted some wisdom. You can now predict your opponent's movements. However, your performance is subpar for your capabilities. You are scarcely utilizing your strength. Mr. Bubbles, is it not premature to reach such a conclusion? Broly, still on the ground, attempted to grasp Bubbles' foot with his tail but missed, seizing the opportunity as Bubbles dodged. Broly sprang up and unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes. What if I increase my pace? Deep down, Broly felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He was aware of his current combat prowess being rather lackluster. Yet, Bubbles' words stung his pride. Against 100 Supreme Kais, he should prevail. Yet here he was being belittled by Bubbles. As anticipated, with Broly's offensive tempo quickening, Bubbles transitioned from complete evasion to occasionally parrying. Bubbles blocked one of Broly's punches with his elbow. Relying solely on physical strength, I possess considerable confidence, Broly declared, intensifying his strikes and sending Bubbles flying. Indeed, your physical power and speed are formidable, yet you lack the means to harness them. Bubbles remained unmoved in his assessment of Broly. Frustrated, Broly's temper flared, and he began attacking Bubbles with sheer speed and instinct, gradually losing his composure. Observing Broly's demeanor, Bubbles seemed to focus intently, reverting to the initial state of their battle, effortlessly evading all of Broly's strikes. If you wish to pursue further training, you must abandon your previous combat style, including what that cat taught you. It is fundamentally the opposite path. Bubbles evaded another of Broly's attacks, appearing behind him. Upon hearing Bubbles' words, Broly regained his composure and ceased his assault. My apologies, Mr. Bubbles. What should I do? Your mind must be as tranquil as the sky, and your movements swifter than lightning. To be as tranquil as the sky means to empty my mind and thoughts? It seems I must apply the training from the cultivation chamber. Broly took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In an instant, Bubbles appeared before Broly and aimed a punch at his face. Sensing the sound and air movement before him, Broly narrowly evaded the attack at the last moment. Wow, how uncivilized. Bubbles. After Broly evaded that punch, Bubbles swiftly delivered a jab to Broly's abdomen. Caught off guard due to his lack of anticipation for this punch, Broly was struck hard, nearly expelling his insides. Interesting, but insufficient. Given your strength, you might consider adopting my previous training methods. You should know that I was considerably weaker when I trained. Broly sighed inwardly, recognizing Bubbles' provocation. So, you wish to challenge me, do you? I shall maintain this resolve. I will lower my defenses to the utmost, putting my life on the line just as you do. Broly replied with a serious demeanor. It is commendable that you possess such determination. Then follow me. Bubbles led Broly to a peculiar machine and instructed. Go to Korin Mountain and retrieve the sacred crown. After a dazzling display of colorful lights, Broly found himself transported to a mountaintop. At the summit stood a stone platform, flanked by two bizarre statues, atop which lay a golden crown. Broly examined the intricate carvings in the peculiar statues, marveling, "My word, I never noticed before. Is that the figure of the Puma Pengu? Or perhaps the Anunnaki?" He mused, lifting the crown and admiring it, noting its resemblance to the laurel wreath of Artemis from ancient Greece. As Broly grasped the crown, dark clouds began to gather ominously overhead. Instinctively, Broly glanced at the sky and then at the crown in his hand. No way, given the circumstances, could lightning strike me? Just as he pondered, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. No way. It's real. Damn it. Broly hastily tossed the crown aside, but the lightning struck him nonetheless. Struggling to rise, Broly felt the raw power of nature coursing through him. The bolt ignited his blood, leaving parts of his skin scorched. As he gazed at the crown on the ground, he fell into contemplation. If I do not evade, could this thunderbolt forge my body, enhancing my physical strength? Chapter 23. Returned to the ground. Broly gazed thoughtfully at the crown lying on the ground, pondering whether enduring the heavenly lightning would fortify his physical strength. What on earth are you thinking? Your training should involve evading these bolts. The voice of the celestial deity thundered from the heavens. Reluctantly, Broly decided to heed the warning. However, evading lightning was no simple feat with speeds of several thousand kilometers per second, even though it wasn't as swift as light. It implied that by the time one noticed, it would likely be too late to escape. As anticipated, Broly was swiftly struck by lightning and lost consciousness, marking the failure of this trial. Thus, he settled into a routine of sparring with Boppo and occasionally being knocked out by lightning. An unexpected interruption occurred when Bulma contacted Broly through Scott, and he initially thought she longed for his return. Instead, he received a plea for help from Goku. Broly declined, reasoning that such interference would hinder Goku's growth and disrupt the unfolding narrative. Moreover, he had little regard for a minor foe like King Piccolo. After advising Bulma to steer clear of the conflict, he ended the call. "Are you not going to check? King Piccolo is my malevolent incarnation, and your brother is not yet his match," the celestial deity queried from behind Broly. "Unnecessary. Goku can handle it. Without a crisis, how can he grow?" Broly replied, "Understanding the natural order leads to acceptance, and acceptance fosters harmony, which aligns with the way, ensuring longevity and ultimately evading misfortune. This embodies the principle of non-action." Upon hearing Broly's philosophical musings, the deity nodded in appreciation, exclaiming, "What a profound notion of non-action. It appears you are more suited to the role of a deity than I. How about taking over my position once King Piccolo has been vanquished?" "I must decline. My aspirations lie elsewhere," Broly retorted without a second thought, jesting that there was far more enjoyment to be had on Earth than in the celestial realm. "What a pity," the deity lamented, offering no counterargument. In the year 753 of the era of the gods, Broly had reached a level where he could perceive the movements of his adversaries through his energy. He understood it as dispersing his energy in the air, functioning as a radar, allowing him to sense his surroundings even with his eyes closed. However, Boppo remarked that his comprehension was still incomplete and encouraged Broly to discover it for himself. While Broly was training as usual, a familiar presence approached the temple. At last. "Is it here?" Broly ceased his activities, anticipating the arrival of the energy's owner. An orange figure climbed the temple and, upon spotting Broly, leapt with excitement. "Big brother, I've finally found you," Goku exclaimed, fist-bumping Broly. "How does it feel to defeat your enemies? Do you blame me?" Broly inquired with a smile. "Not at all. But King Piccolo is truly formidable. It took a great deal of effort to overcome him," Goku replied. Broly chuckled and shook his head without further comment. "Also, Bulma said the next time she sees you, she'll give you a piece of her mind." Goku imitated Bulma's tone. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Broly's forehead as he thought, this woman, instead of using the communicator, sends Goku to deliver her threats. Quickly, he redirected the conversation. "Goku, you're here to train, right? I've learned a bit already. Let me introduce you to Boppo, who can assist you if you wish to train." A few days later, Boppo requested a strand of Broly's hair, informing him of new training content and the opportunity to train alongside Goku. After a moment of contemplation, Broly, noticing the opponent's similar height, recalled who he was to face, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. "Damn it. I was so focused on honing my skills that I forgot about this. Boppo, after all this time, you only remember this when Goku arrives? Truly the protagonist." Despite his grumbling, having this opponent would allow Broly to gauge his own strength. Let the battle commence. Broly, aware that this adversary was essentially himself, released the energy he had long suppressed. Goku, fresh from his encounter with King Piccolo, was taken aback, collapsing to the ground. Has my brother become this strong? Goku questioned, observing the intense clash. No, he has always been this strong. He is trained in techniques. Bopo's words were as cutting as ever. I will catch up to him, Goku declared, undeterred by the disparity in their strengths. Instead, his resolve to grow stronger intensified. As the battle raged, Broly's overwhelming power began to hinder Goku's ability to fight. The aftershocks of their clash were beyond Goku's current capacity to withstand. Strangely, Broly noticed that the way he fought against his doppelganger was entirely different from his own style. His duplicate evaded attacks with the same finesse as the early Bopo, dodging any superfluous movements while channeling all remaining energy into offense. Conversely, Broly initially adhered to Bopo's teachings. But as the fight progressed, his anger surged, leading him to adopt a reckless exchange of blows. Moreover, this transformation was not under Broly's conscious control. It seemed his body favored this more aggressive fighting style. Broly, remain as tranquil as the sky, Bopo reminded him from the sidelines. Sensing the ferocity of Broly's clash with his duplicate, the celestial deity emerged from the temple. After Bopo saluted, he remarked, "My lord, I believe Broly is more suited to succeed you than I." The deity offered no definitive response, simply stating, "Who knows? The road ahead is long, and the choice lies with him." Ultimately, Broly emerged battered and exhausted, while the duplicate lay incapacitated and unusable. In the year 756 of the era of the gods, with each passing day, Broly's progress became increasingly evident. He had evolved from a reckless fighter prone to anger into a warrior capable of maintaining composure even in the heat of battle, employing the most effective strategies. He had finally grasped Bopo's teachings, learning to use his energy to sense the unseen and achieving a state of tranquility akin to the sky and swiftness akin to lightning. Broly discovered that this state of being did not require enveloping the objects of perception with his energy. Rather, it involved merging his essence with nature and utilizing it to sense the movements of his enemies. This newfound awareness not only expanded his range, but also significantly reduced the energy required. However, it took Broly 6 long years to attain this understanding, twice as long as Goku. This delay was not due to a lack of talent, but rather the inherent challenges Broly faced in reaching such a state. Perhaps due to his more potent and volatile nature, or perhaps because of the uncontrollable ferocity hidden within his bloodline. Big brother, the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin again. Shall we go down to witness it? Goku had packed his belongings, eager to return to the surface. It is indeed time to see what has transpired. However, given Bulma's temperament, I have been away for quite some time. You must help me navigate this situation. All right. Upon hearing Bulma's name, the usually cheerful and optimistic Goku appeared somewhat apprehensive. Before departing, the celestial being imparted a profound message to Broly. Your path diverges from that of Goku. Should you tread the same journey as him, you will need to exert several times the effort to attain success. However, the rewards you reap will also surpass those of Goku. Conversely, if you choose to forge your own path, it may align more closely with your true self, yet the outcome remains shrouded in uncertainty. I hope you maintain your resolve and remain untainted by that overwhelming power. Chapter 24 Reunion. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky. Yet throngs of visitors continued to arrive for the martial arts tournament. The first to reach the venue were none other than Master Roshi and Launch, who awaited the return of the others at the entrance. Following the events surrounding the Demon King Piccolo, everyone had come to realize the frailty of their own abilities, prompting each to embark on their journey of self-improvement. The second to arrive was the now elegant Bulma, adorned in a black and purple halter dress paired with cream-colored knee-high boots that accentuated her shapely figure. Her long azure hair cascaded to her shoulders, radiating the exuberance of youth. Noticing that Goku and the others had yet to arrive, Bulma struck up a conversation with Launch, reminiscing about the past few years. As they shared stories of their transformations, a little girl dashed towards them, chasing a balloon that had slipped from her grasp. Just as the balloon floated past Bulma, it became entangled in a branch, coming to a halt. Bulma, now standing at a relatively rare height of 1.7 meters, found herself just short of reaching the balloon string even when she stood on tiptoe. "Hey, could you all lend a hand?" Bulma called out, but before anyone could respond, a tall figure effortlessly retrieved the balloon and returned it to the girl. "Long time no see, Broly," exclaimed Master Roshi, the first to recognize the newcomer. "I heard you've been training in the Heavenly Temple. Has Goku come to visit? Have you grown stronger?" Master Roshi's enthusiasm for Broly surpassed even that of Bulma, as he peppered the newcomer with questions. "It's been a while, Master Roshi. I apologize for my absence during the Piccolo incident. How have you all been? Broly greeted the group warmly. Not a problem at all. I understand. Young people have their own aspirations and challenges. Besides, look at me. I'm as fit as ever. Master Roshi chuckled, patting his chest in a gesture of resilience. However, upon seeing Broly, Bulma's expression noticeably darkened. Bulma, you've become even more beautiful. Broly complimented with a charming grin. Don't start that again. You actually remembered to come back? Bulma feigned annoyance. Of course I did. Or I'd be worried you might run off with someone else, Broly quipped, swiftly changing the subject. I knew my intuition was spot on. I'm truly relieved you chose me over Goku, haha. Please, I'm not a weirdo. How could I possibly fancy that little brat? Bulma found herself unwittingly following Broly's lead in conversation. Oh, by the way, where's Goku? Didn't he come back with you? The mention of Goku piqued everyone's curiosity about their once diminutive savior and how he had transformed. Goku, come greet everyone, Broly encouraged. Taking Bulma's hand and stepping aside to create space for Goku. Long time no see. How has everyone been? The man standing behind Broly greeted them. Though he was not as tall as Broly, he towered over the rest. Is that Goku? The collective disbelief echoed among the group. Time had transformed Goku from a small boy into a height of 175 centimeters, his stature now exuding a sense of reliability. Oh, so that's why you said that earlier. Goku has truly matured, Bulma whispered to Broly. Sure, he is not quite an adult yet. There is still a grand spectacle to come tomorrow, Broly responded softly. Hey, Bulma, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so pale and your lips so red, Goku remarked, pointing at her. What do you know? This is makeup, Bulma retorted, annoyed. Broly pulled Bulma behind him, gesturing for Goku to keep his distance. Shoo. Stay away from my Bulma. Haha, my brother turns so possessive when it comes to Bulma, Goku laughed heartily. At Goku's comment, Bulma tightened her grip on Broly's arm. A sweet warmth blossoming within her heart. Indeed, Master Roshi shouldn't dare to make any inappropriate advances toward Bulma anymore, Launch teased. The playful banter left Master Roshi blushing furiously as he retorted, You rascals. Don't speak so foolishly. Do you think I would be that kind of teacher? Internally, he mused that Broly was far more formidable than the Demon King. All participants of the martial arts tournament, please finalize your registration procedures, the event staff announced. Cutting through their laughter. Goku, Broly, you should hurry and complete your registration. We can chat later, Master Roshi urged. I want to be participating this time. I'll leave the opportunity for others. I returned mainly to witness everyone's growth, and, well, Bulma, primarily for Bulma, Broly stated, eliciting a satisfied smile from Bulma as she released her grip from his waist. Master Roshi, noticing Bulma's subtle gesture, muttered under his breath, This woman's disposition is truly dreadful. After Goku completed his registration, Krillin and the others arrived just as the deadline approached. Broly, are you really not participating in this tournament? I wanted to see how much you've grown, Master Roshi confirmed one last time. No, I've come back merely for a break, and my strength hasn't increased significantly. My time in the temple was mostly about honing my mind and refining my techniques. Broly shook his head in refusal. What a shame. I heard everyone mention your incredible strength, and I was hoping to match up against you, Tian Shinhan, a newcomer to the Turtle School, remarked, still coming into his own. Recognizing the goodwill extended towards him, Broly replied courteously, No worries. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I've learned all I could at the temple and plan to stay a while longer after the tournament. We can find time to spar. Goku encouraged the group. Come on, don't be disheartened. Since Broly isn't competing, we all have a chance. Since that's the case, we must strive even harder, after all. We have been training diligently, they resolved, united in their determination. Chapter 25. The incarnation of the commentator. The following day, the Third World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. And with the preliminaries underway, the competition ignited with fervor. This time, Broly, like everyone else, stood among the audience. The experience of competing on the stage and watching from the sidelines truly evoked distinct sensations. To ensure Bulma had a clear view, Broly hoisted her onto his shoulders. A plethora of intriguing characters had arrived for the tournament. Although their combat prowess was not particularly formidable, they brought forth a certain cause and effect, much to Broly's amusement. Observing the competitors, Broly commented, What nonsense are you spouting? Bulma, perplexed, did not grasp his meaning. Look, that little chubby fellow in the mask, he must be a Kairobe. The one who assisted Goku in defeating King Piccolo before. And that one with the mechanical prosthetics, Master Roshi should be quite familiar with him. Broly pointed out each individual. Indeed, they seem familiar, but I cannot recall where I have seen them. Old age has its drawbacks, Master Roshi remarked, adjusting his sunglasses. That man is the younger brother of Tien Shinhan, once known as the world's deadliest assassin, who met his demise at Goku's hands after resorting to foul play. It appears he has been resurrected and modified. Was it the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army who did this? Broly pondered, reminiscing about past narratives. The Red Ribbon Army? That notorious organization, along with that Peach White. It seems he has come for revenge against Goku, Bulma exclaimed, instinctively clutching Broly tighter upon hearing that ominous name. And the one in the cloak, he is likely the son of the slain King Piccolo. Piccolo Jr. He too has come for vengeance. Broly indicated towards Piccolo. Piccolo. King Piccolo? Bulma gasped in terror, prompting Broly to swiftly cover her mouth. Keep your voice down. Do not incite panic. Broly recalled that Piccolo had once live-streamed an event. And should he be recognized, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion. He had no desire to miss the spectacle. Did Broly wish to witness Goku's battle against Piccolo? Not at all. What he truly yearned for was to see Chi-Chi unleash her fury upon Goku. Indeed, a significant portion of Broly's life had been devoted to introspection and meditation, rendering it rather mundane. Thus, he developed a penchant for mischief, transforming into a jester for amusement. Sensing Broly's gaze, Piccolo's attention drifted towards him. However, upon encountering Broly's towering figure, he felt not a shred of fear, but rather an intriguing scrutiny directed at him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's brow as he shot a threatening glance at Broly and his companions before turning away. Today's main event was a woman clad in a qipao. I shall refrain from revealing her identity, but Bulma, you and Master Roshi have met her. She is indeed quite beautiful, albeit with a fiery temperament that few can endure. As Broly spoke, Bulma seized his ear, twisting it painfully. Who are you calling beautiful? Witnessing this scene, Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, you two are equally matched. Broly found himself quite intrigued by the early rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The competitors were of relatively low skill, relying primarily on technique. Aside from the main cast, there were numerous other martial arts practitioners, including judokas, boxers, karateka, and even wrestlers and Shaolin disciples. While they may not measure up to the protagonists, they were formidable in their own right in a previous life. Unfortunately, due to rule changes, the preliminaries could only be viewed through recorded broadcasts, as spectators were prohibited from entering the arena. As the competition progressed, individuals emerged from the arena, faces etched with regret. Some were even carried out, among them a familiar face, Chaos. The group hastened to inquire about Chaos' condition. Chaos, who did this to you? Master Roshi reprimanded. Broly retrieved a senzu bean from his possession and offered it to Chaos, harboring a certain fondness for characters imbued with Chinese cultural elements. After consuming the senzu bean, Chaos' condition returned to normal, rising from the stretcher. I do not recognize him, but he feels familiar. It must be your former master, Tao Pai Pai. His current form is indeed difficult to recognize, Broly explained. Noticing Chaos' concerned expression, he added that he had shown restraint, perhaps out of reluctance to lose his chance in the tournament or due to past camaraderie. Such indirect comfort might be a man's tenderness, perhaps. Chaos remained silent as he rejoined the others in the audience. Ultimately, the preliminaries concluded, leaving 8 contenders for the official matches, including Goku and his companions, as anticipated. The first match featured Tien Shinhan against the mechanical Tao Pai Pai. Despite Tao Pai Pai's enhancements, he remained no match for Tien Shinhan. However, his opening statement shattered Broly's composure. This body cost me 1,000 billion zenny. I will seek horrific vengeance against you and Son Goku. 1,000 billion. Damn wealthy individuals. How infuriating. If I had known this fellow was so affluent, I could have seized the opportunity to rob him. After all these years on this planet, I cannot even afford a house. I am filled with rage. Broly bellowed, gazing skyward. Hey, Broly, what is the matter with you? Master Roshi inquired, observing Broly's dazed demeanor. Bulma, what is wrong with this guy? Master Roshi turned to Bulma, who recounted Broly's earlier intentions to buy a house with his prize money, leaving everyone enlightened. Oh, I see. Broly, why not take a page from Goku and me, find a nice place, and build a house for yourself? You could also connect with nature more. Master Roshi prodded Broly with his cane. By the way, isn't Bulma's family quite wealthy? After your marriage, you'd also have money, haha, teased Launch, addressing Bulma. No, marriage? Isn't it a bit premature? I would prefer to travel the world with Broly while he has the time. Bulma blushed, not outright denying the thought of marriage. Perhaps I could take over Tao Pai Pai's business in the future? While killing seems a bit excessive, being a bodyguard could be quite appealing. Broly continued to ponder the implications of that 1,000 billion, entirely oblivious to Bulma's inadvertent revelation of his misadventures. As the match unfolded as Broly had predicted, Tao Pai Pai proved to be no match for Tien Shinhan. Out of respect for their past connection, Tien Shinhan did not wish for Tao Pai Pai to suffer a humiliating defeat. Yet, Tao Pai Pai remained resolute in his quest for revenge against Goku, resorting to underhanded tactics and even disregarding the rules. After a valiant host attempted to intervene, Tao Pai Pai audaciously sought to attack Tien Shinhan with a firearm. Ultimately, Tien Shinhan resolved to end the bout decisively, teleporting to Tao Pai Pai and delivering a single punch that concluded the skirmish, carrying Tao Pai Pai away. Chapter 26, A Sweet Showdown, Match 2, Goku vs. Chi-Chi. As the second match commenced, Broly emerged from the shadows of 1,000 billion. Unforgivable. Son Goku, I shall never forgive you. The moment the battle began, Chi-Chi declared her intentions towards Goku. Unfortunately, her transformation was so profound that, aside from Broly, who had surreptitiously read the script and recognized her, no one else could identify her true self. Goku, perplexed, inquired, I still cannot comprehend. Have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? Chi-Chi retorted sharply, there is no mistake. You are undeniably Son Goku, correct? Are you prepared? The battle officially commences. As the host's voice echoed, Chi-Chi lunged at Goku, initiating her assault. She swiftly closed the distance, executing several spinning slashes, which Goku narrowly evaded. Realizing her initial tactics were ineffective, Chi-Chi's gaze grew resolute. Transforming her hand into a knife-like shape, she aimed a strike towards Goku's face. Chi-Chi's foundational skills were impressive, as she persistently thrust and slashed at Goku's upper body, while also employing whip kicks and sweeping leg attacks that cornered him against the edge of the ring. Subsequently, she concentrated her power in her waist and executed a flying knee strike towards Goku. Such a fierce thrust, and her movements were remarkably fluid. Her balance remained unwavering despite the simultaneous offensive strikes. This prowess nearly rivaled that of the previous combatant, Tao Pai Pai, but alas, her physical robustness was lacking, with both strength and speed falling short. Broly commented from the sidelines, genuinely believing that with proper training, Chi-Chi's innate talent could eventually allow her to spar with the likes of Goten and Trunks. However, he mused, being a woman, she might hesitate to leave any scars, let alone develop a muscular physique. What? You hold her in such high regard? Bulma interjected, displeased by Broly's praise. You are mistaken. I merely recognize her potential. You need not worry. Just observe, Broly replied, offering little elaboration, aware that Chi-Chi would soon reveal her identity. Have we truly met before? Goku pondered aloud, dodging Chi-Chi's relentless attacks while attempting to recall the furious woman's visage. Is it true? When did this happen? After much contemplation, he could not recall. For Chi-Chi had undergone such a drastic transformation. It is precisely because you have forgotten everything that I feel this anger. With that, Chi-Chi accelerated her assault, simultaneously confronting Goku with her words. You simply do not understand the heart of a woman. Wow, a self-sacrificing spinning kick. Yet, in a battle of this caliber, such moves only create openings. Broly continued his unrestrained commentary while Bulma felt reassured, realizing that Broly harbored no ulterior motives towards Chi-Chi, while others listened intently to their exchange. Broly remained focused on Chi-Chi's movements, and soon Bulma, too, became engrossed in their dialogue. She has been waiting for you, Goku asked, inadvertently prompting Broly to facepalm. You say you've been waiting for me. Waiting for what? As anticipated, Chi-Chi erupted in fury, her attack speed and power doubling. Have you forgotten our promise? The two ascended from the ground to the sky, with Goku merely seeking clarity amidst Chi-Chi's frenzied onslaught, unwilling to engage in pointless conflict. After all, despite her strength, she remained within the realm of an ordinary human. He leapt into the air. Promise? Are you referring to our agreement? Of course. Chi-Chi continued her aerial assault, using her limbs to create further complications for Goku. This girl is indeed formidable, and her techniques seem reminiscent of the turtle school. Yet I do not recall having a female disciple, Master Roshi noted, observing a flaw in Chi-Chi's execution. As their figures descended from the sky, Chi-Chi's patience finally waned. Can you truly not recall? I shall enlighten you. You once vowed that when I grew up, you would come to marry me, a bride. Everyone in the arena gasped, astonished to learn that Goku had such a history. Only two individuals remained unfazed: Broly, who had already recognized Chi-Chi, and Goku, who was utterly oblivious to the concept of a bride. Goku urgently sought assistance, calling out to Krillin, who was backstage enjoying snacks with Yamcha. "Krillin, what is a bride?" "Fool. A bride is when two people are to be married." Krillin responded, exasperated. "It means becoming a couple and living together," Yamcha added. "Living together? With you? Did I ever agree to such a thing?" Goku exclaimed, astonished. Despite the unbearable nature of Goku's words, Chi-Chi did not grow more enraged. Perhaps she recognized his disinterest in worldly matters, or perhaps her fury had reached its zenith. "Who on earth are you? Please, do tell me. Honestly, I can inform you. But first, you must defeat me." Chi-Chi appeared to grasp that Goku did not comprehend the significance of their earlier vow, and a confident smile graced her lips as she prepared for battle. "How wonderful. I thought I would have to live with someone whose name I did not even know." When it came to combat, Goku was in his element, and Chi-Chi's abilities were insufficient to warrant his concern. Goku merely stood firm, throwing a punch into the air, and the force of his blow sent Chi-Chi tumbling from the ring. As she fell, Chi-Chi revealed her identity. Stunning the audience once more, the agile girl was none other than the daughter of the Ox King. The host, adept in his craft, seized the opportunity to galvanize the audience, stirring their enthusiasm amidst the confusion. Amidst the applause and cheers, Chi-Chi linked arms with Goku as they made their way backstage. Broly and his circle of friends were granted rare access to the backstage area to offer their congratulations to Goku. "I believe you are Goku's elder brother. I thank you for looking after him. I shall be his wife henceforth. My name is Chi-Chi. I look forward to your guidance." Chi-Chi's swift and natural transition in demeanor astounded Broly. "Hello, I am Broly. While we share a lineage, I am not Goku's biological brother. I merely met him early on. If the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to Goku's family." Clearing his throat, Broly noted that such moments were often coveted by young women. Yet Bulma, noticing Broly's omission of self-introduction, coughed to assert her presence. "My apologies for neglecting to introduce her. This is my girlfriend, Bulma. You two can converse freely." With that, Broly gestured towards Bulma. "Very well, Miss Bulma. We have known each other since childhood. Our families should cultivate a closer relationship." Indeed. One could not deny that Chi-Chi possessed high emotional intelligence. Her mention of families left Bulma utterly elated. Chapter 27. Klin's surrender. Though Kiki's arrival had injected a different emotion into the atmosphere, the competition must persist. Klin, still ensnared by feelings of envy and jealousy, found himself called to the arena. The match was between the second generation of magic and the fighter Klin. Little Baldy. Piccolo's initial taunt only served to deepen Klin's discontent. Unaware of his opponent's identity, Klin felt no animosity towards Piccolo himself, but was instead incensed by the words. Despite his anger, Klin maintained his composure, waiting for the announcer to declare the commencement of the match before assuming a stance even Broly had never witnessed before. In truth, the prolonged interval caused him to forget this move, which was rarely displayed. Klin squatted into a horse stance, his fists clenched tightly. His martial ethics remained robust as he proclaimed, "It begins." Before launching his attack, with his hands shaped like claws, he unleashed two orange energy waves that surged towards Piccolo. At first glance, this maneuver seemed devoid of intimidation. Its speed and power were merely average, and the wind-up was excessively lengthy. Even Piccolo shared this sentiment, swiftly dismissing the attack with a flick of his cape, disappearing from sight, only to reappear high in the sky. To everyone's surprise, Klin expertly maneuvered the energy waves, altering their trajectory to pursue Piccolo into the heavens. This little bald head had displayed remarkable control over his energy. It was evident that no one should be underestimated. Klin's skill astonished not only Piccolo but also Broly, who offered a note of praise. "What?" Piccolo, taken aback by Klin's unexpected follow-up, felt a hint of panic. However, his prowess was undisputed. The next moment, a beam shot from Piccolo's eyes, colliding with Klin's energy waves and resulting in an explosion. Observing Klin's carefully prepared technique yield such modest results, Piccolo donned a look of disdain. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Klin had somehow positioned himself behind Piccolo, delivering a powerful punch that sent Piccolo flying. Klin rolled to mitigate his descent, landing gracefully, while Piccolo, after being propelled away, steadied himself midair before gently descending to the ground. "This guy's not too bad," Broly remarked unexpectedly. "Hey, why are you speaking up for him? Klin is on our side." Bulma, engrossed in the spectacle, failed to grasp Piccolo's intentions and loudly cheered for Klin. "If he can master the flight technique, He could easily attack Klin from the air, be it a surprise dive or a long-range energy wave. Both would pose significant challenges for Klin. Yet, he chose to return to the ground, Broly elucidated. Perhaps his flight technique only allows for brief hovering? Bulma persisted, unconvinced, feeling as though Broly was praising others at Klin's expense. No, once mastered, flight is not particularly taxing. Have you ever seen me fall midair? Broly countered. And what about Kaiatsu? He mostly remains in a state of levitation. Humph. Bulma, feeling unacknowledged, fell silent and turned her focus back to the match. Klin renewed his assault on Piccolo, unleashing a flurry of punches, all of which were effortlessly thwarted by Piccolo's cloak. Klin resembled an enraged bull, repeatedly charging at the matador's red cloth. Still unwilling to concede, rest assured, even so, I shall not eliminate you. The time is not yet ripe. With that, Piccolo's left arm elongated, seizing Klin's leg and pulling him closer, before delivering a powerful punch that sent Klin flying once more. Before Klin even touched the ground, he charged at Piccolo again, only to meet the same fate, being kicked into the air. Realizing that Piccolo may possess greater strength than his own, Klin understood that he must act swiftly or risk missing his opportunity. In midair, regaining his composure, Klin shaped his hands like a sunflower, channeling his final Kamehameha. Piccolo ascended, positioning himself behind Klin, ready to execute the same tactic again with another punch. However, Klin had anticipated Piccolo's approach, turning to unleash the charged Kamehameha backward. Yet Piccolo had already planned his next move, transforming into an afterimage that vanished before Klin's eyes. It's over, Broly stated succinctly. See? I told you Klin would win. Who was it that doubted him just moments ago? Bulma, still under the impression that Broly referred to Piccolo, seized the opportunity to lightly mock him. Broly remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle, eager to see if the outcome would shift. In the background, Goku shouted, Klin, behind you. The vanished Piccolo reappeared behind Klin, clasping his fists together and striking Klin on the head, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, leaving a substantial crater in the arena. Broly internally mused, no wonder this kid has grown taller. You all keep hitting him on the head. The audience held their breath, awaiting Klin's response. Amidst the watchful eyes, Klin struggled to rise, but soon sank back down. I concede. Klin understood the disparity in strength between himself and Piccolo, recognizing that this was merely a match. Continuing would serve no purpose, leading to his decisive surrender. Upon witnessing Klin's concession, no one expressed blame or questioned his choice, especially Master Roshi. Klin had trained under him since childhood, and among this new generation of disciples, Broly was the strongest, with Goku's talent not far behind, followed by the crafty Klin. Although he occasionally slacked in his training, Klin was the only one who had grown to this point as an ordinary individual. Upon hearing Klin's surrender, Goku rushed to the ring to assist him. The final battle of the top 8 was next, featuring Yamcha against a mysterious immortal competitor. Initially puzzled by the identity of this immortal fighter, Broly recalled the storyline upon observing the individual's appearance. As he scrutinized the immortal contestant, the nearby audience began to murmur, unable to contain their comments. What? He is just an ordinary middle-aged man. Given this scenario, it appeared that Yamcha would advance to the semifinals with ease. Among the group, Bulma, with her outgoing personality, was the first to break the silence. Shall we place a bet? If you lose, you must agree to one thing I ask. Why do you always counter my suggestions? Let us not dwell on that. Are you willing to take the challenge? Who is afraid of whom? As she spoke, Bulma suddenly blushed, as if struck by a thought. Chapter 28. The four-body fist. The final bout of the quarterfinals concluded swiftly, yielding a result that astonished all except Broly. This celestial contestant, despite his comical demeanor and actions, was known to Broly as a divine being. Although his combat prowess paled in comparison to Broly's, it must be acknowledged that the divine race possessed many enviable techniques. For instance, their energy, or ki, was imperceptible unless one were also a deity. Moreover, their instantaneous movement required no awareness of an opponent's energy, allowing them to traverse vast distances with far less energy expenditure than ordinary techniques. No matter how vigorously Yamcha attacked, he found his efforts effortlessly evaded by his opponent. In desperation, he resorted to his ultimate technique, the energy sphere. Yamcha unleashed a barrage of energy spheres upon the divine contender, but each was deftly dodged. Finally, when he directed his energy sphere downward, the divine being narrowly evaded the strike. Just as the divine fighter commended Yamcha's creativity and technique, Yamcha retorted, "Isn't it a bit premature to praise me? You don't think it's over, do you?" The divine being stood perplexed, unable to grasp Yamcha's intent. Suddenly, from beneath the recently struck ground, Yamcha's energy sphere shot forth, finally landing a hit on the seemingly unassuming divine contestant. Seemingly humiliated by this blow, the divine fighter landed with grace and effortlessly knocked Yamcha to the ground, sending him tumbling off the stage. The audience gasped. The outcome determined before they could fully comprehend the events. Bulma, equally astounded, remarked, "I can't believe Yamcha and Krillin have grown so strong, yet they still lost. It's hard to fathom." Broly shook his head, gravely stating, "From the perspective of an ordinary person, they are indeed formidable. However, adversaries will also grow stronger. If one does not strive to improve, they will inevitably be surpassed." Bulma nodded, somewhat understanding. Next came the match between Goku and Tien, which was the primary reason for Broly's attendance. Although the ultimate confrontation would be more intense, this particular bout held greater significance for Broly, as Tien might employ his coveted Solar Fist and Four-Body Fist techniques. Broly believed that, rather than merely amplifying fighting power, these techniques could yield surprising results. As the battle commenced, Goku initiated the assault, engaging Tien in a fierce struggle. Their speeds were closely matched, yet Broly discerned that Goku was holding back his true strength. In an instant, they both vanished from sight, leaving only the sound of their colliding bodies in the air. "Where did they go?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, pointing toward the arena. The other spectators searched for the two fighters, but could only hear the sounds of their clash without witnessing their movements. "They haven't vanished. Their speed is simply beyond perception," Broly explained. "The human eye operates at approximately 24 frames per second, but if their speed exceeds 85 Hz within your field of vision. But even though we are close to them, the arena remains in our view. Theoretically, their speed should be visible, right?" Bulma pondered, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed. But that is not Goku's full potential. He is still encumbered by weights. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, Tien is likely to lose," Broly revealed. "What? Little son is still wearing weights? If he removes them, won't Tien struggle to keep pace? Speed alone is insufficient in combat. Such rapid movements can burden one's body. If they cannot inflict damage, they merely exhaust their stamina. Moreover, battles are not like examinations. Many unpredictable factors can influence the outcome, unless..." Broly paused. The disparity in skill is too great. As if to validate Broly's words, the high-speed exchange did not last long, transitioning into a contest of strength. The two began to grapple, employing locks and joint techniques amidst a flurry of throws. Broly found himself unable to watch. The two men were engaged in a fierce struggle, eliciting cheers from the audience. The previous display of speed, though thrilling, had offered no visual satisfaction, while the display of raw power, muscles bulging, veins protruding, and blood surging was unmistakable. The strength of both combatants was evident, even causing cracks to form in the arena's surface beneath their feet. Breaking free from Goku's hold, Tien leaped into the air, prompting Goku to pursue. Unexpectedly, Tien utilized his agility and the clouds to obscure Goku's vision, delivering a powerful blow. Goku recognized that not only had he been growing stronger, but so had his companions. It was time to reveal his true capabilities. After being knocked to the ground, Goku removed his inner garments, wristbands, and shoes, revealing to Krillin and Yamcha that the accumulated weight was an astonishing 200 pounds. Observing Goku on the stage, Bulma cast a curious glance at Broly, inquiring, "You're not wearing any peculiar attire like that, are you?" As she spoke, Bulma playfully examined Broly, taking the opportunity to flirt. "Enough of that," Broly said, brushing her off, though internally he relished the interaction, maintaining a stoic exterior. It seems the saying holds true. Only those of handsome stature understand the assertiveness of women. Such levels of training are futile for me. That 200 pounds feels like carrying mere sheets of paper. Ineffective, Broly satisfied Bulma's curiosity, explaining that he too trained in the Divine Temple but did not bear weights like Goku. With the weights removed, Tien's speed faltered in comparison to Goku's, and he could no longer perceive Goku's movements. In desperation, Tien unleashed his ultimate technique. Standing firmly in place, he assumed a horse stance, crossing his fists. His form split into two, and then into four, ultimately presenting four distinct versions of himself on the stage, each poised in readiness. "This is it." Upon witnessing Tien's deployment of the four-body fist, Broly closed his eyes, attuning himself to Tien's movements through his ki. Broly not only sensed Tien's actions, but also the flow of energy within him. So this is how it works. Through his perception of Tien's energy, Broly grasped the essence of the four-body fist. Is that an afterimage technique? Observing Tien's execution of his signature move, Master Roshi was not overly surprised. However, after witnessing Goku endure a fierce onslaught, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Is that so? All for a corporeal. Chapter 29. The semifinals. The flaw in this technique is quite apparent. It is more effective when facing multiple adversaries who are weaker than oneself. If Goku could recall the teachings imparted by Bobo, he would likely recognize this easily. Broly, having perceived the flow of Tien's energy essence, was acutely aware of this technique's vulnerabilities. However, he could not fathom why Goku, despite training in the same heavenly realm, had learned so swiftly while forgetting the acquired knowledge. Reminiscent of the author's recurring lapses in continuity. How could the formidable Son Goku struggle against Tien? Compared to Tien, Bulma undoubtedly favored Goku. As they had grown up together and shared countless experiences, it would not be an exaggeration to say they had lived and died together. Observing Goku enduring relentless blows without a hint of disarray in his breathing, while Tien's breaths became increasingly labored following a contest of speed, Broly understood Goku's nature. He was not one to dispatch his foes in a single breath. The four Tiens moved to the four corners of the arena, preparing to unleash a Kamehameha wave towards the center where Goku stood. Given the angles of their attack, even if Goku evaded, the explosive force would still reach him. Thus, he opted to leap high into the air, concealing himself within the clouds, much like Tien. The Tiens, fingers poised beside their third eyes, summoned forth a radiant energy, just as Goku's voice echoed from above. I shall borrow your ultimate technique first. Solar Flare. Quick, close your eyes. Broly hastily shut his own eyes and covered Bulma's as well, then attuned himself to Goku's energy. In truth, the Solar Flare was a far simpler technique than the four-way technique. It merely transformed energy into light, as energy inherently possesses luminescence. The ensuing spectacle was visible only to the referee and Master Roshi, who wore sunglasses, while Broly perceived it through his closed eyes. Were Broly to find himself in such a situation, he would have plunged towards the ground, following the blinding light to cast his adversary from the ring. Yet, being Goku, he chose not to exploit his opponent's vulnerability, but instead to elucidate. Your keen eyesight leads to reliance on your vision. Once obscured, you become unaware of my movements. With that, Goku accelerated, casting all four Tiens from the arena, gradually revealing the second flaw. Though you have multiplied into four, your strength and speed are also divided into four parts. Broly listened, bemused. Was this not merely stating the obvious? Is it not natural for one to rely on their sight? They had not trained under Bobo, and discovering the diminishing power only now indicated a lack of the constant state Bobo had advised. Observing Goku's antics in the arena, Broly found himself at a loss for words, yet he refrained from disrupting the spectacle. The subsequent bout was far less jovial. The god engaged in physical combat with Piccolo, perhaps due to borrowing a human form, or perhaps owing to age juxtaposed with youthful vigor, or a combination of both. The battle turned in Piccolo's favor. Ultimately, the god opted to unleash the evil containment wave to seal Piccolo, but Piccolo was prepared, reversing the technique and trapping the god within the bottle. In that fleeting moment of entrapment, the god relinquished his hold on the mortal vessel, leaving an escape route for the god. As the god was sealed by Piccolo, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the arena, and even the sky began to weep. The crowd gathered, with men deliberating strategies to confront Piccolo, while women and the non-combatants observed from a distance. Master Roshi, recalling past events, cautiously inquired, Broly, will you intervene this time? Leave it to Goku. He is more than capable of handling Piccolo. For Broly, defeating Piccolo would be a mere gesture, but for Goku, it represented growth, and Piccolo required Goku's influence for transformation. Yet, with even the god failing, relying solely on Goku, Master Roshi hesitated, keenly aware that while Goku was formidable, Broly's power was overwhelming. If he were to intervene, the odds would tilt significantly in their favor, and Goku fought for this world. Continuing in this vein would be potentially hurtful. Although Goku might remain oblivious, Broly clasped Goku in Master Roshi's shoulders, offering reassurance. Rest assured, Goku, you will triumph. You are the mightiest warrior in the universe. He then turned to Master Roshi, squatting down to meet his gaze. Master Roshi, worry not. Should Goku falter, I will handle it. There shall be no fatalities this time. With Broly's words, Master Roshi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He patted Goku's shoulder, smiling as he said, with Broly's assurance, I feel at ease. The responsibility to protect this world falls upon you once more. I entrust it to you, Goku. At that moment, Broly's demeanor shifted to one of coldness as he turned abruptly, addressing an unseen presence. Do you enjoy eavesdropping? As Broly's gaze fell upon Piccolo, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, immobilizing the latter. Piccolo, initially intending to flaunt his bravado, found himself unnerved by the unexpected terror emanating from this seemingly unremarkable giant. Humph. Those who gossip about others are hardly in a position to speak. Even as Broly restricted his movements, Piccolo's defiance remained unbroken. Broly merely sought to instill a sense of dread. It was audacious of Piccolo to appear so brazenly behind them, his energy unmasked. Had Piccolo realized Broly's true intentions, he would have been incensed. The god remained undetectable because he had transformed his energy into divine energy, a skill acquired only upon attaining godhood. Piccolo, however, lacked this capability. With his point made, Broly withdrew his energy. You are strong. Once I've dealt with Goku, you will be my first target. Piccolo shot a fierce glare at Broly before vanishing in an instant. As Piccolo departed, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the Z fighters exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Unaware that Piccolo also relished his newfound freedom, inhaling deeply the sweetness of oxygen while mentally cataloging Broly's formidable presence for a future reckoning. With both competitors taking the stage, each individual harbored distinct thoughts. The Z fighters understood that the outcome of Goku and Piccolo's battle could determine the fate of the world. Goku resolved to vanquish Piccolo, not only for the imprisoned god but also for the world and to honor Broly's expectations of him. Meanwhile, Piccolo felt a twinge of anxiety. He deemed Goku unworthy as a foe, yet Broly posed a significant challenge. He acknowledged his inability to address both now, hoping that these champions of justice would allow him to escape unscathed after defeating Goku, so he could return to train and seek another opportunity to eliminate both Goku and Broly. Broly, however, remained unconcerned, anticipating that the narrative would favor Goku's narrow victory. From the energy readings, Goku appeared slightly stronger, and should any unforeseen events arise, he was confident in his own capabilities. The audience, blissfully unaware of the impending significance of the battle, simply awaited the arrival of a new champion. Chapter 30. Unexpected as the match commenced, the figures of the two competitors intertwined. In terms of speed and strength, they were nearly equal. The outcome hinged on how each could gain the upper hand. After a fierce exchange, they momentarily separated. Suddenly, Piccolo executed an elongated arm technique aimed at Goku, but Goku, unlike Krillin, deftly evaded the grasp and retaliated by swinging Piccolo away. Seizing the opportunity while Piccolo was airborne, Goku delivered a feint strike, followed by a rapid dash towards him, intending to engage in close combat. Midair, Piccolo abruptly halted and unleashed a wave of energy that interrupted Goku's advance, sending him crashing down. Then, employing the prince's strategy, he struck at the descending Goku. The ensuing explosion not only shattered the arena's stone bricks into flying debris, but also kicked up a cloud of dust that obscured the view. Broly, mindful of the vulnerability of ordinary spectators, enveloped the audience area with a protective barrier, knowing that the falling debris could be lethal. As the dust settled, Goku's attire was torn to shreds. Had he been stripped of his clothing? It seemed that their preliminary testing of each other's capabilities had drawn to a close. This was the first time Broly had witnessed Goku in such a state in reality. He wondered if this would grant him any special advantage. No longer probing, both fighters elevated their energy to its maximum capacity and launched into a more ferocious assault. As the battle intensified, each displayed unorthodox techniques. While grappling with Goku, Piccolo's eyes emitted two beams of crimson light, but Goku ducked just in time. Piccolo then extended his arms like two whips, aiming to slam Goku down with force. Goku, refusing to yield, broke free from Piccolo's grasp and stepped onto his extended arms, delivering a knee strike to Piccolo's face that nearly misaligned his jaw. Goku quickened his pace, once again vanishing from sight, but this time Piccolo anticipated his return blow, sending him flying. In an instant, Goku reappeared behind Piccolo, his right leg poised with energy, and he kicked Piccolo away with remarkable force. Following a series of relentless strikes, Goku rendered Piccolo momentarily rigid, culminating in a final blow that sent him soaring into the sky. Stabilizing himself in midair, Piccolo felt the sting of his injuries and, fueled by rage, forgot about Broly's imposing presence. Gathering energy in both hands, he unleashed a torrential wave of power that whipped up a furious wind, forcing onlookers to shield their eyes. Broly, observing Piccolo's menacing posture, surmised his intent. He was prepared to unleash chaos. In that moment, both Goku and Piccolo, in their fury, overlooked Broly's existence. Goku defiantly leaped into the air, taunting Piccolo, "Aren't you going to attack me? I'm right here." Broly chuckled softly. "What a fool. Only someone like him could influence the later Piccolo, Vegeta, and even the true Broly from the original story. Piccolo's energy blast grazed Goku, landing some distance away and obliterating several small mountains. The audience gasped at the explosion's power, realizing that without Goku's intervention, the devastation could have been directed at them. They remained oblivious to Broly's unseen machinations. As Goku returned to the arena, the magnitude of the explosion ignited a fire within him. Gathering a brilliant blue light in his hands, he shouted, "Let us see how you like my Super Kamehameha." Just then, Master Roshi cautioned, "No, Goku, calm down. If you kill him, the Kaioshin will perish too." Hearing Roshi's warning, the blue glow dissipated from Goku's grasp. While contemplating how to confront Piccolo, he was met with a taunting remark from above that struck at his rationality. "Aren't you going to use your ultimate move? Your greatest weakness is your inability to be utterly ruthless. Because you worry about the Kaioshin, you cannot strike me down. I have no such reservations." With that, Piccolo concentrated an even greater amount of energy, declaring, "I will ensure everyone dies and turn this place into hell." The audience recalled Piccolo's earlier energy attack, and the looming threat compelled even the ordinary spectators to flee, leaving only the Z fighters and a dedicated announcer behind. With the audience scattering, Broly breathed a sigh of relief. Saving lives was far more challenging than taking them. Once the area was cleared, he could redirect his focus to protecting Bulma and the others. In this critical moment, Krillin bolstered Goku's confidence. "Don't fear, Goku. After he is gone, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive the Kaioshin." As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, Broly would never forget the pivotal detail that the Dragon Balls turn to stone once a life is taken, though he remained silent, observing the unfolding situation. Inspired by Krillin's encouragement, Goku gathered his resolve and unleashed his Kamehameha. Broly internally scoffed. What a reckless move to contend against Goku. Unsurprisingly, Goku's Kamehameha proved superior, pushing back Piccolo's attack. Broly noted that Goku had held back somewhat, suggesting that Piccolo had not sustained severe injuries, likely due to the Kaioshin's influence. What transpired next puzzled Broly. It resembled a scene from Journey to the West. Piccolo grew to a massive size and charged at Goku, without the ability to shrink. Goku employed cunning tactics, first provoking Piccolo to enlarge further before diving into his mouth, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Eventually, Piccolo expelled Goku along with the sealed Kaioshin. Princess Iron Fan exclaimed, "Now that is familiar." After rejecting the Kaioshin, Goku felt liberated. His innate strength exceeded Piccolo's. And after a few more exchanges, both warriors bore numerous injuries, fatigue evident in their movements. Compared to Goku, Piccolo's close combat abilities were lacking, and he recognized this. Summoning his dwindling energy, Piccolo prepared to unleash his violent magic wave to conclude the fight. Observing that Goku was allowing him to gather energy while leading the others to safety, Broly was incensed. "Even now, you continue to be reckless?" Piccolo's technique resembled Vegeta's self-destruction, gathering energy around his body before unleashing it all at once. Unlike Vegeta, however, Piccolo relied solely on energy, without sacrificing his life force. Broly believed this technique leaned towards the more superficial end of destructive capabilities. True lethality lay in techniques like Piccolo's demon-like killing cannon, Frieza's death beam, the cutters, or Krillin's energy disintegration, which compressed energy to its utmost limits. This expansive attack lacked the raw destructive power of those techniques. After the shockwave subsided, Goku remained standing, having absorbed Piccolo's full-force strike. Conversely, Piccolo was nearly at his limit, while Goku still had some energy to spare. Gathering what remained, Goku charged at Piccolo. Following a series of rapid strikes, Goku leapt into the air and unleashed his final Kamehameha. As the referee and spectators debated whether Piccolo had been defeated, an unexpected turn occurred. The seemingly downed Piccolo rose during the countdown, emitting a beam of light that struck Goku in the right chest. Broly observed the unfolding events silently, only admonishing Goku after he fell. "You knew the Kaioshin was alive. Why did you let your guard down?" Defeated, Goku coughed up blood and struggled to utter a word. After a brief moment of writhing on the ground, he finally rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards Piccolo, uttering, "I apologize. I was careless." Unmoved, Broly inquired, "Have you ever considered what would happen to your friends if your carelessness leads to your demise? What about your wife?" With renewed vigor, Piccolo launched an attack at the freshly risen Goku, targeting the very chest that had previously suffered a piercing wound. The ensuing scene was somewhat brutal. Piccolo not only broke Goku's legs and arms but also intended to deliver a final, fatal blow. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Bulma pleaded with Broly, You've lectured enough. Please save Goku, or he will truly perish. Hearing Bulma's words, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and others also urged Broly to intervene and put an end to Piccolo's assault. Broly sighed deeply, feeling conflicted. On one hand, he did not wish to be like a certain character from a show who blindly respected history. He felt acutely that these individuals were indeed real. On the other hand, Goku's unfortunate habits had undeniably led to numerous grave mistakes, such as the mechanical Frieza. Had Goku not shown mercy, Frieza would not have wreaked havoc on Earth again. Without Goku's timely arrival, the inhabitants of Earth would have faced extinction. Realizing Broly had not acted, the Supreme Kai recalled Broly's previous mention of Wu Wei. Instead of requesting Broly's intervention, he implored Tien Shinhan to end his own life, believing that his demise would also result in Piccolo's death. Upon hearing that the Supreme Kai was prepared to sacrifice himself along with Piccolo, Broly felt a twinge of shame. We Saiyans are not to be trifled with. This exclamation, filled with indignation, was not directed at Piccolo's actions against Goku, nor at Goku's carelessness and leniency, but rather at himself. Broly quietly reflected, perhaps I was mistaken. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A blue flame erupted from Goku's mouth, interrupting Piccolo's incantation. Already gravely injured, Piccolo, who was barely holding on, could no longer withstand Goku's powerful strike and plummeted from the air. The onlookers rushed forward to assess Goku's injuries, while Broly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and fed it to Goku. The Supreme Kai, witnessing this, suddenly understood, chuckling. No wonder you have shown no concern, Broly, and have been so stern with him. It seems you had this up your sleeve. However, it appears Goku has exceeded your expectations, no, all of our expectations. After consuming the Senzu bean, Goku moved his body, fully recovering from his injuries. Chapter 31. Serene times having consumed the mystical bean, Goku stretched his limbs, feeling his injuries completely healed. To Broly's surprise, the first words uttered by the restored Goku were an apology. I sincerely apologize for my carelessness that led everyone into peril. I vow to remain vigilant until the end of our next battle. After expressing his remorse, Goku solemnly bowed to the group. Hold on, it wasn't just you. I learned a lesson as well. Spare us the sentimentalities, Broly replied, somewhat sheepishly, yet understanding the necessity of accountability. Thus, he mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. The atmosphere turned joyous as everyone began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Observing Goku's complete recovery, Broly reflected on the earlier confrontation. Ultimately, it was Goku's own strength that defeated Piccolo. However, one question lingered in his mind. Was that move an imitation of my mighty roar? I only employed it during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, and at that time, we had transformed into great apes, losing our rationality. Logically, you should have no recollection of it. Goku scratched his head and replied, well, when Piccolo injured my limbs. A fleeting thought of you firing a ki blast with your mouth crossed my mind, so I decided to give it a try. To my astonishment, it worked. Broly reminisced about the earlier scene. While Goku had indeed mimicked his technique, the underlying principle differed. His mighty roar required a specific emotional state, integrating ki into his voice, thus distinguishing it as a roar. Goku, however, had merely imitated the action of firing a ki blast with his mouth. Nonetheless, Broly mused, regardless of the technique. What matters is its efficacy. As they spoke, Broly noticed the god approaching the nearly defeated Piccolo, resolute with a hand poised to strike. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Goku, who quickly positioned himself between the god and Piccolo. What are you planning to do, God? Broly questioned. The god, maintaining his earlier fabricated narrative, replied, if this creature remains alive, he may pose a future threat. While you and Broly might contain him now, what will happen if you both perish? Our lifespans are considerably extended. Moreover, I can be revived using the Dragon Balls after my death. Once you perish, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone, correct? Broly interjected, not waiting for a response before continuing. You may have the power to eliminate Piccolo now. But what if stronger foes arise in the future? Leave those concerns to us. After all, the Dragon Balls are quite reliable. Wouldn't you agree? Broly glanced at the others, who readily affirmed, absolutely. While we may not possess the strength of Goku and Broly, we will diligently train to protect the Earth. Master Roshi, speaking as an elder, added, indeed, God, the children are correct. The future must ultimately be entrusted to them. Seeing the agreement among the group, the god relinquished his intent to kill Piccolo. In a moment that puzzled the onlookers, Goku fed Piccolo a mystical bean. This time, Broly refrained from commenting. The outcome was similar, Yet he realized that since his arrival in this world, he had already been influenced by the butterfly effect. He pondered what changes the future might hold. Following these events, Goku and Chi-Chi celebrated their union with a wedding and welcomed a son. In homage to his grandfather, Goku named the child Goten. Eventually, they returned to the tranquil confines of Mount Paozu, where they would live together. Broly opted to reside in West City. Relishing the conveniences of modern society, who would willingly forsake such comforts for rural life? Although he harbored aspirations of experiencing country living, he deemed it more prudent to wait until peace prevailed in his narrative. At that time, he envisioned bringing his wife and children to savor the pastoral lifestyle. But for now, he chose to embrace the mundane. Occasionally, Broly would take Bulma to visit Mount Paozu, where they would drop by Master Roshi's place. In the original narrative, Bulma and Chi-Chi had a somewhat strained relationship due to Goku, but this time, thanks to her choice of Broly, Bulma found herself getting along splendidly with Chi-Chi. Broly contemplated utilizing this brief period of tranquility to enhance his skills. Although Goku's strength still lagged behind his own, he was capable of exchanging a few blows. However, the gains proved minimal, bordering on negligible. Broly then considered employing a technique reminiscent of shadow clones to train against himself, but the results remained unchanged. In desperation, Broly sought Bulma's assistance. During their previous wager, she still owed him a favor. Upon hearing Broly's request for her to fulfill her promise, Bulma blushed and hesitated, insisting that it could only be done after their marriage. Broly quickly realized her misinterpretation and clarified his true intention. He desired a gravity chamber akin to the one Bulma's father had constructed for Vegeta, who trained relentlessly to achieve transformation amidst pride and fury. Ideally, Broly hoped for one with a gravitational force exceeding 300 times that of Earth's gravity. Having previously entrusted Bulma's father with the creation of his battle suit in the Scott incident, Broly felt uncomfortable approaching him again without a proper reward. Thus, he requested Bulma to speak on his behalf. Understanding the misunderstanding, Bulma felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Though displeased, she did not refuse. Compared to Goku and Master Roshi's group, Broly was significantly more considerate. While they were entrenched in training, Goku, now married with a child, was no exception. Broly often took Bulma out shopping, gaming, or visiting picturesque locales, sharing sweet nothings. Their relationship, while playful, retained an innocent quality akin to young love, evoking a sense of perpetual youth in Bulma. Regrettably, Bulma's father provided an unpromising reply. The technological landscape of their planet was peculiar. While he could create capsules, they lacked smartphones and still relied on payphones, even as their vehicles transitioned to hovercrafts. However, conventional firearms remained prevalent. He informed Bulma that the current technology could not produce a gravity machine due to a shortage of crucial electronic components. Once those components became available, he would consider crafting one for Broly. He also encouraged Bulma to reassure Broly that he need not be overly formal, as his research brought him joy. If he ever had a brilliant idea, he would gladly assist Broly. Broly, upon hearing this, felt unsurprised. After all, compared to the gravity chamber or time machine, even the earlier journey to Namek required insights from Namekian technology. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently. Nevertheless, Broly harbored concerns, lacking significant power improvements. He sensed that he could not enhance his abilities solely through near-death experiences or training. Perhaps only through combat with formidable foes could he truly grow stronger. Although he could not ascertain the truth of this intuition, it resonated deeply within him. With no superior training methods available, he decided to relish life, engaging in mahjong and poker with Bulma's family. From a modern perspective, he aimed to inspire Bulma's father to develop innovations such as smartphones, LCD televisions, and projectors, allowing them to enjoy the conveniences of technology ahead of time. Chapter 32. A reunion of brothers. Thus, 5 years passed in an unremarkable manner. In the year 761 of the AG calendar, a spherical spaceship violently crashed in the northeastern part of Earth, from which emerged a tall scion, Raditz, a member of Vegeta's team who had parted ways with Broly many years ago. Meanwhile, Broly was accompanying Bulma on a shopping expedition, preparing for a gathering at Master Roshi's place. In his past life, he had found accompanying a woman to be exhausting. Now, he realized that accompanying a wealthy woman was even more taxing. After dispatching the onlookers, Raditz left behind a legend of his might, subsequently using his scouter to search for Goku's presence. Upon detecting a powerful energy, Raditz mistakenly assumed it belonged to Goku and set off toward the wrong target. Piccolo, who had been deep in meditation, suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy rapidly approaching, causing him to turn pale. Was it Goku? No, Wait, was it that Broly? Before Piccolo could further discern the identity of the newcomer, Raditz had already descended from the sky. Attempting to maintain his composure, Piccolo inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Raditz replied with a smirk, "I am not here to seek you out." Piccolo retorted, "Then are you here to seek death?" He could sense the formidable strength of this individual, and he himself was unsure why he spoke so defiantly. Raditz pressed the scouter on his ear, which revealed Piccolo's battle power to be 322. "No wonder you are so arrogant. On this planet where power levels are generally low, you indeed possess a measure of confidence." Despite this, Raditz did not regard Piccolo as a significant threat. Seeing the tail coiled around Raditz's waist, Piccolo realized that this individual belonged to the same race as Goku and Broly. The peculiar hairstyle and the tail could not be mistaken. Recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Piccolo struck with no mercy, launching a ki blast at Raditz, which exploded upon impact, raising a cloud of dust but leaving Raditz unscathed. As Raditz brushed off the dust and prepared to retaliate, the scouter beeped again, detecting another strong energy. Ignoring the startled Piccolo, he took to the skies. At that moment, Broly had just finished selecting an outfit for Bulma, suggesting, "I believe lighter solid colors would suit you better, as your hair is quite striking. Wearing something too flashy might overshadow that advantage. Conversely, solid light colors would enhance your hair and highlight your features." Meanwhile, Raditz had already arrived at Master Roshi's. "At last, we meet. Though you've grown, I recognized you instantly, Kakarot. You resemble your father exactly." Raditz disregarded the presence of others and began conversing with Goku. "That name, Broly has mentioned it. It must be your true name. He should be your kin, correct?" Master Roshi recalled their first encounter with Goku and Broly. Krillin, noticing Raditz's tail, confirmed, "Indeed, Goku, he is certainly your kin. He possesses a tail as well." Raditz, ignoring everyone, confronted Goku. "What is the meaning of this, Kakarot? Wasn't your mission to exterminate all humans on Earth?" Goku remained silent, recalling the tales Broly had shared about their scion lineage. "Hey, Kakarot, did you hit your head as a child? How could you forget your own mission?" Raditz raised his voice, frustrated by Goku's silence. "No. Brother Broly once said that my father sent me to Earth for refuge, foreseeing the annihilation of our race, but no one believed him." Goku asserted loudly. "What have you all been discussing, Broly? Broly? Wait, Broly." The long-forgotten name resurfaced in Raditz's mind, accompanied by vivid memories of battles. He nervously scanned the surroundings, sighing in relief upon realizing Broly was not present. "Damn it. This complicates matters. I never expected that guy would be here. After he vanished, I assumed he was dead, only to find out he had come to Earth." Noticing Gohan's tail, Raditz's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. "Is this little brat your son?" Without waiting for Goku's response, he delivered a crushing knee strike to Goku's abdomen, leaving him gasping for breath. Raditz seized Gohan and muttered, "With this little one in hand, Broly should think twice before acting rashly." Observing the fallen Goku, Raditz was astonished to discover that Goku lacked a tail. Raditz's expression darkened as he demanded, "Where's your tail? You fool. Did Broly do this to you?" "It was I who removed it for the sake of my training," Goku replied weakly. Raditz's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but he scolded, "You idiot. Do you not understand how vital tails are to us Saiyans?" Enraged, Raditz knocked Goku unconscious, hoisting him over his shoulder while cradling Gohan in his arms. Before departing, Raditz left the others with a parting remark. "I've taken the person. Let Broly come find me." When Bulma and Broly arrived, it was already too late. "So this is what happened." Master Roshi recounted the events to Broly. "This guy. He truly is cautious. He fled upon hearing my name, and he took Goku with him." Broly analyzed the situation, deducing that although the newcomer had not introduced himself, he must be the weakest, Raditz. "Very well, I shall investigate. Rest assured, one Raditz is no match for me." With that, Broly retrieved a long-unused scouter, searching for Raditz in Goku's locations. Given Broly's current strength, it was somewhat fanciful to expect to search the entire Earth for them. Especially considering Raditz's battle power was merely over 1,000, it could take ages to locate him. Fortunately, he had acquired a new model of scouter earlier, which made things much easier. Just as Broly prepared to track Raditz, a figure materialized before them. "That guy is strong. Do not underestimate him." It was Piccolo, who had been overlooked by Raditz. "Piccolo, this is a matter concerning Saiyans. It does not involve you." "You bastard. Do you look down on me? First, I do not underestimate you. You are indeed no match for him. Second, rest assured, my strength is more than sufficient to handle Raditz without your assistance. Your path to world domination only requires you to chase after me and Goku. You need not concern yourself with anything else. However, if you wish to observe, that is acceptable, as experience is also valuable. Broly understood that early-stage Piccolo was similar to Vegeta, proud and obstinate, thus he refrained from harsh words. With that, Broly soared into the sky. Piccolo remained silent, acknowledging that Broly spoke the truth. He was indeed no match for the Saiyan. Moreover, he recognized that he might not be of any assistance, but observing would help him better understand his future adversary. So he opted to silently follow Broly after he took flight. Chapter 33. The Descendants. Upon locating Raditz, Broly found the scene before him utterly incredulous. Raditz was feeding Gohan, while Goku's gaze shifted anxiously between his brother and son, fearful of what his sibling might do. Their conversation was casual and sparse. Did that fool truly inform you that you were sent to Earth to conquer the planet? Raditz inquired. He was on my team. How could I have been unaware of such a matter? How was I to know? He never mentioned that you, wretched as you are, would resort to kidnapping my son as leverage. Rest assured, Kakarot, I harbor no intention of harming you or your child, Broly replied. My purpose here is to bring you back. Among the surviving Saiyans, including myself, there are merely 5 left. Vegeta has a brother, but his fate remains uncertain. We are in dire need of reinforcements. As he spoke, Raditz murmured under his breath, audible only to himself. That despicable old man deceived me into believing I was sent here to seize the planet, but it turns out it was for refuge. He truly is biased. Feeling envious. Are we? Who was it that claimed Saiyans were indifferent to such matters? Broly teased, descending from the sky and observing Raditz's flustered expression. Upon Broly's arrival, Raditz hastily discarded the food in his hand and seized Gohan by the throat, warily stating, Broly, do not approach, or I shall strangle this little one. Broly disregarded Raditz's threats and strolled over to the spacecraft he had previously occupied, reminiscing, ah, how nostalgic. I departed at the age of 8. And it has been over 20 years since we last met. Ultimately, we are still comrades. Humph. If you truly cared about such things, you would not have betrayed us after defeating Vegeta, Raditz retorted, cautiously utilizing his scouter to gauge Broly's power level. 0. How can this be? Raditz's mind was tumultuous, yet his exterior remained impassive. Unbeknownst to Raditz, Broly had achieved a state of mental tranquility, rendering his energy undetectable unless he chose to reveal it. Stop your scrutiny. That broken machine is functioning just fine. I merely came to converse with you. Do you really believe you can deter me with your grip on your nephew, regardless of your speed? What makes you think you can use your brother's son to threaten me? Though Broly surmised Raditz's intentions, Raditz remained resolute in his refusal to release Gohan. Spare me your bluster. I am not easily deceived. No matter what you say, I shall not let go. Suit yourself, if you find it agreeable to tire yourself out. Did Vegeta send you to Earth? Indeed. Did he claim that manpower was insufficient for assaults on other planets? Yes. You fool. Vegeta has figured out the past. Yet you remain oblivious? Why would he send you to seek out Kakarot, a lowly warrior, when he could be cultivating more vegetable people? This left Raditz momentarily speechless. Broly began to gather energy, and as his aura intensified, Raditz's scouter displayed increasingly alarming numbers. Eventually, the scouter malfunctioned and exploded. Still clinging to that antiquated machine from 20 years ago? When I departed, Frieza provided 500 new scouters. It appears he truly regards you as inconsequential. Do you still believe that Vegeta's planet was destroyed by an asteroid? Raditz could not respond, for he had pondered this question numerous times since Broly's departure. Yet like other ordinary Saiyans, he was unwilling to accept the truth. Broly shook his head and remarked, Vegeta is preparing to gather forces, intending to betray the Frieza force. And you, simpleton, remain in ignorance. However, it is evident that Frieza is likely already aware of Vegeta's plans. Once Vegeta becomes useless, he will likely meet the same fate as our planet. How can this be? Raditz slumped to the ground, causing Gohan to tumble as well. Gohan. Goku rushed to embrace his son as he was freed from Raditz's grasp. Broly's words were sparse yet lingered in Raditz's mind for a considerable time. Ultimately, Raditz rose and defiantly questioned, on what grounds should I trust your words? Whether my claims are true can be ascertained when Vegeta arrives. Ask him, and all will be revealed. Raditz silently approached the spacecraft from which he had come, and Broly, having seemingly appeared before him, halted him with an outstretched hand. If you fail to bring Kakarot back, do you think Vegeta will spare your life? He will assume you are dead if you do not respond to his summons, and will come looking for you. Goku and Piccolo exchanged bewildered glances. Was it truly this simple to neutralize such a formidable adversary? Even Broly was somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated a far more combative encounter with Raditz, which was why he had brought Piccolo along. Broly's power alone was sufficient to instill fear in Raditz, and his arguments were compelling, leaving no room for rebuttal. In truth, Broly's earlier forceful demeanor and words had planted seeds of doubt in the minds of those present long ago. What are your plans moving forward? Broly observed Raditz's despondent demeanor with a hint of disappointment. What became of the warrior race? What can we do? Even if you convince Vegeta, what of Lord Frieza? Does that vile creature not know of Vegeta's intentions? I simply wish to find a place to hide and quietly enjoy my remaining time. Is this what frightens you? Listen closely, Goku, and the rest of you. Have you comprehended the true extent of Frieza's power? Let me enlighten you. His first form possesses a combat power of 530,000. His final form exceeds 100 million. Broly then turned to Goku. Perhaps you fail to grasp the magnitude of these figures. Your combined powers do not surpass 1,000, and the once dominant King Piccolo barely reached 200. Hey, do not conflate matters. Frieza is your scion issue. Do not associate it with Earth. Piccolo does not believe Frieza will come here, though Goku remained silent. He shared the sentiment, feeling more like an Earthling, despite Broly's early indoctrination. He had merely developed a slightly altered view of scions. Broly nodded in agreement. You are correct. It is indeed unrelated to Earth. I shall not compel you to make any decisions. Yet he will eventually uncover the secret of the Dragon Balls and seek this place. I plan to confront him in 2 years. This is not solely the Scion's grievance, but perhaps the fate of the Northern Galaxy as well. Brother. Broly's speech ignited the dormant Scion blood within Goku. Do not call me brother. Raditz is your true elder sibling. From now on, refer to me by my name. I previously mentioned that Scions do not place great value on familial ties. Yet even so, this elder brother has not wronged you or your son. It is precisely for this reason that I have allowed him to remain on Earth. Remember this. We are the descendants of the Scions. As he spoke, Broly felt a tinge of melancholy. Gazing at the setting sun, he concluded with a poignant remark. Descendants, a title that denotes a home forever lost. Chapter 34. Planning. As Broly spoke, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Gazing at the setting sun, he uttered, Descendant, that is a title devoid of a home. No. At the very least, you still have me. Bulma had arrived in her aircraft, accompanied by Master Roshi and Krillin. If you can lead the remaining Scions to coexist on Earth, that would be commendable. Master Roshi, taking on a serious demeanor, embodied the essence of a martial arts master. It's premature to discuss such matters now. You must have heard the previous conversation. The threat posed by Frieza is no mere fabrication. However, rest assured, as I mentioned, Earth is my second homeland. I shall seek him out before his arrival, ensuring that even if we Scions meet with defeat, we shall not bring calamity upon Earth. Ever since Broly recognized the gradual enhancement of his powers, it became a source of inner turmoil. He hesitated to wager everything on the potential of his own body. Thus, even harboring a flicker of hope, he had to prepare for the worst. What about you, Goku? Will you accompany me to find Frieza in 2 years? Broly understood that Goku felt no allegiance to the Scion identity, yet his presence would bolster their chances, considering he was the original protagonist, the chosen one. However, as Broly had contemplated, many things had transformed since Goku's arrival in this world. I don't know. I want to return and consult Chi-Chi. Goku was uncertain of his choice, torn between his friends on Earth and Broly, who had raised him since childhood. Let him stay. His inferior battle power would be of no use. It is better for him to remain here, preserving the spark of the Scion legacy, Raditz interjected dismissively. Even if you are Goku's elder brother, you cannot speak in such a manner. Krillin could no longer hold his tongue. He believed Goku's involvement would aid the Scions. And Raditz's words were unwarranted. Is it enough merely to be stronger than me? Vegeta, who surpassed me, is still under Frieza's command. Raditz maintained a firm stance. Haha. Raditz, is this the gentleness of a Scion? He fears we might lose this time, not wanting Goku to perish at Frieza's hands. Yet he is right. You grew up on Earth and can refuse. Thus, even if we fail, the spark of the Scions will be preserved. And you will remain to protect Earth in times of crisis. No, I will go. If you perish and he finds Earth, it would be even harder for me to prevail alone. Goku resolved firmly, not just for the Scions, but for the future of Earth. Goku, you. Krillin glanced at Goku and then at Master Roshi, who nodded in understanding. Recognizing his master's agreement, Krillin made up his mind. Since you intend to go, I shall accompany you. But let it be clear, I do not do this for the Scions. My life was granted to me by Goku's wish to the dragon. I do it for Goku and for Earth. Although, it could lead to death. As he spoke, Krillin's voice dwindled. Thank you, Krillin. Goku expressed his gratitude solemnly. Then I entrust this child to you, Piccolo. With Goku's decision to depart, the future of Earth rests in your hands and Gohan's. Why? We Scions have our own ways of training. Raditz objected vehemently. Enough. Raditz, trust my judgment. I have my own plans. Broly understood that while it might be more appropriate for Scions to educate Gohan, under Piccolo's guidance, both Gohan and Piccolo would influence one another positively. Broly turned to Goku, seeking his perspective, for he was Gohan's father. Goku nodded. Then I entrust Gohan to you. Initially perplexed, Piccolo accepted the arrangement, realizing perhaps this was his way of contributing to Earth in a different form. You Scions are all unhinged. With that, Piccolo carried Gohan away. Once Piccolo departed, Broly gathered everyone at Bulma's home, summoning Yamcha, Tien, and others who were still training. For even a lone vegetable warrior would pose a challenge to the current inhabitants of Earth. Broly had not anticipated that with cherished bonds, even he would one day find himself troubled by the vegetable warriors. Let us not dwell too far ahead. We must consider the immediate concerns. Vegeta is not one to obey easily, even if our goals align. Raditz, what is Vegeta's current battle power? I'm not entirely sure. I only know that, like you, his power level has surpassed what the scouters can detect. After you left, Vegeta regarded your defeat of him as a humiliation, dedicating himself to training and attacking other planets, holding on to that grudge until he eventually returned to normalcy when he received no word from you. Broly pondered. Raditz and the others likely possessed older model scouters. This suggested that Vegeta's power must exceed 22,000, surpassing the original narrative of 18,000. According to Raditz, only Vegeta, Nappa, and himself remained of Vegeta's squad. I will confront Vegeta, but Nappa likely has a battle power of around 4,000, and with the vegetable warriors, each possessing over 1,000 in power, I fear I may not be able to assist you all. I did not bring any vegetable warriors with me. There should be fewer than 10 remaining. That means Vegeta must train to exceed those vegetable warriors before coming to Earth, correct? Krillin inquired. Indeed. And bear in mind that vegetable warriors can self-destruct and secrete potent acid. You must remain vigilant. Broly glanced at Yamcha as he spoke. Bulma, fetch 2 scouters. Everyone may not yet grasp the concept of battle power. Bulma nodded and retrieved 2 new model scouters from the lab. After leading everyone to the yard, they were all curious to assess their abilities. The results revealed, Broly had the highest battle power at 35,000, followed by Raditz at 1,700, which was also higher than the original narrative. Goku's battle power was less than 500, while Master Roshi's was a mere 150. Upon seeing the data, only Raditz remained unfazed. Having known that Vegeta possessed over 10,000 battle power at 8 years old, it was still defeated in one blow by Broly. Battle power does not define everything. It merely provides a rough understanding of one's strength, as many styles, like the Turtle School, can conceal their energy. Broly explained to everyone. Such techniques exist? No wonder your scouter registered your power as 0. Is this not looked down upon by Scions? However, if you were to detect an unknown individual who suddenly attacked you, the consequences could be dire. This not only conceals your energy, creating an element of surprise, but also conserves energy consumption. You might want to learn it when you have time. Broly knew Raditz's inherent pride as a Scion all too well. How frustrating. Despite our efforts, the gap remains so vast. Tien clenched his fists. Broly, we understand the disparity now, but how do we proceed with our training? Goku, uninterested in battle power, only desired to grow stronger. I have contemplated this as well. You may visit the Temple of Kli Yamucha, where the celestial beings possess some valuable treasures, all of which I have trained with Goku. The assembly had no objections, for even the path of cultivation must be traversed step by step. Goku, you could request the celestial beings to guide you in seeking Lord Kai. He shall enhance your strength. Will you not go? Goku inquired. Broly shook his head, replying, I have committed many transgressions in the past. Lord Kai would not favor one such as I. During this period, I shall find time to observe your training along with Gohan. What about me? The only one left unassigned was Raditz. You should accompany them to the celestial realm and learn the art of energy manipulation. Remember this, control your temper. Before you act foolishly, consider Frieza, who possesses a battle power of 530,000 in his first form. Broly felt it necessary to caution Raditz. fearing a possible conflict between him and the celestial beings or the Earth warriors. Stop rambling. Chapter 35, The Scion Assault. Raditz appears to have been eliminated. His scouter has gone silent, and there has been no response from the ship he sent a message to. Meanwhile, far away on another planet, Vegeta has also sensed the peculiar happenings on Earth. Useless fools. Can't even handle a low-class warrior like Kakarot? Vegeta scoffed, showing little concern as he leisurely munched on the fruit in his hand. However, before the communication was cut off, Raditz mentioned Broly. This event left a profound impression not only on Vegeta but also on everyone present, including Nappa, who cautiously observed Vegeta's expression upon hearing that name. Nappa's apprehension was warranted. Upon hearing Broly's name, Vegeta crushed the fruit in his hand, his face contorted with fury as he spat out a few words, "To Earth, at full speed." Upon receiving Vegeta's command, Nappa hurried to set the destination on the ship. In the hierarchy of Scions, with Raditz absent, such tasks naturally fell to Nappa. After establishing the course, the two Scions embarked on the same path as Broly and his companions, Earth. On the other side of the universe, on Earth, Broly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, casting a shattered doll to the ground. He casually accepted the scarf handed to him by Boppo and remarked, "It's futile. There is still no progress. Even after enhancement, that doll can only fight for 10 minutes. Perhaps it's a material issue. It cannot endure for long. And if it sustains too much damage, it will break prematurely." During his time inside, Broly had been practicing the four-body fist, battling against himself, yet to no avail. "How goes your new form?" The Supreme Kai inquired, still concerned about what Broly had mentioned before entering the chamber, that he was researching a new transformation which, if successful, would surpass the Great Ape form. Broly shook his head. He initially believed that the Rage form was merely another variation of Super Saiyan 4. Transforming first into a great ape and then reverting to a humanoid state within the transformation's duration. However, the outcome was not as smooth as he had anticipated. He had failed to achieve Super Saiyan 4, and the humanoid great ape rage form also eluded him. Reflecting on his failures, Broly pondered. Perhaps he had been mistaken from the outset. The processes seemed similar, but the underlying principles might differ. His rage form harnessed the berserk strength of the great ape in humanoid form, which should not be related to maintaining rationality. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 involved retaining consciousness while transformed into a great ape. Notably, in the original story, one must first transform into a golden great ape before reverting back to Super Saiyan 4. It is possible that this golden great ape form requires one to transform into a great ape while in Super Saiyan form. Or perhaps Broly's base strength simply falls short. Transformations in Dragon Ball often begin slowly and have limited durations, with repeated transformations over extended periods. Not only does the duration lengthen, but the transformation speed can diminish to a mere instant, as evidenced during the Cell Saga. Additionally, Broly had attempted to transform into a regular Super Saiyan, whether through anger or concentrating power into his back, but ultimately failed. Logically, the transformation methods of the Sixth Universe should be simpler. Having been on Earth for over a decade, and after years of meditative training, Broly should have accumulated enough S cells to transform. It seems there is indeed a power threshold for becoming a Super Saiyan. Hey, Raditz, that's incorrect. You should first retract your energy within your body and unleash it when needed. Tien, you might try my method of combating 3 clones with your original self. Broly offered suggestions regarding their training methods. Meanwhile, Goku was honing his skills under the guidance of King Kai. As time passed, the strength of the group visibly increased. 10 months later, 2 spherical spaceships crashed into the towering metropolis. Vegeta was the first to emerge from the ship, surveying the gathered crowd with disdain. A mere Kakarot and Broly couldn't conquer this feeble planet? Truly pathetic. Nappa, upon receiving Vegeta's approval, extended 2 fingers, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy from within. Countless energy waves erupted from the ground, obliterating the entire city in a cataclysmic explosion that transformed the once modern metropolis into desolate land in the blink of an eye. The blinding flash from the violent detonation could even be seen from the surface of the Earth, a testament to its overwhelming power. In truth, the warriors on Earth had sensed the 2 formidable energies upon their entry into the atmosphere and were hastening towards their landing site. Upon feeling the energy released from Nappa's destruction of the city, they quickened their pace. In fact, Broly was the most anxious. Vegeta and Nappa had landed near the center of the Dragon Ball world, just a town away from West City. If they did not hurry, West City would likely suffer the consequences. Broly's home, which he had ensured was safe, was now at risk. Broly recalled a humorous anecdote from his previous life, when Ultraman lifts the car you bought with a 3-year loan and hurls it at your 30-year mortgage house. Do you still believe in light? With this thought, Broly increased his speed. It was not just Broly pursuing Vegeta and Nappa, even if he did not seek them out. Vegeta and Nappa would likewise pursue Broly and his companions. Due to Broly's earlier destruction of Raditz Scouter, Vegeta remained unaware of the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth. It could be said that Vegeta's arrival on Earth was to find Broly. Wherever Broly was, trouble would follow. Wherever trouble arose, Vegeta would undoubtedly be there. Just as Vegeta and Nappa were about to use their scouters to locate the others, they sensed several energies approaching their position. Nappa, it seems we need not search. They are coming to us, Vegeta remarked. No sooner had he spoken than a tall figure arrived at their location. The fragmented memories of the past began to merge with the present form of the newcomer as Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the visitor's face. Vegeta's teeth ground together. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Long time no see. Nappa and Prince Vegeta. Broly greeted them. Broly, we rushed over upon hearing the news. We didn't expect you to be alive. Did you and Kakarot eliminate Raditz? We fought alongside each other, Nappa exclaimed. Deeply affected by Broly's earlier words before he departed. He could hardly believe that Broly, a fellow scion and comrade, had defeated Raditz, which infuriated him. Before Broly could respond, the remaining warriors arrived at the scene. Nappa, what foolishness are you speaking? Who was eliminated? Chapter 36, The Emergence of the Cultivator Nappa. What nonsensical words are you uttering? Who has been eliminated? Vegeta's countenance darkened as he inquired with malevolent intent. So, are you planning to defect to Broly? As he spoke, Vegeta raised his hand, extending 2 fingers. If that is the case, I shall ensure you reunite in hell. His middle and index fingers began to glow ominously. In that critical moment, Nappa, realizing Vegeta's intent, cried out, No. What? Do you wish to side with that wretch Broly as well? Vegeta could scarcely believe it. Rabid as he was, Nappa, who had followed him for so long, dared to oppose him. No, Vegeta. I have no intention of betraying you. We are all scions, and there are so few of us left. Can we not discuss this? Nappa asserted his loyalty before expressing his thoughts. Nonsense. I have no need for useless trash. Once I deal with those 3, I shall turn my attention to you. Vegeta glared fiercely at Nappa. His interrupted spell work reigniting with renewed brilliance. Enough. In an instant, Broly was before Vegeta, striking the iconic pose reminiscent of Goku and Frieza. Broly and Vegeta stood face to face, Broly's left hand firmly grasping Vegeta's right, poised for an attack. Vegeta, astonished, had not anticipated that merely glaring at Nappa would allow Broly to close the distance so swiftly. Observing Vegeta's expression, Nappa understood that victory in this battle was likely unattainable. Typically, Vegeta was not only ruthless but also composed. However, upon encountering Broly today, he had lost his composure at first sight. Release me. Vegeta attempted to retract his hand. Yet Broly's grip was like iron, tightening with increasing force. With his wrist beginning to throb painfully, Vegeta realized that if he did not extricate himself soon, Broly might crush his hand. In desperation, Vegeta let his right hand go limp and pivoted on it, launching a kick with his left leg aimed at Broly's face. In most scenarios, one might expect an opponent to release their hold and evade, as maintaining such a grip would effectively immobilize their upper body against a horizontal attack. Unfortunately for Vegeta, his adversary was Broly, who showed no inclination to evade, as if to convey that even if Vegeta were to break his neck, he would still shatter Vegeta's hand. Seeing this, Vegeta chuckled. Even if Broly were to crush his hand, it would merely cause inconvenience, but should Broly's neck be broken, he would undoubtedly perish. The very next moment, a jolt from his foot alerted Vegeta to a grave miscalculation. Vegeta's foot was firmly planted on Broly's face, which did not flinch an inch, as Broly fixed his gaze upon Vegeta and remarked, It's been a while, Vegeta. Is this your way of greeting? Taken aback that his foot had failed to inflict harm on Broly, Vegeta found himself momentarily speechless. Allow me to return the favor, Broly declared as he tightened his grip on Vegeta's wrist, stepped forward, pivoted, shifted his weight downward, and then thrust Vegeta violently to the ground. The impact of Broly's throw knocked the wind out of Vegeta, compressing his lungs and diaphragm, leaving him gasping for breath and unable to move. Bending down, Broly looked at the fallen Vegeta and said, I had hoped to converse with you, but I doubt you would listen unless I defeat you, correct? Broly understood Vegeta all too well. He was the sort who only responded to strength, and only from those he deemed superior, with the exception of that cat. Moreover, having heard from Raditz about events after his departure, Broly sensed that Vegeta had already begun to view him as a nemesis, akin to the old rivalry between Broly and Goku eternally shouting Kakarot, with the intent to annihilate him upon their next encounter. Humph. I advise you not to mistake me for my former self. Suddenly, as Vegeta lay on the ground, he launched several energy blasts at Broly's descending face. Broly, taken aback by Vegeta's audacity to fire energy blasts from such close proximity, leaned back to evade a few blasts, only to find that Vegeta had vanished from sight. Understanding that Broly was no novice in battle and would not make the foolish mistake of lowering his guard against an opponent still capable of fighting, Vegeta seized the opportunity to leap away, creating distance between himself and Broly. Then Nappa, plant all the vegetable warriors. You and the vegetable warriors shall deal with Raditz and these earthlings. Hold nothing back. After merely a brief exchange, Vegeta discerned that, although Broly's power level was undetectable, he likely posed a significant challenge. Thus, he decided to let Nappa handle Raditz and the earthlings while he occupied Broly. Why yes, Nappa understood that Broly had spoken the truth. Vegeta was not the type to heed others' words. Regardless of the outcome, a battle must be fought to its conclusion, provided the defeated could survive. Yet, a part of him secretly hoped for Broly's victory. After all, Broly had matured, and Nappa was eager to hear his thoughts. Nappa retrieved 2 transparent vials from his waist pocket, each containing a few green seed-like objects, and knelt to plant them in the soil. Broly unleashed a green energy blast towards Nappa, its power restrained as he did not wish to eliminate the remaining members of his race. Just before Broly's blast reached its target, Vegeta, noticing Broly's movement, fired a purple energy blast that collided with Broly's, resulting in a violent explosion. The explosion startled Nappa, halting his actions. Fool, what are you waiting for? Vegeta chastised. Raditz, are you not aware of the capabilities of the vegetable warriors? Must you wait for him to plant them? Broly admonished. Though displeased by Broly's remark, Raditz recognized its validity and charged at Nappa. Simultaneously, Nappa hastened his actions, redirecting his focus toward Raditz and the Earth Warriors. As Raditz approached, Nappa executed a knee strike to Raditz's abdomen, sending him flying to maintain distance. After launching Raditz, Nappa finally buried the seeds in the soil. Just as he prepared to retrieve another vial, Krillin sprang into action, raising his right hand to conjure a spinning disc-shaped blade and hurled it towards Nappa. Nappa, detecting a significant surge in Krillin's power level through his scouter, recognized the attack as formidable and narrowly evaded the energy blade, which sliced through the ground where he had stood. Energy blasts. The remaining fighters joined the fray, launching their assaults on Nappa. Yajirobe utilized his abilities to restrict Nappa's movements. However, due to the fundamental disparity in strength, Nappa easily countered their attacks with a few energy blasts. Nappa poured the cultivation fluid from the second vial onto the ground, and moments later, several green vegetable warriors emerged from the soil. Chapter 37, An Unexpected Defeat? Several vegetable warriors emerged from the earth, peering at their cultivators, Nappa and Vegeta, awaiting their commands. Broly, distracted, noticed the vegetable warriors had indeed been brought forth. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to swiftly eradicate them with a ki blast. Just then, Vegeta appeared behind him, seizing Broly in a firm embrace, interrupting his incantation. You lot, move quickly and eliminate these pests. Vegeta commanded the vegetable warriors, who promptly began to act upon his orders. Raditz suddenly materialized behind one of the vegetable warriors, delivering a swift chop that severed the unfortunate creature's head, causing it to explode into fragments. Useless. Vegeta cursed, preparing to issue further commands when Broly broke free from Vegeta's grasp, hurling him towards the vegetable warriors, then unleashing another ki blast aimed at Vegeta. As Vegeta collided with one of the vegetable warriors, he regained his footing only to sense Broly's energy surge approaching. With instinctive reflexes, he seized the very vegetable warrior he had just struck and hurled it towards the incoming ki blast. The thrown creature collided with Broly's energy attack, resulting in a violent explosion that shielded Vegeta from harm. Vegeta felt a shift within himself. Events were not unfolding as he had orchestrated. With 2 vegetable warriors already dispatched, the situation had grown dire. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Piccolo, accompanied by Gohan, had arrived. Observing the fierce battle, Piccolo wasted no time, unleashing a powerful energy wave that eliminated yet another vegetable warrior. Do not fall prey to them any longer. Self-destruct. Vegeta commanded the remaining 3 vegetable warriors. Though reluctant, They complied. It must be noted that while their combat prowess was not exceptionally high, indeed, it was sufficient to surpass Frisia's minions. Coupled with unwavering loyalty and no resource expenditure, they exhibited commendable battle instincts. The three vegetable warriors targeted the weakest among them, Gohan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. Perhaps fate was at play, as Yamcha drew the short straw first. However, having received Broly's earlier warning, he enveloped himself in a key shield upon being seized by the vegetable warrior. Although he sustained severe injuries from the ensuing explosion, he survived, ultimately collapsing into a small crater created by the self-detonation of the vegetable warrior. Gohan and Kaiatsu fared better. As one vegetable warrior charged towards Gohan, Piccolo swiftly grasped its arm, lifting it effortlessly. The bewildered creature met its demise at Piccolo's hands. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu coordinated with Tien, using his psychic powers to momentarily hinder the vegetable warrior's movements, allowing Tien to obliterate the final foe with a powerful attack. With this, not only Vegeta but even the daft Nappa comprehended the gravity of their predicament and began to amplify his energy. Nappa launched an offensive against Krillin, while Piccolo retaliated with one of his demonic techniques. Nappa dodged, redirecting his assault towards Piccolo, delivering a kick that sent him flying. The intensity of their skirmish escalated. Yet the situation did not appear to improve. Influenced by Broly's presence, Vegeta's relentless training had similarly bolstered Nappa and Raditz, rendering them stronger than in the original narrative. However, the disparity between Raditz and Nappa remained significant. Even after rigorous training in the sacred world, Raditz was still insufficient to contend with Nappa, perhaps due to Broly's influence. The outcome had shifted. Previously, they would have perished at Nappa's hands. However, as Broly had expressed a desire to converse with them, Nappa refrained from unleashing his full wrath. Nevertheless, the gap in strength was too vast, and being a power-type warrior, Nappa's assaults left them all grievously wounded. Only Raditz emerged relatively unscathed, possibly due to his superior strength or kinship, as Nappa had shown him some mercy. Meanwhile, the battle between Broly and Vegeta raged on. Initially, Broly had refrained from unleashing his full might, choosing instead to study Vegeta's combat habits and techniques. However, witnessing his companion's fall, Broly resolved to go all out. The sole silver lining was that through his encounters with Vegeta, Broly discerned that Vegeta's power was likely beneath his own. Broly's combat strength now stood at 35,000, while Vegeta's hovered around 30,000, a remarkable increase from their original levels. In the original tale, Vegeta had nearly perished twice before reaching this threshold, indicating that he had indeed dedicated considerable effort to overcoming past humiliations. Although Vegeta and Nappa were stronger than their original counterparts, it was clear that Broly's ability to learn and grow from battle was a formidable advantage, even against opponents of similar might. Broly possessed confidence in his ability to surpass Vegeta, and the Scion's inherent arrogance meant he would rarely opt for a multi-against-one confrontation unless absolutely necessary. As Broly engaged Vegeta, the latter felt the mounting pressure. Broly seemed to grow progressively stronger, his speed and power becoming increasingly difficult to match. Nappa, too, observed their duel in astonishment. Once a prodigy with a combat strength of 12,000 at the age of 8, Vegeta had been effortlessly defeated by Broly. After Broly's departure, Nappa had witnessed Vegeta's relentless training and participation in Frisia's oppressive campaigns, raising his power to levels beyond the capabilities of a scouter. Yet, even so, he remained under Broly's oppressive might. Nappa stroked his chin, pondering, could the rumors of your hold truth? No, it could not merely be gossip. Broly's power at birth had surpassed Vegeta's by a considerable margin, though it had later been attributed to a machine malfunction. A sudden, urgent mechanical beep interrupted Nappa's thoughts. He glanced in the direction of the sound, discovering the scouter that had been carelessly discarded. Vegeta had warned that the individuals on Earth possessed methods to conceal their energy signatures, thus they had set the scouter aside. Nappa picked up the device and scanned the surroundings, sensing an approaching presence, one with a combat strength of around 2,000, closing in at a rapid pace. Kakarot? Just in time, I have a moment to spare. Let us see who among us is stronger, the one who fought alongside Vegeta, or the one who followed Broly. Before long, an orange figure descended from the sky. It was Goku. Chapter 38. A new adversary emerges. Before long, a vibrant orange figure leaped down from the sky. It was Goku. Having finally arrived at the battlefield from King Kai's planet, Goku quickly scanned the situation. His former allies lay defeated, yet thankfully, some still exhibited signs of life. Vegeta and Broly were locked in a fierce battle, oblivious to Goku's presence. Nearby, a bald giant seemed to be awaiting Goku's arrival, observing the clash between Vegeta and Broly. Goku surmised that his comrade's survival was likely due to this fellow's deliberate actions, and he felt a flicker of appreciation for his kin's conduct. "You must be Nappa, as mentioned by Broly? Did you bring them down?" Goku inquired with a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze on Nappa. "Oh, you are Kakarot. Compared to Vegeta and Broly, you are quite renowned. I recall you as the son of Bardock, who had a mere battle power of 2 at birth and was later sent to Earth as a low-class warrior," Nappa retorted, detecting an undercurrent of threat in Goku's tone. "Enough chatter. Since those two are preoccupied, I will take you down first," Goku declared, assuming a battle stance. "Just as I wished," Nappa bellowed, charging at Goku. After a few rounds of combat, Nappa realized he was no match for Goku. Perhaps the overwhelming aura of fighting scions around him had influenced his own state of mind. Remarkably, he retained his composure without Vegeta's guidance. The battle resumed, and this time, Nappa found himself exchanging blows with Goku, even managing to gain the upper hand momentarily. "This won't do. I can't afford to lose like this. It seems I must unleash the Kaioken," Goku resolved, preparing to engage Nappa anew. At that moment, the earth began to tremble, causing even the nearby hills to crumble under the pressure. Goku and Nappa halted their skirmish, turning their attention to the clash between Broly and Vegeta. It became apparent that Vegeta, having been relentlessly pressured by Broly, succumbed to fury, allowing his rage to overpower his reason. He unleashed all his energy, his muscles swelling with explosive power. "Oh, is this your full strength?" Broly observed, maintaining his calm demeanor as he regarded Vegeta. "Broly, I will slay you and cleanse the humiliation you have inflicted upon me with your blood," Vegeta declared, charging at Broly once more. With the surge of power, Vegeta's strength, speed, and defense all saw a significant enhancement, even surpassing Broly in speed. Although both Broly and Nappa were power-type warriors, Broly had honed his speed as well, understanding that brute strength alone is futile without agility. However, due to Broly's larger physique and denser muscle fibers, he found himself lagging behind in speed. As the battle raged on, Broly sensed his body adapting to Vegeta's speed and strength. Vegeta, astonished, thought, "How is this possible? This is all the power I possess." In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, and the earth trembled once more. Though the tremors were not as violent as during Vegeta's outburst, they persisted. Have Bulma and the others summoned the dragon? Broly pondered, confusion settling in as he observed the phenomenon before him. With the ground splitting open, massive vines emerged, each as thick as 4 or 5 meters in diameter. "Hold on," Broly called out to Vegeta. "What? Do you wish to concede?" Vegeta taunted, still mocking Broly. As Broly beheld the rising vines, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It wasn't until he witnessed a colossal tree erupting from the ground that he realized the true nature of these vines. "Oh no, this is the Tree of Might," Broly exclaimed. "Vegeta, allow me to handle this before we continue our battle." With that, he disregarded Vegeta and prepared to take flight. Vegeta, unwilling to let Broly escape so easily, felt insulted. Even if Broly defeated him, it would be less painful than being abandoned in this moment. "You coward! Do you look down upon me?" Vegeta shouted, employing his royal tactics, but Broly deftly evaded him without sparing a glance. "Don't think you can run away." Frustrated by Broly's dodging, Vegeta pursued him in a rage. Witnessing Broly and Vegeta take off, Nappa followed suit without a second thought, leaving Goku behind. Realizing that something far more serious was afoot, Goku glanced at his fallen comrades and instructed the Supreme Kai to tend to them before he too took to the skies. As Broly flew, he contemplated the dire situation. Vegeta remained unresolved. The Tree of Might had been planted, and a new adversary, Doria's, would soon emerge. He wondered about the strength of this new foe and how he would manage to confront both threats simultaneously. After all, such characters and events were typically confined to the movies. As the new incarnation of Broly, he should ideally exist within the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Before he could unravel the mystery, he arrived near the Tree of Might. Gazing at its towering branches and leaves, along with the roots surging from below, Broly felt overwhelmed. The tree would continuously siphon the Earth's life energy, ultimately leading to the desiccation of vegetation, depletion of water sources, and transforming the Earth into a barren desert devoid of life. With this realization, Broly gathered energy in his hands, poised to obliterate the Tree of Might. "Who are you? I haven't encountered you on Vegeta's planet." A sudden voice resonated from behind Broly. Turning around, he saw a figure remarkably similar to Goku. dressed in a blue-black traditional battle uniform and red-tinted goggles. However, this Goku had darker, grayish skin and a tail at his waist. The familiar silhouette matched a character from Broly's memories, the villain from the movie Earth's Greatest Warrior, Dorius. Chapter 39. Is that all? How could I lose? Who are you? Why have I never seen you on planet Vegeta? Broly gazed at the familiar-faced scion and replied, You must have been sent to another planet at birth, thus escaping calamity and surviving the explosion of planet Vegeta. As Broly's words echoed, Vegeta and his companions arrived, their eyes widening at the sight of the astonishing great tree and the scion who bore a striking resemblance to Goku, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. Isn't this the noble Prince Vegeta? You seem rather disheveled, one of the scions mocked, laughter ringing out. Who would have thought that the so-called genius of the scions, Prince Vegeta, could be so battered and bruised? How amusing. With disdain, Vegeta dismissed the mockery, recognizing the insignificance of the scion before him, given the limited number of scions. If this individual were truly remarkable in combat, he would surely be remembered. His unfamiliarity indicated he was merely an ordinary lower-class warrior. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, he had, for once, subconsciously agreed with Broly's assessment. As the group gathered, the scion clad in a dark blue battle suit began his introduction. My name is Dales. You are correct. My battle power is lacking, and I was sent to another planet at birth. Much like this one, the inhabitants there possessed low combat abilities. And I soon conquered that world. Afterward, I returned to my birthplace, engaging in the trade of planets like other scions. Regrettably, being a lower-class warrior meant living a life of servitude. Despite my relentless efforts, what did I ultimately gain? Thus, I resolved to leave my squad. And that decision led me to this. At this pivotal moment, Dales turned to gaze at the Tree of Might. From that moment on, I understood that the god of fate had not abandoned me. Rather, he revealed to me that the fault lay not with me, but with the absurdity of the scions. Can you fathom how elated I was when planet Vegeta was destroyed? Dales grew increasingly fervent, his expression becoming more frenzied. When I first arrived on Earth, I witnessed your battles and, out of compassion, decided that I would recruit the victorious side into my service. However, I would only accept elites, categorically rejecting the worthless. With a condescending glance, Dale surveyed Broly, Vegeta, and Nappa, once the elite scions. Feeling the malice in Dale's gaze, Nappa retorted, What are you staring at? Do you take me for trash? How tiresome. Broly, let us continue our battle. I have no time for this waste to regale us with his delusions of grandeur. Vegeta dismissed Dales entirely. Following you? Pray tell, what is your plan? Broly inquired. Noticing that Broly was not as rude as Vegeta and appeared somewhat intrigued, Dales began to weave his vision. I shall continue my conquests across other planets, utilizing the Tree of Might to enhance my strength. Ultimately, I will bring Frieza to his knees, and at that time, the entire universe will be my domain, with you as my honored ministers. How absurd. Let us be clear. The scions have found themselves in this predicament through their own folly. Yet, you are truly laughable, believing that instead of striving to change a flawed system, you can simply flee and then return to exploit others. You are nothing more than a jester. In my eyes, you do not even measure up to King Vegeta 3. Broly's words inexplicably brought a sense of relief to Vegeta, who shared his disdain for Dales. Good, good, good. Dales echoed 3 times, though his heart seethed with anger. Since you refuse my offer, from this day forth, the Scion race will consist solely of me. In truth, Dales harbored a deep resentment for Vegeta. Not only for being born an elite warrior, but also for being the son of King Vegeta. However, after hearing Broly's words, his animosity shifted towards Broly. For Broly was an elite warrior whose words rendered Dales utterly worthless, and more importantly, everything he said was irrefutable. In a fit of rage, Dales unleashed a colossal energy blast aimed at Broly. A green aura enveloped Broly, his energy surging violently. Just as Dales' attack was about to strike, a protective green shield encased Broly, thwarting Dales' assault. But that was not the end. The shield expanded dramatically, rapidly growing from a diameter of 3 meters to several kilometers. This was no ordinary barrier, but rather an offensive move akin to Majin Vegeta's self-detonation, radiating outward from Broly's center. What madness is this? Vegeta exclaimed, hastily conjuring his own shield to defend against Broly's indiscriminate attack. The overwhelming green energy engulfed everyone in the vicinity, and when the brilliance subsided, the landscape lay utterly devastated. Dales, now stripped of his defenses, appeared disheveled and battered, his armor in tatters. In contrast, The others, including the lower-powered Goku and Nappa, suffered only minor damage to their clothing, as Broly had deliberately spared them from harm. Though he bore some injuries, they were not severe enough to hinder him, merely leaving him looking ragged. Dales, seizing the opportunity, taunted, "It seems grand, yet its power is minuscule. That must have drained your energy considerably. To have reduced me to this state, you are doomed today." Broly seemed oblivious to Dale's taunts, merely observing him with quiet intensity. Vegeta, wearing a scornful smile, interjected, "You fool. Have you not realized?" He then pointed to the adjacent tree of might with his iconic thumbs up. Before their eyes, the tree visibly withered, eventually turning to ash. Indeed, Broly's original objective was never Dale's, but rather the tree of might itself. He had manipulated the shield's grandiosity to mislead Dale's, channeling energy into the tree to dismantle it from within with ferocious force. "You scoundrel! How could you?" Dale shrieked, witnessing the tree's destruction. His last vestige of sanity obliterated as he lunged at Broly in a frenzy. Dale's unleashed a barrage of frenzied attacks upon Broly, who found Dale's efforts laughable, barely resembling Vegeta's prowess. Broly stood there, unmoving, absorbing the onslaught without flinching. As the mindless assault continued, Dale's eventually sensed something was amiss. His eyes flickering with clarity and shock. He could hardly believe that his wrathful strikes had failed to inflict any harm upon Broly. Just as Dale's pondered this perplexity, Broly seized the moment to retaliate. With a classic diaphragm strike, Broly's sudden blow incapacitated Dale's, followed by a swift kick that sent him soaring through the air. Dale's became a perfect parabola, ultimately crashing to the ground. Chapter 40. The clever Darius, is this it? How could I possibly lose? Observing Broly's decision to prioritize attacking the spirit tree, Vegeta felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he remained unaware of what advantages the spirit tree might confer upon Darius, it was evident that this was Darius's reliance and trump card. This exemplified the Saiyan way of combat, never granting the opponent any leeway. It was this very conviction that allowed Vegeta in the original story to employ tactics like sand throwing and princely maneuvers. It was akin to facing a Saiyan enemy who had created an artificial moon. Broly's action of destroying that moon effectively deprived them of their transformation opportunity. However, the later Vegeta, whether due to his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan or the influence of Goku, seemed to have forgotten this combat ethos, even providing Cell with an opportunity to achieve his perfect form. In truth, Broly was simply intent on preventing the spirit tree from further draining Earth's vitality. Should the Earth perish, ordinary individuals like Bulma would also suffer. Thus, he chose to attack the spirit tree first and foremost. "Broly, shall we continue our previous battle?" Vegeta could hardly contain his eagerness. Much of the past 2 decades had been spent preparing to defeat Broly upon their next encounter. Casting a glance at the fallen Darius, whose energy had become disordered, Vegeta recognized that even if Darius attempted to rise for a surprise attack, it would scarcely inflict any harm. Therefore, he resolved to align with Vegeta's intentions and conclude this battle. With that decision made, Broly re-engaged with Vegeta. However, Vegeta gradually sensed something amiss. His attacks seemed to be increasingly failing to connect with Broly. Though reminiscent of their initial confrontations, he had entered a full power state, and even when at a disadvantage, he could still land blows on Broly. Now, realizing the current state of affairs, Vegeta understood. Broly was growing stronger, continuously adapting to his combat style, with his physical strength, power, and speed all on the rise. At that moment, the defeated Darius managed to rise once more. With his power, he could still perceive the unfolding battle between the two. Observing Vegeta gradually falling behind and the widening gap between them, a sense of fear gripped him for the first time. "Vegeta, if this continues, you will perish. How about considering my proposal to join forces? We could share this universe." Darius's plea was merely a stalling tactic. He had never intended to share the opportunity of becoming the ruler of the universe. Even if Vegeta was currently marginally stronger than him, he planned to return to his ship, search for any remnants of the Spirit Fruit's core, and easily re-establish the Spirit Tree, thus regaining the upper hand over Vegeta. Darius's desperate words momentarily distracted Vegeta, providing Broly the chance to deliver a powerful counterpunch. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted swiftly, using his forearms to block Broly's assault, though he was still sent flying. Vegeta did not respond to Darius's invitation. Instead, he coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." Darius, seeing this, became frantic, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. If he did not find a chance to eliminate these two during this battle, they would undoubtedly obstruct his path to becoming the Emperor of the universe. He resolved to forcefully insert himself into the fray, helping Vegeta defeat Broly first, then catching Vegeta off guard. Darius charged between Broly and Vegeta, adopting an aggressive stance. Broly dismissed Darius's antics, hoping instead that Darius would join the battle. From his previous encounter with Vegeta, he had felt an undeniable truth. Through such confrontations, his strength would rapidly ascend. Presently, Vegeta alone posed no threat to him. He was eager to test whether he could take on two opponents simultaneously. Darius's power was estimated to be between 25,000 and 30,000, while Vegeta's battle prowess exceeded 30,000. Broly's power before the fight was only 35,000, meaning the combined strength of Darius and Vegeta was nearly double Broly's. Even with the techniques he had learned, it would be insufficient to confront both simultaneously. However, during his skirmish with Vegeta, Broly had experienced a boost in his strength, although he was uncertain of the exact figures. Get out of my way. I can handle this alone. Vegeta kicked Darius, who was facing away, sending him flying, threatening, if you interfere again, I will kill you first. Vegeta, you. Darius, clutching his side, glared at Vegeta, his mind racing with counter-strategies. At that moment, both Darius and Vegeta independently conceived a plan, transformation. Yet Vegeta hesitated. Although Broly was not clad in battle attire, merely wearing his usual form, a tight black suit complemented by a blue dragon skin sash, Vegeta had caught a glimpse of Broly's tail during their earlier exchange. Unlike Kakarot, who had severed his tail, Broly retained the ability to transform into a great ape. However, Vegeta also held an advantage. He was unaware that Broly had made a wish to the dragon, and in his understanding, only he and the Saiyan King could transform while retaining their intellect. While some elite warriors could maintain partial awareness, none could match him in their humanoid state. Darius did not ponder such intricacies. He viewed this as a twofold opportunity. Once Broly transformed and lost control, even if Vegeta resisted the alliance, they would have to cooperate. Furthermore, the combined might of himself and Vegeta would surpass Broly's. As great apes, their disparity would only grow. If Broly represented a power level of 4, he and Vegeta would be 2 and 3, respectively, 2-3 to 4-1. But 2-3, 10 to 4-10-10. Darius expended a considerable amount of energy, concentrating it into his right hand. As the energy coalesced into a white energy sphere, he hurled it into the space between Vegeta and Broly. Broly had been keeping a watchful eye on the undeterred Darius, but he merely suspected that Darius might attempt a sneak attack while he and Vegeta were engaged in battle. As Broly observed the energy sphere's flight, he sensed something amiss. Why was the energy sphere moving so slowly? What is this? Vegeta also noticed the missile Darius had thrown. Not many Saiyans mastered this technique, but Vegeta just happened to be one of them. The energy sphere initially vanished into the air, merging with it, then reappeared, growing larger. Broly recalled that in the original story, Vegeta had transformed into a great ape during his battle with Goku, giving him some familiarity with this technique. Broly's mind raced with a daring idea. If he fought Vegeta in his great ape form while remaining in his humanoid state, would his battle power not also surge rapidly? The inherent risks would escalate, and he could very well meet his demise. Yet, without courage, there is no reward. Upon Darius launching the energy sphere, Broly felt the disturbance and shifted his gaze elsewhere, choosing not to transform. Chapter 41. Unforeseen developments upon the release of Darius' energy sphere. Broly immediately sensed an anomaly and diverted his gaze, opting against transformation. Darius merged his energy with the surrounding air, creating a luminous orb reminiscent of the moon, reflecting the light of Bulma. Under the influence of this light, his own form began to alter. Vegeta, too, was affected by Bulma's illumination. In astonishment, his hair and physique expanded. Goku gasped in surprise, leaving Broly puzzled. He had previously informed Goku about the Great Ape transformation, and thus Goku should have known that Gohan had also fallen victim to his own transformation. Why then, was there any astonishment now? As Broly glanced at Goku, he finally understood the source of Goku's shock. Both he and Darius, the instigator of this chaos, had subconsciously overlooked Goku and Nappa. Goku, perhaps due to Gohan's predicament, chose to relinquish his tail, but Nappa, being a Saiyan albeit of lesser combat power, was similarly disregarded, despite his potential for transformation. What a disaster. It was already exceedingly challenging to face two opponents. With Nappa now involved, the stakes were elevated. Thankfully, Goku and Raditz had yet to transform. This time could genuinely spiral out of control. Earth might not withstand the aftermath. However, the ensuing events did not unfold as Broly had anticipated. Although Vegeta and Nappa transformed under Dare's influence, fortunately, they retained their consciousness, resulting in no immediate calamity. Dares, upon transforming, initially succumbed to a frenzy before launching an assault on Vegeta and Broly. As Dares swung his fist, Broly, observing the massive hand approaching, refrained from overestimating himself and chose to defend with both hands. Yet, to his astonishment, even with his defensive stance, the sheer force of the great ape strike exceeded his expectations, sending him sliding backward. In contrast, Vegeta found himself in a comparatively advantageous position. Dare's power was inherently inferior to his own, and even after transforming, he remained at a disadvantage. After intercepting Dare's punch with one hand, Vegeta retaliated with a headbutt, causing blood to spurt from Dare's sizable nose. Having lost his rationality upon transforming into a great ape, Dares acted solely on instinctual destruction. Vegeta's strike provoked the enraged Dares, who unleashed a torrent of crimson energy beams, which spiraled chaotically as he rotated his head, leaving devastation in their wake. Broly adeptly utilized his flight technique to evade Dare's onslaught. Vegeta, now in his great ape form, boomed with a deeper voice, disdainfully uttering, "Trash." Indeed. One could observe the faint smirk on his colossal visage, brimming with contempt. Choosing to escalate the confrontation, Vegeta unleashed a more formidable attack, the Super Energy Cannon. A radiant white light emanated from his mouth as a thicker energy blast surged forth, directly colliding with Dare's fiery assault, ultimately resulting in an explosion upon contact with Dare's face. Perhaps buoyed by his transformation, Vegeta, who had once been at Broly's mercy, now faced Dare's with newfound confidence. He commanded Nappa, "Nappa, do not interfere in this battle, otherwise I shall eliminate you once this concludes." "Understood," replied Nappa, who, transformed into a great ape, disregarded Goku's presence and seated himself upon a massive boulder, adopting a pose of casual contemplation. Yet, internally, Nappa was far from tranquil. He understood well the significance of this battle for Vegeta, who had anticipated this moment for some time. He also recognized that Vegeta was not one to make idle threats. Most importantly, Nappa acknowledged that he lacked the capacity to intervene in this conflict. "Broly, come forth. No one shall disrupt our battle now. You do not presume that you can defeat me without transforming, do you?" Broly certainly entertained such thoughts, yet he refrained from vocalizing them, knowing it would incite Vegeta's wrath. He had contemplated, during their time in the temple, that if his combat prowess were to escalate during battle, he must not allow his opponent to unleash their full potential immediately. To eliminate them outright would be a waste of his exceptional talent. By not provoking Vegeta, Broly inadvertently imparted a sense of elation to him. Previously, he had been at Broly's mercy, yet the tables had now turned, and anyone would revel in such a reversal. With another punch, Vegeta sent Broly hurtling away. Before Broly could regain his footing, a colossal shadow descended from the sky. Vegeta stomped down and taunted, "Huh? You still haven't transformed. Could it be that you're still unable to control your transformation and lose your consciousness like before?" Although Vegeta and Broly had once been allies, Broly had never transformed in front of others, unwilling to expose his vulnerability. Even when circumstances necessitated transformation, he refrained from doing so in front of his comrades. Vegeta, while never having witnessed Broly's transformation, could infer from the terrifying energy he emanated during battles and the aftermath he left behind. At that time, Vegeta speculated that Broly might struggle to control his great ape form, yet he dismissed the thought, as Broly's formidable strength suggested he might eventually master it as he matured. Little did Vegeta know that Broly's physiology was unlike that of an ordinary Saiyan. His battle power exceeded 10,000 at birth, coupled with an extraordinary talent and a transformation distinct from other Saiyans. Only Broly understood the double-edged nature of this power. Wielded wisely, it could yield unparalleled strength, yet mismanaged, it could lead to self-destruction. Since you cannot control this power, do not accuse me of bullying you. After so long, I have grown weary of this game. As Vegeta's voice amplified, the force of his foot intensified. Die. To Vegeta's astonishment, he found himself unable to fully ground his foot. Logically, given his size and strength, he should have been able to create a substantial crater. Why then, did it feel as if you were unable to press down? This individual still possessed strength? Indeed, Broly, too, was oblivious to the cause. The moment Vegeta's foot pressed down upon him, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, igniting a murderous intent and amplifying his strength. From barely resisting Vegeta's weight to gradually lifting his foot, Broly summoned every ounce of his power and hurled Vegeta's great ape form away. Vegeta had sensed that Broly's combat power appeared to escalate during their previous skirmishes, initially attributing it to mere illusion, perhaps a fade. However, with the energy he had expended during their encounter, coupled with his previous engagements, it was evident that Broly must have employed some method to enhance his strength mid-battle. If that were indeed the case, it was utterly terrifying. He could not afford to hold back any longer, lest Broly, upon maturing, become even more formidable than Frieza. As Vegeta, propelled through the air, steadied himself, he assumed a stance, his legs bent, arms positioned behind him, radiating a soft pinkish-purple glow. Broly discerned that although the Great Ape form was reputed to possess tenfold the power of his original self, it primarily resulted in an increase in energy. While both offensive and defensive capabilities were enhanced, the significant reduction in speed and the disparity in size rendered many attack maneuvers ineffective. This elucidates why Vegeta refrained from utilizing the Great Ape form thereafter. Consequently, it was indeed a sagacious decision for Vegeta to conclude the battle with a ki blast. He was acutely aware that the optimal course of action lay in this particular attack. Should Broly truly grow stronger amidst the skirmish, Vegeta's stamina would dwindle, and the tide of battle, which had momentarily shifted in his favor, would once again sway against him, widening the disparity. Thus, he concentrated all his energy, realizing that if this strike failed to vanquish Broly, he would likely face defeat once more. As Vegeta amassed his power to deliver a decisive blow, Broly opted not to interrupt him. The strength he had recently exhibited resembled an adrenaline rush, propelling his power upwards while dulling his sense of pain and marginally enhancing his speed, albeit at the cost of sustaining injury. Should he not defeat Vegeta in this state, he risked exhausting himself to the point of incapacity. This condition bore resemblance to an alternate form of the Kaioken technique. However, while the Kaioken overextends one's life force, muscle, bone, and cellular vitality, Broly's state was more akin to unlocking latent potential, reminiscent of the goddess's tier in League of Legends, where each battle incrementally increased total mana while the immediate gain remained negligible. Thus, the resolution would hinge upon a singular strike. Interestingly, Broly harbored the same intention. As Vegeta gathered his energy, Broly too prepared to unleash his next assault. Chapter 42, The Greatness of the Scions. Once more after much contemplation, Broly resolved to conclude the battle with the Kamehameha, thus addressing the regret of Vegeta not facing Goku. More importantly, Broly was uncertain if his full power technique would prove fatal to Vegeta. Like Tien's Dodon Ray, under equal force, a smaller contact area results in greater pressure and penetration. Other similar energy attacks primarily rely on explosions, which, while having a larger range, do not inflict as much damage as the Kamehameha. If he did not severely injure Vegeta, the latter would undoubtedly retaliate with lethal intent, thus eliminating those options from Broly's choices. Only the Spirit Bomb and Kamehameha remained, both of which, compared to explosions and cuts, offered more of a thrust, somewhat gentler in nature. In terms of power, if the user desired, it could be formidable, as evidenced by the decapitated Cell and Goku's tenfold Kamehameha. Broly positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his side. As energy began to coalesce in the center of his palms, the blue-white light shining ever more brilliantly. A purple energy wave, 2 meters in diameter, erupted from Vegeta's hands, soaring unimpeded toward Broly. "You two, get out of the way," Broly called to Nappa and Goku. Aware that even if Nappa were caught in the blast, his Great Ape form would provide considerable defense, mitigating the danger of a direct hit. However, Goku, with combat power under 10,000, would be at grave risk even from the residual effects of Vegeta's attack. The others, however, failed to comprehend Broly's intent. Was he surrendering? If so, why not interrupt Vegeta's charge? Did he truly intend to perish in battle? Yet, perhaps this was a fitting end for a scion. Nappa seized Goku with one hand and leapt backward, distancing himself from the impending attack. "Let me go. I need to help," Goku protested, but Nappa, being Vegeta's subordinate, was unwilling to permit his interference. After all, dying in battle was a coveted fate among scions. Nappa's sole priority was to safeguard Broly from Kakarot's meddling. Even Vegeta was moved by the tragic scene, yet he did not cease his actions. Instead, he intensified his energy output, muttering, "I will remember you, Broly. If you return with Kakarot, perhaps you will not perish." The Gallic gun charged toward Broly, who remained still, further solidifying the onlooker's assumptions. Then, upon unleashing his full-power Gallic gun in Great Ape form, the resulting force stirred clouds of dust that engulfed the area. Goku bore the brunt of misfortune. As Broly had forewarned, the blast's impact even affected him and Nappa, although Nappa shielded Goku from some damage. The residual shockwaves were too much for Goku to withstand comfortably, leaving him injured, albeit not gravely. He felt a deep frustration. Perhaps the first person to be harmed merely by spectating. Vegeta exhaled, preparing to retract the remaining energy of the artificial moon for his next plan, when his eyes widened in shock. Through the swirling dust, he glimpsed the dazzling blue-white glow. What is happening? Contrary to any notion of resignation, Broly had remained still to gather energy, amplifying the Kamehameha's power. Just as the Gallic gun approached, he executed the afterimage technique, evading the attack and catching Vegeta off guard. Consequently, Vegeta had no time to assume a defensive stance and was struck directly by Broly's nearly point-blank Kamehameha. Fortunately, his great ape form provided some protection, sparing him from death. In his final moments of consciousness, Vegeta summoned his last strength to utter, "See, coward." "What cowardice are you speaking of, Vegeta? Is that truly your line?" Broly thought, bemused by Vegeta's accusation. Unbeknownst to him, the others had concocted various interpretations of the events. He assumed Vegeta lamented not engaging in a fair exchange of energy. Who set the rule that if you unleash an attack, I must reciprocate? A great ape attacking a mere scion? Only a fool would comply. And you, Nappa? Will you continue this fight? Broly gasped, warily eyeing the great ape form of Nappa. Nappa responded with action, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the artificial moon, declaring, "No more fighting. We shall wait until you recover." With the disappearance of the artificial moon, the bodies of Vegeta and Darius, lying on the ground, along with the standing Nappa, began to undergo transformation, their fur dissipating as their forms reverted to normal size. After ensuring the well-being of his companions, Broly instructed the Z fighters to gather the Dragon Balls. Darius's spirit tree had significantly impacted Earth, and prompt action was required to prevent potential disasters. Though the Z fighters had suffered severe injuries from the enhanced Nappa, as long as they survived, the Senzu beans were plentiful. However, unlike Goku, Broly was not inclined to extend his kindness to these Saiyans. He was uncertain if their survival would enhance their combat capabilities, and he saw this as an opportunity to instill a new mindset in them, as they would be more receptive in their weakened state. A day later, in the central wilderness, Darius gingerly touched his swollen face, pondering, "I'm still alive? I wonder which of those two emerged victorious. Never mind. It matters not to me. I must return to the ship and search for any remaining spirit fruits, if none remain. I will have to seek out seed cores on other planets to survive for a while." Lost in thought, Darius struggled to rise. "You wish to return to your ship? Forget it. I destroyed it. Such a thing as the spirit tree should not exist in this world." "What? Destroyed?" Darius exclaimed, taken aback. Just as he was about to express his fury, he tempered his emotions upon witnessing Broly, seemingly unscathed, standing before him. After all, one must bow their head when under the eaves. As a scion, one should not rely on external forces to grow stronger. Does that not dishonor your tale? Darius understood he could not afford to confront Broly openly, but could not suppress his resentment. "Humph. Easy for you to say. If you had endured what I have, I wonder if you would still speak so boldly. Are we lower-class warriors destined to be oppressed? Your lofty rhetoric sickens me. You raise a valid point, indeed. One cannot advise others on virtue without having endured their suffering. But do you believe that merely possessing higher combat power as an elite warrior is sufficient? To be feared? Nearly cast away to a desolate planet to fend for oneself? Is that the life you desire? If not for my cunning, perhaps Vegeta 3 would have obliterated me in the incubation pod." Darius had not anticipated such a background from Broly. He yearned to counter, yet found himself at a loss for words. "You have awakened as well. Cease feigning slumber." Broly directed his gaze toward Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta 3's rule was fraught with failure, marred by foolish actions, but was that not the case for all? Who among you is without blood on their hands? Who among you has had the courage to oppose Vegeta 3 or Frieza? At that moment, Raditz and Nappa, along with Goku, arrived, coincidentally overhearing Broly's remarks and feigning ignorance. As the gathering of individuals reached completion, Broly commenced his indoctrination. "It is not only you who lack strength. I too am devoid of it. The reason is simple. We are exceedingly feeble. Perhaps Vegeta 3 possesses a modicum of resilience, as some have acclimated to his rules and methods. Yet Frieza perceives us as mere slaves and threats, intent on our annihilation, even when we acquiesce to his commands. I wonder if any among you are acquainted with Kakarot's father, Bardock. He stands as the sole scion who dared to confront Frieza directly with a battle power of merely 20,000. His team was exterminated, and he narrowly escaped due to his injuries. After dispatching the Frieza force that sought to intercept him, he returned to planet Vegeta. bearing the grim tidings of Frisia's intention to obliterate the Scions. However, Broly drew out his words, noting the disbelief among the gathered. No, it was more accurate to say they dared not believe. They were oblivious to the reality that Frisia, possessing a staggering battle power of 530,000 without even exerting his full strength, would annihilate the Scions. But what transpired? Frisia indeed obliterated planet Vegeta, deceitfully claiming to the surviving Scions that it was destroyed by an asteroid. A race that prides itself as a warrior civilization ultimately had to rely on a lower-class warrior to safeguard their own planet and kin. This is the harrowing truth behind the Scions' extinction. Do you feel a sense of shame upon hearing it? With that, Broly paused, surveying the expressions of those present. Nappa, Raditz, and Dor clenched their fists in response, while Goku lowered his head, envisioning the figure from his memories. Vegeta, arms crossed and gaze turned aside, betrayed his inner turmoil through the tension in his fingers. Observing their reactions, Broly felt a sense of satisfaction. If these individuals could unite their strength, they would become a formidable force. After all, the potential of the Scions is well known. Even the Scions from Universe 6 managed to hold their ground against the protagonists. If there lies an opportunity to resurrect other Scions and guide them onto the right path, then, as the lyrics proclaim, from henceforth, even the gods shall feel awe. Chapter 43. Diverging paths. I believe that both Vegeta 3 and Frisia have erred in their ways. I shan't rank them in any hierarchy. All I know is that Frisia obliterated Vegeta 3, yet his tyranny over us remains unabated. I sense it is time for us to rise. No one is born to be a slave. Similarly, no one is destined to be termed a lower-class warrior. Our fates lie firmly in our own hands. Kakarot is a testament to this, having transcended his initial battle power of merely 2 to surpass Raditz, who was once classified as a superior warrior. If he can shatter the chains of his destiny, then so can you, I, and everyone else. Vegeta, I have previously spoken words you should have etched in your heart. You have long contemplated rebelling against Frisia, have you not? Vegeta, astonished, inquired, how did you come to know this? The Scions possess greater combat prowess than Frisia's minions, demonstrating unwavering obedience while requiring neither resources nor wealth. If Frisia were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be intrigued. Moreover, your summoning of Raditz to Earth serves to gather the remaining members of our kin. Your intentions are transparent. Humph, what of it? Even combined, we scarcely measure up to his Ginyu Force. Such discussions are futile. No, that is certainly not the case. While we may indeed seem feeble in comparison, do you understand why he harbors trepidation towards us Scions? Is it merely due to our great ape form? From the moment I gained consciousness, a legend has persisted among the Scions. Are you referring to the Super Saiyan? Preposterous. There has been no evidence of a Super Saiyan since records began. Even during the conquest of planet Vegeta, I am well acquainted with this legend and the method of transformation. Though Broly's voice was soft, it detonated like a nuclear bomb amidst the serene atmosphere, capturing the attention of all present. What? So it is not merely a fable? The Scions are poised for resurgence. Listen to me. The prevailing perception of us Scions is one of cold-heartedness and brutality, indifferent to the lives of comrades and kin. In truth, this is indeed the case. However, before my arrival on Earth, I learned of an intriguing tale that profoundly inspired me. On a certain planet, there exists a race strikingly similar to us Scions, ranking among the highest in combat strength, albeit not comparable to our own. Their power derives largely from their eyes, but the conditions for activation are exceedingly stringent, requiring immense stimuli, such as the death of loved ones or enduring inhumane torture. When the method of unlocking their eyes spread, it even led to instances of self-inflicted harm. Among their kind, a rumor arose that they were cursed. I scoffed at this notion, until I encountered an alternate version. They are not a race devoid of emotion, rather. It is precisely their profound emotional ties that dictate their method of transformation. Their strength is not born from the slaughter of their own kin, but exists to protect those bonds. Are you suggesting that we Scions require a similar impetus to transform? Vegeta, eager for power, seemed impatient. Partly true, but I wish to convey that without something to safeguard, it is challenging to achieve Super Saiyan transformation. I shall reveal the methods, as there are two. First, akin to their kind, we must undergo significant emotional stimuli, predominantly sourced from anger. Second, this method is more suited for our planet's researchers and logistical personnel who require prolonged residence in a stable environment. When the S cells within us accumulate sufficiently, we can concentrate our power to our backs and transform. Before Broly could finish his explanation, several individuals began to attempt the transformation, including the injured Vegeta and Dallas, who were particularly fervent. Do not waste your efforts. Both methods are indeed viable. However, there exists a requisite battle power for transforming into a Super Saiyan, likely in the millions. While this figure may seem distant to us now, at least we possess a target. I have spoken at length today. I gathered you not solely to discuss this legend, but also to seek your assistance. Approximately a year from now, I shall confront Frieza, and I hope you will support me. This is merely a request. You may decline. However, if you choose not to join, I implore you to preserve the ember of the Saiyans. If possible, please safeguard this beautiful planet within your capabilities. With that, Broly bowed to the group. As Broly bent his head in preparation to bow, Vegeta stepped forward, placing a hand on Broly's shoulder, muttering, "Unnecessary." Goku, too, placed a hand on Broly's shoulder, giving him a pat. If one solely relies on others for salvation, they are unworthy of freedom. Rise against it, brethren. Broly extended his fist. Goku, having spent the most time with Broly, was the first to grasp his meaning, extending his fist to meet Broly's. He then turned his gaze towards Raditz. After nearly a year of acquaintance, Raditz had come to accept Goku as his brother, his demeanor subtly influenced by Goku. Observing the fist bump between the two, Raditz extended his own fist. Nappa finally absorbed Broly's remaining words. Since their parting, he had often reflected on Broly's disappointed expression as he departed. Now he understood. Broly had resolved to lead the Saiyans in vengeance from that very moment, and judging by Broly's words, Vegeta shared such intentions. For Nappa, not having to choose sides between the two was the best outcome. He too extended his massive fist. Dallas and Vegeta exchanged glances. Perhaps due to Broly's ideology of equality, a utopian vision had begun to take shape in their minds, leaving them immersed and somewhat unsettled. Yet, they were all Saiyans and men, and a sense of embarrassment lingered. Noting Vegeta's silence, Dallas chose to speak first. Let it be known, I am merely temporarily cooperating with you all. Broly, you have not destroyed the Tree of Might and the Spirit Fruits, but rather, my dream of dominating the universe. Once Frieza is defeated, I shall settle the score with you. Following this, Dallas extended his fist to join the others, albeit his dark gray skin appeared slightly out of place. Very well. I await you. Not just you. After we defeat Frieza, I am ready for any challenges you may bring. This is not mere formality. If they can grow stronger, surpassing even myself, I welcome the challenge, for it shall aid in my own growth. Finally, all eyes turned to Vegeta. As always, Broly understood this proud prince all too well. How could Vegeta possibly lack interest in vanquishing Frieza? Reflecting on his words to Goku and Frieza on Namek, it was clear that his power had always been insufficient to confront Frieza. Additionally, his pride would not allow him to admit otherwise. Vegeta held the honor of the Saiyans in the highest regard, considering himself the prince of their race. His self-esteem as a Saiyan prince permeated the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga. Ultimately, Nappa spoke up, having recently developed a rapport with Vegeta, and he longed for the few remaining Saiyans to unite in fulfilling the dream of resurgence. Vegeta, you, Nappa, have you forgotten your station? Are you instructing me on my duties? And you all, do not become too complacent. Vegeta, temper your ire. I believe you are more suited to the second method of transformation. Broly did not become enraged due to Vegeta's disrespect. Rather, he extended a hand to him. Nonsense. Clearly, a battle genius like myself is better suited for rage. Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, Broly's massive hand seized his wrist. After several futile attempts to break free, Vegeta ceased his struggle, clenched his fist, and joined the others, feigning reluctance as he turned his face away. Chapter 44 Farewell Gathering on a splendid afternoon. The group, laden with various items, gathered for a rare celebration. Several Saiyans had resolved to revive their race. Without a doubt, Raditz chose to remain on Earth to train alongside them. Meanwhile, Nappa and Dariz listened as Raditz boasted about the apparent weakness of Earth's inhabitants, claiming that one could easily secure a lucrative job and live like a lord. However, Broly had repeatedly reminded them that Earth had become a second home for Goku and himself, urging them not to engage in reckless behavior, as it might also serve as a second homeland for the Saiyans. Dariz, having once dreamed of becoming a cosmic emperor, had relinquished that ambition. Yet he found solace in experiencing the tranquil life of Earthlings, especially with Broly present for training and sparring. Nappa, on the other hand, exclaimed, after a lifetime of battle, "Am I not entitled to some enjoyment?" Vegeta, however, chose to depart. This recent conflict had unveiled a hidden potential within the Saiyans, the ability to grow stronger upon the brink of death. Thus, he decided to return to Frisia, not only to observe Frisia's movements, but also to gather the latest intelligence. If Frisia remained unaware of the events on Earth, Vegeta's power would still be valuable for some time, aiding his own strength enhancement. Broly thought this plan was quite sound. Frisia was oblivious to the Dragon Balls, and he could not guarantee that Frisia would venture to Namek. Having an informant among Frisia's ranks could prove advantageous. Broly handed Vegeta a scouter, advising, "This was specially crafted for you by Bulma. Normally, it will function as a regular device, but in special circumstances, pressing this button will switch to our channel. In case of danger, you can contact us through this." Humph. Vegeta said nothing further and pocketed the scouter. This gathering served as a farewell. A chance to savor Earth's culinary delights, a moment of tranquility before the impending storm. Don't you dare neglect your training. If any of you hinder my progress, I shall be the first to eliminate you, he proclaimed, not holding back in his display of prowess. Such a foul mouth you have. Broly organized this splendid gathering. And even if you refuse to appreciate it, refrain from making such disheartening remarks. Bulma interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Vegeta. Relax, Bulma. It's nothing. Scions are simply like that. You needn't take it to heart, Broly consoled her, wrapping his arms around her. Seeing Broly at a loss for words brought Vegeta a sense of delight. Chewing his food, he remarked, "This woman embodies the spirit of a scion. Albeit her power is woefully inadequate. On our planet, she would hardly surpass even the support staff of our scientific community." What do you mean by embodying the scion spirit? Bulma, having heard Broly's stories, was aware that aside from a few exceptions like Goku's mother, Chi-Chi, most female scions were fierce warriors. Due to the prior battle and the scion temperament, Broly had intentionally seated a few scions away from the Earth warriors. However, this little commotion led by Raditz caused everyone to erupt in laughter, enhancing the camaraderie. Aha, Bulma truly can be intimidating when riled up, Goku jested. Vegeta's statement held some truth. Female scions were indeed formidable, eliciting further laughter. Enough already, your mouths won't be filled by mere words, Broly quickly intervened, shoving food into the mouths of the two brothers. Unconsciously glancing at Bulma, Broly suddenly realized she had changed her appearance. Her new hairstyle, reminiscent of the Showa era with soft waves, had him momentarily entranced. Although he knew Bulma was always versatile in her looks, witnessing it in reality was an entirely different experience. The sky blue hue of her hair contrasted sharply with the dark brown he remembered. "Hey, say something, will you?" Bulma nudged Broly with her elbow, realizing he was lost in thought. Seeing his daze dissipated her irritation, and a smile broke across her face as she playfully adjusted her hairstyle. Time passed swiftly, and the scions' hearty appetites were evident. After a satisfying feast, Bulma suggested to entertain themselves by conjuring a drone from a capsule. The drone projected a 3D image, but the program turned out to be a news broadcast. The presenter on screen explained their recent discovery. "We have found two spherical machines in the ruins. According to relevant authorities, these could potentially be spacecraft. The large-scale explosion previously may have been caused by extraterrestrials descending from here. Isn't that our spaceship?" Nappa pointed at the image on the screen. "Why not just reclaim it?" "It was originally ours," Raditz suggested. "Why complicate things?" "Shorty, do you recognize this?" Bulma waved an object playfully. Shorty, are you talking about me?" Vegeta's expression darkened as he recognized the object in Bulma's hand. "Isn't that the remote control for my spaceship? Hurry up and return it. It was found by Krillin." "Your ship is sophisticated enough to summon it back," she replied, having already examined it the night before. Though the remote was in Bulma's possession, Vegeta remained composed, knowing there was a time for jokes. He had also heard from Broly that the new scouter was an improvement made by her, and as a scientist, she was unlikely to cause any issues. "Bulma, return the remote to Vegeta. He needs to go back," Broly said, reaching out for the remote. "Ridiculous. Do you think Bulma listens to advice?" Even if Beerus and Whis were here, it would depend on her mood. As Bulma fiddled with the remote, the spaceship in the projection began to move. "What's happening?" "It's no big deal." Before she could finish her sentence, the remote emitted a series of beeping sounds, followed by the explosion of the spacecraft in the projection. The nearby ship, positioned too closely, suffered the same fate. The group's jaws dropped in disbelief. Even Broly had not anticipated Bulma's clumsy maneuvering. "You fool! Return my spaceship." If Raditz and Nappa hadn't restrained him, Vegeta would have erupted in rage. "What was I supposed to know? I didn't realize your scion ships had self-destruct mechanisms." Broly quickly positioned himself between the two, mediating, calm down, calm down." The ship I arrived in is still with Bulma's father. If all else fails, Raditz has another one. Chapter 45, The Tragedy of Chioi after sending Vegeta away. The group began to contemplate methods of traversing the cosmos. Broly's spacecraft had been dismantled into components by Brief and was still under scrutiny, while Raditz's vessel had been commandeered by Vegeta. This prompted Broly to recall the Namekian, who had originally come to Earth with a spaceship that should still be located somewhere. Broly established telepathic contact with the Namekian, and after elucidating the situation, the Namekian generously offered his spacecraft to Broly and his companions. In the ensuing days, Bulma and Brief undertook modifications to the Namekian spacecraft, while the others opted to continue their training in anticipation of news from Vegeta. Broly chose to remain with Bulma to offer them some counsel. Given the larger number of travelers this time, the Namekian spacecraft would prove inadequate, necessitating the construction of a larger vessel. Besides the essential amenities aboard, Broly insisted that Bulma allocate a space for training, allowing for the utilization of the gravity device he had previously mentioned after examining the Namekian spacecraft. It must be said that the technological prowess of Namek was indeed impressive, perhaps even surpassing that of the Science and the Frisia Force at this stage. Broly could not help but marvel at the swiftness of their ships and the convenience of their voice-controlled operation. In truth, Bulma had proposed utilizing the Dragon Balls to transport everyone to Namek, especially since Piccolo was alive and the Namekian was also unharmed, making the Dragon Balls available for use. However, Broly dismissed this idea, feeling an unforeseen event might transpire. To err on the side of caution, he preferred to reserve the Dragon Balls for emergencies. Once the spacecraft arrangements were finalized, the next order of business was to select the personnel. It was a foregone conclusion that several Scions would be participating, followed by Piccolo. According to the Namekian, if it was confirmed they would indeed travel to Namek, Piccolo should visit his homeland on their behalf and fight for it, as he could also communicate with the Namekians. What surprised Broly, however, was the decision of Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma to accompany them. What nonsense! What do you intend to do? Do you think this is merely a game? Broly chastised Bulma loudly. I'm not going. If the ship breaks down on the way, who will repair it? Bulma retorted, leaving Broly momentarily speechless. Indeed, apart from Goku, the Scions present could operate the ship, but none were capable of repairs. And what about him? Kakarot, why should he be involved in this? Raditz pointed at Gohan, questioning the earlier agreement to preserve a trace of Scion blood. If he wishes to go, let him go. Piccolo, who was often regarded as Gohan's second father, surprisingly did not oppose this time. What nonsense are you spouting? He is our last hope, Raditz exclaimed, gripping Piccolo's cloak in frustration. Let Goku decide. He is Gohan's father, Broly interjected. Goku shook his head, stating, I believe he should make his own choice. When Raditz came to Earth, Gohan was too frightened to fight. If he decides to go, we should respect his decision. Broly nodded, acknowledging that Goku's parenting style had often been criticized, as he seemed preoccupied with training, leaving Chi-Chi to place all her hopes on Gohan. Yet, under Broly's influence, Goku's character had evolved, and from his previous statement, Broly discerned that Goku was indeed a good father. Kid, do you truly wish to go? There are monsters that eat people there, you know. We might not be able to protect you. Raditz continued to press, attempting to instill fear. Gohan, initially startled, soon adopted a resolute expression and nodded. Krillin, what about you? I've said it before, this journey is solely for the Scions. You need not involve yourself, Broly inquired. Although he knew that Krillin had the least chance of survival, as only he could facilitate Goku's transformation. Broly, not one to shy away from the truth, reminded him. I may be afraid of death, but as I said, I am going to repay Goku's debt. Moreover, I found that spending time with you Scions is not as daunting as I thought, Krillin replied, and with his decision made, Broly ceased to argue, focusing on the final preparations. In Broly's heart, the nature of this undertaking had shifted. He had once considered that should they fail, the Dragon Balls could be used for resurrection. However, if Gohan, Bulma, and Piccolo were all present, a failure would equate to total annihilation. Thus, Broly resolved silently that this battle must result in victory. Meanwhile, Vegeta returned to the temporary base of the Frisia Force, where he was assisted by grunts to reach the healing pod. Though he had recuperated on Earth for a few days, he inflicted new wounds upon himself to avoid suspicion from Frisia. After a few days of treatment, Vegeta emerged, seeking to find Frisia and ascertain the next course of action. However, the medical staff informed him that Frisia had already departed the planet. It seems he has grown weary of this place, Vegeta mused, unfazed by the news. for such was Frisia's temperament. Lord Xiao Yi has requested you meet him in the training room once your treatment is complete. He has matters to discuss. A staff member informed him. I have nothing to discuss with that useless waste, Vegeta retorted and proceeded to exit the palace. Unexpectedly, he was intercepted by Xiao Yi, who approached him head-on. Hey, Vegeta, I hear you suffered a humiliating defeat on Earth? Even Raditz has turned traitor, no? Xiao Yi taunted, emphasizing the word invincible to provoke Vegeta. Humph. It's only natural to defeat another Scion. Now step aside. I have no time for idle chatter. Although Vegeta wished to avoid further conversation with Xiao Yi, his pride compelled him to offer a brief explanation. As Vegeta attempted to pass by, Xiao Yi seized his shoulder guard, saying, I did not expect there to be other surviving Scions. Not that it matters. Lord Frieza will deal with them all. What do you mean by that? Vegeta inquired, intrigued by Xiao Yi's words. Surely you do not believe your actions are without flaw? You had long intended to betray Lord Frieza, did you not? You cannot be so naive as to think that Lord Frieza has not installed listening devices on your scouter. Xiao Yi continued. In truth, both Broly and Vegeta had suspected the scouter might possess listening capabilities, which was why Vegeta had refrained from divulging any advantageous information to Frieza. Yet, he was taken aback by Frieza's foresight. When had this occurred? Although Vegeta was internally shocked, his countenance remained impassive. Your spacecraft is also equipped with such devices. While nothing of value is overheard on Earth, the astute Lord Frieza had already surmised your intentions of betrayal. However, Xiao Yi trailed off, fixating his gaze on Vegeta's face, eager to witness a display of panic. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Vegeta's expression remained as still as death. Xiao Yi continued, nevertheless. Lord Frieza does not regard you insignificant characters with much concern. Recently, someone has reported to him about something called Dragon Balls, claiming they can grant any wish. Lord Frieza has stated that once he wishes for eternal youth and life, he will then deal with the remaining Scions. Oh no. Does this mean he has already gone to Earth? Vegeta gasped. Earth? No, the information brought by that individual indicated it was on Namek. However, it makes little difference. Lord Frieza will eventually head to Earth. At last, the once invincible Vegeta displayed a semblance of panic upon his countenance, prompting Xiao Yi to derive great satisfaction as he once again unleashed his mocking prowess. Is it possible that even the indomitable Scion experiences trepidation? Vegeta remained silent, but suddenly erupted into action, launching a powerful knee strike that doubled Xiao Yi over, followed by a swift decapitation with his right hand. Having executed these actions, Vegeta dashed towards the spacecraft from whence he came, pressing a button on the device Broly had bestowed upon him. Broly, Frieza, as you anticipated, is already aware of the Scion situation. However, according to Xiao Yi, they have not overheard our conversation on Earth and remain oblivious to the existence of Super Scions. Yet, Frieza has obtained information regarding the Dragon Balls from another source and has already set off ahead of us. Understood. We shall hasten our journey to Namek. Chapter 46. The strong man captures the male? Justice in a beating? Vegeta remained silent, suddenly erupting with fury. He delivered a powerful knee strike that bent Xiao Yi over, swiftly followed by a decisive blow that severed his head. After this brutal act, Vegeta sprinted towards his spaceship, pressing a button on the scouter that Broly had given him. Broly, Frieza has, as you predicted, become aware of the Scion situation. However, according to Xiao Yi, they have not overheard our conversations on Earth and remain unaware of the Super Saiyan phenomenon. Yet, Frieza has not only heard rumors about the Dragon Balls from elsewhere, but has also already set out. Understood. We will hasten our journey to Namek, Broly responded. Upon receiving Vegeta's message, everyone ceased their delays and swiftly set course for Namek. Brace yourselves. Once we exit the atmosphere, the turbulence will subside, Bulma reminded. Broly quipped. Most of us have traversed the cosmos before, but it seems you, Piccolo, and Krillin lack such experience. Piccolo, having been tempered by Goku's influence, replied. The memories of us Namekians are passed down through generations. To be precise, only the two of you lack this experience. Whatever. Oh no. In our haste, we've overlooked something crucial. Does anyone have the coordinates for Namek? Bulma, having become somewhat unreliable since her partnership with Broly, faced Goku's light-hearted reproach. Blushing, Bulma retorted. Don't be so quick to judge. You didn't think of it either. The coordinates are SU 839045XY. I had already researched them before coming to Earth, she continued. At this moment, Broly stepped forward. He had initially planned to visit Namek to make a few wishes before heading to Earth, but he abandoned the idea. He recalled that Namekians possessed the ability to read minds and feared that his identity as a traveler would be revealed, drawing trouble from Whis and Beerus. Even if such abilities were ineffective, any discovery of his actions within Vegeta's team would likely result in the Namekians refusing to grant him wishes. As for coercing them into making wishes, Broly had never considered it. Namekians would likely prefer death over submission, which would create animosity and complicate matters during future confrontations with Frieza. Days later, due to the urgency of time and circumstances, Broly informed his companions about the Scion's predicament and prepared them with Sinza beans. The group's strength was rapidly increasing, including Broly, whose power soared as he thrived in battle. Originally, the journey aboard the Supreme Kai's ship would take a month, but Broly had long since modified his own ship based on the Supreme Kai's design, significantly enhancing its speed. Consequently, they arrived at Namek in less than half the anticipated time. Gazing at the verdant sky, the three suns, and the breathtaking scenery, Broly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity despite this being his first visit to Namek. Let us hope Frieza does not act too hastily. The group activated their scouters, splitting up to search for the Dragon Balls and any signs of Frieza, agreeing to regroup in an hour. Additionally, I have already briefed everyone on the use of Ki. Frieza cannot detect weaker Ki, unless necessary, or if Frieza has already discovered us. We should avoid using Ki at all costs. Let us refrain from using flight techniques as well. We shall travel on foot. Broly instructed as he led them to disperse while he and Bulma remained by the spaceship for her safety. Broly devised a strategy akin to encircling a city. Knowing Frieza would not come alone, he reasoned that Frieza would delegate the task of locating the Dragon Balls to his subordinates. Broly decided to quietly eliminate Frieza's minions dispatched to find the Dragon Balls, while Raditz, Nappa, and Dorius would handle those stationed aboard Frieza's ship, ultimately confronting Frieza together. Frieza, not one to waste time, had already located 4 Dragon Balls within a day and a half of arriving on Namek. Sitting comfortably, he cautioned his subordinates to be wary of Vegeta, having received news from the temporary base that Vegeta had betrayed them and eliminated Chioi. Dodoria summoned the Ginyu Force. I have a feeling this might lead to an intriguing battle on Namek. As if fate itself were at play, events unfolded in their original course. Gohan and Krillin discovered Frieza's whereabouts and miraculously escaped with a healing Namekian named Dent. We've been spotted by Frieza. 2 of his men are pursuing us. Everyone, head to Gohan's location immediately. Frieza may be among them. Proceed with caution. Broly commanded before hiding Bulma far from the ship and setting off towards Gohan. Did you engage in battle with them? Were you injured? Goku inquired anxiously. No. They were searching for the Dragon Balls when a Namekian elder resembling Uncle Piccolo destroyed their scouter. I charged in, and Uncle Krillin saved us with a solar flare. A scouter? A solar flare? Broly mused. Recognizing the wisdom of their actions, it was indeed a clever move. Few could have escaped Frieza's clutches, let alone rescue others. Dodoria and Saibaman remained relentless in their pursuit of Gohan and Krillin when they unexpectedly encountered a figure of modest stature. Vegeta? You are quite bold to show your face here after what you heard from the scouter. Frieza has ordered us to deal with you. Haha, you certainly have guts. Without your scouter, you can't signal for help, can you? Look around you. Upon hearing Vegeta's taunt, Dodoria and Saibaman surveyed their surroundings, realizing they had been flanked by several figures. Raditz? Nappa? You too should be. And 2 other Scions I have never seen before. As they found themselves encircled by a group of imposing warriors, Dodoria's plump face began to glisten with sweat. In desperation, he attempted to negotiate. Vegeta, do you truly wish to openly defy Lord Frieza? You might want to reconsider. If I were you, I would take this band of Scions to another planet. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Vegeta smirked. Dodoria shot a furious glare at Gohan, who instinctively hid behind Goku. Damn it, that wretched boy is merely bait. If it were just you, Vegeta, you would surely perish. Dorius, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, interjected. Raditz and Nappa had previously served under Vegeta, holding a degree of respect for him, especially with Broly absent. However, Dorius viewed Vegeta as merely another Scion and dismissed the notion of royal status, stating, Vegeta, why waste time talking? Deal with them. We have more pressing matters to attend to. You all continue with your business. I will handle these too, Vegeta asserted. Having heard Broly's plan, despite his extensive experience in battle, he found little to critique in Broly's strategy. However, he harbored resentment towards these 2 arrogant foes, thinking, you have been a thorn in my side all along, Haven Tiju? Do not waste time. Attracting Frieza's attention will jeopardize our plans. Dales was perplexed by Vegeta's inexplicable declaration of a one-on-one battle. He was a person who exerted force in proportion to his strength. How could he utter such words? Hand those two over to him. We shall continue with our own affairs. The farthest, Broly, had also arrived. Following the battle on Earth, Vegeta's power now exceeded at least 50,000, while Dodoria, if memory served correctly, was around 22,000, and after transformation, Zabon fell short of 30,000. Moreover, in the realm of Dragon Ball, once combat power surpassed a certain threshold, the outcome was invariably annihilation. With Broly having spoken, Dales no longer lingered on the matter and dispersed according to their original plan. Chapter 47. The unwelcome character Zabo. Transform quickly, Doria urged, seeing that the others were truly departing. Damn Vegeta, I never wanted to transform into this hideous form. You brought this upon yourself. If you don't wish to transform, then don't, Vegeta interjected, unleashing a wave of energy. Now it's your turn. Observing Zabo's defeat, Doria began to plead. Vegeta, spare me. I'm merely following Frieza's orders. How about this? If you let me go, I will assist you in vanquishing Frieza. I've long found him intolerable. You couldn't even defeat me. So why would I consider teaming up with you? Humph. Did you not see? We Saiyans have come for revenge. His end is nigh. As he spoke, Vegeta gathered energy in his hands. Wait. If you spare me, I can reveal a secret about the Saiyans. Doria's desperation was palpable. Oh, pray tell, Vegeta urged. In truth, it was Frieza who annihilated your planet. Warriors like you are becoming increasingly numerous, and Frieza feared your unity, which is why he destroyed your world. Now, can you spare my life? What do you think? Do you not wonder why so many Saiyans have appeared on Namek? Before Doria could finish his thought, Vegeta fired another energy blast, sending him to his demise. This is a dividing line, Broly. Locate the 4 Dragon Balls on Frieza's ship. Dell's voice echoed from the scanner. I found one here, Goku chimed in. I have also discovered one. This one was located by Vegeta. What of Frieza's men? Broly inquired. Doria and Zabo have been dealt with, Vegeta replied. Most of those we encountered along the way have been handled as well. Dales, what about your side? Heh. There are no survivors left on the ship. Good, let us converge at the last Dragon Ball's location. After issuing the command, Broly flew towards the final Dragon Ball. With only one Dragon Ball remaining, once gathered, its power could facilitate a reversal. But the wish to be made required careful contemplation. What wish could the Eternal Dragon fulfill that would also defeat Frieza? Is Piccolo there? I'm with Goku. Wasn't Gohan rescued from Frieza by one of your kind? You should converse with him about the matters on Namek. Broly wished for Piccolo to inquire about the Grand Elder, but he had yet to meet him, making it impossible to articulate this desire without raising suspicion among the astute Namekians. Understood. As expected, the final Dragon Ball was indeed located at the Grand Elder's residence. Upon arrival, Piccolo engaged in conversation with the Grand Elder, while Dandy assisted the others in summoning the Eternal Dragon. Suddenly, the arrival of a group of uninvited guests plunged the situation into chaos. Someone is coming, and there is more than one. Their energy is formidable. Though not yet at Frieza's level, it appears to be a mercenary team under Frieza, the Ginyu Force. Having served under Frieza for many years, Vegeta was quite familiar with them. Wait, there are only 5 of them, yet their energy suggests 8. Broly, having the longest training period and keenest perception among them, pointed out the inconsistency in Vegeta's observation. Little one, make your wish. There may not be time, Broly urged. I see it. In a moment of urgency, Broly resolved to lead the Saiyans away, allowing Krillin and Gohan to make the wish. Draw them away, Broly shouted. Mid-flight, an idea struck Broly, and he halted, calling out to Krillin, regardless of the wish made. Piccolo must not die. Having imparted his last instruction, Broly surged into the distance. Dandy, you heard that. Let our comrade attain eternal life. Dandy invoked the eternal dragon Purunga in the Namekian tongue, and the sky darkened as a massive shadow was cast from the Dragon Balls. No. The dragon states that he is divided into 2. Without unification, this wish cannot be granted. I have an idea. Let us see if this wish can be realized. The 8 individuals, originally headed towards the Grand Elder's location, seemed to sense Broly and the others' energy and redirected their course to pursue Broly. This seems a suitable spot. It should not affect Gohan. Piccolo should be the one to make the wish. I wonder if Gohan and Krillin will make a foolish wish. Broly pondered as the pursuers caught up, landing to reveal their true identities. It appeared that these 8 were not a cohesive group, but rather divided into 2 factions, presenting themselves in succession. First, the five-member team striking odd poses. Indeed, it was the Ginyu Force, while the other three were unfamiliar to Vegeta. Yet Broly recognized them. Wait, how could they be here? Greetings, Scions. You must have heard of our name. We are the mercenary organization affiliated with Frisia's army, the Ginyu Force, declared Ginyu, their captain. Subsequently, another leader stepped forward, his features somewhat handsome, clad in peculiar one-shoulder armor, with a purple bodysuit resembling that of the Scions. Yet most striking were his blue skin and golden hair. You may not recognize us, perhaps more familiar with those five. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the elite guard of Lord Cooler, the Cooler Force. I am the captain, Zoiza, pleased to make your acquaintance. Who is Cooler? Goku inquired, intrigued. Ginyu, enlightened them. Vegeta. How could you have served under Lord Frieza for so long without hearing of Lord Cooler? Listen well, for Lord Cooler is Frieza's elder brother. His power surpasses that of Frieza, Zoiza added. What? Stronger than Frieza? Zoiza chuckled. Ho ho, do not be frightened. Dealing with you is hardly worth the involvement of our two lords. Lord Cooler has merely come to investigate this curious artifact known as the Dragon Ball. So do not misconstrue our intentions. Zoiza, there are only 6 of them. We have 8. How do you propose to divide? Whatever you wish. We are here solely to eliminate this bothersome swarm for Lord Cooler. How we go about it is of little concern to us. Then they are all ours. In an instant, Broly dispatched the shortest member, Gudo, with a swift kick that snapped his neck. Now, only 7 of you remain. Chapter 48. The Fighting Style of the Scions Raikum. What? Such incredible speed, Bardock. He seems even faster than you. Cough. Indeed. His speed nearly caught up with me. Although Bardock is tall and robust, he specializes in speed, making him quite sensitive to it. He barely saw that last strike coming. But he could not voice his thoughts. How infuriating. We painstakingly choreographed such elegant moves, and now you've killed Guldo. Captain Ginyu, you'll have to redesign a 4-person routine. Raikum complained. Very well, but let us first deal with them. Ginyu appeared utterly unconcerned with Guldo's demise. Hey, Ginyu, as an old acquaintance, I must remind you not to underestimate them. Although Shaviza watched coldly from the sidelines, he offered this advice out of goodwill. Silence. Since these wild monkeys are ours to handle, do not meddle. Shaviza's well-meaning warning only incited Jinyu's resentment. It turns out that Ginyu was originally meant to be the captain of the Gula Mecha squad, but due to Shaviza's emergence and superior strength, Ginyu was ousted. This was a fact even Frieza was unaware of. Given Jinyu's domineering nature, he would never accept someone eliminated by his rival, Gula. Moreover, Shaviza had even seen Jinyu's original form. It appears they do not share the harmonious facade they present. This works to our advantage. They likely perceive us Scions with a misunderstanding of our power, seeking to toy with us. In such a case, we can divide and conquer, dispatching them one by one according to their own accord. However, we must not be overly optimistic. Once they realize their numerical superiority, they will likely launch a collective attack. Prior to that, we must strike unexpectedly to incapacitate them, ensuring they pose no further threat. Broly observed the situation before suggesting a tactical ruse, feigning weakness. Hey, you. The large one must be the powerhouse among you. Come and exchange a few blows. Your captain will be left to our captain, Ginyu. Raikum pointed at Nappa. Go on. Nappa, remember my words, Broly advised. All right. It has been a while since I last fought seriously. It wouldn't hurt to eliminate him, would it? Nappa flashed a cruel smile. Although he had felt camaraderie and kinship on Earth, slaughter and combat were the essence of a Scion. Fool, do not underestimate your opponent. Came Vegeta's unusual concern. Nappa stepped out of the crowd, beckoning Raikum to attack him. Since you won't come to me, I shall come to you. Raikum lunged forward, delivering a punch to Nappa's abdomen, causing him to double over, followed by a flurry of jabs to his face. Humph, merely a Scion monkey daring to disregard me. You shall regret this. Even if you beg for mercy now, I will not spare you. Raikum felt he had enough, gathering his strength for a powerful haymaker, intending to send Nappa flying and finish him off with his mouth cannon. Now, Nappa, who had just been struck and unable to retaliate, charged towards Raikum instead of blocking or dodging, catching Raikum off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Nappa ducked, tilted his head, and delivered a single punch to Raikum's abdomen, leaving him stunned and clutching his gut. Then, Nappa approached Raikum, turned his face to one side, and grasped Raikum's hair to make him look at him, saying, Your hairstyle resembles mine from the past, and I do not like it. Following this, he executed an uppercut that sent Raikum flying. Finally, Nappa extended 2 fingers, striking a classic pose. Nappa's elbow rose slightly, guiding the two fingers upwards, and at that moment, Raikum erupted in a tremendous explosion. To his credit, Raikum was indeed a powerhouse. He was not obliterated by the explosion, but merely fell from the sky. Is this it? I have not. Raikum struggled to rise from the ground, but before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed once more. Nappa, Vegeta called out, and upon hearing this, Nappa glanced at Broly. Understanding their intent, he unleashed another energy wave upon the fallen Raikum. Stop! In the Ginyu Force, Bardo held a close bond with Raikum, and being the fastest among them, he intended to rush in and take the hit for Raikum. Do not interfere. As Barda moved, Vegeta acted too. Barda, consumed by a desire to save his friend, did not anticipate anyone would strike at him. In a surprise maneuver, Vegeta restrained Barda. With no one to impede him, Nappa's energy wave struck the downed Raikum. And after the explosion, Raikum breathed his last. Raikum, how dare you? Barda watched helplessly as his comrade perished, directing his fury at Vegeta, who had hindered him. Goku, keep an eye on Ginyu, the one with purple skin. Beware of his signature move. He can swap bodies with his opponent. You must be cautious when he injures himself, but he requires all limbs to be spread apart to launch the body swap beam. Just stay alert to that beam, and you should be fine. Also, remember, he cannot move while releasing the beam. Oh, alright. Meanwhile, Vegeta locked Barda in a chokehold, slipping his arms under Barda's and around his neck. After several failed attempts to escape, Barda, filled with rage, slammed himself down, pinning Vegeta beneath him. After a few impacts, blood trickled from Vegeta's lips, yet he wore a cruel smile as he whispered into Barda's ear, I will not let go. Witnessing the growth of his allies, Broly felt a profound sense of accomplishment. While these technical maneuvers may not be frequently utilized once their combat power increased, as he stated, they would eventually be used unexpectedly. After all, these techniques were derived from the most scientifically advanced modern combat strategies. If applied judiciously, their effectiveness would be remarkable and swift. Moreover, Broly's philosophy is, do not limit oneself to techniques. The most effective methods are the best techniques. Take Nappa, for instance. He feigned weakness to deceive Raikum into thinking he was an easy target, dodged a critical blow, counterattacked, and executed a finishing move that Broly greatly admired. It seems Nappa possesses a keen intellect beneath his brute strength. When Bardo attempted to rescue his teammate, Vegeta was the first to notice and swiftly restrained him, rendering Barda's prized speed useless. Initially, he could have easily subdued Bardi with a gentle approach, but the death of his comrade had clouded Barda's judgment, compelling him to adopt a reckless strategy against Vegeta. Chapter 49. This is how we operate. Observing the stalemate, Vegeta found himself at a loss for a better solution. When suddenly, Broly made his move. Broly clenched his fists and crossed his wrists, forming a distinctive gesture. Vegeta recognized the signal and thought to himself, what does that gesture signify? Suddenly enlightened, Vegeta released his grip, withdrawing his hands from Butt's neck. Sensing the liberation, but attempted to strike Vegeta's chest with his elbow. However, Vegeta had already anticipated this response. Prior to loosening his hold, he had considered Butt's potential retaliation. With Vegeta's legs still locked around Butt's waist, the latter could only move his upper body without the ability to twist, making it difficult for him to land a punch. Thus, he had only two offensive options, either to headbutt Vegeta's nose or chin or to retaliate with an elbow strike. Vegeta leaned back to evade Butt's attack and seized the moment when Butt relaxed his other arm to encircle Butt's neck with his right arm, pressing his elbow against Butt's chin to prevent escape. With his left hand crossing over to secure Butt's head, he ultimately clasped his right hand around Butt's left upper arm, effectively trapping him and neutralizing Butt's left hand, which had become lax due to his offensive stance. What are you waiting for? If this continues, your team will be completely annihilated. Shaviza could hardly bear to watch any longer. Although he had his differences with Ginyu, he found this individual to be excessively foolish. Just a short while ago, they were deliberating how to allocate their forces against the Scionts, and now, two of their own had already perished, with another on the brink of demise, while this man remained in a stupor. You Scion monkeys dare to. Jinyu's words were cut short as he charged forward, only to be halted midway by an orange figure blocking his path. Meanwhile, Guise was not idle either. He rushed forward alongside his captain, yet found himself in a similar predicament, facing a Scion with a crab-like head. Shaviza, hurry and help. In that moment, Jinyu could no longer afford to cling to past grudges or pride. If he failed to save Butt, and Ginyu Force brought disgrace to Frisia before Gula. Even if he managed to eliminate the Science, his own demise would be inevitable. Nez Dre assist. Shaviza merely called upon his two subordinates for aid, remaining indifferent himself. It was not that he wished to take this opportunity to eliminate Jinyu. Rather, he had discerned that the true threat lay with the beast-skirted warrior, and he needed to keep a watchful eye on Broly's movements. Seeing that the opposing side could no longer remain passive, Nappa and Raditz prepared to join the fray. Vegeta, rest assured, we shall not allow these ruffians to touch you. Nappa stepped forward again, but was halted by Broly's outstretched hand. Though Nappa's injuries were not severe, his previous aerial explosion had drained considerable energy. Nappa, take a moment to recuperate. Raditz, deal with the one named Nez, the mantis-like fellow. Leave that green giant and the blonde to me. With the support of his comrades, Vegeta felt a sense of relief that he had never experienced before. He tightened his grip, causing Butt's eyes to roll back and his face to redden. Unfortunately, once a chokehold was established, it was nearly impossible to escape unless one's power vastly exceeded that of the opponent, but fared better than a typical human. While an ordinary person might succumb to unconsciousness or death within seconds, but managed to withstand Vegeta's hold for half a minute before collapsing from the air. Even so, Vegeta did not release his grip, plummeting to the ground alongside Butt, unwilling to let this opportunity for a kill slip away due to carelessness. After waiting a full 2 minutes to confirm Butt's demise, Vegeta rose and spat on his lifeless body. The others, except for Nappa, engaged in their respective battles. The most unfortunate was Dre, who, like Rikum, Nappa, and Raditz, was a power-type warrior. However, he discovered that his attacks had no effect on Broly whatsoever. Finished? Now it's my turn. Broly wrapped his hands around Dre's neck and unleashed a series of knee strikes. Another powerful blow landed squarely on Dre's abdomen, the previous knee strike having already wreaked havoc on his insides. This punch nearly took Dre's life, causing him to vomit blood as he crumpled to the ground, supported only by Broly's fist. Is this the so-called first unit under the Cosmic Emperor Frieza and his brother? Broly sneered, gripping Dre's face and tossing him aside. A casual green energy blast obliterated him into dust. Broly's actions were not mere bravado or provocation. He aimed to intimidate the other adversaries present and compel Shaviza to lose his composure and charge forward, preventing him from alerting Frieza and Gula prematurely. If they acted swiftly, they might still catch the wish in time, thereby enhancing their odds against the two. The explosion halted the ongoing battles, and all eyes turned toward the source of the blast. Had Dre truly been so easily dispatched? With their numbers dwindling, Nez had already lost the will to fight against the Science. The deaths of his comrades weighed heavily on him. But witnessing Dre's tragic end made him acutely aware of the enemy's strength, stirring a sense of trepidation within him. What an opportunity! Die. Seizing the moment while Nez was distracted, Raditz unleashed a single-handed energy blast, finally vanquishing his long-standing foe. On the other side, Dales also swiftly concluded his battle, joining his comrades to observe the unfolding situation. Only Goku remained engaged in combat, renowned for his relentless dedication and self-discipline. Goku had once possessed the lowest combat power among the Saiyans. However, through training with his fellow warriors and utilizing the gravity machine aboard the Brave ship, his prowess had surpassed even that of the original narrative, achieving an impressive 180,000 without resorting to the Kaioken technique. Broly had arranged for Goku to face off against Jinyu, keen to see if Goku would exhibit the same naivety as in the original story and fall victim to the body swap. Broly had already informed Goku of Jinyu's signature move and weaknesses, and if Goku were to be swapped after such warnings, he would certainly need to endure several corrective punches from Broly. Jinyu, too, felt a sense of frustration as his battle with Goku progressed. He realized that both his speed and strength were inferior to his opponent. In a moment of desperation, he contemplated injuring himself to facilitate the body swap. However, when the time came, Goku deftly evaded the attempt, leading Jinyu to realize that his opponent had thoroughly studied his tactics. No wonder the others had looked at him in disbelief when he resorted to self-harm. It was not merely a figment of his imagination. As Jinyu failed to swap bodies for the third time, a voice echoed in his ears, Kamehameha. Seizing the opportunity while Jinyu was momentarily weakened from the failed body swap, Goku unleashed his signature move, the Kamehameha. He found Jinyu's body-swapping ability repugnant and was determined to deny him any further chances. As Broly's hands glimmered with green energy, the other Saiyans instinctively imagined the grotesque scenario of Jinyu swapping bodies with them. sending a chill down their spines as they unleashed their respective signature attacks upon him. Jinyu was obliterated without a trace, and in the final moments before the attacks reached him, he beheld the world around him transform into a blinding white light, his heart exclaiming, "Today, though I perish, I shall still attain glory." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he departed from the world. Chapter 50. Surrender? The actions of these individuals left Shiviza utterly stunned. What does this mean? Aren't Scions known for their ferocity in battle? Why are they resorting to a group assault? To be honest, Shiviza was already regretting underestimating this band of Scions at the outset. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. His comrades were falling one after another. He should have acted when he alerted Jinyu. Initially, he had planned to ambush during Broly's assault, hoping to catch the Scions off guard and turn the tide of battle. Yet, he was taken aback by the swiftness and ferocity of the opponent as several rounds later, Dre met his demise. The current situation was exceedingly dire for Shiviza. It felt as though every move he made led to inevitable death. Engaging in direct confrontation was out of the question, considering the overwhelming numbers still standing against him. Even if it came down to facing Broly alone, he doubted his chances of survival. An ambush was also far-fetched. The chaos of the skirmish had shifted all eyes onto him. If he attempted a surprise attack now, he would likely share the same fate as Jinyu. His final option was surrender. He had not engaged in combat thus far, so perhaps they would spare his life. However, he knew that returning to Gula and Frisia would not bode well for him. Yet, evading death seemed preferable to facing it here. "Wait," Shiviza cried, raising his hands. "I surrender. You see, I haven't harmed you at all, have I? The situation is clear. I have no intention of foolishly sacrificing myself for Gula and Frisia. How about sparing my life?" "Oh, how can we trust that you want to inform your master?" Dales retorted, energy gathering in his hands. He wouldn't dare. His subordinates and those allied with Jinyu were all dead. Neither Gula nor Frisia would show him mercy. Broly discerned the truth. "Indeed, so please spare me. I assure you. I will leave this planet immediately," Shiviza implored, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Broly remained silent, merely casting a glance at Shiviza, realizing the tacit approval. Shiviza wasted no time, fearful of any change of heart from Broly. Above all, he dreaded Gula and Frisia. "Thank you for your generosity. Farewell, but I suspect we shall never meet again." With that, he discarded the scouter from his face, crushing it beneath his foot, and ascended into the air, eager to flee Namek. However, he had not ventured far when a crimson beam of light struck him squarely in the chest, piercing through him. This fellow possesses a combat power of 180,000. One strike brought him down. Who could it be? Vegeta was taken aback, for he was the only one present who had not trained in the gravity chamber, having the least combat power, just below 60,000. Even the mightiest among them, Goku, barely reached 200,000, while Nappa and Raditz averaged below 100,000. Dale's was slightly stronger, around 110,000, and as for Broly, the scouter displayed a constant 0, leaving Vegeta unaware of his true prowess. Only Frisia and his brother could possibly achieve such power, Broly thought, eyeing the direction from which the beam had come. Filled with caution, clap, clap, clap. As a sparse applause echoed, two figures descended from the sky. Lord Frisia, why? Shiviza was bewildered, having removed his scouter moments prior. And Frisia's brother had not been equipped with one either. How could Frisia have targeted him? Were you attempting to flee? Your comrades and my subordinates have perished. Yet you would seek to escape alone? No, I intended to return and relay information. Do not feign innocence. Why do you bear no signs of battle? Frisia, uninterested in further discourse, unleashed another death beam, piercing through Shiviza's chest, this time extinguishing his life entirely. It should have been my turn to act, Frisia. You are quite uncouth, Gula chided, though he made no further move. My dear brother, let us not dwell on trifles. I shall negotiate with them. With that, Frisia took a few steps forward, surveying the battlefield strewn with bodies. I did not anticipate finding so many Scions here. You have truly impressed me. Not only vanquishing my Jinyu force, but also dispatching my brother's mech squadron. He glanced at the furrowed brow of Gula and added with a smirk, What say you? Would you consider joining my forces? As for you, Vegeta, should you acquiesce, I could pardon your previous transgressions. Do not jest, Frisia, if obeying your commands could spare us. Then Planet Vegeta would not have been destroyed, Broly interjected, unmasking Frisia's deceit. He is Frisia? How he has grown taller. Vegeta voiced the shared confusion of himself, Nappa, and Raditz. They had encountered Frieza before, who had always maintained his first form. This new appearance was unrecognizable to Vegeta. Perhaps he transformed due to conflicts with his brother? He should possess at least 2 more transformations. That's Scion. What is your name, and how do you know so much? Frieza inquired, curiosity piqued regarding Broly's identity. Broly recognized that this truth would eventually surface, yet he had already devised a response. Not just addressing Frieza, but also clarifying the uncertainties of his companions. As you can see, I am a Scion. Regarding your inquiry, have you heard of planet Kanasha? I was struck by the illusory fist of the Kanashans, which occasionally grants me glimpses of the future, though not always accurately, for the future can be altered. Oh, I see. Broly, is it? You are indeed astute, unlike this lot of brawlers. You are correct. I shall certainly kill Vegeta, as well as those 2. Their faces remind me of some unwelcome memories. However, if you are willing, I may spare you and Raditz and Nappa. What do you say? Broly followed Frieza's gaze, realizing he referred to Goku and Dales. Are you speaking of Bardock? When you annihilated planet Vegeta, there was a Scion who broke through your encirclement, intent on perishing with you. Is this scenario not reminiscent of that time? Haha, indeed. That Scion perished at my hands. Should you mimic him? Your fate shall be the same. While I still possess patience, it would be wise to decide quickly. Goku clenched his fists, aware that Bardock was the individual from his memories. Finally, Vegeta could hold back no longer. Broly had repeatedly hinted at Frieza's role in the destruction of planet Vegeta. And while Vegeta had surmised it, hearing Frieza's admission ignited his fury. Vegeta surged past Broly towards Frieza, seeking death. Frieza unleashed another death beam, piercing Vegeta's chest. If you choose not to speak, I shall assume Vegeta speaks for you all. With that, Frieza raised his finger once more, firing 2 death beams aimed at Goku and Dales, eliminating them as per his stated targets. Do your choices align with his? Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, and in unison, unleashed their most potent energy waves at Frieza. Die Frieza, foolish mortals. Frieza absorbed their full force attack, merely suffering superficial damage, and retaliated in kind against Nappa and Raditz. It appears that the Scions are truly facing extinction today. Wait, if I agree to join you, will you spare them? Broly crouched on the ground, assisting Goku, and asked reluctantly. Chapter 51. The terrifying Scions wait. If I agree to join you, can you spare them? Broly, crouching on the ground, reluctantly inquired as he helped Goku to his feet. What a spineless creature. Guldo interjected disdainfully upon hearing Broly's words. Broly was somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the 2 brothers, yet he couldn't help but wonder if he was also being counted among their game. In truth, Guldo and Frieza were merely ordinary brothers, albeit with a strained relationship due to their contention for the throne, a rivalry well understood by all. Consequently, they vied with each other over every matter. However, after the incident with Zarbin, Frieza had embarrassed Guldo, who now hoped that Broly and the others would cause Frieza some humiliation, thereby allowing him to strike back and properly chastise his younger sibling. Hey, Broly, even that lowly warrior Kakarot has arrived. How can you not take action and instead surrender? What about the honor of being a Scion? Vegeta questioned intermittently, clutching his wound. The others remained silent, awaiting Broly's response. Slowly and deliberately, Broly approached each person in turn, feeding them a small item from his possession. A faint smile graced his lips as he revealed these items, and even Vegeta realized what Broly intended. What Broly produced were the mystical Senzu beams from Earth. Prior to their journey on the spaceship, Broly had deliberately set aside a few beans in accordance with the number of heads, anticipating such an unforeseen scenario. His earlier words had merely been a ruse to buy time. Regrettably, I cannot comply. Frieza's words had yet to fully escape his lips when circumstances shifted. Now, Broly led the charge, unleashing a beam identical to Frieza's own, the Death Beam. Just as they had done against Jinyu, the group simultaneously launched a surprise assault on Frieza. Haha, well done. I admire your tactics, Guldo praised from the sidelines. As the dust settled, Frieza appeared disheveled. He had never encountered a Scion employing strategy before. This was something Broly had anticipated. If Frieza could easily resolve the situation, he would hardly be worthy of the title of Emperor of the Universe. Those damn Scion monkeys. How dare they treat me like this? Frieza clenched his fists in fury. Frieza, don't be foolish. Their battle power multiplied several times the instant they attacked. You must eliminate them quickly, Guldo warned, fiddling with the scouter on his face. I didn't expect you to discover it so soon. We are indeed the strongest of the Scions, the Super Scions you fear. Vegeta, now significantly healed and empowered, boasted. his confidence swelling to an extreme as he inadvertently uttered a term Frisia despised. What a laughable joke! While Frisia loathed the term Super Saiyan. In the past, he would have swiftly killed the arrogant Vegeta. Yet he had to concede that Guldo was correct. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. First, Broly had fed something to the Scions, and now all those who had fallen were not only healed but considerably stronger. It seemed necessary to first deal with this healing fool. However, Frisia realized that his current form was insufficient to contend with so many Scions. He gathered his energy, preparing to transform into his second form. Frisia's body began to morph, evolving shoulder armor while his horns disappeared, replaced by more grotesque protrusions as his head elongated. Resembling an alien creature, this form exceeds 2 million in battle power. I have no other choice. Everyone, give it your all. In truth, Broly wished for Goku to confront Frisia while he faced Guldo, hoping to elevate his own battle prowess. Yet the present circumstances suggested that even they might struggle against Frisia's third form. No, we still have one last resort, Dor shouted, gathering a white energy sphere in his hands. Is it the Great Ape form? Broly thought to himself. In battles of this magnitude, losing one's reason could be fatal. Moreover, as seen with Vegeta on Earth, while his battle power had increased tenfold upon transforming into a great ape, he barely managed to reach around 300,000 in actual combat. Additionally, Raditz and Dor struggled to maintain their sanity after transforming. Yet, in light of the current situation, they had no other option. Let them witness the fury of the Scions. With Broly's approval, Dor hurled the energy sphere into the sky. The white orb vanished momentarily, then expanded as it merged with the atmosphere. What followed was a chorus of furious roars as the Scions' bodies grew larger, their hair lengthened, ultimately transforming into several towering behemoths. Feeling the savage aura emanating from this group of Scions, Frisia experienced his first taste of panic. While he was aware of the Scions' ability to transform, their typical low battle power rendered their transformations inconsequential. However, the sight of several Scions with battle powers in the hundreds of thousands, surpassing his second and third forms, was truly terrifying. The transformations granted them not only strength but also a primal ferocity. Yet, Broly had previously discerned that even without losing their sanity, the great apes would not attack their fellow kind. Thus, he instructed Goku to retreat, ensuring the great apes' focus remained solely on Frisia and Guldo. This frenzy even drew Guldo into the fray, turning the battlefield into utter chaos. Frisia, once the orchestrator of the conflict, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal assault. He yearned to transform into his final form to combat them, but was overwhelmed by their numbers. In a desperate bid, Frisia had no choice but to plead with Guldo. Guldo, hold them off. I need to transform. In that moment, Frisia cursed his own arrogance. He had always believed that maintaining his first form sufficed, yet he found himself facing unreasonable opponents who afforded him no time to transform. In contrast, his brother Guldo, who consistently retained his fourth form, faced no such dilemmas. A smirk crept across Guldo's face. His inept brother was finally bowing to him. Truth be told, even if Frisia were to perish here, Guldo had no intention of intervening. Instead, he would seamlessly inherit Cooler S throne and assets. However, he recalled Zarbon's previous predicament. Having not acted together earlier, it would be too late once he was the last one left. A wise man does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. Thus, such a situation could only unfold in his absence. Chapter 52, The Most Pathetic Traveler in History? Wukong, you have grown. Once again, it falls upon you to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Broly, enough of this talk. I will resolve them swiftly and return you all to Earth. Kakarot. When did his power surpass ours by such a margin? Vegeta finally realized that he had underestimated Wukong, believing that without his tail, he would play a minor role in this battle. Little did he know, Wukong was the ultimate trump card. How infuriating. To think I would be saved by a lowly warrior? Vegeta, are you still spouting nonsense about superior and inferior warriors? It is precisely this attitude that fuels my disdain for you so-called elite warriors, Dales retorted. Vegeta fell silent upon hearing this, just as Broly was about to speak. Dales continued, have you forgotten Bardock, as mentioned by Broly? Are identity and combat power truly significant? It is because of these that you are repeatedly surpassed by lower-class warriors. You possess nothing worth protecting. What you cling to merely becomes a burden, impeding your progress. Broly was taken aback. He had not expected Dales, who otherwise left little impression aside from his appearance and the spirit tree fruit, to possess such insight. Perhaps it was his status as a lower-class warrior and the treatment he received that led to the dark turn in the original narrative. Encountering him now, his words resonated, influencing him to become a second Son Goku. No, he was even more pragmatic than Goku, better understanding the essence of power. As Broly watched Wukong's battle against Frieza, a persistent question lingered in his mind. Although his strength had consistently improved, something essential felt amiss. Logically, how could Broly, in the original narrative, be defeated by a third-form Frieza? The original Broly had withstood immense pressure, defeating 2 Super Saiyan Blues, and even without transformations, had overpowered later forms of Vegeta. Surely he should be stronger than Frieza at present? Was it because he was not the true Broly? No, this body is Broly. I am Broly. I understand the trajectory of the narrative, even more than Broly himself, comprehending how to cultivate and grow stronger. Could it be that his base strength was simply too weak? That did not seem right. Although Broly's scouter could not accurately measure his power, the difference should not be vast. Could a creature from planet Vegeta rival his understanding of martial arts, gained from Master Roshi, or compare to the guidance of gods and Bobo? Broly was perplexed. Yet he sensed that it was precisely what he lacked that prevented his strength from evolving into the true essence of becoming stronger through battle, as the original Broly had. He had experienced this himself, yet it was merely due to the advantages of this body and his understanding of combat. Through fighting, he learned his opponent's techniques and habits, and felt the changes in their energy, fundamentally grasping their moves. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of growing stronger through battle. But it was certain that the original Broly did not follow this path. Especially after transforming into a great ape, Broly's sensations became even clearer. What was this force that could influence not only his base state, but also his transformed state? Enough pondering. What will be will be. Overthinking is futile. It would be wiser to conserve energy and survive. Broly thought to himself. Initially, Wukong could hold his own against Frieza. Having developed into the tactical master he had spoken of, employing techniques like the Afterimage Fist and Solar Flare, with various unexpected moves. Yet the gap between them was insurmountable. Frieza maintained absolute superiority. How about this? I'll let you use both hands. Seeing that Wukong primarily relied on tactics to create an advantage, Frieza began to toy with him. Such a generous offer? Wukong did not refuse. In this moment of potential advantage, he aimed to create as much trouble for Frieza as possible. Don't get too cocky. I still have tricks up my sleeve. Despite the injuries he had sustained, Wukong remained confident in the face of Frieza's overwhelming power. 20 times Kaioken. Seizing the moment of Frieza's arrogance, Wukong suddenly unleashed the Kaioken. His body enveloped in a crimson aura, his speed and power doubling instantaneously. Frieza, caught unaware, felt Wukong's energy graze him for a fleeting moment. By the time he reacted, he was being pummeled violently. Broly understood this was far from sufficient. This beating would only enrage Frieza without achieving any meaningful outcome. Everyone, lend me your final energy. Even if it costs us our lives, I am resolute. I know Wukong still has the Spirit Bomb, a technique of immense power, but it requires too long to charge. Perhaps it could defeat Frieza. Broly himself did not fully believe his words. Although Namek was significantly larger than Earth, its harsh climate had nearly driven the Namekians to extinction, compelling the old Piccolo to flee to Earth. Even if they gathered enough energy for the Spirit Bomb, Frieza would likely remain unscathed. The only way to defeat Frieza now was for Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan, but Krillin was still with the Grand Elder. Even if he were present, Broly had no right to use Krillin's demise to awaken Wukong's potential. The best course of action was to see if he could lure Frieza into self-destruction. His own death might trigger Wukong's transformation, giving the remaining Goku a chance to defeat him. They say Krillin is a sacrificial pawn. It seems this time, it is I, a traveler, who must make the sacrifice. How absurd. The others seemed to sense Broly's determination, and without hesitation, they transferred their remaining energy to him. Seizing the opportunity while Wukong still had the upper hand, Broly lunged forward and tightly embraced Frieza. His larger physique made it exceedingly difficult for Frieza to escape once ensnared. Broly, what are you doing? I can handle this. Wukong understood Broly's intentions the moment he saw his stance. Silence. Get back. Use this chance to unleash the Spirit Bomb. Broly wished to say no more. The longer they delayed, the greater the unpredictability. He rapidly gathered energy within himself. Frieza, trapped by Broly, began to fear. Was Broly planning to drag him down with him? Frieza struggled relentlessly, attempting to constrict Broly's neck with his tail. Frieza, have you forgotten that I possess a tail as well? Yes, scions do have tails. Broly's tail ensnared Frisia's. And just as Frisia thought he would meet a disgraceful end here, the very thing Broly feared came to pass. Chapter 53. Fierce Battle. At that moment, several violet beams shot from behind Broly, striking him painfully. The intense agony seemed to remind him that his life was drawing to a close. Broly cast a resentful glance at the source of the beams, Guldo. So this fellow has finally decided to intervene? Noticing that Broly, in his weakened state, was still holding on, Guldo unleashed several more death beams. Broly, already at the end of his strength, succumbed to the onslaught, collapsing to the ground, his eyelids growing heavier. On the brink of closure. Hey, you don't actually think I would allow you to eliminate him before my very eyes, do you? Seeing Broly slacken his grip, Guldo resumed his pose, arms crossed, observing the battlefield. Guldo, you've wounded me. This was intentional, wasn't it? Frisia inquired. How could that be? If I hadn't increased my power, that brat would have dragged you down to hell with him. You ought to be grateful, my dear brother. Finally liberated. Frisia stretched his body and stomped heavily on Broly's chest, seemingly blaming him for the humiliation he faced before Guldo. You scions, Bardock, Vegeta, you. And Bardock-san, each one of you foolishly rebels against me, stubborn as a mule. But what does it all amount to in the end? Of course it has significance. Someone like you will never comprehend. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Though we may perish here today, even in my death, countless others will rise. Such is the will of the scions. Broly grimaced as he spoke. Seeing Broly still smiling, Frisia's fury reached its zenith. However, he understood that such a person would not yield to mere physical torment. Hence, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, hoping to extract some information from Broly before his demise. What foolishness are you still spouting? Are there other scions? I shall not spare a single one here. Save your breath, Frisia. I want to divulge anything to you. Oh, I just remembered. I encountered a little brat earlier. He wasn't a Namekian, yet lacked a tail. From what you've said, he must be someone's son, right? It's unfortunate. He, like that old fool, was utterly obstinate. I took care of him and another bald little brat. Along with those two fused Namekians and that old man, none were spared. What? Broly could hardly believe Frisia had killed Gohan and the others. He had deliberately lured them away. Could it be due to the anomaly during the summoning of the dragon? Observing Broly's shocked expression, Frisia realized he had struck a nerve. With no trump card left, Broly was now ripe for execution. Nevertheless, he sought to intensify the torment, avenging the pain and humiliation inflicted by these scions. Is that true? Why? Don't you believe me? Weren't you curious why I transformed into my second form? It was because those two Namekians, after fusing, boasted a combat power exceeding 1 million. My first form was inadequate to confront them. Oh no, he speaks the truth. If this is so, everything is lost. Gohan and Krillin are dead. Piccolo is gone too. There will be no dragon to resurrect them. Indeed, I should never have permitted Gohan to come to Namek. I have truly miscalculated this time. Even Bulma is here. Once I am gone, Frisia will likely obliterate this place. Why? Why has it come to this? Why can't I revert to my original form? Why is Guldo here? Why is everything conspiring against me? I am so furious. I despise this. A continuous surge of power emanated from Broly. If Vegeta and the others were still conscious, they would surely notice that Broly's energy was no longer concealed. His hair stood erect. The previously tied strands now snapped, flowing wildly with his ferocious energy, resembling a super scion, albeit in black. Broly's pupils transformed a second time into gold. Veins bulged on his face, muscles swelled and tightened, and the green aura that once enveloped him became transparent. At that moment, a significant change occurred not far from Broly. A powerful aura surged, lightning converging from the heavens towards that direction. Broly's blood surged. He could no longer heed anyone's words. His thoughts had simplified to a singular intent, to annihilate Frisia and Guldo. This feeling was akin to being intoxicated with rage, a bloodlust overwhelming him. Broly's ferocious energy flung Frisia off his chest, allowing him to rise from the ground, pointing a finger at Frisia, declaring, I shall commence with you for the blood sacrifice. In the next instant, Broly appeared before Frisia, delivering a punch that distorted Frisia's face, then unleashed a frenzied onslaught. Disregarding technique, focused solely on releasing the pent-up power within him. This overwhelming force instilled a profound fear in Frisia, extinguishing any thought of resistance. Not satisfied, Broly seized Frisia by the tail, mindlessly slamming him against the ground. Meanwhile, that formidable aura had approached Broly, Goku, clad in his orange GI, now with golden hair and a distinct gaze. Leave him to me. I will avenge Gohan and Krillin. Broly glared at Goku, then, fueled by resentment, hurled Frieza violently towards him. Very well, let me, Lord Guldo, be your opponent. Guldo provocatively beckoned Broly. Surprisingly, in his enraged state, Broly fell for the bait, dashing towards Guldo and kicking him to the ground. Broly's fury escalated. The transparent aura transitioned to a deep green, intensifying in hue. Correspondingly, Broly's attacks grew increasingly brutal. He pressed Guldo's face against the ground, dragging him a distance before soaring into the sky and diving down with accelerated force, utilizing gravity and his own strength. He aimed for the still recovering Guldo. Lying on the ground, Guldo finally comprehended the despair reflected on Frieza's face. Facing such an opponent left no room for resistance. Sensing Broly's impending strike, Guldo hastily rolled away, barely evading the assault. Broly's attack created a massive crater in the earth, caught off guard by Guldo's evasive maneuver. He was propelled into the pit by his own momentum. Gazing at the crater, Guldo felt a chill of fear. Should he have taken that hit? It would surely have been fatal. That wretched scion. It appears I may genuinely perish if I don't give it my all. Seizing the opportunity while Broly remained in the pit, Guldo activated his final transformation. This time, the change was subtle. A helmet-like protection adorned his head. Yet his power surged to nearly 1.5 times that of Frieza's. No sooner had Guldo transformed and savored his newfound strength than a green light erupted from the crater, shooting skyward. Broly charged once more towards Cooler. Just as Cooler was pondering why Broly had only closed the distance without launching an attack, he noticed the green energy sphere pulsating at Broly's chest. At such close range, he felt no fear. Before Cooler's mind could fully comprehend the situation, Broly's energy sphere was already unleashed, propelling Cooler backward for a distance before it detonated. Chapter 54. A narrow escape. Though he comprehended Goku's intentions, Frieza found himself ensnared. If he did not intervene, the force of the impending explosion would surely engulf him as well. Gula, if you wish to survive, come to my aid. A bold thought surged within Frieza. What if he chose not to intervene? If the planet were to explode, could he not survive amidst the vastness of the cosmos while these scion apes perished? Farewell, brother. I am grateful for your assistance. I shall avenge you. With that, Frieza unleashed the totality of his energy, breaking free from Goku's grasp. Just as Frieza prepared to make his escape, he noticed a multitude of green stars surrounding him. No, these were Broly's energy blasts. As Frieza realized this, the stars sprang to life, hurtling towards him. In the aftermath of the explosion, Frieza was left in several pieces. However, the resilient life force of the Frost Demons prevented his immediate demise. Instead, he defiantly taunted Goku. Do you believe this will ensure your survival? Broly's energy has already affected the planet's core. Once activated, it will trigger tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and a surge in carbon dioxide. Ultimately, when the core can no longer withstand the pressure, this planet will implode from within. You shall all accompany me to the grave. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Goku grew anxious and turned to Broly, intent on devising an escape plan from Namek. As Goku glanced at Broly, the latter met his gaze and, in an instant, lunged at Goku, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Having exhausted much of his energy in battle with Frieza, Goku was sent reeling back to his normal state by Broly's blow. Broly, have you lost your mind? Broly, seemingly oblivious to Goku's distress, raised his hand and seized Goku by the throat. As Broly's grip tightened, Goku understood that this was no jest. Broly had entered a frenzied state and genuinely sought to end his life. In response, Goku withheld no more energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan and grasping Broly's arm. The sight of Goku, with his size awkwardly encircling Broly, was almost comical, yet Goku was unperturbed, focused solely on awakening Broly from his berserk state. Wake up, Broly. If this continues, we will perish here. Broly remained unresponsive. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan have fallen here, along with Vegeta and the others. Do you wish to perish as well? You cannot allow our Saiyan race to be annihilated here. Think of Bulma. If we do not find her now, she will also meet her end. At last, Goku's impassioned words sparked a flicker of clarity in Broly's eyes. The darkness within him momentarily subsided, replaced by a glimmer of golden light as he regained his senses. Recognizing his loss of control, Broly made a decisive resolution. Flee, Goku. Frieza's ship should not be far from here. And you? I will return to find Bulma. If I cannot locate her, I shall not return. But the Dragon Balls, I understand. Death is not the end. Your return is paramount. There exists another set of Super Dragon Balls, and we shall have the chance to reunite in the future. Broly interrupted Goku. This is all my doing, and thus, I must bear the consequences. I must find Bulma. She must be terrified alone. We must go. Without allowing Goku a chance to protest, Broly turned and soared towards their ship. Goku boarded Frisia's spacecraft, pressing buttons in haste, narrowly escaping the impending explosion. Meanwhile, Broly returned to Bulma's hideout, only to find it submerged beneath the waves. In despair, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of annihilation. Yet, the destruction he anticipated did not arrive. A familiar voice pierced his thoughts. Broly. Opening his eyes, Broly beheld the sanctuary of the temple. Before him stood the beloved figure of Bulma, surrounded by Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and even Vegeta. Piccolo recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Broly had diverted the Ginyu Force, and in a moment of desperation, Krillin had wished for Piccolo's second life. Before the remaining wishes could be fulfilled, Frieza and his brother arrived at the Grand Elder's location. Despite their resolve, Piccolo and Nail, in their fused form, were no match for Frieza, who ultimately killed the Grand Elder, causing the dragon to vanish. After Frieza departed, Piccolo contacted the Supreme Kai and wished to resurrect all the innocent lives lost at Frieza's hands on Namek using the Dragon Balls from Earth. Upon the Grand Elder's revival, the dragon reappeared, and the Kai informed Piccolo of the current circumstances. Piccolo then resolved to transport all living beings, save for Frieza and his brother, to this sanctuary. Although the third wish could not be utilized. Noticing Goku's absence, Broly came to understand that, while the narrative might shift, it would unfold in a different manner. What of Goku? Piccolo shook his head, indicating uncertainty, yet reassured that they could still wish for Goku's revival later. No need. He will return. As for next year's wish, let it be to help the Namekians return home. Broly responded. How do you know? Krillin eagerly inquired. He was struck by the illusionary fist of the Canassians before arriving on Earth, granting him the ability to see glimpses of the future. Vegeta explained on Broly's behalf. On behalf of the Namekians, I extend my gratitude. Piccolo and the Supreme Kai bowed slightly to Broly. Broly waved his hand dismissively. You need not be so formal. The Dragon Balls were crafted by your people, and the plight of Namek is a result of my actions. I owe you an apology. Had it not been for you Scions, we Namekians could not have dealt with the Frieza brothers, the Supreme Kai stated with reason. Though the Scions had committed numerous atrocities in the past, they had indeed assisted in vanquishing Frieza, a formidable foe for the Namekians. God, I have a notion. After I send your people home, I wish to resurrect the Scions, yet rest assured, I shall guide them down a different path. Broly gazed into the distance. In due time, I shall protect Earth and Namek with the strength of the Scions. Broly, have you been contemplating the resurrection of the Scions all along? Vegeta inquired, his gaze fixed on Broly. The gathered Scions were filled with excitement. This was the future they longed for, a path forward under Broly's leadership. Simultaneously, it meant that upon their revival, they would reunite with their families, friends, and those they had previously taken for granted. Indeed. However, let us speak of future matters later. Chapter 55, The New Haven of the Scions. Thus, 2 tranquil years passed on Earth, bringing us to the year 764. As the Z warriors had survived the confrontation with Raditz, several wishes were spared. During this time, Broly wished for the resurrection of all Scions and the creation of a new planet Vegeta. The Scions were bewildered, perplexed as to why they had returned from the dead, having perished alongside the destruction of planet Vegeta. Just as their confusion reached a peak, Broly arrived on the new planet Vegeta, accompanied by several surviving Scions. Friends, I understand your bewilderment. You have indeed perished with planet Vegeta, but Broly has led us to triumph over the Frieza brothers and wish for your resurrection alongside the planet. We are here today to convey an important message. With that, Dallas ushered Broly to the forefront. I am aware of your grievances regarding the former King Vegeta and Frieza. I recognize your resentment towards the rules they imposed upon you, and thus I have devised a new way for the Scions to thrive. He defeated Frieza? Is that true? I recall a prodigy with a power level surpassing Prince Vegeta, a name that escapes me, Broly. Was it? If memory serves, he was the son of Paragus, correct? After Broly's declaration, murmurs of discussion erupted among the Scions. How dare you presume to guide us? Scions have always valued strength above all. You have no right to dictate our fate. At this moment, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, flanked by several guards, the former king of planet Vegeta himself. Vegeta 3. Do you remember our past encounters? Since you have spoken, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Broly realized that mere persuasion would not suffice with this group of Scions. With that, he unleashed his energy, a formidable aura that left the crowd gasping for breath. His power level was now beyond the realm of detection. It seems his claim of defeating Frisia holds weight. Silence. I shall not permit you to lead the Scions. If you wish to assume my role, you must first defeat me. The former king's defiance was surprisingly resolute. Old fool, do not embarrass yourself. You are no match for him, interjected Vegeta. The former king, bewildered by his son's defense of an outsider, retorted, Vegeta, I do this for your sake. How can you relinquish our throne so easily? Humph. I have lost interest in such trivial matters, Vegeta replied, crossing his arms and turning away. Indeed, as Vegeta reflected on the battle on Namek, he recalled Broly's mention of the Super Saiyan transformation. His sole desire was to attain that power, surpassing Goku and Broly, leaving little room for thoughts of the throne. Father, he has not only defeated Frisia. Do you know the Super Saiyan? He has led a lower-class warrior to achieve this transformation. Do you not comprehend? A lower-class warrior becoming a Super Saiyan? What does that imply? The Saiyan population was limited to about 1,000, with only a fraction engaged in combat, and the majority being lower-class warriors. The elite fighters were solely Vegeta and the former king, implying that anyone could potentially become the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon Vegeta's proclamation, an uproar ensued among the crowd as they debated the veracity of his claims. Is this true? The former king still harbored skepticism. The legend of the Super Saiyan was not only real, but the transformation had been achieved by someone outside the royal lineage. A notion that clashed with his belief in bloodline superiority. If it were false, how could he have defeated Frisia? Frisia's prowess is unquestionable. Indeed, many Scions had fallen victim to Frisia, unable to withstand even a single blow, their fates sealed in utter defeat. As the murmurs of doubt began to dissipate, Broly seized the moment, continuing, when I assert my intention to lead the Scions, it is not out of a desire for power or status. The unjust and irrational rules have caused immense suffering for me and my friends, and I believe many of you share similar sentiments. Those who despise combat were forced into research and logistics, while those yearning for battle were denied the resources they deserved due to their power levels. Broly paused, gauging the crowd's reaction. Indeed, this is unjust. Why should only the elite warriors benefit from these resources? Have we not fought valiantly on other planets? Exactly. We have never embraced combat, yet we are assigned to research and logistics, all for the sake of battle. Seeing the crowd stirred by his words, Broly pressed on. It seems many of my fellow Scions have endured similar experiences. It is precisely because of the previous unfair regulations that I am determined to abolish them. First, concerning the issue of work, you will be free to pursue your passions without being compelled to join the combat division. Secondly, regarding resources, they will no longer be dictated by rank, but rather by your contributions to the community, even if your combat prowess is lacking. If you save countless lives as a medic, that is a contribution. If you alleviate the issues of sustenance and supplies as a logistics officer, that is also a contribution. Your rank as a lower-class warrior will no longer dictate your worth. With Broly's new rules proclaimed, countless formerly low-ranking warriors erupted in applause. They had long harbored discontent with the Scion hierarchy, but the iron-fisted rule of the former king had silenced them. Lastly, and most importantly, I will put an end to the Scion's practice of conquering planets. This statement elicited immediate skepticism even from those who had previously supported Broly. If we do not conquer planets, how shall we survive? The very functioning of our society would come to a halt. Do not be hasty. I recognize that after years of warfare, such a shift may feel foreign. But have you ever wondered why our race, despite our superior combat abilities, has met with such a grim fate? We have fought for years, yet our reputation remains infamous. Our acts of slaughter and conquest bear consequences, and one day, we may provoke a race even more powerful than ourselves, leading to another Frisia-like catastrophe. Thus, I propose we transform our conquest into guardianship, offering our might to protect rather than to invade. In this way, we can still be warriors while justifying our existence, allowing us to secure greater resources. I intend to ally with Earth and Namek, providing our strength to safeguard them, while they, in turn, supply us with goods and technology. Lastly, regarding the throne you speak of, I am not particularly concerned with it. Initially, I will assume the role of leader, but during this time, you may elect a successor, someone with wisdom and courage. Indeed, the throne will no longer be a hereditary position. No, it shall become a selection by us all, ensuring we choose a leader who can effectively serve our Scion community. As Broly concluded his speech, the discussions among the Scions grew even more fervent, surpassing the earlier excitement surrounding the defeat of Frisia. In that moment, the Scions understood the winds of change were sweeping across planet Vegeta. Chapter 56. The resurgence of Frisia with the affairs of planet Vegeta concluded. Broly returned to Earth. However, the Saiyans who once fought alongside him chose to remain on planet Vegeta due to new regulations. Nappa and Dorius expressed their preference for combat, while Raditz opted to spend more time with his parents, stating that he would bring them to see Goku upon his return to Earth. Only Vegeta chose to accompany Broly, aware that he could only grow stronger in this place, hoping to surpass both Goku and Broly. Broly understood that Vegeta's return was driven by an obsession with his own strength. Yet he wondered why Vegeta did not take the opportunity to reconnect with his father on planet Vegeta. Broly was unconcerned about whether Vegeta could surpass him. While he possessed a competitive spirit, he realized that such rivalries were merely a source of amusement in their otherwise mundane lives. His greater concern was the potential for something to transpire between this man and Bulma. Although he wished to trust Bulma, he could not shake off the nagging worry. Perhaps it would be best for the old man to enjoy his twilight years in peace, as his stubbornness would likely prevent him from achieving greatness. Broly was somewhat moved by Vegeta's sentiments. In his heart, he regarded King Vegeta as somewhat obstinate, yet he acknowledged his capabilities, courage, and ambitions. After all, he had endured many years under the tyranny of Frisia and cold, ultimately perishing due to his rebellion. It could be said that aside from his inherent strength, his greatest flaw was a lack of profound wisdom. The scene shifted to Earth, where Broly was still immersed in tender moments with Bulma when the sound of a detector pierced the air. Broly, your suspicions were correct. Frisia is leading a fleet toward Earth. The speaker was Dorius. Broly recognized Frisia's intent for revenge and instructed the Saiyans under his command to maintain surveillance, ensuring that they would be the first to report any developments without engaging in direct conflict. Understood. Follow the plan. When Frisia and his son arrive on Earth, you and your team should neutralize their surrounding fleet. Exercise patience and avoid unnecessary casualties. After providing Dorius with the strategy, Broly proceeded to the specially constructed armory, donning a black battle suit in preparation for the impending confrontation. Broly, you feel it too, don't you? That familiar energy. Vegeta burst through the door. Broly swiftly pushed Vegeta back outside and remarked, I was already aware. I instructed Dorius to keep a close watch on the vicinity of Earth. There is no need for your panic. Why the rush? Would you barge in like this if I were still in Bulma's room? Vegeta, fully aware of Broly's implications, flushed and retorted, of course. I, Vegeta, am of royal descent and not one to act so rudely. I truly don't understand what kind of enchantment Bulma has cast on you. You rarely emerge from the training room. You two seem inseparable. Do you even resemble a Saiyan anymore? And now that this threat has returned, you still act as if nothing is amiss. Broly thought to himself, it's precisely because you remain here that I spend time with her, to minimize your encounters. He then shifted the topic, there is no need for concern. Today's events will be handled, and the Super Saiyan you've been longing for will return shortly. Kakarot? That fool, how dare he abandon us to train alone? Vegeta exclaimed. Dare? Let us not forget that he fears Chi-Chi just as much. Yet she has also left him behind. Broly internally scoffed. Let us go? Why are you hesitating now? With that, Broly led Vegeta to the landing point of Frisia and his son, awaiting their arrival. Upon their arrival, they found the Z fighters already gathered and waiting. Broly approached them to reminisce. As they conversed, a single-person spacecraft descended from the sky, and the long-haired Bulma pointed an accusatory finger at Broly, chastising him. Why are you here instead of home early in the morning? She showed no mercy in front of everyone. Vegeta, observing Bulma's demeanor, turned his head away and muttered, what a disgrace. After years of interaction, Broly had long since deciphered Bulma's temperament and softly replied, Frisia has returned. I didn't want to alarm you for your safety. You should have told me. What if you died here alone? Bulma exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Broly's, resting her head against him. In that moment, a chorus of disapproving clicks echoed through the group, expressing their dissatisfaction with the pair. Bulma, are you no longer discreet? Can't you discuss these matters at home? Krillin, unable to contain himself, spoke up, having just endured his own heartbreak. Mind your own business. We'd rather perish together. Bulma retorted defiantly. As the group bantered, the familiar circular spacecraft landed, and the overwhelming aura of Frisia and his son silenced all conversations. Yamcha remarked, you all fought against such a formidable enemy back then? Let us go take a look, Broly suggested. But does it even matter if we confront them? Yamcha hesitated, feeling intimidated. Tien, sensing the immense power emanating from their foes, felt conflicted. And there are two of them, one even more powerful. Would it make a difference? If he intends to kill us, there is no escape. Piccolo, embodying the voice of reason, observed keenly, even without his fusion with God. Having faced Frisia before, Krillin, paradoxically the most fearful of death, felt a strange sense of calm. Piccolo's words prompted Vegeta to regard him with newfound respect, acknowledging that this Namekian possessed some backbone. Meanwhile, as Frisia emerged from the spacecraft, his mind was consumed with visions of the rampaging Scion and the golden-haired warrior who had cast him into the abyss. The fear Broly instilled in him, coupled with his resentment towards Goku, had driven Frisia into a state of delusion. Clenching his fists until they bled, he found solace in pain. I shall repay the humiliation inflicted upon us by those two Scions. You, eliminate every inhabitant of this planet. Frisia commanded his subordinates. Frisia, are those two monkeys truly as powerful as you claim? Why are you so enraged? Questioned Cold, Frisia's towering father. Yes, father. The power of that black-haired Scion is unfathomable, and the golden-haired one has surpassed my full strength. This is not anger, it is excitement. I can hardly wait to witness Goku's face when he returns to find the Earthlings slain. Frisia deceitfully proclaimed. What about the other one? Is he not on Earth? Cold inquired. Frisia paused momentarily before responding, that one can conceal his energy. The detector indicated his power as 0 before battle, so it is uncertain whether he is currently on Earth. However, Goku has been detected and is expected to return in approximately 1 hour. Chapter 57. The mystery of the boy's origins. The mysterious youth extended his right hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy blasts, though one did veer towards Broly and his companions. Broly caught the projectile, discerning its nature. Indeed, as he had suspected, it was energy. He was taken aback that Frisia possessed such a contraption. Although it appeared rudimentary in terms of technology, the storage of energy without human control posed a significant challenge. Normally, energy could be manipulated by its owner, remaining stationary or executing simple time detonations, but if energy remained outside the body for too long, it would dissipate, merging with the natural elements. It seemed that the seemingly inconspicuous object in Frisia's possession held considerable intricacies upon closer examination. Having comprehended this, Broly chose not to remain hidden any longer. Instead, he hurled the energy blast back at Frisia. The mysterious boy's pupils widened as he sensed the rush of the energy blast whistling past him, internally marveling at its speed. This sentiment was mutual, as Frisia too was startled. Fortunately, the energy blast was not aimed at him, for even if the damage were minimal, it would still be a source of embarrassment. Ah, it's you. Father, he was the one who killed Gula and left me in this state. Oh, it appears the main character has arrived. Allow me to confront him, Kurta remarked, casting aside his cloak and keenly observing Broly's movements. No, you misunderstand. Your opponent is him. Broly indicated towards the boy before continuing. I merely came to greet you, for I am curious. Frisia, you survived that ordeal, yet your brother Gula did not. Was he eliminated by me at that time? Or did you eliminate him out of fear that he would usurp your position? Upon hearing Broly's words, Kurta cast Frisia a peculiar glance. That is not true, father. You intended to pass the throne to me. Why would I do such a thing? Besides, Gula, I see now, this is all a ploy by that wild monkey, attempting to sow discord between us. None of that matters now. Kurta interrupted Frisia. I've heard about you from Frisia. You are quite impressive. What do you say? Would you be interested in becoming my son? Broly was taken aback. What? You also go by Edward. He nearly cursed in response, but ultimately maintained his composure, replying, how about this? If you two cannot handle this boy, you shall call each other brothers and I shall consider you my son? Kurta's expression shifted. He had not anticipated this insolence or the boy's foul mouth. Frisia, deal with that brat. If you cannot manage him, I shall assist you. With Kurta backing him, Frisia felt somewhat reassured, although he still held reservations about Broly. Kurta's involvement could change the odds. Thank you for your trust. I will handle them, the boy remarked coldly, not bothering to turn back. After the boy spoke, he began to roar, gathering energy, causing the debris and dust around him to float upwards in defiance. This energy, it feels somewhat familiar, Vegeta mused, his brow furrowing as he observed the boy's spiky hair, further solidifying his suspicions. Impossible. Besides Kakarot, how could anyone else attain that state, and without a tail? Vegeta found it hard to fathom this reality. For the past 2 years, aside from the elusive Goku, he had been the most diligent among the Scions. How could there be another who had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan before him? Hey, Broly, what's the deal? Is this guy a Saiyan? And he has no tail, nor does he wear battle attire, and the insignia on him belongs to that woman Bulma. Is he your illegitimate child? At this point, Vegeta, upon mentioning the Super Saiyan, had lost his filter, oblivious to how his words had incited a stir among the others. Illegitimate child? Broly, what is going on? Bulma exclaimed, her temper flaring. She could not accept that the Broly she had been with while searching for the Dragon Balls had fathered a child with someone else. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged mischievous glances at Broly. Didn't he see that coming? Broly, you've been hiding this card. Enough. This boy has no relation to me. For reasons unknown, Broly felt an overwhelming irritation, loudly interrupting the speculation, casting a complicated glance at the boy before him. How dare you speak to me that way? You know how I have treated you. It's been years, and Gohan has grown so much. What about you? You've never mentioned marriage. Bulma's grievances erupted, revealing her long-held frustrations. In truth, Broly's agitation stemmed from his awareness of the boy's true identity. He was supposed to be called Trunks, the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Yet now, he was with Bulma, and the future seemed unchanged. If the past cannot alter the future, then they were not merely existing on different timelines within the same world, but had shifted into a parallel universe at a certain point. However, if it were indeed a parallel universe, this Trunks should have returned to their world's past using the time machine, rather than another parallel world's past. Was it possible that Bulma from the future had designed the time machine incorrectly? Let us discuss this later. Trust me, I will clarify everything, Broly urged, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, grasping Bulma's hand to offer reassurance. Yet Bulma, in her fervor, attempted to extricate herself from his grip, but as an ordinary person. She was no match for Broly's strength. She could only relent, casting her gaze aside to express her dissatisfaction. Observing the unfolding drama, even Vegeta, with his typical blunt demeanor, realized he had misspoken. He fell silent, turning his attention to the battle between the boy and Frieza. Frieza, seemingly affected by the boy's words, ascended into the air, extending his right index finger skyward, rapidly gathering a sphere of energy resembling molten lava. The energy orb swelled ominously. Is this fiend intending to obliterate the earth as well? Watching the energy orb that Frieza held aloft, Vegeta sensed that Frieza was now more formidable than he had been during their encounter on Namek. Chapter 58. Frieza's inability to rise again. Frieza, do you intend to annihilate this planet? Herder realized that Frieza was already losing his composure. No matter. That fellow son Goku will take care of him in the cosmos. And as for Broly, even if he survives this assault, he will have no means to endure in the universe. Under ordinary circumstances, Broly would certainly have added fuel to Frieza's furious fire, teasing, "Look at you, so flustered." However, due to the identity of the young boy, he found no amusement in the situation. Should that youth falter, he would confront the two himself and vent his pent-up frustrations. The boy's strength was commendable. He effortlessly lifted Frieza's supernova attack with one hand. Upon witnessing the boy's ease in handling his technique, Frieza shot an energy blast towards his seemingly stable energy sphere. The blast penetrated the sphere, causing it to explode in a chain reaction, ultimately resulting in a gigantic explosion in the boy's grasp. The might of Frieza's attack was remarkable. The shockwave from the explosion was enough to unsteady most. Broly instinctively shielded the others, tightening his grip on Bulma's hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from his grasp, Bulma's earlier anxiety began to dissipate. After the explosion, Frieza and his father remained oblivious, having not learned to sense the enemy's position through ki. The boy had already positioned himself atop a massive rock behind them, but they were unaware, believing they had vanquished the troublesome youth. With his hands clawed like a beast's, the boy seemed to be grasping something in the air, before finally extending his hands, aiming his palms towards Frieza and his father below. Is that technique a demonic one? Broly glanced at Piccolo but chose silence, as his mood was rather grim, and many thoughts remained unvoiced. Frieza, the boy called out, for you might think a gentleman would not take advantage of another's misfortune? No. The boy's subsequent actions would reveal that this was, in fact, a ruse. Hearing his name, Frieza jumped to evade Trunks' strike, taunting, "You think you can defeat me with such feeble attempts?" In the next instant, the boy appeared above Frieza, and as the scene split in two, he cleaved Frieza's body asunder. Cold and ruthless, the boy executed his actions with precision, ensuring that Frieza would not resurrect as before. He slashed at the divided Frieza several times, and with a surge of energy, obliterated him into dust, dispersing into the atmosphere. The cosmic tyrant Frieza had truly met his end in a foreign land. Everyone present, including Herder, was left in utter shock. They had not anticipated that the seemingly invincible Frisia could be so effortlessly dispatched by this enigmatic youth. That sword you're wielding appears quite sharp. May I have a look? Kurder attempted his old trick, trying to bait the boy into revealing his weapon. Or perhaps, you fear that it is only with this sword that you could slay Frisia. Afraid to entrust it to me? You talk too much. In an instant, Broly appeared before Kurder, and before anyone could comprehend his movement, he severed Kurder's outstretched hand with his own. Kurder barely registered the pain before his hand succumbed to gravity, plummeting to the ground. Before Kurder could even cry out in anguish, Broly struck again, piercing through Kurder's chest, sealing the fate of the frozen demon family, never to rise again. Broly picked up Kurder's discarded cloak, wiping the blood from his hands. You are quite formidable. May I challenge you to a duel? The boy, still in his transformed state, regarded Broly with vigilance. Very well, let us conclude this swiftly. I have questions for you. Broly was eager to engage, having already resolved to eliminate Kurder. You are a scion, correct? Will you not transform? The boy's gaze lingered on Broly's tail. I cannot yet transform into a super scion, only into another form. However, there is no need for pretense in our spar. Broly responded. Even in a spar, I shall give it my all. Be cautious, the boy warned, drawing his sword once more to strike at Broly. Unlike his cautious approach with Goku, the boy sensed Broly's immense power. Trunks lunged at Broly's neck with a horizontal slash. Broly effortlessly blocked the blade with his left arm, then retaliated with a powerful right punch, causing the boy to kneel, expelling a mixture of gastric fluids and bile. You chatter too much. Must you announce your intentions before striking? Broly seemed to lecture the boy, but in truth, he was venting his inner turmoil. The boy internally scoffed. Isn't this a spar? I never called it a real fight. We must fetch Goku. Let us hurry. With that, Broly lifted the boy from the ground and hastened toward Goku's location, not wanting their conversation to be overheard, particularly by Piccolo, whose keen hearing and lack of subtlety were well known. Upon arrival, Broly broke the silence first, asking, You are from the future, are you not? How did you know? The boy appeared astonished. Your name is Trunks? Indeed. Broly extended a hand in friendship, and Trunks reciprocated. I am Broly, as you can see, a scion. During my conquest of other planets, I fell victim to a deceptive technique, allowing me to glimpse fragments of the future. What? You can see the future? Each word Broly uttered was a revelation to Trunks, shattering his understanding. Thus, I know that your purpose here concerns the androids that will emerge in 3 years, correct? Upon hearing Broly's words, Trunks fell silent, neither confirming nor denying, as if deep in thought. Sensing Trunks' distrust, Broly decided to wait for Goku's return before continuing their discussion. Chapter 59. A dialogue with the future. After conversing with Trunks for a while, the others who had been left behind hurriedly arrived, including Bulma, who had taken a plane to join them, eager to uncover the connection between this young boy and Broly. Goku finally returned from his training on Yardrat, and due to Trunks' secret, he informed everyone that this matter could only be disclosed to Goku and Broly, which everyone accepted with understanding. Trunks first reintroduced himself to Goku. What? You are the child of Bulma and Vegeta? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I thought Bulma would end up with Broly. He scratched his head in confusion. Mom and you? Trunks blushed slightly, then seemed to recall something, drawing his sword from behind him. Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Goku's expression turned serious as he inquired. Observing Goku's demeanor, Broly felt a sense of relief, even upon learning of the boy's identity. Goku did not immediately act as a mediator, but instead aligned himself with Broly. I apologize, Mr. Goku, Mr. Broly. I have mentioned before that my parents are Vegeta and Bulma. The emergence of Mr. Broly might alter the future, potentially leading to my disappearance. However, there are still matters awaiting my attention in the future. I cannot simply vanish. I must protect this Earth for Gohan, Trunks declared resolutely, even if it meant opposing both Goku and Broly. Hold on. First tell me about the situation in the future, and I will analyze it for you. Besides, do you really think you can defeat both me and Goku at the same time? Broly remained calm. He understood Trunks' predicament, as he was the only hope for the future, and it was reasonable for him to harbor such thoughts. Trunks fell silent for a moment, realizing that he indeed lacked the confidence to take on both Goku and Broly simultaneously. Furthermore, with so many Z-fighters present, a conflict could lead even his own parents to side with Broly. Most importantly, he had finally reunited with these old friends. He was not here to instigate a battle. Trunks decided to continue. I came here because around 10 o'clock on the morning of May 12th, 3 years from now, a formidable duo will appear on an island 9 kilometers southwest of the southern region. They were created by Dr. Gero, a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army that Mr. Goku once defeated. The Red Ribbon Army? I remember that name. I thought they had been eradicated. Goku struggled to recall events from his childhood. That is not entirely accurate. Dr. Gero, a member of the Red Ribbon Army, is very much alive and continues his secret research. He has created 2 incredibly powerful androids, equipped with infinite energy and a cruel disposition. Upon their emergence, they killed Dr. Gero. Since there are 2 of them, I cannot defeat them. And even in a one-on-one scenario, escaping from them is exceedingly difficult. As he spoke, Trunks recalled Gohan, his fists tightening in frustration. What? Not even you. Who can eliminate Frieza in an instant? Goku asked, suddenly recollecting something. Wait, you just mentioned one-on-one. What about the others? Upon hearing this question, Trunks bowed his head in guilt. They all perished in the battle 3 years from now. Only Gohan survived, but he died 4 years ago while protecting me. Did I also die in battle? What about Broly? He is even stronger than I am. Goku questioned. I'm sorry, Mr. Goku, but you did not participate in the battle. You will soon succumb to a viral heart disease and will not survive for long. As for Mr. Broly, Trunks hesitated. In our timeline, there was no existence of Mr. Broly. That implies your world has diverged at some point. Even if you were to kill me, it would not affect the future. In fact, it might provide historical legitimacy for a future without my existence, wouldn't it? Broly's tone grew serious. In other words, your presence might change our world, but your future relies on your own actions. How could it be like this? Trunks appeared drained of energy, losing the cold maturity he had just displayed when he effortlessly dispatched Frieza, transforming back into a despairing, helpless 17-year-old boy. Cheer up, kid. Don't lose heart. If Gohan were still alive, this is precisely what he would want to convey to you. He sacrificed himself to save you, demonstrating his belief in you, that you can safeguard your future with your own strength. Goku encouraged, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Regrettably, I will not be able to witness the formidable adversaries you mentioned. Feeling the warmth absent in his future world, Trunks resolved to lift his spirits. Rest assured, I have brought the antidote for heart disease. Even if I cannot alter the future by changing the present, I will do my utmost to assist everyone in battle. With that, Trunks retrieved a capsule from his pocket and handed it to Goku. Having accomplished his mission, Trunks prepared to bid farewell to the others and used the time machine to reassure Bulma in the future. However, Broly quietly intercepted him. Mr. Broly, is there something else? This matter, though difficult for both of us to articulate, I must ask you to explain to Bulma regarding your attire and Saiyan identity. Bulma currently believes you are the illegitimate child of me and someone else. Trunks was momentarily speechless. It was evident that Bulma had a rather close relationship with Mr. Broly in this world. Just as Broly had stated, in his world, Broly did not exist. Even if this world's Bulma chose Broly, it would have no bearing on his world. Since the misunderstanding stemmed from him, he might as well clarify, albeit with some embarrassment. After informing Bulma that he was the son from the future world, even Bulma, known for her eccentricity, gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? You are the child of me and Vegeta. After explaining the situation, Bulma surprisingly accepted this revelation with calmness. I see. So in that world, Broly does not exist. Broly was taken aback, still grappling with the notion, unsure whether to feel pleased or angered at how easily Bulma accepted it. You accepted this so readily? What does it matter? Though she is another version of me, she is her own person, and I am mine. We will not regret the choices we make. No matter what the future holds, it is essential to do what feels right and brings happiness. Upon hearing Bulma's words, both Broly and Trunks felt a sense of relief and clarity. Trunks wholeheartedly echoed Bulma's sentiment. Mother is right. I will do my utmost to live up to Gohan's expectations. Mother, I have completed my tasks. It is time for me to return. I wish to reassure the mother in the future world. I will make time to visit you and... Trunks' words trailed off, sensing that continuing might be inappropriate, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Little brat, do not speak carelessly. I am not yet married, and in this world, my husband is him. Right, dear? Bulma shot Trunks a glare before affectionately linking her arm with Broly's. Before such a large gathering, it is rather inappropriate to utter such embarrassing remarks. Even Broly felt a flush of embarrassment, fully aware that Bulma's words were intended to remind Trunks and preserve his dignity. However, Trunks, in a sense, is also considered a son, and displaying affection in his presence felt somewhat peculiar. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Trunks returned to the future via the time machine, while the others resolved to embark on a journey of training once again, in preparation for the formidable adversary that would arrive in 3 years. Goku demonstrated his newly acquired instant transmission technique, a skill that even Broly envied, as it eliminated the need for tedious travel. Goku had stealthily procured Master Roshi's sunglasses from the distant Korin Tower, and even the initially envious Vegeta had to concede the merit of this remarkable ability. Subsequently, Goku decided to train alongside Gohan and Piccolo, while Krillin opted to return to Master Roshi's abode seeking assistance. Yamcha chose to train with Tien and Kaiatsu. Vegeta, on the other hand, entrusted his training entirely to technology, commissioning Bulma to construct a gravity chamber with 300 times the gravitational force, engaging in relentless training. As for Broly, having finally unraveled the mental turmoil that had plagued him for so long, he was prepared to advance his relationship with Bulma, particularly since Trunks had already made his debut, prompting certain matters to be addressed. In terms of training, Broly planned to balance exertion with rest. Upon returning from Namek, he recognized the root of his challenges. He had initially believed that his combat prowess would only increase through battle. It later dawned on him that such gains were exceedingly rare, including the strength he acquired from defeating Cooler, which stemmed from his previous conflict on Namek. If both scenarios involved combat, why was there such a disparity? The answer lay in transformation. After transforming into a great ape, Broly sensed a deficiency within himself. A lack of rage and ferocity, as the great ape form embodies the primal and untamed essence of a Scion's power. Fearing that such fury might compromise his rationality and blur the lines between friend and foe, Broly wished upon the eternal dragon to retain his reason during transformations. This desire rendered his transformation into the human great ape or anger form particularly arduous. Only by fully surrendering to his rage, leaving no avenue for retreat, could his power continue to escalate. However, entering this state rendered Broly indiscriminate, posing a significant danger. The wish he made to the eternal dragon yielded two consequences. The unfavorable aspect was that both his anger form and Scion form might require Broly to harness greater emotions, making it increasingly challenging to breach the threshold. Conversely, the favorable outcome was that once Broly entered a berserk state post-transformation, awakening it became significantly easier than in his original form, adding a layer of security to the inherently volatile Broly. Chapter 60. Warm daily life. In the course of these 3 years, Broly has led a life of leisure and ease. Occasionally, he would visit the Kame house, and one cannot help but admire Master Roshi's enjoyment of life. While Krillin engaged in rigorous training, Master Roshi would leisurely watch television and peruse adult magazines. And when hunger struck, Launch would prepare a meal, making life quite comfortable. From time to time, Broly would accompany Vegeta in the gravity chamber for some trainings, maintaining muscle memory to prevent his body from becoming rusty and his battle instincts from fading. Vegeta, however, looked down upon Broly's approach. With such exceptional talent, why squander it on frivolities with Bulma? Yet, Broly retorted with an unassailable statement. Vegeta, each individual has their own path. I cannot dictate your actions, but you cannot claim that mine is entirely wrong. Look, even though I do not train as rigorously as you, my strength remains intact. In fact, a balance of work and rest may be beneficial for us Scions. Have you forgotten what I mentioned about the second transformation of Super Scions? That is mere folly. Scions ought to continuously strive for combat and enhance their strength, transforming only when their power reaches a certain threshold, fueled by the emotions of battle, Vegeta countered. As I said, I will not declare your method wrong. Let the results speak for themselves. The true answer is that all paths lead to the same destination. Broly remained unfazed, fully aware that Vegeta's choice was indeed the most prudent. However, as a time traveler, this body was the greatest boon bestowed upon him by fate. Having grasped the means of enhancement, who would willingly choose a more arduous path? Since he could not dictate his own circumstances, he chose instead to explore this world as much as possible. Occasionally, Broly would take Bulma to visit Goku's home, knowing that, given Goku's nature, it was only natural for Chi-Chi to transform into a demanding housewife during her menopause. Teaching Goku a thing or two about social etiquette would not be amiss. One evening, Broly and Bulma visited Goku's house, eager to sample Chi-Chi's culinary skills. Chi-Chi and Bulma were both renowned for their cooking. Chi-Chi's dishes, although appearing somewhat grotesque, often yielded surprisingly delicious flavors, while Bulma's creations looked exquisite yet often left much to be desired in taste. Upon entering, Broly noticed Goku and Piccolo standing at the door, scolded, while Gohan cowered in his room, anxiously completing his homework. Recognizing the situation, Broly understood that something was amiss. Chi-Chi, being rather traditional, often used veiled references to express her displeasure toward Goku's friends. This time, with Piccolo also in the line of fire, it was evident that Chi-Chi was genuinely upset. What has happened? Broly inquired tentatively. Goku, you've arrived. Goku exclaimed upon seeing Broly, as if he had found a savior. In Goku's recollection, Chi-Chi had never shown leniency toward anyone. Even Vegeta would turn a blind eye upon encountering her. Krillin, Piccolo, and Master Roshi, none had escaped her wrath. Only with Broly could she maintain a civil conversation. It's those two. Not only do they lead Gohan astray from his studies, but they also train day in and day out. When it's time to eat, they return home leaving their filthy clothes for me to wash. Just now, I was nearly chased off a cliff by a wild boar, and Goku didn't even bother to check on me. Chi-Chi recounted the events, and it became clear to Broly what had transpired. Goku, how could you act this way? Chi-Chi is not your maid. Bulma chimed in, empathizing with Chi-Chi and reprimanding Goku. It's just a wild boar. It's not a big deal. Chi-Chi is more than capable of handling herself. Most people are no match for her. Goku scratched his head, bewildered as to why Bulma was siding with Chi-Chi. Goku, you were indeed in the wrong this time. As a member of this household, especially as a man, you should bear some responsibility. You cannot leave everything to Chi-Chi. Broly added a fair point. Look at Broly and Bulma. Is your head filled with nothing but muscle? Hearing Broly and Bulma's words, Chi-Chi felt somewhat reassured, her anger dissipating significantly. At that moment, Bulma suddenly quipped sarcastically, Humph. Chi-Chi, don't be swayed by his words. I have yet to see him do anything for us either. He is no different. Broly felt a wave of frustration. Was the conversation directed at Goku? Why had it turned to him? How about this, Goku? The Scions have been revived for some time now, and under the management of Duralis and his crew. Vegeta's star is doing quite well. Once we establish diplomatic relations with planet Vegeta and Namek, I will send people to Earth. And you and Vegeta can take turns training the Scions that guard Earth. This way, not only will your training remain consistent, but it will also provide you with additional income. The location will be where Vegeta first arrived on Earth, perfectly situated at the World-S Center. I have even thought of a name, Vegeta Star Homeland Security Office on Earth. This grandiose title left Chi-Chi momentarily speechless, and she shot Goku a glare, urging him to comply. All right. Bulma, may I ask you both for a favor? What is it? Don't be shy, just ask. We've known each other for so long. Before Broly could finish his query, Bulma had already interjected, giving Broly a pointed look. Broly sighed inwardly. This woman is increasingly lacking in respect. In the past, it was tolerable, but now, even as I have become more like a leader, she still acts this way. In the end, Broly did not contradict Bulma and accepted her words. Indeed, Bulma is correct. There is no need for formality between us. Goku, as you know, he suffered a head injury as a child. While his temperament is not like yours, he is nearly disconnected from this world. Aside from training, he knows little else. I hope you can help him integrate better into modern society, starting with getting a driver's license. Oh, is that all? I would have taught him myself without you asking. And as for the driver's license, that's simple. You just need hands to do that. Bulma scoffed, then asked, What? Do you have a driver's license? Reflecting on the matter, Broly realized that while he could pilot spaceships without issue, Scions did not possess driver's licenses, and he indeed did not have one. Broly awkwardly chuckled. Well, since arriving on Earth, I've been rather busy and haven't had time to take the test. Tomorrow, I will take him to get one. Seeing that both had agreed, Chi-Chi's mood brightened, and she began preparing dinner for everyone. The next day, Goku, wearing an expression of reluctance, complained, Broly, why is this so complicated? I usually use instant transmission, I don't need a driver's license, and I have the flying Nimbus. She probably wants you to drive her and Gohan around for a joyride, Broly replied, feeling exasperated. Hey, Broly, why must I accompany you both to get a driver's license? I don't even interact with people. Piccolo interjected, perplexed as to why he, a formidable Namekian warrior, had to accompany two Scions to obtain a license on Earth. If he ever ruled the world, he would abolish licenses and ban all vehicles, insisting everyone practice instant transmission. In her mind, Gohan listened to him more than he did to Goku, and thus, he was the true instigator of this predicament. Broly's frustration was mounting. Honestly, if it weren't for you two, I would rather be training with Vegeta than dealing with this license nonsense. It's infuriating. Originally, Broly thought that since it was a car, there should not be much difference, especially since he was already proficient in driving. However, the moment he laid eyes on the vehicle, he was utterly dumbfounded. The operational settings were not significantly different, But there was one minor issue. The cars in Dragon Ball are right-hand drive. The group sought out their respective examiners. And Broly began his lamentation. In this world, isn't it necessary to practice driving to obtain a license? As for the examiners, Goku S was a rather elderly gentleman, presumably the chief examiner, who could hardly manage to open the car door. Broly's examiner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, who posed no significant problems but was incessantly chatty. Piccolo's examiner was a beautifully dressed young woman who, at first glance, seemed perfectly normal, yet once behind the wheel, she drove as if fueled by adrenaline, resembling a screeching witch named Mawako Sato. As for the students, Goku struggled to remember what he had learned. Akin to a SpongeBob with no affinity for driving, Piccolo fared slightly better, attempting to drive according to the instructor's guidance, yet he soon found himself racing against Goku. Among the three, only Broly, who had driven in his previous life, managed to adapt reasonably well to the vehicle's controls and could be deemed somewhat steady while driving. During their journey, a small incident occurred where the trio rescued a bus that was nearly struck by a landslide caused by the rain. Thanks to this incident, the chief examiner wiped away tears of gratitude from his face and stamped the three students' score sheets with a failing mark. Chapter 61. The arrival of the androids in the year 767 of the Age of the Gods. On May 12th, Goku was eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle and arrived early in the southern capital. To his surprise, Broly and his companion had arrived even earlier. Upon encountering Broly, the group was astonished. Goku noticed that Bulma was cradling an infant in her arms, while Broly was playfully interacting with the baby. Goku quietly inquired of Broly, "Is this your child?" Broly shook his head. "This is Trunks. You met him 3 years ago, remember?" Isn't Bulma with you? I thought history would change." "Get lost," Broly exclaimed, giving Goku a light smack on the head. "What are you saying? This is my sister's child." "True, his father is indeed Vegeta, but his mother is not me." Bulma, holding the baby, revealed the child's identity. It turned out that since the Scions established relations with Earth and Namek, this news had spread throughout the universe. Bulma's sister, Tais, a cosmic fantasy writer, had been away for quite some time and decided to return home to gather material from her sister and brother-in-law, ultimately encountering Vegeta. As Tais is the mother, the child inherited the Bulma family tradition and was named Trunks. Upon seeing the baby's white and purple hair, Broly recognized that this Trunks was indeed the original Trunks. History was indeed returning to its rightful course. "Wow, Bulma, you have a sister?" The others were astonished to learn this news. "Yes, but she rarely comes home." And after having the child, that woman ran off again. Bulma clenched her fists in frustration. "What about Vegeta? Why hasn't he shown up? Why are you here with his child?" Piccolo questioned. Perhaps little Trunks understood Piccolo's words, or perhaps he was frightened by his appearance. But he began to wail in Bulma's arms. "Oh, don't cry now," Bulma cooed, trying to soothe Trunks while replying. "What can I do? Dad doesn't take care. And neither does Mom. So I, as the aunt, have to take care of him. They make it so easy, just leaving him with the household robot. While I'm worried that those two will lead him astray. I can't believe those two." "Haha, Bulma, your tone is starting to sound more and more like Broly." Goku chuckled. "Time's running out. Take this as a communicator," Broly said, handing out several scouters. "You all should split up and search. I'll pass. I'm not accustomed to Scion technology." Bulma glanced at the rejecting Piccolo and then at his long, pointed ears, falling into contemplation. "Well, you Scions really have convenient gear," Krillin remarked, fiddling with the scouter. "Your previous Scion models were outdated. I improved them," Bulma replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yes, Miss Bulma is a genius beauty." Broly flattered her. "But I remember both of you are already over 30, older than me." Goku reminisced about their first meeting. Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression darkened. "But I haven't married or had children. I look much younger than your Chi-Chi. And besides, Broly still has a baby face, making him look younger than you." Broly rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had taught Goku so much, yet the boy lacked awareness. Every time, he had to change the topic himself. Regarding the androids, "Be cautious. They appear as a fat man and an old man. Their energy is undetectable by scouters, but they can absorb your energy and convert it into power. So, if you see them, refrain from acting rashly and immediately inform everyone of your location." Since Broly had previously mentioned that he could foresee the future through his mind control technique, the group was no longer surprised by his foresight. As in the original storyline, Yamcha, while searching for the androids, was seized by Android 20, who covered his mouth and lifted him up. As Android 20 absorbed Yamcha's energy, he raised his right hand, ready to dispose of him. Just then, a key blast landed near his feet, prompting Android 20 to release Yamcha and dodge to the side. The assailant was none other than Broly, who had quietly followed Yamcha after they dispersed, fully aware that the one in trouble would inevitably be the hapless god of T. 19. What is going on? Why is there still one hidden here? Why didn't T the monitoring system detect it? I'm not sure. Maybe there's a malfunction in the system. My monitoring system didn't pick up on this guy either. Meanwhile, the others, alerted by the explosion, arrived at the scene. So this is the legendary android? Not as formidable as I imagined, Piccolo scoffed, observing the duo before him. Don't underestimate them. It's because they are androids that you cannot sense their energy. Their true strength is comparable to that of the previous Frieza. Broly descended slowly from the sky. Oh, how do you know about the androids? And it seems you were already aware that we would appear on this island, Android 20 remarked, displaying his keen intellect. He is trying to extract information from us. Ignore him, Broly cautioned, understanding the importance of intelligence in battle. Android 20 and T anticipated that the opposing side not only knew about their intel, but was also so cautious. Let us move to a deserted location, Goku suggested, displaying his characteristic kindness, intending to avoid casualties. All right, Son Goku, I grant you permission to choose your place of demise, Android 20 answered without a second thought. The group relocated to a desolate area. Son Goku, are you not curious why I know your name? Noticing the silence, Android 20 continued. Do you remember the Red Ribbon Army? You single-handedly destroyed it, thwarting my ambition to conquer the world. You should be cursed. Only Dr. Gero managed to survive. He observed your every battle using microbots, gathering intel on you. We even know that the strongest among your group is that Broly, correct? Upon hearing Android 20's words, Broly nearly retracted his earlier praise, realizing that the android had just revealed his own secrets. As expected, the astute Piccolo discerned something. Your tone suggests that you are Dr. Gero. While the group's attention focused on the conversation, Broly noticed something amiss. Goku was sweating profusely and trembling slightly. Broly had always placed great emphasis on sensing and utilizing energy. His current level allowed him to perceive even the subtle movements of blood vessels and muscles. The frequency of Goku's heartbeat was diminishing. The sweating, weakness, and trembling were all symptoms of a viral heart disease. Chapter 62. Overwhelming Yukong. Have you lost your mind? This phrase, though seemingly an insult, was actually a manifestation of concern for Yukong. The term illness momentarily transported Broly back to his previous life. A word that for ordinary people meant expenditure, the torment of suffering, and for certain ailments, an inevitable association with death and separation. Even among the Scions, the afflictions of illness rendered everyone equal. Fortunately, he had abstained from that fateful sip of the super divine water, and Trunks had graciously provided an antidote. Yukong, return and take your medicine. Allow me to handle them. Piccolo discerned Yukong's unusual state. No worries. I shall gauge the capabilities of the androids, Yukong declared. Not opting for his usual cautious approach, but instead transforming directly into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Yet, at this level, even Android 19 could best you. And with your illness, it seems your demise is inevitable today. Go forth, Android 19. With a nod, 19 engaged in the battle. Aware that he could not afford to delay, Yukong immediately launched himself at 19, who appeared to be acutely aware of Yukong's condition and refrained from rushing into combat. After evading Yukong's assault, Android 19 leapt toward a small hill, seemingly concocting a strategy. However, Yukong was focused solely on pursuing him. Upon reaching the summit, 19 appeared to smirk before obliterating the top half of the hill. Yukong crossed his arms to shield his face, sacrificing his vision in the process. Seizing this opportunity, 19 unleashed a pink energy wave directed at Yukong. Yukong executed several high-speed maneuvers, appearing before 19 as though teleporting, which startled 19 into throwing a punch at the suddenly materializing Yukong, only for Yukong to evade once more. This time, Yukong positioned himself behind 19, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent 19 crashing into the terrain, shattering it around him. Once again, Yukong employed high-speed movement, relentlessly assaulting 19. The android was clearly at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would surely be the first to fall. Why? The spectators were baffled by Broly's assessment. Have you not realized? Yukong, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, should be far stronger than this. Why is he in such a dire state? Piccolo identified the crux of the situation. Dismal? What are you saying, Piccolo? Yukong is clearly in the lead. No, superficially, Yukong appears dominant, but his full-force strikes have inflicted little to no substantive damage on Android 19. Have you all forgotten the technique we learned in the temple to sense our opponent's energy? This energy encompasses not just the aura within an enemy, but also their breath, which reveals their rhythm and forthcoming actions. Observe how Wukong's breathing has completely deteriorated. He is gasping for air as if he had engaged in vigorous exercise. His heart condition is severely impacting him. With a heavy roundhouse kick, Wukong sent 19 plummeting from the air, skidding across the ground for several meters. Yet, 19 effortlessly regained his footing. They were androids, impervious to pain and fatigue. Damn it! Wukong realized that his attacks had left no marks on the android, barely affecting him at all. Wukong gathered a blue energy sphere in his hands, preparing to unleash the iconic Kamehameha. Wukong, have you forgotten what Broly said? Piccolo exclaimed frantically, remembering the urgency of ending the battle, having overlooked the fact that the androids could absorb energy. Reading the furious expression on Wukong's face, Broly surmised Wukong's intentions. Very well. I shall intervene. In an instant, Broly appeared behind Wukong, striking him unconscious with a swift chop. Take Wukong back to administer his medicine. I will handle the rest. I'll take my leave. It seems I cannot be of assistance here. I entrust the remainder to you. With that, Yamcha, whom Broly had previously rescued, helped carry Wukong back home. Come, little piggy, I shall entertain you, Broly taunted, beckoning to Android 19. 19 glanced at 20, seemingly awaiting permission. Since Son Wukong has been taken care of, continue the fight with him. According to our intelligence, this one is significantly more formidable than Son Wukong and exceedingly cunning. Exercise caution. Cunning? I presume you mean intelligent? However, against your kind, no intellect is required. With that, Broly tilted his head and stretched his neck. At that moment, the previously absent Vegeta made his entrance onto the battlefield, observing the clash between Broly and 19 with a scoff. Humph, it seems I've arrived too late. With Broly having seized the opportunity. Where's Kakarot? Gohan replied. Dad's heart condition flared up, and Uncle Yamcha took him home. With Vegeta's gaze fixed upon him, Gohan's voice dwindled with each word. Fool, I am well aware of what can and cannot be done. With him absent, my performance will lack an audience. A sinister smirk crept across Vegeta's lips. As Broly continued to toy with him, 19 unleashed twin beams from his eyes, targeting Broly. 19 wasted no time, charging toward Broly as the explosion subsided. Although surprised that Broly bore no signs of injury, he did not hesitate in his assault. Broly seemed to disregard 19 strikes entirely, enduring the onslaught while proclaiming, your strength pales in comparison. Now witness what it truly means to be overwhelmed. As the last word left Broly's lips, he moved with speed, seizing 19's attacking right arm and lifting him effortlessly. With a powerful punch directed at 19's chest, the android found himself reeling backward, disoriented by the force of the blow. 19. Android 20 sensed the impending calamity. Previously, he had intended for 19 to stall for time until they could drain Son Wukong's energy. However, their adversaries had anticipated their strategy, and just as Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha, Broly had intervened. Dazed, 19 stumbled to his feet, realizing that Broly's punch had created a gaping hole in his chest, exposing the intricate components within, which occasionally emitted sparks of electricity. It was not over. Glancing down, he noted that his right arm was now devoid of its elbow, leaving only severed wires in its wake. Glancing back at Broly, he saw him still in the position of having lifted him, with 19's dismembered arm firmly grasped in Broly's hand. Chapter 63. Luring the snake out of its hole, Broly examined the severed arm of number 19, tossing it into the air before catching it effortlessly. After toying with it for a moment, he discarded it at Vegeta's feet. Isn't this a bit cruel? Krillin remarked, a sense of unease washing over him as he gazed at the dismembered limb. Although Vegeta did not grasp Broly's intent, he retorted with a hint of deliberate intimidation. What do you know, bald head? Losing limbs in battle is perfectly normal. Have you ever witnessed a chest being ripped open, with entrails spilling everywhere? Well, Vegeta, stop. That's disgusting, Krillin exclaimed, his face contorted in revulsion as he covered his mouth. With his objective accomplished, Vegeta wore a sinister grin. Due to the distance, Broly remained oblivious to their exchange, shouting, why are you dawdling? Pick up the arm. We need it for Bulma's research. It could prove invaluable. Realizing Broly's actual intention, Vegeta reluctantly complied and retrieved number 19's arm. Broly approached number 19 step by step, inquiring, where has your confidence gone? I thought you had some trump card left. As Broly drew closer, fear began to grip number 19's heart. He was unwilling to continue the fight, knowing that the only outcome was his disintegration into pieces. Though Broly's pace was unhurried, Each step seemed to count down to number 19's demise. He could no longer heed the orders of number 20. If Broly did not rush at him, he might find an opportunity to escape. However, Broly appeared to have seen through number 19's thoughts, raising his hand and launching an energy blast directly in the path of number 19's escape. Number 19. Do not flee. This is a golden opportunity. Hearing number 20's warning, number 19 finally reacted, exclaiming, "You couldn't hold back any longer." He ceased his attempt to escape, extending his remaining left arm to absorb Broly's energy blast. A look of ecstasy spreading across his face. What tremendous power! Now you shall pay the price for your arrogance. Are you done reveling? Broly, who had been leisurely approaching, had somehow seized number 19's left hand. It dawned on number 19 just how foolish it was to heed number 20's advice. This was all a trap. Without hesitation, he unleashed 2 beams of laser from his eyes, but this time, his target was not Broly, but rather his own left arm. The lasers severed his arm irregularly. But fortunately, he felt no pain. Though he had lost his arm, he had also freed himself from Broly's grasp in the moment of Broly's surprise. Number 19 darted away once more. An incorrigible fool, number 20 remarked as he saw that everyone's attention was diverted toward number 19, and he took his chance to flee. Number 19, overhearing the insult, assumed it was due to his disobedience. At this point, was he supposed to die alongside him? Broly's subsequent actions made number 19 understand the true meaning behind number 20's words. Oh, you, a mere robot, possess quite a bit of courage. Broly once again tossed the severed arm to Vegeta, but this time, he did not pursue number 19. He allowed him to escape in disarray. Broly, don't let him get away. Even without hands, he is a robot and can replace them. In a moment of desperation, Piccolo shouted as Broly refrained from continuing the chase. Stop yelling. He is not a lowly warrior like Kakarot. He won't make such a rookie mistake. Besides, without his hands, he cannot absorb energy. He is as good as dead, Vegeta replied, catching the trophy tossed by Broly. You seem to know me well, Broly noted as he observed number 19's diminishing distance. He raised his hand, extending his index finger, from which a beam of green light shot forth. Initially, number 19 thought Broly had abandoned his pursuit. But the sudden attack pierced through the back of his head. With his skull penetrated, number 19's legs lost strength, causing him to collapse to the ground. His systems ceasing to function. This is Frieza's death beam. Broly has learned it as well, Krillin observed, recalling the terror he once experienced under Frieza's reign. Broly's innate combat talent was formidable. He had previously acquired my solar flare and 4-way fist techniques, so one would grow accustomed to it. Tien's techniques had long been appropriated by Broly, thus he was not surprised. Let's pursue number 20. That fellow still has a hidden card up his sleeve, Broly remarked, eyeing the direction in which number 20 had fled. If it were not intentional, how could number 20 escape right under his nose? Number 20 had hidden himself in a nearby rocky outcrop, opting not to return directly to the lab. With Broly and the others closing in, flying might draw attention, and Broly's strength was unfathomable. In just a few moves, he had dispatched number 19, potentially more powerful than number 17 or 18. Initially intending to lay low and absorb a few individuals amidst the chaos to bolster his strength, he realized that apart from Broly himself, he would stand no chance against anyone else. He resolved to reactivate numbers 17 and 18 ahead of time, hoping this time there would be no mishaps. You certainly know how to hide, a voice suddenly echoed, startling number 20. He jumped back, only to find himself immobilized. Broly had seized his shoulder. How is this possible? Aren't you supposed to sense enemy movements through ki? How could you find me? Apologies, but I am not the verbose villain you might expect. This brought to light Broly's unique perception. Unlike others who typically disperse their ki to sense their surroundings, Broly integrated his ki with the natural energy of the environment. This ability allowed him to visualize the area where his ki resided, enabling him to pinpoint number 20's location. He had also utilized this skill during the lightning trials of Korin Tower. However, this method could become cumbersome if the search area was too vast, resulting in an overload of information. Such intelligence, however, was not something Broly would disclose to an enemy. Number 20, aware that Broly sought the absorption device in his palm, did not hesitate. Mimicking number 19, he severed his arm at the shoulder. No matter where you hide, I will find you. Care for a wager? Humph. You may indeed possess impressive tracking abilities, but next time, you won't be so fortunate. As long as what? Broly pressed for clarification. You've fallen into my trap. Number 20 erupted with a surge of energy, the destructive force not tremendous, but sufficient to obscure Broly's line of sight. When Broly opened his eyes again, number 20 had vanished without a trace. The commotion attracted the others, and soon, even Trunks, who had remained absent until now, arrived. This number 20 is the former Drive Gero. He has transformed himself into an android. I inquired with Bulma, and his lab is located in the northern mountains. Though the exact location eludes me. He must be hiding nearby, waiting for us to leave before heading to his lab. If we proceed directly to his lab's location, he will surely make his way there ahead of us, guiding us. Why not eliminate him directly? With your strength, you could easily dispose of him before he even makes a move. Is there something valuable in the lab? Vegeta questioned, scrutinizing Broly's capabilities. He harbored a certain understanding in his heart. Even the formidable number 20 was a challenge he could surmount, let alone Broly. Indeed, he and the elusive number 19 were not the androids that Trunks had alluded to. Those two androids remained dormant in his laboratory, which elucidated why he sought to reach them before we did upon our approach. Chapter 64. The Thorny Rose number 18, is this the place? Broly inquired, gazing at the cave before him. Let us venture inside to find out, Vegeta declared, extending his palm in a manner reminiscent of a traffic officer signaling a vehicle to halt. Big Bang attack. A small energy sphere struck the iron gate that barred their path, yet the ensuing explosion was disproportionately powerful, shattering the summit of the mountain and revealing the interior of the research facility. As the smoke dissipated, the true identities of the occupants emerged, aside from the dismembered No. 20, there were two unfamiliar figures. One was a man with short black hair, clad in a stylish black and white faux two-piece outfit, adorned with an orange scarf, and wearing fashionable green long socks that extended beyond his blue high-top canvas shoes. The other was number 18, the goddess favored by Broly from Dragon Ball. Her short, lustrous golden hair and striking blue eyes lent her an ethereal quality. She wore a black and white striped top paired with a denim vest, a denim miniskirt, and black leggings, complemented by denim ankle boots, all of which hinted at her formidable nature. Both figures bore round earrings and displayed the iconic double R emblem of the Red Ribbon Army on their attire. Oh, it seems your enemies have arrived, Dr. Gero, no? 17 teased, eyeing number 20 with a smirk. Curse it, they come so swiftly. Number 17, number 18, eliminate them quickly, but watch out for that tall fellow. No. 20 commanded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. We only kill when we wish to, number 17 replied, disregarding number 20's orders, while number 18 remained motionless as well. Do you wish to fall into slumber once more? Number 20 brandished a remote control designed to halt the energy supply of number 17 and number 18. At that moment, Broly sprang into action, appearing before number 20 and forcefully tearing off his remaining arm. Well done, Mr. Broly. With just a press of that remote, you can halt the movements of those two androids. Trunks exclaimed excitedly, recognizing the significance of Broly's intervention, as the seemingly innocuous androids had once haunted his nightmares. The attention of the two androids shifted to the remote in Broly's grip. So, after being activated, are you to be ensnared once more? It must be quite uncomfortable to be controlled by such a device. I understand your plight. My father once fitted me with a suppressor to curtail my power, and he possessed a remote strikingly similar to this one. Vegeta, perplexed, pondered aloud. Did Paragus truly do such a thing? I was unaware. Furthermore, when I encountered you, I saw no such device around your neck. Freedom is hard-won. Cherish it, Broly stated, crushing both number 20's hand and the remote in one swift motion. No. 20 was taken aback, unable to fathom that Broly would destroy the very remote that had instilled fear in him and his companions. Number 17 and No. 18 were equally astonished, bewildered by the enemy's audacity. The allies were equally shocked, particularly Trunks, who could hardly comprehend why Broly would relinquish such an advantageous opportunity. Why? Why destroy the remote? Vegeta chastised Trunks. Silence. Does that expression even befit a scion? I find this situation rather amusing. Broly cast a complex glance at number 18. Having arrived in this world, he had envisioned a beautiful encounter with this goddess, but fate had brought him to Bulma instead. We shall spare your life in the future, number 17 expressed gratitude in his own manner. No sooner had number 17 spoken than he took action, swiftly piercing his hand through number 20's chest, followed by a decisive kick that severed number 20's head, which he then crushed beneath his foot. Number 18. It seems there's still a number 16. Let him out as well, number 17 remarked playfully, glancing at the others. Who among you will be next? Trunks gathered energy in his hands. He could not allow another android to be released, as the two already present were formidable adversaries. Damn it. I warned you not to act recklessly. Vegeta bellowed, landing a fierce blow on Trunks to halt his impending attack. Hey, Broly, you've been handling this. It's my turn now. Allow me to demonstrate my newfound power, Vegeta declared confidently. I advise against it. They are not as easily dealt with as before. Are you afraid my power has surpassed yours? Fear not. I have lost interest in the Scion throne. I merely wish to broaden your horizons. Vegeta dismissed Broly's caution. Convinced that Broly feared being outclassed, Broly shook his head, resigning himself to the futility of reasoning with the obstinate. He stepped aside, granting Vegeta the spotlight. Well then, having slumbered for so long, are you not eager to warm up? Number 16 was reactivated and released, exhibiting amicable sentiments towards his comrade, number 17. I refuse. Then allow me, number 18 interjected, addressing Broly. Will you not join in the fray? Rest assured, since number 17 has vowed not to kill you, we shall honor our promise. I prefer to engage with the strong. How dare you? What do you imply? Are you suggesting I am inferior to him? Vegeta could no longer contain himself, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at her. Vegeta and number 18 clashed, their exchanges a mere test of each other's capabilities. Vegeta, you are indeed impressive. Reveal your true strength, for I find this growing tedious, number 18 commented, discarding her vest. Oh, you audacious woman dare to conceal your strength when facing me, Vegeta? You are truly courting death. I shall reduce you and your puppet companions to dust. With that, Vegeta lunged at number 18 once more. Number 18 countered with a knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen, denying him a moment to react before delivering a kick that sent him flying. Feeling his pride wounded, Vegeta relentlessly attacked number 18, accelerating his speed and intensifying his strikes. Yet, number 18 effortlessly absorbed his assaults. While engaged in battle, number 18 kept a watchful eye on Broly, casually remarking, if you do not intervene soon, he may truly perish. No, Father cannot lose. Though he has exerted his full strength, the androids experience neither pain nor fatigue, and their limitless energy gives them an insurmountable advantage. In a swift horizontal sweep, number 18 struck Vegeta's left arm. He attempted to block her attack with his forearm, but her speed outmatched him. Her kick landed squarely on Vegeta's arm, twisting it in an unnatural manner, causing a deep dent. With his strength already waning from battle, the brutal blow finally overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground. Enough. His arm is broken. He can no longer fight. Since you put it that way. On the 18th, seizing Vegeta's battle suit, I lifted him and tossed him over to Broly. Here, take him back. Now we are even. Chapter 65, Broly's Purpose Die. Upon witnessing Vegeta's injury, Trunks could no longer contain himself and charged forward with his sword drawn. Unfortunately, Trunks' skill fell short compared to the androids, with just a single strike. His sword, which had easily cleaved Frieza's, showed signs of cracking. Observing this, number 17, who had been a mere spectator, decided to join the fray. He circled behind Trunks and, with a powerful blow, sent him back to his normal state. Just as number 17 was about to launch another attack, Broly finally stepped forward. Deep down, Broly had no desire to engage these two in battle, largely due to number 18's presence. The remaining motivation stemmed from his perception of the duo as rebellious youth, not inherently malicious but in need of guidance. If I win, will you grant me one request? Broly inquired. Absolutely not. Then you'd be just like that old man, barking orders at us. Number 17 promptly rejected without a second thought. I merely wish to converse with you. I do not intend to instruct you, Broly clarified. That won't do. But I will. Number 18 interrupted, readily agreeing. Number 18, why? Number 17 looked at her in confusion, unable to comprehend her willingness to accede to Broly, despite his dismantling of Dr. Gero's control device, which could have easily been achieved by himself. It's no concern. We have nothing pressing to do, and besides, he might not even be able to best us, right? Number 18 teased, flicking her hair and casting a flirtatious glance at Broly. Broly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, almost forgetting how frivolous the two had been earlier. Since you agree, let us begin. You may attack together, Broly suggested. You certainly speak boldly. Upon hearing Broly's words, number 18 aimed a kick at his head. Broly adeptly blocked her attack with the outer side of his forearm, just as number 17 launched his offensive. Though silent, the force behind his attack indicated that Broly's words had influenced his mindset as well. Number 17 opted for a low sweep from behind, but Broly raised his leg, using the outer side of his knee to thwart the strike. Realizing that Broly was unfazed despite their combined efforts, the two synchronized their attack tempo Yet even then, all their strikes were deftly parried by Broly. Seizing an opening, number 17 soared forward and landed a kick to Broly's chin, tilting his head skyward. However, in the next moment, Broly regained his composure, an ember of anger glimmering in his eyes. In this 2-on-1 scenario, the two worked in perfect harmony, one attacking from the front while the other struck from behind, and this relentless onslaught ignited Broly's fury. Grasping both of their heads, he executed a brutal maneuver, smashing them together with tremendous force, rendering them momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Broly delivered a powerful punch to number 17's abdomen, sending him flying, followed by a swift elbow strike to number 18's back, causing her to lose her balance and tumble down. But he was finished. Broly grasped one of number 18's feet, spinning her around before flinging her away. How about it? Do you wish to continue? Surrendering now would be premature. Number 17 wiped the dust from his mouth. Broly's presence had ignited his fighting spirit. No, we concede. Number 18 countered number 17's statement once more, indicating her surrender. Why? Number 18? While we may have been at a disadvantage before, we possess infinite energy. If we continue, he cannot possibly match us. Number 17, fueled by his newfound determination, resisted yielding, perplexed by number 18's unusual defiance, something he had never encountered before. After all, we are 2 against 1, and have you not realized? He hasn't even unleashed his full potential. According to Dr. Gero's intelligence, he is also a scion. If he were to transform into that golden-haired state from earlier, we would likely have lost by now. Although anger had clouded number 17's judgment, he had to concede that number 18 was correct. That transformation granted scions immense boosts. Yet Broly showed no inclination to transform. Broly, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, I apologize, but I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan just yet. Then let us depart. You have just been activated, and it has been quite a while since your previous activities. The world changes rapidly in this era. Allow me to show you this world. We shall find a place to sit and converse. With that, Broly turned to his companions, leaving them with the remark, I will escort them first. Before taking flight towards the city. Where are we going? First, let us get you some new clothes. Broly led the trio to a clothing store. Number 17 casually glanced at a few outfits before choosing one and stepping out, while number 18 took her time, deliberating over various options. Seizing the opportunity, Broly engaged in conversation with the taciturn number 16, that your body is entirely mechanical. Unlike numbers 17 and 18, your appearance is modeled after Dr. Gero's deceased son. In a sense, you could be considered his half-son. If number 17 killed Drive Gero, would you harbor any resentment towards him? Looking at the silent number 16, Broly was about to give up when number 16 finally responded. As you mentioned, I am a robot and do not comprehend the feeling of hatred. However, I do not dislike number 17. At that moment, number 17 emerged from the fitting room, his choice reminiscent of his previous style, now adorned with a light-colored trench coat. He happened to overhear Broly and number 16's conversation. Is it not rather despicable to incite discord behind our backs? No. I would pose the same question before you without hesitation, Broly replied, unabashed. You must understand, even though we are androids, she is still a woman. Number 17 casually found a seat, joining the two as they awaited number 18. Chapter 66. Brainwashing your target is number 18, isn't it? Don't think I can't see through you. With these words, number 17 directed his gaze towards number 18, who was still selecting her attire inside. She was no ordinary woman. Could you accept all of her? No, I believe you're mistaken. She is indeed beautiful, and I do have a certain fondness for her. But my true purpose in this endeavor concerns the three of you. Oh, you are quite an intriguing individual. And did not Dr. Gero's intel mention this? Have you heard of the Universal Capsule Corporation? Brief's daughter, Bulma, is my girlfriend. Thus I have no intentions towards number 18. I simply wish to understand your thoughts and future plans. TCH, you are as mundane as those ordinary folks. As they conversed, number 18 emerged from the fitting room. Her choice of clothing strikingly bold, rather than the wide-shouldered denim attire of the original narrative. She donned a sleek black athletic ensemble, a short black women's sports tank top paired with black stretchy leggings and white sneakers. Broly was taken aback by her appearance. Though it did not align with contemporary fashion, it accentuated her perfect curves and evoked a strong sense of incongruity within him, as if he had returned to a world from a past life. Do you find it appealing? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, yet Broly remained silent. Do not flatter yourself. Number 18. The man has a girlfriend. How unfortunate that you chose an outfit quite similar to hers. Number 17 wore a teasing smile, eager to observe how Broly would navigate this situation. This attire is customary among us Scions, and the fabric is merely practical for combat, devoid of any special significance. Oh, number 18 replied simply, then turned to number 17, stating, I only selected what I liked. Is there a problem? With that, she led the way out of the clothing store. Number 16 and number 17 exchanged glances before following suit. Broly shook his head in exasperation, completed the transaction, and hurried after them. Let us find a CAF. We should sit down and discuss. Broly expressed his thoughts. In the original narrative, number 18 had always been the backbone of the trio, while number 16, taciturn and reticent, lingered silently behind, cleaning up their messes as long as the others did not violate his principles. Number 17 frequently devised plans, yet he would heed number 18's directives when she had alternative ideas. Number 18 remained sullen due to earlier events, offering no response. Observing this, number 17 took the initiative to agree. Why choose this place? You are aware we do not require sustenance. Indeed, I am not fond of sweets either, but desserts and fried foods tend to bring joy. You surprised me. I did not realize you were a scion who enjoys indulgence. Let us discuss serious matters. What are your plans going forward? I intend to kill Son Goku, number 16 replied. Our purpose in being created was precisely this. And we have nothing else to occupy our time. Why not set a goal and relish the journey? Thus, it is not merely a command from Dr. Gero. Seemingly perceiving the confusion within Broly, number 17 provided clarity. Number 18 remained silent, merely savoring her dessert. Since you can make your own choices, it indicates you possess consciousness. This world is rife with joys, and I believe you should partake in them, provided you adhere to its rules. Finally, number 18 spoke. Is your objective to persuade us to abandon our pursuit of Son Goku? Number 17 chimed in. If that is indeed your intent, how terribly dull of you. Killing Son Goku is precisely what we wish to do. Dr. Gero's intel indicates that you and Son Goku are not only of the same lineage, but also share a close bond, correct? I do not deny that. However, I wish to inquire how you perceive your own existence. Do you consider yourselves human, or merely androids crafted by Dr. Gero? If the former, you should know what to do without needing guidance. The answers reside within you. If the latter, now that Dr. Gero is deceased, I hope you can live for your own sake. Broly's words plunged the trio into silence, prompting them to contemplate their identities. Noticing the impact of his words, Broly pressed on. Whether you are purely mechanical like number 16, or biologically modified like the two of you, or even if you are silicon-based or carbon-based life forms, it matters not. We are all becoming beings. The past is already written, the future remains unwritten, and your consciousness is existence itself. Humans often say you decide what kind of self to become, and that maxim holds truth. Our consciousness defines our existence. Thus, you should not be constrained by your physical forms. As the three reflected on Broly's revelations, he had nearly overwhelmed their CPUs with his thoughts. He concluded, ponder this well, and left the CAF after settling the bill. At that moment, Trunks called, urgently relaying the current situation. While Broly dined with the androids, Bulma, Trunks, and Gohan had discovered a new time machine, as well as a massive cicada shell and its eggs nearby. Upon hearing this, Broly remained unperturbed. He had anticipated the events concerning Cell. If all went as expected, the television would soon report on those absorbed by Cell. The pressing concern was to ensure that these androids did not fall victim to Cell, especially number 18, who was certainly off the table, and Broly held a favorable impression of number 17 as well. If possible, he would do what he could to help them evade this calamity. There's one more thing, Mr. Broly, Trunks stammered on the other end, seeming somewhat embarrassed. Speak freely. Any delay may hinder our timing. It's about my mother. She said to have you find that woman android, and that you need not return tonight. While Broly felt assured about the situation with Cell, as it had always been within his expectations, Bulma's situation indeed unsettled him. Why have you returned? Number 17 inquired upon Broly's reappearance. It's nothing, just a minor complication. Chapter 67, Concealing Strength. Waiting for the right moment, there is one more matter that requires your caution, which I almost forgot to mention. After careful consideration, Broly decided to inform the trio about the situation concerning Cell. You say that old Coot has created a monster? His ultimate goal is to absorb me in Android 18? The usually unflappable Android 17 displayed a look of astonishment. Indeed, after absorbing you, its power will become exponentially greater, transforming into its ultimate form. We shall not allow that to happen. We have only just regained our mobility. Unfortunately, he is stronger than you can imagine. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it is best if you refrain from moving around. You lack energy, and if you conceal yourselves, Cell will not be able to find you. I will resolve this matter swiftly and return to inform you. The creature's emergence should occur within the next few days. At that moment, Broly sensed two formidable energy signatures, which Android 16, equipped with a power detection device, also detected. One of these energies belonged to Piccolo, and the other, another Piccolo? It appeared that Cell had already emerged ahead of schedule, necessitating a prompt resolution. Sensing Cell's energy, Broly no longer hesitated and soared towards Cell's location. Shall we follow him? Android 18 inquired. Forget it. Didn't he just say that monster was designed specifically to target us? Its true objective lies with us. Android 17 disagreed with Android 18's suggestion. He preferred to find a place to rest and ponder Broly's words. Isn't he supposed to be strong? He wouldn't just stand by and watch us get absorbed. Moreover, didn't he himself say to pursue what we desire? If you're too timid to go, then so be it. 16. We are leaving. With that, Android 18 flew in Broly's direction. Are you going to indulge her foolishness as well, 16? No. I simply believe Broly's words are quite reasonable. I wish to forget the act of killing Goku and immerse myself in nature. However, if you and 18 were to be absorbed, this world would be doomed. Android 16 departed as well. You lot. Fine. I never believed that Cell could be so powerful. Ultimately, Android 17 chose to follow them. By the time Broly arrived, the battle between Piccolo and Cell had concluded. Piccolo, having merged with the Supreme Kai and experienced the terrifying power of the androids, had gained the upper hand in his fight against Cell. Sensing numerous energies approaching, Cell concealed his presence and fled. Damn it, I arrived too late. It's all right. Cell's strength is not vastly superior to that of the androids. As long as he hasn't absorbed 17 and 18, he cannot evolve into his perfect form. Even I could contend with him. Unfortunately, innocent lives will suffer. We will have to rely on the Dragon Balls once this situation is resolved. By the way, how are the androids faring? You seemed disinclined to eliminate them earlier. The Piccolo who had merged with the Supreme Kai was no longer the same as before. The personality and habits of the Supreme Kai had influenced him, and now he spoke with greater warmth. I have spoken with them. They will no longer engage in malevolence. I think Broly is uncertain about this. Android 16 is inherently kind-hearted, a genuinely good person except for the commands programmed within him. We could have Bulma modify his internal programming, but the other two are less predictable, although they did not commit significant wrongs in the original narrative. One cannot guarantee their future actions. No, I mean, Cell intends to absorb them. He must not be allowed to achieve his perfect form. I have already advised them to lay low until we deal with Cell. While the two conversed, the others arrived at the scene, and Goku's heart condition had already improved. Piccolo shared the intelligence he had acquired from Cell, obtained through a single-arm sacrifice. Trunks also brought news. During this time, he had destroyed the infant Cell in this timeline and provided Bulma with the designs for 17 and 18. Observing Trunks, Broly mused, Trunks is indeed reliable. His demeanor shaped by the apocalypse remains remarkably steady. Since Cell is so powerful, I know of a place where we can train. A single day there equates to a year outside. Broly had visited this location before and wished to seize the opportunity to surpass the limits of the Saiyans. The recently rehabilitated Goku proposed the idea of training. The Room of Spirit and Time? Now would be an ideal time to utilize it. Goku, use instant transmission to take everyone there. We must act swiftly. Aren't you coming? You are the strongest among us. Goku discerned Broly's implication and inquired. I shall refrain. My strength should suffice to handle Cell. Moreover, while you are in the time chamber, someone must keep an eye on Cell and the androids, correct? Let Gohan take my place. His potential is immense. After bidding farewell to the others, Broly returned to West City. He did not visit Bulma's home. Although she was in a fit of temper, Cell was nearby, and he could not allow Cell to invade his home. Thus, Broly intentionally did not conceal his energy, serving as a warning to Cell not to provoke the wrong individual. A day passed without Cell appearing in the vicinity. Instead, he remained active near South City. However, for reasons unknown, Cell's trajectory seemed to be subtly veering towards West City. This fiend, could it be that Dr. Gero has shared my information with him? Is Cell truly attempting to invade my home? He truly is oblivious to danger. I was just lamenting my inability to locate you. Once he reaches Paris town, I shall deal with him. Currently, Cell was perpetually concealing his energy absorbing humans before retreating into hiding. Broly had no recourse but to monitor his advance, waiting to confirm Cell's appearance in Paris town before systematically addressing him. According to reports from our station, the unidentified green monster has now reached Paris town, where local police and military forces have engaged in combat with it. Broly kept a close watch on the news, and upon receiving information about Cell, he hastened to the scene at the utmost speed. Upon arrival, the scene was in disarray. Observing the tattered clothing strewn about, Broly sensed that something was amiss. There was no sign of Cell, yet the destruction surrounding him undeniably indicated that Cell had been present. Closing his eyes, Broly used his energy to sense the surroundings and miraculously discovered survivors, presumably members of the local military. Without hesitation, Broly made his way to the survivors' location. Hey, pull yourselves together. What transpired? That monster, it suddenly appeared here, using its tail to drain the life from people. We engaged it in combat, but bullets and shells could not harm it. It shot out beams from its hands, and everyone perished. Chapter 68 Dispute among the crowd. Are you saying that he did not continue to drain your life force, but instead killed everyone and fled? Broly inquired anxiously of the soldier before him, though the soldier was no longer able to provide any answers. Gently laying the soldier's lifeless body to rest, Broly contemplated the actions of Cell. Each time Cell drained a human, it would retreat into hiding, indicating a degree of wariness towards either me or the Z fighters. Yet, its path was not overly concealed. It was evident that it was heading towards West City, suggesting it had acquired information about Bulma. This time, upon arriving, it did not continue to consume humans but opted to kill them and depart. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Its target is Bulma. Broly discerned Cell's intentions and hastened back to West City with utmost urgency. Even before he arrived, he sensed Cell's energy approaching, prompting him to quicken his pace, praying fervently that Bulma was not its objective. Cell, show yourself. Broly bellowed with all his might, hoping to buy some time. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted at Bulma's residence. Upon hearing this sound, Broly felt partially relieved, for it signified that someone had engaged Cell in battle, and he needed to act swiftly. Upon his arrival, he discovered that androids 17 and 18 were locked in combat with Cell. Bulma, are you all right? Bulma instinctively moved to embrace Trunks and seek refuge in Broly's arms, but then recalled 18, turning her body away and disregarding Broly. Although Bulma did not overtly express her feelings, she could sense Broly's concern. Even the ruthless androids, as described by Trunks, had come to her defense, which must have been part of Broly's plan. It seemed he still cared for me, but why were the 3 androids here? As it turned out, they had followed Broly to Bulma's vicinity. After Broly left, 17 intended to pursue him, but 18 insisted on checking on Bulma, resulting in the 3 of them remaining behind, only to encounter the intruding Cell. A fierce battle erupted. 17 and 18 fought against Cell, while 16 remained on the ground to protect Bulma and her family. With Broly's warning in mind, 17 and 1-8 were exceedingly cautious. They had 16 assist in assessing Cell's power. Indeed, Cell was stronger than either 17 or 18 individually. However, when the two worked together, Cell found himself at a disadvantage. Whenever Cell sought to absorb one of them, the other would launch an assault. From Cell's perspective, he was ensnared here. Even without the other fighters' intervention, he would eventually succumb to the endless energy of 17 and 18. To make matters worse, an unexpected sound and a powerful aura signaled the arrival of new adversaries. Observing the unfolding situation, Cell noted that not only was he entangled with 16 and 17, but there was also a new, formidable opponent watching closely, while an unknown android lay on the ground. Cell resolved to engage in dialogue to buy time, seeking an opportunity to absorb one of them or escape. It seems you have regained your composure, but alas, fate has played a cruel trick. I did not anticipate 3 androids guarding your home. It appears today I shall meet my end here. In an unprecedented move. Cell feigned weakness. Futile. I never imagined you to be so cunning, attempting to ambush Bulma. She is the most important person to me in this world. Regardless of what you say, I shall ensure your demise without leaving a single cell. Upon hearing this, warmth surged within Bulma, though her face remained impassive. 18, too, heard this proclamation, but her body momentarily stiffened as Cell ensnared her neck with his tail. Just as Cell prepared to absorb 18, a sidekick from 17 struck Cell's abdomen, forcing him to release her. So this is Cell? Doesn't he seem much stronger than the androids? A familiar voice interrupted. It was Vegeta and his son, having just emerged from the sacred world. Is that not Vegeta? What is this? Is your hand no longer in pain? Hearing Vegeta belittle Cell while simultaneously implicating himself, 18 felt a surge of indignation and retorted sarcastically, "Humph, don't get too cocky. Once we deal with Cell, I will reduce you puppets to mere dust. Now, step aside. I shall handle this." Vegeta remained unfazed by 18's remarks. In his eyes, the weak had no right to provoke his ire. "Oh, what an arrogant fellow." 17. With that, 18 exchanged glances with 17, and the duo withdrew from their confrontation with Cell. 18 wished to witness how someone who couldn't even best her could make such bold claims. She anticipated seeing Vegeta being thoroughly bested by Cell. "Let me witness the strength of Prince Vegeta." Cell smirked, indicating Vegeta could take his turn. "You are courting death." Vegeta chuckled at Cell's provocation and charged at him. Solar Flare. Cell extended his fingers backward to shield his head, releasing a blinding light that obscured the vision of everyone present. A despicable trick. Vegeta shielded his eyes with his forearm. Although his vision was impaired, he remained vigilant. Surprisingly, Cell did not seize the opportunity to ambush Vegeta, but instead targeted 17. Seizing this chance, Cell ensnared 17 with his tail, swallowing him whole. What? Under normal circumstances, Broly would have anticipated Cell's intentions towards 17 and 18. However, the recent incident with Cell had kept him preoccupied, causing him to unconsciously focus on Bulma, which ultimately led to 17 being absorbed by Cell. After absorbing 17, Cell's form transformed, becoming even more robust. Trunks. Use this to immediately halt the android's functions. This way, Cell will be unable to absorb and evolve further. Bulma exclaimed, retrieving a controller from her pocket and tossing it to Trunks. Upon receiving the device, Trunks glanced at 18, feeling conflicted. After all, this version of 18 was not the malevolent figure from the future. Was it truly right to immobilize her? Trunks, hand over the controller. She no longer requires it. Broly asserted, extending his hand towards Trunks. Bulma, momentarily forgetting the gravity of the situation, shouted at Trunks, "Don't give it to him. Quickly, press the button, or it will be too late once Cell absorbs her." "Bulma, do you doubt my strength?" Seeing Bulma turn her back on him, Broly realized that any words he spoke would fall on deaf ears. "Trunks, give me the controller." Broly's tone brooked no argument. Caught in a dilemma, Trunks glanced at Bulma, who should have been his mother, then at the reassuring Broly, uncertain of what to do. "Trunks, destroy the controller. Even if Cell absorbs that woman, she will not be my match." Vegeta commanded Trunks, eager to witness whether this perfect form of Cell could withstand his renewed vigor. "You fool, do you comprehend what you are saying? Using someone else's demise to elevate yourself?" Broly's frustration mounted. He had not anticipated Vegeta's arrogance resurfacing at such a critical juncture. Broly dashed forward, snatching the controller from Trunks' grip, and shattered it once more. At that moment, Cell could no longer afford to wait. He had overheard their conversation. If 18's functions were halted, facing this group would undoubtedly seal his fate. A golden opportunity. Upon encountering Broly in an attempt to seize the controller, Cell once again unleashed that technique, the Solar Flare. Chapter 69. The complete Cell emerges as Broly rushed to seize the controller. Cell unleashed his formidable technique once more. Solar Flare. Be cautious, number 18. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly charged toward number 18, driven by a singular thought. He could not allow Cell to evolve again. Under any circumstances, number 18, still lacking in combat experience, found herself momentarily blinded by Cell's Solar Flare, having previously fallen victim to his absorption of number 17. This time, however, she raised her arm to shield herself from the blinding light yet remained frozen in place. Fortunately, Broly arrived just in time, tackling her to the ground. As long as number 18 was not absorbed this time, he would strike back at Cell without delay. At first, number 18 believed she was being absorbed by Cell. And though Broly was not as powerful as her captor, she struggled fiercely. When the brilliance faded, she finally saw the familiar face above her, Broly, the man who instilled an unshakable sense of safety. Instinctively, she ceased her struggles, noticing Broly's gaze was not on her. Number 18 took the opportunity to study his features closely for the first time. His tall stature, rugged hair, striking visage, and resolute eyes all converged into a singular presence. In that moment, she experienced the fluttering of her heart, a feeling she had never known before. Regrettably, Broly had no time to savor the warmth of the woman beneath him. He quickly rose and sought out Cell's location. "Cell, you dare to toy with me repeatedly? Your time is up. Then come and kill me, if you can bring yourself to do it." Broly followed the sound of Cell's voice, only to realize he had fallen into another of Cell's traps. This time, Cell's target was not number 18, but Bulma and her infant son, Trunks. In a previous encounter, he had absorbed number 17 unexpectedly. Knowing that his old trick might not work again, he aimed for the defenseless Bulma and Trunks instead. Even Broly had assumed Cell's intention was to evolve quickly by targeting number 18, but once again, he had been outmaneuvered. Broly, Bulma called out, caught in Cell's grasp. But before she could finish her plea, Cell tightened his grip around her throat. So, your Broly, this is your welcome gift. I advise you not to act rashly, or I shall crush your woman and child. Trunks. Even Vegeta, who had been eager to engage Cell, lost his patience, anxiously watching as Cell held Trunks, hesitant to act. You threaten me? How amusing. A woman who dared to shout at me moments ago? I have no attachment to her now. Compared to her, my new interest is number 18. As for that little brat, unfortunately, he is Vegeta's son. Do you intend to use them to coerce me? Disregarding Cell's threats, Broly advanced toward him. Fool, Trunks is still in my grasp. Take one more step, and you'll regret it. A sphere of energy began to coalesce in Vegeta's palm, his serious expression signaling that he was not jesting. Ha ha ha, it appears even he does not wish for you to approach. Cell laughed heartily, taunting Broly to provoke him further. Broly, however, merely smiled. Does that not prove I am not deceiving you? With that, he too gathered a formidable green energy sphere, its terrifying aura palpable even to Bulma. An ordinary human. Oh, is that so? Then unleash your attack. Although Cell observed Broly's immense power gathering, he wagered that Broly would not dare to strike. Believing that if the two held no significance to him, he would not have rushed back from West City to save her. Broly remained silent, focusing intently on the energy sphere in his hand, his gaze locked onto Cell. If you truly intend to kill me, you would not waste words. Cell's remark shattered Broly's psychological defenses. In this contest of patience and courage, Cell emerged victorious. Indeed, Broly could not take that gamble, even if he unleashed the energy sphere. What if Cell chose to take Bulma down with him? Despite the existence of the Dragon Balls as a backup, he could not harm Bulma. Very well, you have one. Release them, and I shall spare your life, provided you return to your own world. Not quite, for the victor is I, and I should be the one to negotiate. You must now take responsibility for your words. You know I require number 18 to evolve into my complete form. So, how shall you choose between your new lover and your old? Cell's demand placed Broly in a precarious position. Emotionally, he felt a deeper connection with Bulma. Yet this was not a simple matter of saving one or sacrificing the other. If he chose to save number 18 to prevent Cell's evolution, it might lead to further complications, perhaps even winning number 18's affection. But what of Bulma and Trunks? Conversely, if he saved Bulma and Trunks, would he not be acting just as Vegeta had in the original story? Cell had transformed the moment into a classic ethical dilemma. Eager to witness the so-called strongest on Earth grapple with his decision, he preferred to believe that humans were inherently selfish, and that the woman and child in Broly's hands were more important than saving the world. Do not dawdle. My patience is finite. I will count to 3. And if you have not made your decision, well, you can imagine the outcome. 3. Even hailing from another world, Broly found himself lost for answers. As Cell's countdown echoed ominously, his thoughts became a chaotic tangle. 2. Broly, do not hand the androids over to him. You need not worry about me. If I die, there are still the Dragon Balls. Bulma shouted desperately as she struggled against Cell's grip. Damn woman. Silence. Cell tightened his hold on Bulma's throat, unwilling to allow the situation to unfold as she had suggested. 1. Enough. Number 18 interrupted Cell's countdown. She gazed deeply into Broly's eyes, as if to etch his image into her memory. Taking a deep breath, she expressed her feelings. Broly, thank you for saving me once again. You are fortunate to have such a woman who cares for you. It takes great courage to speak such words to Cell. I am not her equal. Alas, I wish I had met you sooner. With a bittersweet smile, number 18 made her choice. Number 17 is gone. I must do what I am meant to do. Seize your opportunity and do not disappoint my expectations. Without hesitation, she charged at Cell, fully aware that she was no match for him, especially in his evolved state. Yet, she hoped that Broly would understand her intentions and take advantage of the moment when Cell sought to absorb her to save Bulma. Her instincts proved correct. As she lunged forward, Cell discarded Bulma and Trunks aside, countering her assault with his limbs while his tail snaked in to absorb her. At that instant, Broly comprehended her intent. As Cell released Bulma, he swiftly rescued both her and Trunks. You dared to. Vegeta, still seething from the earlier incident involving Trunks, witnessed Broly's timely intervention and immediately unleashed his full power, charging toward the fully realized Cell. Chapter 70, The Swelled Cell Vegeta. He is transformed into his perfect form. His battle power is incomparable to before. Be cautious, Bulma warned. Ignore him. Let him experience Cell's strength, and he will realize how foolish his recent decision was. Broly felt a flicker of resentment towards Vegeta, wishing for him to endure some hardship. Yet, Broly was aware that his ire was misdirected. He was truly frustrated with himself for being deceived by Cell not once, but thrice within a single day. That android. No, concerning Android 18. Do not be too distressed, Bulma said, perplexed by her own instinct to console Broly over another woman. Enough, Bulma. I will not allow her sacrifice to be in vain. After rescuing Bulma, Broly's gaze remained fixed on Cell, coldly observing him without the anticipated sorrow, disappointment, or rage, only a profound tranquility. Noticing Broly's demeanor, Bulma sensed something was amiss. She gently touched his face and inquired, Broly, are you all right? Broly grasped Bulma's hand, his eyes unwaveringly locked on Cell as he reassured her, do not worry. Bulma, I am fine. I simply wish for a moment of solitude. Understanding his need for space, Bulma discreetly stepped aside. Trunks, once Vegeta is defeated, I shall confront Cell. In the meantime, you must protect Bulma and your younger self. Do not allow the same fate to befall us again. Trunks stepped forward, cradling his younger self in one arm while supporting Bulma with the other. Understood, Mr. Broly. No matter who it is this time, I will not permit them to harm my mother. The clash between Vegeta and Cell raged on, but Cell, having fully evolved, was merely toying with Vegeta. Realizing that close-quarters combat was ineffective, Vegeta resolved to alter his strategy and gain the upper hand through energy blasts. He unleashed a series of familiar Prince techniques, launching small energy spheres at Cell. The successive explosions stirred a cloud of dust, obscuring Cell's figure. This was a deliberate tactic by Vegeta. He used the dust and smoke to shield Cell's line of sight before unleashing a powerful strike aimed at Cell. Unexpectedly, Vegeta's full-force attack did not result in a significant explosion. As the smoke cleared, everyone realized that Cell had activated his protective barrier just before the attack hit, rendering Vegeta's efforts futile. I cannot believe my full-strength strike was so easily countered. Vegeta stared incredulously at Cell, who calmly brushed dust off his body as if nothing had happened. This is infuriating. My father's formidable attack was effortlessly absorbed by Cell, and his energy remains unchanged. Trunks recognized Cell's strength, but was astonished at how powerful the perfect form had become. He's merely playing with us. With his speed, he can easily evade Vegeta's attacks. His barrier serves only to showcase his might. Even if he endured that blow, he would not perish. Within him lies Piccolo's cells. As long as that critical cell remains intact, he will revert to his original form, albeit with some energy expenditure. How infuriating. Not only is Cell immensely powerful, but he also possesses such insidious abilities. How on earth can we defeat this fiend? Trunks had no doubts regarding Broly's words, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from Cell had begun to sap his fighting spirit. Since you enjoy using energy waves, I shall indulge you. Behold, the special beam cannon, Cell declared, extending his fingers to gather intense energy, which he then unleashed towards Vegeta. Vegeta barely managed to evade the beam, feeling the force of the explosion behind him. Realizing he could not withstand Cell's assault head-on. It has enough power, but its speed is lacking. It seems impractical, Cell mused, critiquing Piccolo's technique. Broly's anger surged as he watched Cell gloat over his performance. Laugh now. Revel in your confidence, for when it reaches its zenith, I shall personally deliver you to oblivion. Next, let us see if you can avoid Krillin's Destructo Disc. Cell tossed two energy discs, one after the other, effectively trapping Vegeta's escape route. In a desperate attempt, Vegeta retaliated with energy blasts to trigger an explosion from the discs and create an opening. Cell dismissed him with a single word, fool. However, even Cell raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, is that so? In truth, Vegeta was not merely trying to counter the disc's explosion. He cleverly slowed their trajectory with his energy blasts, allowing him to sidestep the attack just in time. The narrowly avoided discs sliced through a nearby skyscraper with ease. That move packs quite a punch, but its accuracy leaves much to be desired. I must admit, Cell's critique was quite astute, pinpointing both strengths and weaknesses. Can you evade this one? Cell announced, unleashing Frieza's death beam, a linear attack even more potent and swift than the previous techniques. Vegeta, having already engaged in close combat, and expended significant energy, found evading this attack to be his utmost limit. The beam struck him squarely in the chest. This technique is quite effective. To try it a few more times, Cell taunted, firing several more death beams at various points on Vegeta's body, ultimately bringing him to the ground. Father. At this moment, Trunks, witnessing Vegeta's life hanging by a thread, could no longer restrain himself. He transformed into the muscle version of Super Saiyan, preparing to confront Cell. Trunks, have you forgotten what you promised me? Broly intervened, his voice steady. Regarding the matter of Android 18, Broly felt a twinge of resentment towards Vegeta. He only sought to use Cell to teach him a lesson, but never intended to kill him. After all, he was of his own kind, and moreover, he was Trunks' father. Meanwhile, Cell had little interest in continuing his assault on Vegeta. For him, crushing an insignificant insect held no satisfaction. Are you finally unable to resist avenging that woman? Come. Let me witness the true power of a Saiyan. Broly, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Cell, ignored the provocation, his thoughts lingering on androids 17 and 18 in Bulma. In a sudden burst of speed, Broly appeared before Vegeta, seizing him by the collar and tossing him towards Trunks. As Vegeta teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he heard Broly utter, "Look, Vegeta, this is Cell, who has absorbed Android 18. Is this the outcome you desired?" Overwhelmed by shame and guilt from his defeat, Vegeta could no longer hold on. Darkness overcame him, and he lost consciousness. Trunks caught Vegeta and hastily retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket, feeding it to him. Chapter 71. Depths of Power. You may choose your own demise. Akin to Vegeta. The inflated Cell remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation, subconsciously perceiving Broly as a force comparable to Vegeta. Even if he surpasses Vegeta, he does so by only a narrow margin. Broly, still silent, advances step by step towards Cell. It seems you prefer close combat. Indeed. Your physique offers you a distinct advantage over Vegeta in melee encounters. Cell matches Broly's pace, inching closer until they stand less than a meter apart, both halting simultaneously. Noticing Broly's continued silence, Cell tilts his head slightly, extending his finger to his temple. Do you understand? Compared to you, I excel at battling with my intellect. Perhaps this is an inconceivable concept for you Saiyans. Otherwise, I would not have reversed the tide and evolved into my ultimate form. Though unspoken, Cell subtly hints at provoking Broly, aiming to incite his anger. Suddenly, Broly unleashes a punch that crashes into Cell's face. A furious blow that shatters and deforms Cell's jaw and cheekbone, leaving his neck in excruciating pain and seemingly broken. Cell had never anticipated the sheer force behind Broly's strike. He quickly retreats, utilizing Piccolo's regenerative abilities to mend his injuries. Cell charges forward once more, launching a flurry of punches at Broly, yet for Broly, it is as if he remains immobile, absorbing the assault with his body. Broly seems to have entered a vengeful stance, and the pain inflicted by Cell intensifies the ferocity of his subsequent attacks. Every wound Cell inflicts upon Broly is perceived as a consequence of his failure to decipher Cell's strategy, a penance for his oversight. Thus, with each punch Cell throws, Broly retaliates with even greater force, engaging in a brutal exchange of injuries. Mr. Broly, cease this folly. I comprehend your sentiments. Yet you are acutely aware that Cell can self-repair. As long as he remains standing, you will ultimately succumb, Trunks interjects, unable to restrain himself while observing the battle. Who suggested I intended to end him this way? I am merely toying with him. His regeneration is not without its limits, is it? Broly retorts. Indeed. Each restoration requires a certain amount of energy. In the past, I might not have dared to confront you head-on, but now, having absorbed androids 17 and 18, I possess boundless energy. Haha. Cell swiftly counters Broly's thoughts, his excitement escalating as he realizes he has no lingering worries, intensifying his onslaught. The two remain locked in combat, but as time passes, Cell can no longer contain himself. Although his body can automatically heal and he wields infinite energy, the sensation of pain is inescapable. As time progresses, a hint of hesitation creeps into Cell's movements. Indeed, he has begun to fear. I was too childish just now. I had no need to clash with you, madman. With that, Cell alters his fighting style. No longer engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange, he opts to evade whenever possible. For even defensive maneuvers would deplete his stamina and still invoke pain. Cell instantaneously appears behind Broly, launching a powerful downward strike with both fists. Broly, without turning his head, retaliates fiercely with an elbow strike to Cell's abdomen. The pain causes Cell to stagger back. Knowing he cannot afford to lose momentum, Otherwise, he would be met with Broly's retaliatory assault. Cell reappears at Broly's side, expending all his strength to kick at Broly's head. Broly bends his arm to block the attack, seizing Cell's ankle and forcefully slamming it into the ground. But this is not the end. As Cell falls, Broly pins him down with one foot, increasing the pressure while bending at the waist. Grasping one of Cell's wings, he exerts force, tearing it brutally from Cell's body. Subsequently, Broly switches feet, applying the same method to rip away Cell's other wing. The agony overwhelms Cell, prompting him to cry out in anguish. Next, it's your tail. With the wings removed, Cell's retracted tail becomes easily visible. Inwardly, Cell realizes that Broly's actions have provoked him. Otherwise, he would not be in such a frenzied state. Is he attempting to grasp me by my tail? No, that must not happen. Just as Broly's hand nears Cell's tail, Cell vanishes using instant transmission, retreating to a distance to commence self-repair. Following Cell's energy signature, Broly observes that Cell has completed his regeneration, though his expression now bears traces of caution and fear. Damn, this fiend is merciless. I cannot continue like this. Noticing Broly has discerned his location, Cell quickly formulates a strategy in his mind. Observing his form, he likely struggles with speed combat. However, if I persist in close quarters, should he seize me, my speed advantage would evaporate. If I choose to attack with energy blasts, even his robust exterior will eventually deplete his stamina with repeated strikes, allowing me to emerge victorious by maintaining distance. Meanwhile, Broly remains active. Seeing that Cell has no intention of closing the gap, he accelerates, propelling himself towards Cell. Cell, emulating Vegeta, unleashes a barrage of energy blasts at Broly. The successive energy spheres explode around Broly, shrouding him in a cloud of dust. Damn it, is this still ineffective? Though he anticipated such an outcome. Seeing Broly unscathed leaves Cell in disbelief. The acknowledgement of his inadequacy is troubling, if even his complete form cannot contend with Broly. How shall he fare when he masters the golden hair transformation? Observing the astonishment etched on Cell's face, Broly can't help but smirk, and suddenly, he seems to forget he is in the midst of battle, bursting into laughter. Haraha. Cell, you ought to behold your ludicrous expression. Where has your prior confidence vanished? Broly's laughter fades, returning to his previous icy demeanor. Do you feel as though you've plummeted from heaven into hell? Yet, we remain some distance from true hell. Do you dare to threaten me? Cell retorts, extending his finger once more. Multiple death beams. This time, Broly does not choose to absorb the attack with his body. It is not out of fear or inability, but rather a deliberate effort to dismantle Cell's psychological defenses step by step. Broly remains motionless until the death rays approach his form, at which point he begins to evade. Executing minimal movements with no extraneous gestures, the beams narrowly grazing past him. How can this be? Is his speed also so formidable? Was he merely showing off? Cell refuses to believe that Broly could evade such an attack. Chapter 72. The final struggle of Cell. How is this possible? Could this fellow's speed be so extraordinary? Was he merely showcasing his skills earlier? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that you can evade this. Cell's body was partially turned, his waist bent, and his hands formed a flower-like shape. A brilliant blue light erupted from the gaps between his fingers. As soon as Cell assumed that stance, Broly remained motionless. How could the Kamehameha wave possibly be swifter than the death beam? If Cell could employ this technique, he must be harboring some sinister scheme. Kaioken. As Cell uttered the final syllable, a blinding light exploded around him. Once again, it was the solar flare. Cell intended to first obscure Broly's vision with the solar flare, and then reposition himself to launch the charged Kamehameha from another angle. The plan was flawless. However, in the next moment, Cell sensed something amiss. From the very beginning, Broly had detected Cell's unusual energy signature and had been carefully observing the flow of his ki. Once he saw Cell's energy accumulate at his surface, Broly discerned his intentions. After Cell's instantaneous movement, he suddenly felt Broly's ki vanish from his location. Cautiously, he refrained from launching the Kamehameha. In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force pulling his body downward. Broly appeared behind Cell in a split second, delivering a devastating flying kick to Cell's back. Cell was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground, embedding himself deeply into the earth. As Cell regained his composure from Broly's fierce strike, he found Broly gripping his arm, pulling him from the ground. Before Cell could comprehend Broly's intentions, Broly's hands wrapped around his neck. Broly then descended, his abdomen contracting suddenly, driving his solid knee into Cell's stomach. Caught off guard, Cell nearly expelled his bile from the impact. Broly paid no mind to the gastric fluids and saliva spewing from Cell, repeatedly driving his knee into him. Once, twice. Thrice, each strike echoed with a resounding thud until purple blood erupted from Cell's mouth, splattering Broly's face. Only then did Broly cease his onslaught, retracting his hands from Cell's neck and wiping the blood from his face. Without Broly's support, Cell's body slumped down. He struggled on the ground, making several attempts before managing to rise, spitting out the remnants of blood from his mouth, still hurling threats at Broly. "You're such a fool. I have already told you. These tricks are useless against me. As long as I possess energy, I can heal my wounds, and right now, I am a source of infinite energy. Haha. No. I do not believe this can kill you. I am merely venting my frustrations. Your stamina, your ki will eventually deplete." And then, before Cell could finish his sentence, he experienced an unusual transformation. His body began to weaken and swell, followed by an uncontrollable urge to vomit. After he expelled the contents of his stomach, Android 18 emerged. Cell, supporting himself with his hands to avoid collapsing, caught sight of 18 and attempted to swallow her back. But Broly would not grant him that opportunity. A green aura enveloped Broly's arm, and with a swift motion, the green energy extended like a luminous blade, severing the hand with which Cell clutched Android 18. Without a moment's pause, Broly then charged, leaping into the air, his body twisting as he executed a simultaneous kick, propelling Cell away from Android 18. Trunks. Senzu Bean. Upon returning from the sacred world, Trunks had received some Senzu Beans from Kuririn. He had just administered one to Vegeta and was observing the battle. After witnessing the prolonged conflict, he intended to offer one to Broly, but fearing Broly might refuse like Vegeta, he acted immediately upon hearing Broly's call, producing a Senzu Bean from his pocket and tossing it to him. Broly caught it, lowered himself, and fed the Senzu Bean to Android 18. "Mr. Broly, she is an android." Trunks had not anticipated that Broly would not consume the bean himself, but would instead give it to 18. Confronting Cell was already challenging enough. Adding another android to the mix would only complicate matters further. Broly offered no further explanation, simply stating, "Trust me." "What is?" As Android 18 opened her eyes, the first figure she recognized was Broly. Without uttering a word, she embraced him tightly, though grateful for her presence. Broly understood that the battle was far from over. He gently pushed Android 18 away and stood up. "I know you have many questions, but I will explain everything once this is resolved." With that, Broly advanced towards Cell. At this moment, Cell, having expelled Android 18, reverted to his second form. Just as he was about to regain his footing, Broly struck again, severing one of his arms and sending him flying. Having just restored his body, Cell was taken aback by Broly's relentless assault. This time, he truly realized that the individual before him was beyond his capacity to handle. He had long since lost the will to continue fighting. As Broly approached, Cell found himself involuntarily retreating. Broly was equally perplexed. He understood that Gohan had beaten Cell into submission after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, expelling Android 18 in the process. However, he had never imagined he could replicate such a feat. It was not that Super Saiyan 2 Gohan was inherently stronger. Rather, this world was no longer the Dragon Ball universe he once knew. Thus, Broly prepared for the worst. Since there was a precedent, he decided to follow suit. Broly resolved to deliver a side kick to Cell's abdomen. The continuous restoration had already pushed Cell to his limits, and now, with Android 18 separated from him, he found it increasingly difficult to evade Broly's attack, solidly absorbing the kick. Before Cell could even soar away, Broly yanked him back with one hand. Broly sank down again, channeling his strength, delivering several jabs to Cell's abdomen. Witnessing Cell's expression turn dazed, Broly leapt into the air, using the momentum to execute a spinning back kick that struck Cell's abdomen once more. Cell was sent tumbling through the air, sliding across the ground for a considerable distance before rolling several times to come to a halt. Once again, Cell involuntarily retched, this time expelling Android 17. Perhaps realizing the vast gap between them, Cell ceased his futile resistance and began to laugh heartily. "Alas, if I had managed to collect your cells earlier. I concede, you are indeed formidable, but this is far from the end." Cell's body began to swell once more, but unlike the previous transformations, he now became enormous and round, his size exceeding that of Broly by more than double. Broly recognized this technique and would not allow Cell to have his way. With a powerful kick, he launched the giant Cell into the air like a soccer ball. As a result of Broly's assault, Cell's body became unstable, and the countdown to his self-destruction accelerated. Broly unleashed a mighty roar, striking Cell just before his explosion, igniting the detonation that unleashed a force observable even from the surface of the Earth. As the essence of Sheru completely dissipated, Broly finally found solace in his heart. At long last, it is over. Chapter 73, The Lifelong Affair, The Choice of Affection. At long last, Cell was vanquished. And a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, particularly from Trunks. Previously, he had faced an adversary far more formidable than his own father, and now, with Cell subdued, he found solace in the fact that Goku and Gohan had yet to make their entrance. His only task remained, to return to his own timeline and eliminate the remaining 3 androids, freeing him from any lingering concerns. The next step would be to re-engage in rebuilding, for that world, unlike this one, lacked the protective embrace of the Dragon Balls. The following day, upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and his son learned of Cell's defeat. They felt a twinge of regret, realizing their training had gone unused. After bidding farewell to everyone, Trunks returned to his own time. Broly, intent on summoning the Eternal Dragon to extract the bombs from the androids and resurrect those consumed by Cell, was informed by Popo that the god had fused with Piccolo. Although they had once been one, this fusion rendered the Dragon Balls unusable, filling Broly with unease. Fortunately, during the battle with Cell, no irreversible losses had occurred. Otherwise, the Eternal Dragon would not have been there to provide succor. Despite the original Dragon Balls being rendered ineffective, the Namekian Dragon Clan could restore them. And Dandy was an excellent candidate. He maintained a good rapport with Gohan and Krillin and possessed a more comprehensive understanding of Dragon Clan abilities than the original Kai. Utilizing instant transmission, Goku took Broly to Namek, where Dandy was more than willing to reunite with Gohan and Krillin. Logically, Goku's presence alone should suffice, and Broly had no necessity to accompany him. However, Broly's motives extended beyond merely acquiring the Dragon Balls. He sought to experience Goku's instant transmission firsthand. Instant transmission was not as arduous as Broly had envisioned. Goku's prolonged training had been hampered by a lack of theoretical knowledge, with the Yardratans teaching merely the technique without elucidating the underlying principles. Essentially, it involved tearing through space and sensing the opponent's energy as a coordinate before tearing through space once more, akin to how Bu operated within the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly had grasped the principle behind the God's instant transmission but could not replicate it due to an inability to perceive coordinates with the same clarity as a deity. Thus, he was limited to using the energy of others as a temporary reference. Dandy successfully restored the Dragon Balls, which now granted 2 wishes. Broly wished for the resurrection of all those slain by Cell, and for the removal of the bombs embedded within the androids. Once the wishes were fulfilled, Broly returned to the surface and engaged in conversation with the androids, for he needed to ascertain that they posed no further threat to Earth. "How does it feel to be reborn?" he inquired. The 3 androids exchanged glances, a sudden silence enveloping them, leaving Broly momentarily at a loss. "There is no need to be anxious. Cell has been thoroughly defeated. What are your plans moving forward?" "I have no specific plans. My program directive was to eliminate Goku." The typically taciturn Android 16 finally spoke. He had always believed he could serve as a last resort against Cell, but after Cell absorbed Androids 17 and 18, he found himself far outmatched and never had the chance to intervene. Thankfully, this scion who approached them with reason had ultimately dispatched the monstrous Cell. Enough of that dreariness. Since Cell has been defeated, you have ample time to contemplate my words, Android 16 continued, breaking the silence. Android 17 then added, "I wish to explore the human world with Android 18. Once I have satisfied my curiosity, I will choose to immerse myself in nature. I know of a place where the people are wholesome and the scenery is pleasant. It is home to a peace-loving android. If you enjoy nature, you should visit. It is located in the southeast corner of the world, known as Penguin Village." In the end, Android 16 decided to visit Penguin Village, while Android 17 resolved to join him after having his fill of exploration. Android 18, however, remained silent throughout the discussion, as siblings often do. Android 17 seemed to perceive his sister's thoughts and self-deprecatingly remarked, "It appears this journey of enjoyment is solely mine." Android 18's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she offered no explanation. "What about you?" Broly asked, noticing her persistent silence. "I do not know. I am not yet prepared to make a decision." At that moment, a pair of birds alighted upon Android 16's hand. Contemplating the birds, he spoke, somewhat abstractly, perhaps to the birds, "We are fortunate. We possess intelligence and the ability to choose our paths. Yet, from our perspective, are they not equally fortunate? They need not choose. Every action they take is instinctual. The plight of humanity is paradoxical. We have the capacity to pursue our desires, yet we often find ourselves ensnared in turmoil. Android 17 understood 16's sentiment and gently patted Android 18 on the shoulder, saying, "Sister, it seems your remaining humanity is rather pronounced. If that old man were still alive, would he deem you inadequate?" With that, Android 17 nudged Android 16, and the two departed, leaving space for Broly and Android 18. "I wish to live alongside you." Broly fell silent for a moment, realizing that 16's words resonated with his own inner turmoil. Eventually, he voiced his concerns. "I understand your feelings, and I too hold deep sentiments for you. However, as you know, I am already with Bulma. If I were to embrace both of you, even if she were to accept it, I would be exploiting your affections for me. That is your own perception. If your feelings for both of us are genuine, I do not mind the rest. Perhaps, yet I cannot guarantee anything as I also consider Bulma's feelings." Just as the atmosphere grew awkward once more, Broly's scouter chimed, revealing Bulma's calm voice. "I heard everything you just said. So, you were with Android 18, correct? Don't return tonight." Broly felt a wave of frustration. While the scouter was convenient, he had forgotten it functioned as a two-way communicator, transmitting their conversation directly to Bulma. "I apologize, Bulma. I did not intend to betray you. I planned to find an opportunity to discuss this with both of you, but no. You seem to have misunderstood my intent. I meant to say, see you tomorrow." After that, there was no further response from Bulma. Broly fell into a contemplative silence, soon followed by a surge of elation. Was there anything more blissful than this? Since Android 18's arrival, he had pondered how to navigate his feelings. They often said that love blossomed over time, and how could he forsake Bulma after all they had shared? Yet, the thought of relinquishing Android 18 to another was equally disheartening. What troubled Broly most were the personalities of the two women. Android 18 appeared not to be one for straightforward conversations, while Bulma was notorious for her fiery temper at crucial moments, despite her lighthearted demeanor. To his surprise, both seemed to have tacitly accepted one another as presents. Chapter 74, Transition Time, like a fleeting shadow, passes swiftly, and the relationship between Broly, Android 18, and Bulma has become increasingly intricate. Initially, Bulma silently accepted Android 18's presence, largely due to her inability to part with Broly and the gratitude she felt for Android 18's selfless rescue during her abduction by Cell. On the other hand, Android 18 had little regard for Bulma, appreciating only her courage that belied her strength and her status as a female scientist who could rival Dr. Gero, something she found admirable as she herself was a woman. Ultimately, Android 18 also played the role of Broly's childhood companion in matters of affection, since Bulma could tolerate her. She too could overlook any notions of superiority or inferiority. As their interactions deepened, Bulma discovered that Android 18 was not as aloof as she appeared. Beneath a veneer of coolness lay a proud yet obstinate child who grappled with her identity as an artificial human. Conversely, Android 18 recognized that Bulma was unlike others in their scientific pursuits. Even when compared to Dr. Brief, Bulma embodied a more relatable and less rigid spirit, often engaging in whimsical thoughts and occasionally sharing intimate matters concerning Broly. In essence, her company felt far more comforting than that of others. Eventually, Broly seized a fitting moment to gather the two women, opening his heart and expressing his sentiments. Like a capricious butterfly, he fluttered about, articulating his deep-seated emotions for both. While keenly observing their reactions, noticing no signs of discomfort, he then elaborated passionately on the concept of the three of them living together, suggesting that their shared moments would far outweigh the time spent apart with either. At last, Broly revealed his ultimate intention. He had acquired a love nest in West City, aiming for the three of them to harmoniously acclimate to one another in preparation for their future union. "Are you suggesting marriage?" Bulma exclaimed, taken aback, as she was known for her expressive nature. "Why bring this up all of a sudden? I thought you scions disregarded formalities. I assumed we were on the same page. Yet here you are, sounding rather mundane." "This is not a jest, Bulma. I am serious and hope for your honesty," Broly insisted, fully aware that no woman could possibly escape the daydream of donning a wedding gown. Her reaction stemmed more from the fear of their relationship becoming fodder for gossip than from any genuine disinterest. Broly recalled the time when future Trunks first arrived on Earth, and Bulma had expressed her grievances about marriage. His actions were largely for her sake, given that scions live longer than humans, and with Android 18 being an everlasting creation. Bulma, the one with the most fleeting youth, deserved this assurance. A wedding would serve as a testament warding off any whispered speculation about their bond. Rosali, what do you think? Bulma quickly conveyed her thoughts to Android 18. Feigning ignorance, Android 18 replied earnestly, "It's not bad. A wedding with 3 participants would indeed be unique and should not lack excitement. I look forward to it. I thought we were united in our stance." Bulma feigned annoyance. Seeing their exchange, Bulma realized that the two had conspired in private. Both were extraordinary individuals, their intentions unmistakable, ultimately for their own benefit. Android 18 shook her finger, declaring, No. Bulma, I am a woman of my own convictions. All right. Broly, you are indeed fortunate to encounter 2 such beautiful and sensible women, Bulma conceded, no longer hesitating in her decision. The wedding venue was selected on Earth. Although Broly was not born there, he had spent considerable time in this realm. Bulma and Android 18, being native to the planet, had no reservations. The ceremony was understated, inviting only a few close friends and family. During the event, Raditz represented the Science, even broadcasting the ceremony live to planet Vegeta. Androids 16 and 17 were also invited, as they could be deemed relatives of the bride. Amidst the eager gazes of friends and family, Broly slowly ascended the stage, flanked by Bulma and Android 18, who supported his arms. Bulma donned a gown as pristine as snow, embodying purity and solemnity, while Android 18 chose a soft pink dress, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, signifying ease and vitality. This surprised Broly, who had anticipated something more gothic given Android 18's temperament. His suit was a cream hue, striking a balance that harmonized with both women's attire. The ceremony eschewed elaborate rituals, focusing solely on the heartfelt vows exchanged and the presentation of uniquely crafted wedding rings, culminating in the efficient Piccolo's closing remarks. Amidst the blessings of their loved ones, the Triad's wedding concluded splendidly. From that day forth, the 3 openly cohabited, bringing forth a new era of happiness on Earth. While planet Vegeta welcomed 2 esteemed princesses. At the banquet, the previously strained relationship between Broly and Vegeta thawed. Their past grievances, stemming from the conflict with Cell, had faded. Vegeta, after consuming several drinks, struggled to articulate an apology. Ultimately, with Bulma's mediation, he stood and downed a glass, treating it as an apology to Android 18. Understanding Vegeta's temperament, Broly recognized that he had endured enough hardship and had expressed remorse. He too drank deeply, casting a glance at Vegeta that dispelled any lingering discontent. Year 774 of the age, 7 years passed once more. Had it not been for the familiar faces surrounding him, Broly might have forgotten he resided in the Dragon Ball universe. The trio enjoyed a blissful married life filled with warmth. However, the absence of peril led to a decrease in interactions with friends, with Broly only occasionally meeting them when he reminisced about training. Chapter 75. The King of the Realm's trials. In the early morning, Bulma and Android 18 leisurely savored their breakfast tea. While Broly had just returned from his morning exercise and was bathing, Bulma mentioned a casual chat with Chi-Chi. "Have you heard? Gohan is about to enter high school. I cannot fathom the significance of schooling. Isn't it better to live freely and do as one pleases?" Bulma, taken aback, replied, "Lazuli, your perspective is misguided. Even when I ventured on adventures with Broly, Goku, and the others, I never neglected my studies. Right, Broly?" Broly, wiping the droplets from his forehead, affirmed, "Indeed." While combat prowess is crucial, intellect must not be overlooked. However, few can rival Bulma. Her brilliance makes schooling a mere formality for her. Broly raised a cup of tea and took a slow sip. Yet, Gohan's academic pursuits owe much to Chi-Chi's rigorous discipline. With his current capabilities, strength, intellect, and exceptional looks, his transition to high school is akin to that of a quintessential protagonist in a gratifying tale. Bulma reminisced about the emerging fashion trends, remarking, "Gohan is hardly the type that captivates the hearts of contemporary young girls. Nowadays, they seem to prefer rebellious and stylish individuals over obedient ones." "Oh, are you suggesting he should emulate Lazuli and her brother from the past?" She mused, laughing. "What? If Lazuli lacked charm back then, how could she have ensnared you so completely?" At the mention of her past, Android 18's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of shame. Though she had seamlessly integrated into modern society, the memory of her first encounter with Broly remained indelibly etched in her mind. "Speaking of which, I may be away from home for a while, returning in about a month." Bulma accurately surmised Broly's thoughts. "Is someone else coming to Earth? Are you planning to train again?" Broly nodded. With Gohan entering high school, the days until the emergence of Majin Buu were drawing nearer. Unlike Gohan, who had completely forsaken training, Broly merely aimed to maintain his current state, recognizing that effort correlates with reward. Given that I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan like Goku, my transformation on Namek is perilous, difficult to control, and not easily employed. When battling Cell, I was already exerting 80 to 90% of my strength. The upcoming foe will be significantly more formidable. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. I understand. I am not well versed in your combat hierarchy. I just wonder when Earth became a domain safeguarded by you Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, and their offspring. When will we truly experience peace? Just be glad they came to Earth because of us. There's no need for gratitude, Broly replied, pulling Bulma into an embrace and gesturing toward Android 18, who merely rolled her eyes at his antics. Before long, after this crisis passes, Earth will face no greater threats. After a brief moment of tenderness, Broly departed. Bidding farewell to the two women, and instantaneously transported himself to Goku's residence. At Mount Paozu, Broly appeared casually dressed, startling Gohan, who was preparing for school. Broly-san, what brings you here? I am seeking Goku, but I cannot sense his energy, so I thought to inquire. Oh. My father left for the King of the Realm's place to train long ago. This fellow has slipped away again. Broly had intended to visit the King of the Realm, but having never been to his planet, he was unaware of the King's energy signature. He had hoped Goku would introduce him, only to discover that Goku had already departed, making it akin to a scenario where he had perished in the original storyline. I'm sorry, Broly-san, but I can't assist you. I must hurry to school, Gohan exclaimed before rushing off. Watching Gohan's hurried departure, Broly shook his head. I suppose I shall check the sacred world to see if Piccolo can be of any help. With another instantaneous movement, Broly materialized atop the sacred world, startling Piccolo, who was deep in meditation. Broly, what brings you here? Piccolo greeted, their relationship amicable enough that Piccolo had agreed to officiate Broly's wedding. Goku's demeanor was laid back. While Vegeta's was somewhat pretentious, Broly found himself comfortably situated between the two. Wait, could it be? Did you also deduce this? Why am I not surprised? But do not fret, this situation is not as urgent as during the Cell Saga. We have time to prepare. So, are you here to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber? It seems this adversary poses quite a challenge. Piccolo's expression shifted from ease to gravity. No. I merely wish to request your assistance in telepathically reaching out to Goku. I intend to visit the King of the Realm, but since I have never met him, I cannot sense his energy. Understood. Piccolo established a telepathic connection with Goku, facilitating Broly's transport to the King of the Realm's planet. You are the king. You are Broly? The king interjected before Broly could finish his sentence. Broly nodded. I know of you. Goku sought me out because of you. Did he not? Where did you learn my name? The king's inquiry stumped Broly, revealing that he was considerably more formidable than the Supreme Kai. Indeed. I once fell victim to their illusionary fist while invading Kanesa, thus gaining the ability to foresee the future. Illusionary fist? I have heard of it. Such a formidable technique. It is no wonder they faced obliteration. Are you aware that altering history is a grave offense? Broly was taken aback. What was happening? Why was he being interrogated about his actions against Frieza and Cell instead of receiving praise? Broly remained silent, having never contemplated this scenario, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. I understand your thoughts. While it is true you vanquished Frieza and Cell, that does not absolve you of your transgressions. However, the king paused, leaving an opening for Broly. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Broly obliged, please, share your thoughts. What can I do to assist? I will spare no effort. I have heard from Goku that you are unlike other Saiyans, possessing profound knowledge. If you can share a joke that pleases me, I may overlook your transgressions. Chapter 76. The training before the great battle. Broly was momentarily speechless, realizing that the king of the universe seemed to be in the mood for a joke, creating a rather intimidating atmosphere. He almost thought that Beerus was about to arrive. Understanding the king's fondness for dry humor, Broly recounted a well-known joke from his past life. A steamed bun was strolling along the road when it became hungry and ended up swallowing itself, transforming into a Bowsy. Upon hearing this, the king erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over. You are a genius. Absolutely brilliant. Haha. Observing the king's reaction, Broly felt a mix of bewilderment and amusement, wondering if such exuberance was truly necessary. Clearing his throat, perhaps realizing that his previous display was somewhat inappropriate, the king coughed a couple of times to ease the awkwardness. Noticing the king's jovial mood, Broly took the opportunity to inquire about what you mentioned earlier. I suppose I will pretend I didn't hear it. Thank you, my lord. Do not rejoice too soon, the king warned. I merely said I would turn a blind eye. If the Grand King or anyone else discovers this, I cannot protect you, you scoundrel. Yes, I understand that. I have other matters to request as well. I hope to receive guidance on my training, much like Goku did. Excellent. It seems that the martial arts I established, the King's Fist, will flourish. To be honest, I witnessed your battle on planet Namek. I was quite startled, fearing you might lose control of that power. It appears you are aware that my King's Fist is superior. Refrain from using that transformation any longer. My apologies, my lord. My intent is not to pursue your King's Fist or the Spirit Bomb. I wish to see if you possess any methods to control my transformation. None. The king turned away in frustration upon hearing that Broly was not there for his signature technique. What about the Grand King? Perhaps the Supreme King might have some solutions. Could you assist in introducing me? Hey, do not push your luck. You altered history and still dare to seek the Supreme King? Moreover, the Supreme King is not someone I can simply introduce you to. Please, my lord. This is for the better protection of our North Galaxy, Broly implored, pressing his palms together and shaking them up and down. Seeing that the king remained unresponsive, Broly added, "How about I share some even more entertaining jokes with you when you have the time?" Well, that is not out of the question. The king stroked his chin, agreeing to Broly's condition. But let me make it clear, I can only ask the Grand King. If he is unaware, I shall have to ask him to relay the message to the Supreme King. I cannot guarantee the outcome. Broly nodded in agreement. The king communicated telepathically with the Grand King, and the results were as Broly had anticipated. The Grand King had little knowledge regarding the transformations of the Scions and was still under the impression that they could only transform into great apes. However, the Grand King agreed to inquire with the Supreme King. But the response was equally disappointing. The Supreme King stated that he was currently occupied with a matter of utmost importance and was not in the temple, thus unable to assist him until the situation was resolved. Upon hearing this, Broly understood. The Supreme King was likely preoccupied with preparations regarding Majin Buu. For now, he could only take things one step at a time, knowing they would inevitably meet. Since there was no resolution regarding his transformation, he decided to revert to the old method, training under heavy weights. Of course, Bulma's gravity chamber was no longer as effective for Broly, and due to technical limitations. Even if he wanted to increase the gravity, it wouldn't be significantly higher than before. Broly turned to the king, pondering that instead of using a gravity chamber, the king's planet had readily available resources. The king could alter the weight of objects. He remembered how he had increased Goku's weight from 1 ton to 10 tons, although he was unsure if that was his limit. Thus, Broly trained alongside Goku on King Kai's planet for a period. However, he felt the results were minimal, prompting him to don the weight provided by the king and return to the hyperbolic time chamber to explore his Wrath form. He was somewhat restricted on King Kai's planet, and transforming into Wrath might lead to unintended destruction. Although the time chamber had not yet been modified by Bulma and did not possess automatic repairs, nonetheless, these were trivial matters. The time constraints of the time chamber were no longer significant for Broly. Setting aside instant transmission, once he could maintain some semblance of rationality in that form, he ought to be able to escape even if Majin Buu were to confront him. He had no reason to believe he couldn't achieve that. Upon entering the time chamber, Broly was uncertain where to begin, so he started performing some exercises while bearing the weights. As time passed, he began to recall the events of his past life, pondering whether he had overlooked or forgotten any details that might reveal the key to controlling his Wrath form. Broly remembered that both Bardock and Goku had mentioned that Super Saiyans initially struggled to control their transformations, and persistent effort was required. Additionally, Goku had stated that maintaining the Super Saiyan form for extended periods would allow the body to adapt, reaching a state of full power, a condition that not only perfectly accommodated the transformation, enhancing control over energy usage and consumption, but also enabled the prolonged maintenance of this form. Since they were all Saiyans and capable of transformations, it stood to reason that his transformation should be quite similar to that of the Super Saiyans, perhaps even interconnected. After several attempts, Broly confirmed his hypothesis. He was indeed correct. Initially, Broly found his transformation exceedingly challenging, even struggling to transform again. However, after continuous practice, he regained that sensation of fury and the thirst for battle. Through extended training, he had begun to sustain this form for longer. Yet he still could not think as clearly as in his normal state. It felt as if his body compelled him to fight. With each attempt, Broly learned to transform through gathering energy and tapping into fleeting emotions, significantly reducing the time required for his transformation, akin to how Goku and others transformed into Super Saiyans. Gradually, he grew closer to his objective, deepening his understanding of this transformation. Unbeknownst to him, Broly found that he could think while transformed. If he could maintain some rationality during his transformation, did this not imply that a sliver of his consciousness remained intact? As Paragus had said, although Broly could not control his power in this form, he would not lose his sanity. Otherwise, how could he have felt anger at Paragus's demise? This time, he had finally done it right. His efforts were not in vain. Chapter 77, Reunion within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly was acclimating to the newfound power bestowed upon him by his transformation. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Broly, it's almost time. The World Martial Arts Tournament begins tomorrow. Can you find a way out? It was Piccolo's voice. I'll give it a try, Broly replied, and in an instant, he utilized instant transmission, appearing right behind Piccolo. It seemed that the realm of the hyperbolic time chamber was distinct from that of the afterlife. Observing Broly, Piccolo felt a peculiar sensation, as if something about him had changed. How is it? Any progress with that transformation? Piccolo inquired. It's still somewhat uncontrollable post-transformation, but it's significantly better than before. At least I'm not completely oblivious anymore. Broly responded. I've heard that Goku and Vegeta have made advancements in their training. If you can't fully master that form, you might find it challenging to secure victory in this tournament. Even without transforming, they may not be my match. However, I didn't come here merely to participate in the tournament. Is there trouble brewing again? Luckily, I haven't neglected my training. I hope I can be of assistance this time. Broly reassured Piccolo with a pat on his shoulder. Rest assured, this has never been solely anyone's burden to bear. Even if you were once a deity, strength in numbers and wisdom are essential for victory, are they not? Che, who would have thought a scion like you would be so disingenuous? Piccolo acknowledged the disparity in strength between himself and the scion trio. Yet Broly's words offered him some comfort, though he struggled to accept it openly. No, I didn't say that to placate you. This is my genuine sentiment. With that, Broly donned his spare attire, preparing to return home and bid farewell to Piccolo. Back at home, Broly shared affectionate moments with Bulma and Android 18. Though they were akin to a long-married couple, the years spent within the time chamber had made such moments precious. The following day, Broly accompanied the two women to the temple for the World Martial Arts Tournament. As participants gradually arrived, the three awaited the crowd at the registration desk. The first to arrive were Vegeta and Trunks. Eager for the competition, Vegeta was particularly excited to hear that Goku would be participating. As for Broly, Vegeta had momentarily set aside his thoughts of surpassing him, focusing instead on surpassing Kakarot. Unbeknownst to him, his target had subtly shifted from Broly to Goku. Next arrived Goku's family. This time, Goku had not perished during his battle with Cell, and Goten had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, perhaps under Goku's guidance. The outcome would differ this time. However, Gohan's attire was somewhat difficult to behold. Broly discreetly pulled Bulma aside and asked, "This outfit is your design. ISNT it? ISNT the style a bit. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Yes, I designed the outfit, but the style was entirely his choice. Why would I create such gaudy, such peculiar clothing?" The jest about Gohan's father being Piccolo or a descendant of the Ginyu Force was understandable to Broly, as Piccolo had trained Gohan since childhood, albeit sternly, saving him on several occasions. Moreover, the relationship between Goku and Piccolo was amicable. However, the notion of Gohan being a descendant of the Ginyu Force was something Broly could not accept. This Gohan had never encountered Ginyu, and yet he had turned out this way. Master Roshi and Krillin's family soon followed. In this world, Android 18 was with Broly, yet Krillin had found a beautiful wife. Akin to Bulma, with striking blue hair, reminiscent of Krillin-esque companion. Recognizing the familiar figure, Broly recalled her identity, Marin, the old Sea King's daughter. It seemed they had not only come together but had also welcomed a daughter with dark hair. In a spirit of goodwill, and feeling somewhat guilty for taking Android 18, Broly decided to offer a word of caution to Krillin. He pulled Krillin aside and cautiously advised, "Krillin, while we've known each other for quite some time, I feel compelled to say this. That S, Marin, ISNT it? You should be wary of others trying to interfere in your relationship." Krillin scratched his head and responded audibly for all to hear, "Broly, I know what you're getting at. I've been aware of this for quite a while. She has completely turned her life around. Much like Launch, she is a wonderful person. But I appreciate your concern." It appeared Broly had overstepped. Yet he had not anticipated that Krillin, despite his humble demeanor, had indeed won over a goddess. In a previous life, he had Android 18, and in this life, he had captured Marin's heart. He was quite fortunate. Speaking of Launch, Bulma remarked, "I feel like I haven't seen her in ages." She had often conversed with Launch, but it was unclear when she had last appeared before everyone. Krillin waved dismissively. You need not worry about her. With her personality, who would dare bully her? I heard she has been quietly following Tien and resides in his dojo. Recalling Tien, Goku exclaimed, wow. It's been ages since we last saw Tien after the battle with Cell. I'd love to experience his solar flare and Four Witches Fist again. Why isn't he here? Yamcha chuckled wryly. With this group of scions competing, what chance do ordinary folks like us have? Tien has probably realized this by now. Upon hearing Yamcha's self-deprecation, Goku replied, don't say that. Krillin is here too. It's been a while since we could spar together. Goku, you overestimate me. I'm only here out of necessity. I heard there's a 10 million zenny prize for the winner and 5 million for the runner-up. I thought if you all ended up in the same bracket, I might snag some prize money. Yamcha grinned. There's money involved? I want to join and see for myself. Spoke Android 18, who had been silent until now. Huh. Our family doesn't lack for money. We have more than enough from the king's gifts, let alone Bulma's wealth. Why would you want to enter the tournament? Humph. What do you know? I simply enjoy the thrill of wealth. And I haven't had a good workout in ages. Upon hearing that Android 18 intended to participate, Krillin immediately felt deflated. Oh no, if you're entering, I might as well forget about even placing second. There is still a chance. Broly refrained from elaborating, knowing that due to BUS circumstances, he, Goku, and Vegeta would likely withdraw from the tournament. Ultimately, the championship would fall into the hands of a few ordinary participants. Let us all do our best. Chapter 78. The battles on and off the arena. Noticing that Broly had chosen not to register, Goku inquired, Broly, are you really not participating this time? I recall you earnestly requesting Lord Kai's guidance for your training. Vegeta, wearing a smug expression, interjected, Humph, I know exactly what he is thinking. He believes we are no match for him at present. However, I have achieved a new breakthrough. After I defeat you in this martial arts tournament, I shall challenge him again. If he still cannot summon the transformation to confront Frieza and his ilk, he will surely be taken aback. Broly replied, no, I simply find it too bothersome. The restrictions of rules, the venue, and the personnel make it rather unexciting. If you wish, we can spar after the competition. Surprised that Vegeta had read him so well, Broly thought it good to engage in some practice fights, considering it akin to training. Fine. I shall seek you out after I vanquish Kakarot, Vegeta declared as he strode into the inner courtyard without a backward glance. It's a deal. I too wish to see how much you have progressed in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku affirmed before following Vegeta into the inner area. Bulma seized Android 18's hand and cheered. Come on, Lazuli. Show them that we women are not to be underestimated. You are representing the Broly family this time. So don't let me lose face in front of my sister and Chi-Chi. Stay sharp. Broly mused. That sounded rather odd. Are you just trying to stir the pot? Unlike before, the rules had seemingly changed, allowing the audience into the preliminary rounds. Broly also discovered an intriguing fact. Satan had become quite a notable figure in this world. Logically, since Broly had encountered Cell and swiftly dealt with him, Satan should not have gained any fame. Yet, while everyone was preoccupied and unable to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had secured the championship in the 24th edition, an accomplishment lacking in prestige. If we were to speak of champions, Broly himself was the victor of the 21st tournament, which was hardly remarkable, despite not comprehending the reason behind it. Satan had inexplicably risen to prominence. Observing him interact with the audience, Broly thought, isn't he just a natural at self-promotion? He has practically the Mabao of the Dragon Ball universe. After the host concluded the explanation of the rules, the eagerly awaited punching machine segment commenced. Satan initially scored 137 points, followed by competitors drawing numbers to take their turns. In his past life, Broly had found this scenario quite fascinating. He speculated whether the score was based on strength or some other measure. Yet, 137 seemed rather low. Tyson could deliver punches exceeding 500 to 800 kilograms, and considering the power levels in the Dragon Ball universe, this score was somewhat underwhelming. Had he participated, Broly would have been curious to see what score he could achieve, not inclined to dwell further on the punching machine or the preliminaries. Broly decided to discreetly exit and seek out Bulma, who was watching the youth division matches. The children's abilities paled in comparison to those of adults. Yet the contest between Trunks and Goten piqued his interest. Broly was eager to discern whether Goku's educational approach was superior to Vegeta's rigorous training regimen. It was said that Goten's talent might surpass that of Trunks, but due to Goku's demise and Chi-Chi's circumstances, Goten had not trained. Yet he still managed to hold his own against Trunks, who was a year older. Broly believed this was simply a matter of differing training focuses. Goku emphasized self-empowerment, often leaving Vegeta trailing behind, while Vegeta concentrated on transformations, perhaps due to his obsession with Super Saiyan forms. Each time Vegeta achieved a new form, he would surpass Goku momentarily. Later, Vegeta's ability to match Goku stemmed from his superior forms compensating for his lower base power. This was evident in their later transformations, showcasing that Vegeta excelled in that aspect. Lost in thought, Broly unknowingly made his way to the audience seating, where an idea struck him. Perhaps he should engage in more sparring with them in the future to glean some insights. Broly, over here. Bulma's voice jolted him from his reverie. He sat beside her as the match between Goten and a contestant named Ada unfolded. Next to Broly sat a plump woman, adorned with a sun hat and various jewels, exuding a wealthy aura. His attention was drawn to her as she vociferously cheered for Ada, presumably the boy's mother. Observing Ada, whose hands were bandaged and who sported traditional martial arts trousers and shoes, Broly noted that his movements resembled those of a boxer, characterized by small, quick steps. As Broly pondered, Ada launched an attack. His mother engaged Bulma in a verbal spat, her intensity rivaling that of Zhuge Liang. Noticing Ada's punching style and his boisterous mother, Broly discerned that the boy's upbringing was flawed, typical of someone who dabbles in many pursuits but masters none. His skill level only slightly exceeded that of an untrained child. As predicted, Goten quickly lost interest in Ada, delivering a punch that rendered his opponent unconscious. With Goten's victory, Bulma, in a playful mood, made faces at Ada's mother, provoking the plump woman, who stood up ready to retaliate. Seeing this, Broly rose. His towering height of over 2 meters cast an imposing shadow that halted the woman's advance. Yet, she soon regained her bravado, shoving and hurling insults at Broly. What? Don't think I'm scared just because you're tall. Do you know who my husband is? Broly vaguely recalled her husband, a fighter who had once been possessed by the Supreme Kai. But what of it? Suddenly, Broly felt someone tugging at him. Initially thinking it was Bulma, he recalled that she was not one to shy away from confrontation. Turning, he discovered it was Chi-Chi, who promptly pulled him back into his seat before delivering a punch to the plump woman's face, silencing her for good. Remarkably, while Goten knocked out his opponent in the ring, Chi-Chi had also subdued her adversary from the sidelines. Impressed by the scene, Broly silently gave Chi-Chi a thumbs up. Chapter 79. The champion of the youth group at last. The moment had arrived for Goten and Trunks to face off in the finals. Having grown up together, they shared an intimate understanding of one another, thus bypassing any preliminary probing. Compared to their earlier matches, this battle was far more than merely spectacular. It could be described as fiercely intense. Gazing at Goten's face, Broly was reminded of the time he spent searching for Dragon Balls alongside Goku. Goten, in his youth, was undeniably stronger than Goku had been at that age. Goten bore an uncanny resemblance to young Goku. Bulma was also struck by this thought, as if that familiar visage possessed a unique enchantment, transporting them through the corridors of time filled with shared memories. Goten was indeed far superior to Goku in his youth. Why must you Saiyans always dampen the mood by discussing power levels? Broly thought, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. What I cherish is our youth. Right, Chi-Chi? Broly chose not to interrupt the two ladies reminiscing about the passage of time, instead focusing on the contest between the two young boys. The two exchanged blows with vigor, each retaliating in kind. It seemed that Goten and Trunks were evenly matched. Thus their competition hinged upon their reflexes in the heat of battle. In Broly's heart, the scales of victory tilted towards Goten, for the creativity and imagination of Goku's lineage surpassed that of Vegeta's. If there was an advantage to be had, it was that Vegeta was relentless in his approach. Though it appeared Trunks had not inherited that fierce trait, even Vegeta's own temperament was gradually aligning more closely with Goku's. The fierce contest captivated the audience, rendering them spellbound. Their movements stilled, and conversation ceased, as they were wholly engrossed in the spectacle unfolding before them. This shift indicated a notable elevation in the audience's appreciation. Perhaps, the spectators had changed several times since the days when Goku and Piccolo battled. Back then, the audience not only struggled to follow the fighters' movements, but also complained of the match's monotony. As the battle reached its zenith, after exchanging punches and kicks, Goten seized the opportunity presented by Trunks' offensive move to soar into the sky. Harnessing the momentum of his dive, he aimed to strike at Trunks, all the while observing Trunks' movements from above with clarity. However, Trunks was no novice. Just as Goten was about to make contact, he deftly sidestepped, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he envisioned Goten crashing to the ground. Yet, Goten was far from the Goten that Chi-Chi and Gohan had trained. He was well versed in the technique of the afterimage. In the next moment, Goten executed a sharp turn and charged at Trunks' chin. The force of the blow nearly sent Trunks into the audience. In an instant, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his speed surging dramatically as he reappeared before Goten. Goten, undeterred, also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and they collided again. Once, twice, thrice, both combatants landed hits on one another, propelling their bodies outward before regaining their balance and charging at each other once more. Their energies erupted, as it appeared that both young warriors had resolved to settle the outcome with this decisive strike. In Broly's eyes, the two figures were on the brink of collision, and he could discern that Trunks was notably faster than Goten. Victory seemed imminent for Trunks, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, just as Trunks' fist was about to connect with Goten's face, he sensed something amiss. The anticipated feedback of impact was absent, and Goten's form began to fade, gradually vanishing from sight. Seizing the moment of Trunks' bewilderment, Goten appeared above and behind him, delivering a powerful kick. The force of Goten's strike, combined with Trunks' high-velocity trajectory, sent Trunks hurtling out of the ring. Outside the ring, after a brief moment of astonishment, the announcer declared the match concluded. Trunks rose from the ground, brushing dirt from his face, and scathed but clearly displeased. What was that technique? I've never seen anything like it. How underhanded. This technique is called the afterimage strike. Taught to me by my father, Goten replied. Broly couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that the little one had managed to deceive even him. He had been closely monitoring their speed and strength, yet he hadn't anticipated Goten's clever use of the afterimage at such a critical juncture, turning the tables in his favor. However, it dawned on him that Goten had likely devised the afterimage strategy earlier. Their prior exchanges were a ruse to mislead Trunks into thinking they would engage in a straightforward contest of strength, only to execute the afterimage when Trunks was unprepared. It resembled a childhood game of chicken, enticing the opponent to charge, then sidestepping to disrupt their balance and send them sprawling out of bounds. Broly was taken aback by Goten's cunning. As Goten celebrated his victory, Chi-Chi joined the audience in a jubilant cheer. Yet, amidst the joy, there was sorrow. Vegeta, seated in the stands, nearly ground his teeth to dust. Having long felt overshadowed by Broly, he had turned his ire towards Kakarot. Now, it seemed his son had fallen victim to Kakarot's progeny, compounding his frustration. Thus, the champion of the youth group was crowned. Following the conclusion of the youth competition, the announcer proclaimed that the previous champion, Mr. Satan, would face Goten in a friendly match. Broly, however, had little interest in this spectacle. He took Bulma by the hand, intending to grab a meal, as the adult matches were soon to commence. As the adult competitions began, the matter of Majin Buu was poised to surface. As anticipated, upon finishing their meal, two oddly attired individuals confronted Broly on his return journey. Recognizing one of them by his distinctive mohawk hairstyle, Broly quickly deduced their identities. Hello. You must be Broly, one of them greeted. Broly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon confirming Broly's identity, the Supreme Kai, Shin, shifted his gaze to Bulma and the others, his brow furrowing slightly. He then turned to Broly and said, for the next part of our discussion, it would be prudent to ensure they do not overhear. May I request a moment of your time? Broly and Shin stepped aside for a private conversation, while Jebbit offered an explanation to the others. I apologize, but due to the gravity of this matter, it is best that fewer individuals are privy to it. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 80. The Covenant with the Kaishin. Broly, I have heard that you have acquired the ability to foresee the future. Is this true? Asin's inquiry diminished Broly's standing in his eyes significantly. Whether it is true or not, even you, the Kaishin, remain uncertain, do you not? Moreover, the deities of this world are not omniscient. Even the most esteemed Xeno lacks the ability to know the past or predict the future. Indeed, Broly did not refute. If necessary, Asin could directly probe my thoughts. His ability to locate me indicates that he must have gathered information prior to his arrival. Then you are aware of my purpose for coming here? The Kaishin continued. There is no need for you to test me. You have come because of Majin Buu, I presume. Upon hearing the name Majin Buu, the Kaishin's expression changed dramatically. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, and after confirming there were no threats, he placed a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Speak quietly. We may attract the attention of Babidi, the puppeteer behind Majin Buu. You are aware of this, correct? Yes. Excellent. Since you are already informed, I need not elaborate further. I have indeed come to inquire about the future you have seen. Has Majin Buu been vanquished? I apologize, esteemed Kaioshin. But the future I perceive is merely one potentiality of what should have been. The future can shift due to even the slightest influence. In the future I glimpsed. I remained on other planets for decades before arriving on Earth. In that timeline, Majin Buu was indeed destroyed by Goku. As for the present future we inhabit, I cannot ascertain. Are you suggesting that you have altered the future, rendering the true future unpredictable? Precisely. Why did you choose to alter the future? I believe the North Kai has already informed you that changing the trajectory of time is a grave offense. Asin's tone carried a hint of reproach. He seemed to believe that Broly's actions would exacerbate Majin Buu's uncontrollability. No, esteemed Kaioshin, you're mistaken. There is no true distinction between predicting and altering the future. I can only glimpse one of the myriad possibilities for the world's development. As for the future, Trunks was meant to be born to Bulma. But due to my presence, she chose me instead. Trunks should have vanished from that moment. Yet, 7 years ago during the Cell Saga, he still traversed time from the future to aid us. Thus, I did not alter the future but rather created a divergent timeline. Asin replied with an indomitable tone. Even so, you have still changed it, and such actions are forbidden. Seeing Asin's demeanor, Broly felt no desire to engage further. He had grown weary of Asin's condescending attitude. After all this, have you come to condemn me, esteemed Kaioshin? Asin furrowed his brow. Are you threatening me? You misunderstand, esteemed Kaioshin. Addressing the matter of Majin Buu is of greater urgency, is it not? Forget it. Asin initially intended to say more, but upon reflecting on Majin Buu, he composed himself and continued, regardless of the timeline or universe, Majin Buu remains a dire threat. If you can assist me in eliminating him, I shall overlook your disturbances to the fabric of time. May I inquire, esteemed Kaioshin, whether you require further approval on this matter, or can you make the decision yourself? I beg your pardon for my rudeness. It is prudent to clarify certain matters in advance. Should Asin lack the authority to grant forgiveness, it could lead to complications in the future. However, if he could indeed grant it, then even Beerus would have no grounds to pursue him later. Rest assured, I retain the authority to decide this matter. In that case, I shall take your agreement as given. With that, Asin descended from the air and extended his hand to Broly. Broly grasped Asin's hand in affirmation. Let us proceed according to my plan, step by step. Broly nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Jebbit, let us depart. The match is about to commence. Asin placed his hands in front and behind himself, performing a gentlemanly bow to Broly before leaving with Jebbit. Broly, who is that person? So arrogant, it's truly irritating. Though Bulma had not overheard the conversation, she had keenly observed Asin's demeanor. You are quite correct. He is a deity of a higher order than the Kaioshin who trained Goku, governing a fourth of the universe. Now it makes sense. Do not concern yourself. We are merely unfamiliar with one another. He should become more amiable in time, despite the Kaioshin's current demeanor. Once he recognizes the disparity between himself and others, he will likely adopt a more humorous role. What did he seek from you? Due to the current crisis. However, you need not worry. I am confident, about 70 to 80%, that after I leave, you will witness Android 18 claim victory. Very well, let us return to the arena. The match is about to begin. Broly guided Bulma back to the competition venue. At that moment, the main event had commenced, featuring Krillin against an opponent adorned similarly to the God of Light. Broly's thoughts lingered on Majin Buu, leaving him disinterested in the ongoing battle. He awaited the appearance of the two henchmen. Krillin swiftly defeated his adversary and advanced to the next round. Piccolo faced Asin, and possibly due to Asin's previous divine status, he exerted an unseen pressure over Piccolo. Asin communicated telepathically with Piccolo, revealing insights, leading Piccolo to concede, such as the oppressive aura of authority. It is no wonder that they say, higher ranks crush the lower ones. Next, one of Babid's minions, Spopovich, entered to face Gohan's girlfriend, Videl. Initially, Videl held the upper hand, but soon she sensed something amiss. Spopovich, regardless of how many times he fell, could rise again, his body showing no signs of injury. As her stamina waned, Videl found it increasingly difficult to combat Spopovich's advances. When Spopovich landed a blow to Videl's nose, blood gushed forth, staining her clothing. A woman, regardless of her temperament, possesses a desire for beauty. Injured in the face, Videl became furious and delivered a kick to Spopovich's head, resulting in a sickening crack as his neck twisted grotesquely. Just as the announcer prepared to disqualify Videl, Spopovich stood up, forcibly realigning his neck, and continued to battle her. Videl, already at a disadvantage, was further disheartened by this spectacle and, as anticipated, lost the match, sustaining grave injuries. After Gohan administered a Senzu beam to Videl, he commenced his own match. At this juncture, Broly utilized instant transmission to arrive at the contestants' designated viewing area. Chapter 81. The demon Broly approached Asin's side and spoke. Is your plan to extract Gohan's power and then return with them to confront Majin Buu? Indeed. To break Majin Buu's seal requires an immense amount of energy. Gohan's power alone is likely insufficient for the task. Goku, who was nearby, listened intently, his face a mixture of astonishment and resignations, revealing that they had come to understand Asin's true identity. I suggest you utilize your divine power to probe their thoughts and ascertain their location, so we can eliminate Majin Buu before he regains strength, Broly proposed. That would be unwise. I believe we should refrain from acting hastily to avoid unforeseen complications, Asin countered, dismissing Broly's suggestion. Broly, undeterred by Asin's obstinacy, mused that no matter how formidable Majin Buu might be, he could not surpass his own enraged form. In the events of Gods and Gods, Goku battled Beerus in 779, where even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he was swiftly defeated by Beerus. It was only after transforming into Super Saiyan God that he managed to hold his ground. Given that his original form had exchanged blows with Super Saiyan God, he was confident that he was stronger than Buu, especially considering he had easily overpowered 2 Super Saiyan Blues. However, since this was the will of the Supreme Kai, any subsequent issues would rightfully fall upon him. Meanwhile, Gohan, at Jebet's insistence, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Soon after, Babbidi's 2 henchmen could no longer contain themselves and attacked. Asin used his divine power to immobilize Gohan, while one henchman seized Gohan tightly, and the other employed a night pot-like device to siphon off Gohan's energy. Having just recovered from severe injuries, Videl could not bear to watch and was about to rush in to aid Gohan when Goku stopped her. Choosing to trust the Supreme Kai, whom he had previously heard about. Once the energy extraction was complete, Spubich and his companion fled the scene. Broly, let us pursue them, Asin stated, glancing at Goku and the others. If you wish, you may join us. Your presence would be most beneficial. Asin led the way, with Goku and the others closely following. Broly, however, took a moment to advise Android 18, lazily, I'm heading out. Please look after Bulma and the others. There shouldn't be anyone left on the battlefield who can challenge you, but do remain vigilant. If the situation turns dire, take them to the temple. Be careful, she replied. Reassured by Broly's strength and character, she refrained from saying more. After Broly departed, Jebet restored Gohan's powers. Together, Gohan and Jebet soared towards Babbidi's lair. Upon arrival, Asin instructed everyone to conceal themselves and suppress their energy to assess the situation. Babidi and Dabura emerged from the buried spaceship. Babidi gleefully noted the energy he had acquired, casually obliterating Spubich and Yam with a flick of his wrist. After a brief exchange with Dabura, Babidi entered the spaceship, casting a furtive glance towards Broly and the others before departing. At that moment, Broly extended his finger, unleashing a deadly beam aimed directly at Babidi. Broly, what are you doing? Asin exclaimed, alarmed by Broly's impulsive action. Seeing his imminent demise, Babidi was saved as Dabura swiftly intervened, blocking the lethal attack. They have discovered us. They were spying just moments ago. It seems our ability to locate them was part of their plan, Dabura observed. Having narrowly escaped, Babidi abandoned pretense and hastily retreated into the spaceship, leaving Dabura to fend for himself and lead the others into the ship. Dabura charged towards the group, extending his hand to strike Jebet. Before he could unleash his energy blast, a shadow darted past him, and in the next instant, he was sent flying. Grateful to Broly for saving him, Jebet stammered, thank you. As Dabura regained his footing, he surveyed the crowd, formulating a plan. Ascending into the air, Dabura looked down upon the group, and just when they expected him to unleash a powerful technique, he spat a glob of saliva. Look out, Broly warned. Krillin and Piccolo were caught off guard, becoming ensnared by Dabura's saliva, which began to petrify them from the outside in. With his objective achieved, Dabura fled into the spaceship. What now? Goku stared at Piccolo and Krillin's stone forms, feeling at a loss. This magic should be broken by killing the caster, Broly suggested, bringing a sense of relief to Goku. As they prepared to approach the spaceship, Asin interjected, we cannot simply rush in. The enemy may have laid traps inside. It would be far too perilous. Even Goku, who had previously supported him, countered, we can't just wait. Piccolo and Krillin are depending on us. They can be restored with the Dragon Balls. Hearing Broly defend him, Asin felt a surge of joy. Precisely. Thus, It's best we avoid unnecessary risks. No, you misunderstand my intent. I have no patience for delay. Let us eliminate them all now. Broly declared, striding towards the entrance of the spaceship and grasping its exposed section. With a roar, Haya, Broly's muscles swelled, and he uprooted the spaceship from the ground. He hurled the ship into the sky and aimed his palm at it. Galactic explosion. Isn't that my technique? Humph. What a tasteless fellow, Vegeta scoffed, witnessing Broly employ his signature move. A blue energy blast erupted from Broly's palm, obliterating the spaceship into countless fragments. The unexpected ease of the task surprised Broly. Was Majin Buu truly so easily vanquished? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure descended slowly from the sky. It was Dabura, cradling Babidi, both of them appearing rather disheveled and their garments tattered. After landing, a massive spherical object plummeted from the sky, which Dabura caught and placed on the ground. Damn it! The puppets perished in the explosion, leaving only you, Dabura. Help me eliminate them. Apologies, Lord Babidi, but I cannot do that. That man in black is too powerful. My speed and strength are inferior to his. And they have overwhelming numbers. Curse it. Will I die without avenging myself? Babidi lamented. Lord Babidi, among them are those with a thirst for blood. We can. Dabura's words sparked a realization in Babidi, who began gesticulating wildly while muttering incantations. Seeing this, Broly would not allow Babidi to complete his spell. Once more, he concentrated a beam of light in his finger, ready to fire. However, Broly suddenly felt a jarring blow to his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Shaking his head to regain focus, a voice echoed in his mind. Kill them. Eliminate everyone. Chapter 82. The death of Babidi. Not only did Broly exhibit peculiar behavior, but even Vegeta was undergoing a transformation. A severe headache forced Vegeta to the ground, and the voices in his mind echoed incessantly. Moments later, the pain subsided, and a strange power surged within both of them. In this altered state, the auras of Broly and Vegeta became distinctly different from before. Vegeta's aura grew intensely malevolent, while Broly's emanated a ferocious energy filled with primal combat instincts. Broly touched his forehead and donned a devilish grin, pondering whether he too bore in on his brow. Their auras gradually radiated outward, prompting Goku and Ashen to sense the disturbance and take a few steps back. Despite a flicker of fear, Ashen forcibly suppressed his emotions and shouted to them, urging, "You two must remain clear-headed. Do not let Babidi's magic cloud your minds." How laughable. You think such feeble control can dictate me? Broly unleashed his aura, a powerful wave expanding in all directions. Goku and Gohan quickly positioned themselves in front of the stone statues of Piccolo and Krillin, shielding them from the violent force. The terrain within a radius of several miles was flattened beneath Broly's feet, leaving only barren land in its wake. Hey, Kakarot, let us engage in a duel, Vegeta. Unable to contain his impatience, sought a worthy opponent. As he spoke, he directed a ki blast at Goku, the immense power forcing Goku to slide backward until he deflected the attack skyward. This astounding power. Lord Babidi, it seems that even without Majin Buu, you are capable enough to exact revenge and dominate the world. No, something feels amiss. They seem not to be under complete control. To be prudent, reviving Majin Buu is the safest course. Babidi turned to Broly and Vegeta, commanding, "You two, fight. Provide energy for the resurrection of Majin Buu." This sensation of power is remarkably comforting, yet I find your words displeasing. In this world, it is a great privilege that I do not command others. How could you presume to command me? As he spoke, Broly's smile widened, gathering an even more formidable energy for a devastating attack. Be careful. Dabura once again shielded Babidi from an attack, marking the third time he had saved him. Yet this time, the effort left him visibly strained, blood oozing from his wounds in a rare display of vulnerability. Babidi, indifferent to Dabura's sacrifice, hid behind him, gleefully exclaiming, "Yes, just like that. Let your anger flow. All the energy you expend will nourish the resurrection of Majin Buu." Splendid. It appears Broly retains his reason. With that, Goku stepped beside Broly, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta, wary of another sudden strike, while attempting to converse with Broly. Broly, we must first eliminate that sorcerer. Vegeta is already under his control. Goku, get away. He is no longer the Broly you knew. Ashen warned, his divine nature granting him an innate sensitivity to energy. Despite Broly's aura being predominantly wild, a hint of malevolence could still be sensed. Nanny. Heeding Ashen's warning, Goku leaped back to maintain distance from Broly. Kakarot, are you frightened? Fear not. For I am not like that fool Vegeta. Just then, A powerful energy blast struck Broly's back. As the smoke cleared, Broly slowly turned to identify his assailant, Vegeta, who had succumbed to his own transformation. Broly, do not be so arrogant. Once I deal with Kakarot, you shall be next. Oh, do you believe you can? Perhaps you should team up with Kakarot, Broly taunted, shifting his gaze to Gohan and Dabra. Gohan, Goku, Ashen, and even Dabra were taken aback by Broly's audacious demeanor. The trio exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move, but Vegeta could no longer contain himself. The Majin-infused Vegeta's pride surged to its peak. He could not bear Broly's disdain. Vegeta launched a kick at Broly, but just as his foot approached, Broly reacted swiftly, executing a spinning kick that sent Vegeta sprawling aside. Why not play with Kakarot for a while longer? With that, Broly turned away, his attention fixated on the egg of Majin Buu lying on the ground. Let us focus on the task at hand. I shall deal with Kakarot, and then come for you. Vegeta clenched his jaw, fists tight, even in his Majin state. He recognized that Broly was not an opponent to be taken lightly. He resolved to defeat Kakarot first and then confront Broly. Broly advanced step by step toward the egg of Majin Buu, prompting Babidi and Dabra to hastily retreat. Seeing Broly express interest in the egg, Babidi lost his composure and shouted, "You bastard! What are you planning to do?" Dabra quickly restrained Babidi, covering his mouth while remaining vigilant of Broly's next move. Broly extended his finger towards the egg, unleashing a series of green death beams. Repeated strikes hit the egg, yet it remained unresponsive. Babidi broke free from Dabra's grasp, frantically pointing at Broly, shouting, "Stop! I command you to stop! Are you deaf?" In an instant, a green beam pierced through Babidi's head, silencing him forever. How tiresome. Babidi! Babidi! How dare you! Upon witnessing Babidi's demise, Dabra cast aside his reservations and charged at Broly, vowing vengeance for Babidi. You all are incredibly bothersome. Broly seized Dabra by the throat, then suddenly recalled Piccolo and the others, lifting Dabra's chin. Since you are so unwilling, I shall send you to meet him. As Dabra struggled, Broly executed a powerful thrust, puncturing Dabra's chest. Watching Dabra's energy wane, Broly discarded him to the ground. Continuing toward the egg. Observing the unfolding chaos, Goku, entangled in battle with Vegeta, exhaled a sigh of relief. Though Broly had also transformed, he still retained his rationality, suggesting that his temperament had merely shifted toward a more violent disposition. With clarity restored, Goku focused entirely on his confrontation with Vegeta. Chapter 83, The Birth of Majin Buu. Broly suddenly recalled something. He glanced at his hands and then at the lifeless body of Dabura, noticing that the battle between Vegeta and Goku was still ongoing. A sense of unease stirred within Broly. Why had Babidi perished, yet the power he bestowed remained unvanished? Logically, both he and Vegeta should have reverted from their Majin forms. It seemed implausible for permanent transformation to occur. Was it possible that this fellow's Majin transformation had a time limit? Unable to fathom the situation, Broly chose to disregard it. The Majin state was of little consequence to him. Even without it, he doubted Buu could defeat him. My apologies, Majin Buu. I genuinely wish to engage you in battle. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, I shall deal with you here and now. With that, Broly unleashed a massive explosive attack upon the egg. However, the shell of Majin Buu's egg remained entirely unscathed, unmoved even. Seeing the egg undamaged, a sense of foreboding arose in Ashen's heart. In that case, let us try this. Broly placed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, channeling energy towards his fingertips. That technique is my demon light piercing cannon, Piccolo exclaimed, having reverted to his original form following Dabura's demise. As Broly flicked his fingers, a spiraling beam of light shot forth. The demon light piercing cannon, renowned as the Dragon Ball world's most powerful penetrating technique, demonstrated its might as it struck the egg. Yet, apart from causing a slight indentation in the shell, it inflicted no substantial damage. Following Broly's attack, the egg began to change. It absorbed a tremendous amount of energy from the battlefield, emanating a red glow and pulsating with a heartbeat-like rhythm. Broly recognized this as a sign of Majin Buu's revival. It seems I must resort to that technique. If it fails, then it is simply fate. Broly's words were not mere musings. He intended for Ashen to hear them, implying, you see, I have done all I can. I did not revive Majin Buu out of a desire for battle. Thus the blame falls upon you, Kaishin. Broly gathered energy in his hands, two small orbs swirling together, leading the energy converging towards his palms into a spherical form. Did you think Broly was about to employ a spiral technique? Not at all. The spherical energy, under Broly's mastery, compressed until it achieved a flat, disc-like state. "This is my energy blade," Broly declared, a hint of irony in his voice. Reflecting on how he had appropriated their techniques, he hurled the energy blade towards Majin Buu's egg, and indeed, the shell was cut cleanly in half. "Excellent. Majin Buu is vanquished. Lord Kaishin, you rejoiced too soon." The moment Broly-san cleaved the egg, another powerful energy emerged. Not only Gohan, but even the somewhat weaker Krillin sensed the newfound power, while the oblivious Kaishin remained under the illusion that Buu had been eradicated. From the shattered shell emerged a swirling mass of pink energy, gradually ascending to form a pink cloud. As everyone searched for Majin Buu's whereabouts, only Broly remained fixated on the cloud. Under Broly's unwavering gaze, the cloud finally coalesced into a rotund figure. The newly formed Majin Buu took a moment to stretch, then approached Broly, inquiring, "Did you release me?" Observing the adorable Majin Buu, Krillin quipped, "This guy doesn't seem all that terrifying. I actually find Broly in this state far more menacing. That form. It cannot be mistaken. He is indeed Majin Buu. You do not comprehend his true terror." The rotund figure evoked dreadful memories for Ashen, the deaths of the North and West Kaishins, and the absorption of the South Kaishin and Grand Kaishin, leaving only the weakest to survive. It was the absorption of the Grand Kaishin that transformed Majin Buu into his seemingly benign persona, ultimately leading to his seal. "Yes, but I never intended to free you. It was merely a coincidence. However, since you have broken your seal, let us engage in combat." Broly cracked his neck and beckoned to Buu. No one can match Buu, but being sealed for so long has been dreadfully dull. "I might as well find something to do," Buu replied in a raspy voice. "Then come." Broly took the rare initiative to attack. Even Goku and Vegeta, who were engaged in their own battle, were drawn to the spectacle, momentarily distracted by the clash of these titans. In terms of physique, Broly excelled in delivering heavy blows and withstanding damage. However, Majin Buu seemed impervious to such tactics. Each of Broly's powerful strikes dissipated against Buu's plump form. And as for his resilience, who could rival the extraordinary regenerative abilities of Majin Buu? The only downside was that Buu's recovery was somewhat slower. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Broly glared defiantly at Majin Buu, who, despite being unscathed, was visibly fatigued and panting heavily. Both fighters locked eyes, contemplating their next moves. Chapter 84, The Stalemated Battle. A thought struck. "Jebbit, you should assist him in healing. Even if Buu can regenerate, we shall have no fear." Listening to Asin, it seemed he regarded himself as a mobile Senzu being. However, this might be the sole strategy for victory. Jebbit intended to treat Broly. Yet the tense standoff between the two instilled a sense of dread within him, halting his advance. "Jebbit, why are you still standing there? Quickly take advantage of their respite to heal Broly." Asin urged, desperation etched across his face. He did not wish to squander this precious opportunity while the two were resting. Missing this chance would render any approach impossible for an ordinary person. "Yes, I understand." Responding to the call of the Kaishin, Jebbit recognized the gravity of the situation. He suppressed his fear and swiftly flew towards Broly. Even if he were to perish at the hands of Majin Buu, Broly must not be allowed to falter. If he too were to lose, it was uncertain who could contend against Majin Buu. Surprisingly, Majin Buu refrained from hindering his actions. Jebbit extended his hands. "Ready to heal Broly. Hang in there. I will heal you shortly." The indignation Broly felt from Majin Buu's prior attacks was compounded by the thought of needing assistance. Igniting his frustration, was it not more humiliating? "Get away." Broly lashed out, kicking Jebbit back to Gohan's side. After strenuously adapting to the battle with Majin Buu, did he truly need external aid to confront him? "Broly, why? Your arrogance could plunge the entire universe into peril. This is not a battle you can fight alone. Do you not understand?" The terror of Majin Buu loomed fresh in Asin's mind, and he was unwilling to forsake any opportunity to defeat him, continuing to implore Broly. "If you lose, no one in the universe will stand against him, and at that point, you would be the universe's sinner. Be silent. If you prattle on, I shall eliminate you first." Asin was taken aback by Broly's audacity. Previously obedient, Broly now appeared transformed. In truth, Broly had never feared the Kaishin. He merely sought to avoid further complications, including with those like Beerus, Whis, and the Omni King, aware that he was not yet their match. He intended to decide later whether to befriend or oppose them. Yet, in his current state as Majin, Broly had no time for such thoughts. His sole focus was to vanquish Majin Buu. However, despite Broly's fearsome presence, Asin's buried dread and resentment towards Majin Buu compelled him. If Majin Buu could be defeated, he would willingly face death at Broly's hands, having long accepted that he should have perished alongside his comrades 5 million years ago. Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Asin's shoulder. Do not worry, Lord Kaioshin. I comprehend Broly's sentiments. This is the pride of our Saiyan heritage, and it is also the source of our strength. Since we cannot assist, let us choose to believe in Broly. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Asin calmed. Indeed, there was no better course of action than to trust Broly, hoping his arrogance would not lead to dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Broly seemed to devise a strategy against his foe. He extended his palm toward Majin Buu. Let us engage in something different. As his words fell, a barrage of energy blasts erupted from Broly's palm, striking Buu. This display of power prompted Buu to remain still, perplexed by the significance of such non-threatening attacks. Broly had fought Buu for an extended duration. The energy expenditure was considerable, yet deploying such a maneuver seemed a waste. Lord Kaioshin, though I do not fully grasp it, I am convinced that Broly would not engage in futile actions. Let us observe with patience. For the first time, Gohan found the Kaioshin's words somewhat excessive. While Buu pondered, a sharp sound pierced through the smoke, revealing that Broly's energy blasts were a deliberate distraction. Buu clenched his fists, expelling the fog surrounding him with a gust from his energy vents. As the sound drew nearer, Buu regained his sight just in time to see several disc-like objects hurtling toward him amidst the energy blasts. This noise irritated Buu's ears, instinctively stirring a sense of foreboding. Upon contact, the disc-like projectiles revealed their true nature, cleaving through Buu with devastating precision. As the remaining smoke dissipated, identical figures of Broly emerged from various angles, each gathering a blue energy sphere. For the first time, Buu felt a pang of fear. Before Buu could react, the multiple Brolys unleashed Kamehameha waves, striking him simultaneously. The resulting explosions were formidable, displacing the onlookers several miles away. Even Goku and Vegeta, who had been locked in battle, paused to witness. During their confrontation, Goku and Vegeta sensed the emergence of Majin Buu and the overwhelming energy he exuded. A vague impulse to engage with him arose. Yet they were intent on defeating each other first to fully witness the ensuing conflict. The explosive Kamehameha disrupted their duel, and the energy radiating from Broly and Majin Buu illustrated the terrifying might of both warriors, particularly for Vegeta, who had audaciously declared his intention to challenge Broly. As the battle progressed, Broly began to feel the toll of exhaustion. The continuous combat and the repeated deployment of various techniques, even with the enhancements from his Majin state, proved taxing. Yet, he took solace in his growth. He had become attuned to Buu's fighting style. Should a rematch occur, he was certain he would not find himself in such a precarious situation. Has Majin Buu been vanquished? Asin struggled to accept the reality before him. The entity that had once embodied his nightmares had been defeated by a Scion, an unfathomable notion. Nevertheless, the warriors remained vigilant. If Asin could sense energy, he would know that while Majin Buu's aura had diminished, it had not dissipated entirely. Broly, watch out, above you. Broly glanced upward to find Majin Buu gathering an energy attack similar to his own Kamehameha. Even in his incomplete state, Buu launched another assault. As Broly realized his precarious position, Buu unleashed the Kamehameha wave. With their proximity, Broly had no time to evade, crossing his arms over his chest to absorb the impact. The tremendous force propelled him from the sky to the ground, skidding for considerable distance before finally halting. Chapter 85. The escaping Majin Buu. I am truly enraged. There was someone who could liberate him from his seal, and he was quite pleased. Thus, when Broly proposed a duel, he accepted without a second thought, eager to engage in some entertainment himself. However, that recent multiple Kamehameha attack was clearly intended to obliterate him. With that in mind, Buu resolved to unleash his most lethal moves against this opponent before him. He had just employed Broly's technique. Furthermore, Lord Supreme Kai, have you not noticed? The two are continually learning from one another during their battle, grasping each other's techniques and habits. It is only due to their simultaneous augmentation in strength and energy depletion that they remain locked in such a fierce contest, significantly stronger than they were at the outset. What? Are they both monsters? Before the Supreme Kai could express his astonishment, Gohan continued, it is precisely because they are adversaries that this battle has endured for so long. Others, regardless of their own formidable strength, would inevitably be surpassed as time and combat progressed. This battle is indeed unprecedented. Alas, we can no longer observe its continuation. Prepare to flee with my father and the others. Why? Are they not evenly matched? Moreover, You mentioned that Broly's actual strength surpasses that of Bu. After such a prolonged engagement, with his remarkable learning ability, you should have adapted to combat against Bu by now. Shouldn't he emerge victorious if they continue? Why must we escape? Indeed, you are correct, Lord Supreme Kai, but you have overlooked one crucial point. Bu can regenerate infinitely, while Broly's energy is nearly depleted. If we persist, it is highly probable that Broly will be the one to lose. Unless what? Given the tense situation, Asin was naturally reluctant to relinquish any potential avenue for victory. It is nothing. Gohan recalled Goku mentioning Broly's transformation. Back when Broly's strength was significantly inferior to Frieza's, he could effortlessly annihilate Frieza and his brother upon transforming. Furthermore, following that instance, no one knew the extent of Broly's power increase. What is known is that neither King Cold nor the later androids, including Cell, could compel Broly to use that transformation again. If Broly could attain that form once more, this Bu would surely not stand a chance against him. However, Goku also remarked that once transformed, Broly would become exceedingly ruthless, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. At that time, even Goku contemplated eliminating him. Should he truly transform into that state, he might become an entity far more terrifying than Bu himself. There is no time to discuss this now. I must remain vigilant regarding the unfolding situation. At the first sign of trouble, I will take Broly and leave. The rest of you should have your father teleport you away. In truth, our divine race possesses the ability to teleport as well. If, as you say, Broly is destined to lose, I will assist in your escape. It appears that only once Broly has recovered from his injuries and energy can he challenge Bu once more. Unbeknownst to him, Asin had begun to address the previously disrespectful Scion with honorifics. This was not merely a mark of respect for the strong, but also an acknowledgement of his commitment to safeguarding the universe's peace. Bu tore a piece of flesh from his own abdomen and hurled it towards Broly. As the chunk was thrown, his body gradually reverted to its original state, while the discarded flesh transformed into tendrils that ensnared Broly. Bu's form possessed the remarkable pliability of clay, coupled with the elasticity and resilience of rubber. Consequently, as Broly exerted force, the meatball grew larger, giving him the sensation of striking against cotton. Surely, you do not believe such trivial antics can confine me? Broly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, abruptly tearing apart the meatball that Bu had thrown. However, as he extricated himself, he discovered several more meatballs awaiting him in the vicinity. A realization dawned upon Broly. This creature was studying his offensive maneuvers. First, he employed ordinary techniques to divert attention, followed by multiple attacks to obscure his true lethal strike, which lay in wait. Broly intensified his energy output, surrounding himself with a green aura that expanded outward, incinerating the scattered meatballs around him. Noticing Bu had ceased his actions, Broly lowered his protective barrier. At that moment, Bu grinned and muttered, "You fell for it." A pink meatball erupted from the ground beneath Broly, ensnaring his feet and climbing upward. Just as Broly prepared to unleash another surge of energy to break free, Bu appeared behind him. Time to turn into chocolate. A pink laser emitted from the tendrils atop Bu's head, aimed directly at Broly. To Bu's astonishment, the pink laser passed through Broly's form, leaving him bewildered, for he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. The Broly before him gradually faded, becoming translucent, vanishing entirely, only for another Broly to materialize on the ground. See, this marked the first instance of Broly uttering a curse since his rebirth. He had narrowly avoided becoming sustenance. He had previously contemplated this possibility, even recalling the rabbit from years past. He sensed this situation might differ, not only due to Bu's enhanced magic and strength, but also because, among those absorbed by him, only Vegeto had managed to resist being transformed into food. Now that he had a family, he could not gamble on replicating Vegeto's feat. I absolutely cannot perish. This technique was initially intended as a contingency should anyone inadvertently fall prey to Bu's absorption, to be utilized in case of an emergency. However, that fleeting moment had instilled a sense of dread within Broly. He could no longer afford to be reckless. His expression twisted into a grimace, veins bulging, pupils narrowing, and the mew upon his brow emanating a more potent, malevolent energy. Just when he had begun to calm, a voice surged within Broly's mind. Kill. Annihilate them all. Everyone must die. In that instant, the very fabric of reality shifted. Above Broly, a colossal storm brewed, accompanied by violent lightning and the ominous rumble of thunder echoing through the heavens. Even Majin Vegeta, transformed into a being of pure malice, found himself momentarily subdued. He clenched his fists until they bled, torn between admiration for Broly's might and self-loathing for having strived so hard, yet still falling short. The bloodline theory he had once championed now seemed tragically ironic. Goku recalled the final moments on Namek, realizing that Broly now possessed a terror far greater than before, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The one truly grasping the magnitude of Broly's power was Bu, who, overwhelmed by the energy radiating from Broly, found it difficult to keep his eyes open. Astonishingly, after such a prolonged struggle, Broly had yet to reveal his full strength, and the power he retained was formidable. If the multiple Kamehameha earlier had posed a momentary threat of death, the fear Broly now instilled in Bu enveloped him like the vast ocean, suffocating him and rendering him breathless. Without hesitation, Bu seized the opportunity presented by Broly's transformation and made his escape. Chapter 86. Misfire upon witnessing the departure of Majin Bu. A collective sigh of relief washed over the onlookers, particularly the Supreme Kai, Asin. He never anticipated that the nightmare that had haunted him for millions of years, the formidable Majin Bu, would flee. This truly was a moment of unprecedented experience. However, while Majin Bu had retreated, their peril was far from over, for another volatile entity, Broly, remained. The very fact that Majin Bu had chosen to escape hinted at the catastrophic potential of Broly's explosive power. Hey, Broly, Majin Bu has already left. You must cease this. Goku's pleas fell on deaf ears as Broly continued his transformation. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. He recalled the events on planet Namek and knew that this escalation could not continue. In an instant, Goku teleported beside Broly, gripping his shoulders tightly in an attempt to instill calm. Broly's energy surged, and with minimal effort, Goku was sent hurtling away. Go, Gohan. We need your assistance. Gohan, recognizing the terrifying potential within Broly, suppressed his own discomfort and joined Goku in an effort to restrain him. Vegeta, you must help too. Have you forgotten how powerful he became after transforming on Namek? If we allow this to continue, he could prove even more troublesome than Bu. Why should I assist? Vegeta retorted, a wicked grin forming on his face. I'm rather curious to see if he can surpass my limits after his transformation. Vegeta, do not act recklessly. You can barely handle me, let alone a Broly that is stronger than Bu. Kakarot, what did you just say? Although Vegeta was well aware of the truth in Goku's words, hearing them spoken aloud was intolerable. It was precisely this that had led him to recklessly embrace the transformation under Babbidi's influence. Now, Goku's words ignited his fury, and he began to gather energy in his hands, a ki blast forming slowly. Vegeta, no? Your actions will only provoke him further, and we will lose all control. Who said I was aiming at him? I am targeting the nuisance that is you. Unexpectedly, Asin stepped forward, positioning himself before Vegeta. Step aside. I will not yield. After finally glimpsing the hope of defeating Majin Bu, I refuse to let anyone shatter that hope, even if it costs me my life. Asin's face was resolute, his eyes filled with determination. Lord Supreme Kai, please reconsider. Jebet exclaimed. You are aware of his esteemed status, do you not? He is the Supreme Kai overseeing the entire universe. Vegeta disregarded Jebet's pleas entirely, his focus unwavering. Seeing Asin's steadfastness only fueled his malicious grin. If you will not move, then prepare to perish. Have you considered your family, your children? What will become of Trunks and the others if you fall? This was a matter only Goku could address. Their familiarity allowed him to gauge Vegeta's temperament well. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta's energy dissipated, and even the mark on his forehead began to fade, this denoting Babbidi's curse, not Vegeta's hairline. Humph. Very well, I shall assist you one last time. What must I do? Transform into Super Saiyan and subdue his movements, complying with Goku's directive. Vegeta teleported next to Broly, each of them gripping one of Broly's arms, while the tallest among them, Gohan, restrained Broly's neck and armpit. Feeling the trio's restraint, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Broly's feet, enveloping the vicinity in a green haze. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, a jet emblazoned with the Capsule Corp emblem was struck down by Broly's energy. Goku recognized it as Bulma and the others arriving and quickly steadied himself to catch the descending aircraft. The women disembarked, and upon seeing Goku and Gohan unharmed, Chi-Chi rushed to embrace Goku, still shaken by the earlier events. Bulma, concerned, approached. What has happened to Broly? He was just fighting an enemy and has lost consciousness. Do not approach him, Goku warned, grasping Bulma's wrist to prevent her from acting impulsively. Let go of me. Bulma, fueled by an unknown strength, broke free from Goku's grasp and moved closer to the raging Broly. Broly, what is wrong? It's me, Bulma. Do you not recognize me? Bulma, come back, Goku urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. Broly's energy intensified. The chaotic aura around him began to recede, and the flames that had erupted moments ago gradually concentrated and diminished. This is bad. He is close to completing his transformation. We may have no choice but to resort to that method, Goku declared, positioning 2 fingers against his forehead. Broly, wake up. As Broly's energy contracted towards his body, Bulma was able to approach even closer. Just as she neared him, the crisis escalated. The previous restraint from Goku and the others had slightly interrupted Broly's progression, but now he would not tolerate anyone encroaching upon him. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a ki blast at the irritating presence before him. Bulma, get away. Just as Goku readied to teleport Broly to King Kai's planet, he witnessed the impending disaster. Broly had released his ki blast, and Goku was too late to save Bulma. In a moment of heroism, Android 18 intervened, positioning herself before Bulma to take the brunt of the blast, though she was sent flying a considerable distance. Bulma rushed to aid the unconscious Android 18, shouting at Broly, "You monster! Do you intend to kill us all?" Her anguished words jolted Broly back to reality, dispersing the energy surrounding him and erasing the mark upon his forehead. Broly stared blankly at his hands, unable to comprehend the chaos that had just unfolded. He was perplexed. He had been able to control his transformation within the hyperbolic time chamber, so why had it spiraled out of control now? What is happening? Where did I go wrong? Broly bellowed to the heavens, but no answer came. He collapsed to the ground, pounding it with his fist in despair. Do not fret. I procured some Senzu beans from Korin to save Videl, Goku reassured Broly, producing the beans and offering them to Bulma. Bulma administered a Senzu bean to Android 18, who gradually regained consciousness. Chapter 87. The method to confront Bu. The group returned to the temple, enveloped in an eerie silence, with not a single soul daring to speak. I apologize for missing the opportunity to resolve the issue with Majin Bu due to my actions, and for injuring Android 18, nearly endangering all of you, Broly admitted, sensing the palpable tension in the air. As no one voiced their thoughts, Broly realized the fear he had instilled in them this time was profound. Humanity is peculiar. When faced with a threat, their instinct often leans towards control and annihilation, a testament to human nature, especially when the adversary is neither easily subdued nor controlled, and may even perceive them as foes. Fear is, indeed, inevitable. Do not say that. Without you, we would not stand a chance against Majin Bu. Goku, who had spent the most time with Broly aside from Bulma, attempted to lighten the mood. Indeed, without you, Piccolo and I would still be mere stones, Krillin chimed in, recalling their days training under Master Roshi together with Broly. I utilized that transformation in the hyperbolic time chamber, and before emerging, I had managed to retain some semblance of sanity, but for some reason, Broly began. We do not blame you. You were under that fiend's spell at the time, Piccolo interjected, catching the essence of Krillin's words. By the way, could that magic have influenced your transformation? I am uncertain. That magic felt as though it could sway one's mind, yet I have trained extensively in controlling my transformation. Initially, it merely rendered me somewhat cold-blooded, as they were adversaries. And I retained my reason, so I did not think much of it. And you, Vegeta? Broly inquired. Somewhat similar, although I cannot comprehend the full extent of it. That magic could not entirely sway my mind. The actions I took, albeit steeped in negative emotions, were indeed what I desired to do. Everyone remained perplexed, instinctively glancing towards the Kaioshin, for in human perception, the higher the divine being's status, the greater their understanding. You both are correct. But Beatty's magic is not particularly sophisticated. Those with strong willpower can even become immune to his control. Given that you have practiced controlling this transformation, have you previously lost your reason? Yes. Under the influence of both factors, it is reasonable to assume that control becomes increasingly challenging, Broly reflected, suddenly recalling something. He pulled Asen aside and privately asked, I once witnessed a scene where Goku and Vegeta learned the divine essence, achieving about 70% of Beerus's power, yet they remained unable to match my anger form, even with a higher transformation. Beerus-sama. Asen was taken aback by Broly's revelations, struggling to accept them. I am sorry, Broly, but even you. I cannot believe what you have said, for it seems utterly impossible. Believe it or not. I merely wish to understand why my transformation does not possess the strength I observed in that vision. While the power is formidable, I cannot fully harness it. Yet I do not lose my sanity. Setting aside the truth of your words, there are two possibilities. Either your strength is inferior, thus hindering your ability to control such power, or the energy within you surpasses that of your future self. Regardless, neither scenario is something you should dwell upon now. Cease your thoughts on that transformation. As for that esteemed name, I hope you refrain from uttering it again. Upon concluding Asen's words, he returned to the group without waiting for Broly's response, who followed suit. Broly pondered Asen's statement. Am I truly so weak? How can that be? Although I do not engage in combat as my original self did, he was not even a match for an ordinary Super Saiyan at his debut, only sparring with Paragus, whose battle power was merely a few thousand. The notion that my potential exceeds that of my original self is something I cannot fathom. This body belongs to my original self, and it is implausible that I can surpass his potential. Asen seemed to sense Broly's lingering doubts and cleared his throat, prompting, cough. Let us not dwell on other matters now. Majin Buu remains unresolved, and we must devise a strategy to confront him. If we do not transform, who among us can challenge that monster? Broly was jolted back to reality by Asen's words. He was correct. The pressing concern was how to confront Majin Buu. Should he fail to transform, he would undoubtedly fare better than before, yet if they could not swiftly subdue him, the outcome would remain unchanged, exhausted, and ultimately defeated. How splendid it would be if Majin Buu were benevolent. We would not have to exert ourselves so. His regenerative and adaptive capabilities are immensely powerful, making his defeat anything but simple, Krillin lamented. Perhaps we should have Broly woo him like he did with Android 18? Bulma teased, recalling the initial encounter with Android 18. Eliciting laughter. Android 18 also reminisced about that moment, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Indeed, how did I not think of that? If Mr. Satan could charm Buu into changing. As a lecturer well-versed in human nature, I too could achieve the same. Ugh, disgusting. Bulma grimaced at Broly. What nonsensical ideas occupy your mind? Never mind. I lack the time to explain. Allow me to prepare a plan. Broly ventured to the familiar West City, where the streets buzzed with chaos, residents fleeing in panic, recounting tales of a pink monster attacking. Broly surmised they were referring to Buu. Though he had not caused significant destruction, his presence had undeniably impacted the city. The scene triggered memories of the devastation during the Cell Saga. Broly felt helpless as he could not assist these ordinary people without certainty of victory. Is anyone here? Broly called out as he entered a large store, but received no response. Perhaps they have fled, he thought. With no one present, he took it upon himself to gather some sweets and a handheld gaming console, reasoning that since Buu transformed his foes into food predominantly consisting of Western desserts, this might appeal to his tastes. Once prepared, Broly sensed Buu's energy. Although Buu could not conceal his aura like Earth's warriors, he was consciously attempting to hide, or else his location would have been revealed in the news. Upon detecting Buu's energy, Broly instantaneously teleported before him. Ah, you dare approach me again? Previously, I was not afraid of you. I simply hadn't eaten in a while. Now that I am full, I fear you not, Buu declared, striking a fighting stance. Buu's enjoyment was evident as he had crafted a dwelling resembling a bug, and Broly made himself comfortable, plopping down on the only single sofa within the abode. I did not come here to fight. I wish to converse with you. These are gifts for you, Broly remarked, tossing the sweets and gaming console to Buu. Buu eagerly tore open the packaging and devoured the treats in a few bites, his expression shifting to one of sheer delight. Oh, delightful. After finishing the food, his gaze fell upon the gaming console as he opened his mouth, preparing to consume it whole. Broly swiftly interjected, that is not for eating. Come. Let me teach you how to play. After a brief tutorial, Buu grasped the controls. Observing Buu's enjoyment, Broly knew it was time to reveal the purpose of his visit. Aren't you rather lonely by yourself? Buu, with his head still lowered, was engrossed in his handheld gaming device. Upon my arrival, I observed the city ravaged by your actions. May I inquire why? My stomach growls with hunger. I must partake in sustenance. However, that cannot be. Never mind. Buu's words left Broly somewhat perplexed. Unlike the androids, who at least possessed the ability to comprehend his speech and engage in independent thought, Buu exhibited the demeanor of a child. It is fundamentally wrong to take lives indiscriminately. You may teach them a lesson, but if they provoke you, strive to remain calm and refrain from fatal actions. Buu assented verbally. Yet his focus remained fixated on the gaming device. Buu, come outside for a moment. You can resume your game later. Broly led Buu outdoors and pointed to a bird soaring in the sky, subsequently injuring it with a gentle yet deliberate strike, causing it to plummet to the ground. Buu gazed at Broly with indignation, exclaiming, why would you do such a thing? Broly, rather than offering a response, posed a question. Surely, you can heal it? Buu directed a beam of blue light from his antennae, mending the bird's wounds, which then perched upon Buu's shoulder, nuzzling against his plump cheek. Not all life possesses the resilience you do. Numerous beings, including humans, animals, and plants, lead lives that are not only fleeting but fragile. A mere touch from you could extinguish their existence entirely. This is the essence of what I wish to impart to you. As long as you refrain from seeking me out in hunger or boredom, I will reside in West City. You nodded thoughtfully. From this day forth, we shall be friends, Broly declared, extending his hand. Bu looked at him, perplexed by the gesture. Broly, undeterred, took hold of one of Bu's hands. I shall take my leave for now. Next time I visit, I shall bring a television, from which you might learn a great deal. Chapter 88. The Realm of the Supreme Kai. Upon departing from Bu, Broly felt a lingering unease, knowing that there would always be those ignorant enough to provoke him, rather than remain by his side. It would be wiser to extract the malevolent essence within him, to prevent this unstable bomb from detonating when least expected. Although Broly did not consider this to be a definitive solution to Buu's predicament, he was relieved to have a momentary respite. After relaying Buu's situation to the others, Asin commended Broly's actions, acknowledging that his vigilance was indeed a prudent decision. With newfound time, the means to grow stronger were not absent. Broly, you are the strongest among them. Come back with me for a while. We shall await news from the Supreme Kai and the King Kai regarding the situation on Earth. Perhaps recalling Buu's devastating annihilation beam, Broly made a request. I have no objection to accompanying you, but I must bring Bulma and Android 18 along. Before Asin could respond, Jebbit interjected, What? Do you even know where you're going? That place is beyond the reach of even the Supreme Kai and King Kai. Do not overstep your bounds. Very well, I can grant your request, replied the King Kai. However, Asin, noticing Jebbit's relentless protests, interrupted, Enough. This is fundamentally our pausing mid-sentence. Asin seemed to reconsider and amended, No, this is indeed my fault. You all place your hands on my shoulders. I shall transport you. As everyone prepared, Broly caught a glimpse of unease in Goku's eyes. This time, not only would Broly depart, but his family would accompany him, hinting at potential turmoil ahead. Vegeta, of course, discerned that the current calm was merely fleeting. Yet, with ties absent from Earth and Trunks still young but a warrior nonetheless, he harbored no apprehensions. Kiki and Biddy, you should join us. You can keep Bulma and the others company. Gohan, you should come as well. This is your opportunity too. Broly, thank you, Goku expressed, fully understanding the implications of Broly's decision, extending heartfelt gratitude. Let us not be so formal with one another. Asin looked puzzled at Broly's words, saying, I can understand bringing Goku and Gohan's families along, as Earth is not safe, but why take Gohan? He is one of our limited fighting forces. Trust me. That boy's potential may exceed even mine, Broly remarked, warming Gohan's heart. In his mind, Broly was akin to Krillin and the others. The only distinction was the closer ties between their families, and of course, their shared heritage. Yet, he still felt far from the stature of Piccolo. However, Broly's words transformed Gohan's perception of him. Even a single sentence conveyed undeniable trust. As Broly noted, this journey to the realm of the Supreme Kai was undoubtedly an opportunity for Gohan. Before leaving, Broly remained somewhat apprehensive. Since Goku had not perished during the battle with Cell, he had yet to learn the fusion technique or transform into Super Saiyan 3. Therefore, he imparted the fusion technique to Goku, ensuring they were prepared should Bu become uncontrollable. This technique, which I learned from the Metamorans, merges two individuals into one, amplifying their powers several-fold. Its might should not be underestimated. If you and Vegeta can fuse, Majin Bu will not stand a chance. However, do not grow complacent. As this technique has a time limit, after half an hour, you will automatically separate. Well, with this knowledge, even if Majin Bu goes berserk in your absence, we need not worry. TCH, I would not rely on such a technique, and I absolutely refuse to fuse with you. Broly retorted, I've shared the method. How you choose to proceed is beyond my control. With your current strength, upon fusion, you should surpass me. At this moment, Broly had no time for banter with Vegeta and departed with a dismissive remark. Upon arriving at the realm of the Supreme Kai, Broly was struck by the resemblance to Namek, with its stunning natural environment conducive to meditation. After Asin had arranged accommodations for Broly's family, he led Broly and Gohan to a towering rock pillar that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding landscape. Asin pointed to the center of the pillar, where a peculiar sword was embedded. Observing the dust upon it, one could infer that this sword had a history stretching back many days. This is the sword of the Supreme Kai, Legend has it that the one who draws it will gain immense power. Supreme Kai, they are merely humans. Many Supreme Kais have failed to draw this sword. Are you perhaps overestimating them? Under normal circumstances, Broly would not stoop to Jebbet's level. But the latter's demeanor reeked of disdain for humanity. Broly felt a surge of displeasure. Young man, your perspective is perilous. You are on the path to become like that green-skinned fiend. Do you believe a human race inferior to the divine? Naturally. Are you familiar with the tale of Planet Vegeta? The Scions looked down upon lower-class warriors, yet what awaited them was annihilation. Ironically, those they deemed inferior transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, avenging them. How dare you equate such a lowly race with the divine? Ah, the divine? One mere Majin Buu has reduced your so-called divine beings to this state. You. Enough. Jebbet, Broly is correct. I will not allow you to disrespect him further. Were it not for him, I too might have followed in the footsteps of several predecessors. Uncle Broly. Please do not continue, Gohan interjected. Noticing the shift in how they addressed him, Broly chose to disregard Jebbet. However, he remained cautious. Should Asin and Jebbet ultimately fail to fuse, he would need to keep a watchful eye on Jebbet, lest he become as loathsome as Zamasu. Uncle Broly, please do not mind what transpired earlier. Why not see if you can draw the sword? The legend should not be mistaken. Broly nodded, not immediately attempting to pull the sword from the ground. Instead, he focused on sensing its presence. The sword of the Supreme Kai was merely an ordinary sword, lacking any extraordinary attributes. Upon grasping the hilt, he detected something extraordinary. Although imperceptible, there was indeed a hint of unique energy emanating from the sword. Whether it was due to the seal being neglected or other reasons, Broly felt he could extract the sword with sheer strength. Intrigued, he pondered, this is interesting. I wonder if this is sealed by Beerus or Whis. His actions remained steady as he grasped the hilt and, with a powerful push from his legs, began to slowly draw the sword before the watchful eyes of the three. Dissatisfied with the slow progress, he exerted greater force, letting out a mighty shout as he yanked the sword of the Supreme Kai above his head. The sword danced in Broly's hands, leaving behind afterimages. After a brief display of skill, he ceased, noting that aside from its weight, the sword bore no remarkable qualities. Fool, you simply lack the skill to wield it. This is a legendary weapon passed down through sacred lands. It cannot be mistaken. Then why don't you try it yourself? Broly countered, tossing the sword of the Supreme Kai casually towards Jebbet. Chapter 89. Under currents with a resounding clang, the weight of the Supreme Kai sword crashed down alongside Jebbet, embedding itself into the ground. Although he had previously sensed Broly's formidable power, the presence of Jebbet, whose ki was imperceptible, allowed him a deeper appreciation for Broly's strength. A flicker of admiration stirred within him, though he remained outwardly composed. To mask his embarrassment from the fall, Jebbet cleared his throat. Cough, cough. That Majin Buu is not a brute that can be easily dealt with. Broly, however, dismissed his comment, his mind racing with thoughts on how to break the seal. Supreme Kai, I sense a presence within this sword that resembles your energy. It may contain something significant. You can perceive the energy of our gods. Are you secretly using your foresight again? Asin regarded Broly with skepticism. Caught in a lie, Broly maintained his composure. It's not that I truly sensed it. It's merely a feeling. Regardless, he decided to proceed without further hesitation. Let us test your suggestion. If you claim it's just an ordinary sword, here, try this. It is the hardest substance in the universe. Asin conjured a metallic object, and Broly beckoned Gohan to toss it over. With a swift motion, he brought it down upon the Supreme Kai sword, severing it in two. Jebbet and Asin stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. Although Broly claimed it to be an ordinary sword, it was a relic of the Supreme Kai realm, and yet it had shattered so easily. How foolish you are. Is this all that remains of the candidates for the Supreme Kai? You're no better than children. An elderly figure materialized beside the broken sword, reproaching Asin and Jebbet, revealing that he had overheard the earlier conversation. This somewhat disheveled elder introduced himself. I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago, your ancestor, to be precise. I have been sealed here by a powerful being for various reasons. Upon learning about Majin Buu, the old Supreme Kai expressed his frustration at their ineptitude. I possess an ability that can elevate your potential and significantly enhance your strength. Yet, why should I assist you? Ancestor, given the circumstances, this is no time for jest. If Majin Buu goes berserk again, the entire universe could be obliterated. Silence. Your incompetence is the real issue. Oh, then how might the esteemed elder assist us? Broly inquired. a smile creeping onto his face as he anticipated the old man's response. I sensed the youthful energy of girls within the Supreme Kai realm. After being sealed in this sword for so long, if only I could touch them, I would die without regrets. Ancestor, please refrain from such disgraceful remarks. Asen blushed in embarrassment at the elder's lewdness. Broly approached the metallic fragment that had shattered the sword, supporting it with one hand while delivering a powerful strike with the other. To his astonishment, even the metal bore the imprint of his fist. My apologies. The wind was too loud. Could you repeat that? You little brat, are you threatening me? I have little time left. Your threats do not intimidate me. However, this matter can be negotiated. The old Supreme Kai gulped and continued, if you agree to be a candidate for the Supreme Kai, I might consider it. I must clarify. It's not because I fear you, but because they are utterly useless. Fine, but let us discuss it after my family and I have passed. That is simple. How long can you scions and earthlings live? You won't outlast my remaining lifespan. It's but a fleeting moment for us. The old Supreme Kai spoke the truth. Yet he failed to account for the existence of the Dragon Balls. Let us finalize the details later. First, change into the attire and accessories, and I shall help you unlock your potential. Acquired, Supreme Kai Attire X1. As Broly surveyed the absurdly unattractive outfit, he stifled a retort, knowing he required the elder's assistance. Even Black Goku's attire was preferable to this. Meanwhile, Gohan gazed at it with admiration, truly remarkable. According to the old Supreme Kai, the ritual would take 5 hours, and unlocking power would require 20. After 2 attempts, Broly felt no changes within himself. Broly pondered uneasily, could it be that this old man is retaliating for my earlier demeanor? Ancestor, what is happening? Even with ample time, we cannot proceed like this. Have you considered if any steps were overlooked? Asen, far more anxious than Broly, was eager to address the threat of Majin Buu. How could I have erred? It must be this fellow's issue. Come here, let me examine you. With that, the old Supreme Kai placed his hand upon Broly's arm. Upon sensing the power within Broly, the old Supreme Kai fell back, coughing and muttering incomprehensible phrases. Cough, cough. This is marvelous. What does this mean? Can you help me unlock my inner strength? Not at this moment, but I will devise a way. This agreement is binding and cannot be changed. Upon hearing the elder's words, Broly's frustration boiled over. Oh, if you want to assist me, why would I honor an agreement to become the Supreme Kai? This old man has considerable audacity. Very well, I am not desperate for this power. Should I face Buu again, I am confident of my victory. Perhaps you should rest and consider aiding with lunch instead. With a sense of despair, Broly resolved to visit Bulma and see if she could alter his attire. After Broly departed, Asen quietly inquired of the old Supreme Kai, do you truly intend for him to be my successor? Of course. If he had not proposed waiting until after death, I would have insisted he take over immediately. Asen understood the elder's frustrations regarding his own weakness, but felt it was unavoidable. Ancestor, please do not be upset. I do not begrudge the position. His character is commendable. However, his unilateral alteration of the future may pose complications with Whis. You fool. Mortals are indeed forbidden from altering time or history. But what if he were to act on the previous Supreme Kai's orders to seek a way to save the universe? Are you suggesting I take the blame for this? And so what? You cannot fathom the terrifying power that lies within that boy. For you, a single Majin Buu is enough to lose sleep over, but to me, he is far more frightening. With him, the balance of power will shift dramatically. Look at how meek the other universe's Supreme Kai are in comparison to us. And do you truly believe they adhere to the rules? Their fists are simply stronger. That brat understands this better than you, which is precisely why he is irreplaceable. Yes, Ancestor, since you say so, I will do my utmost to suppress this matter. Once their discussion concluded, the old Supreme Kai called Gohan over to awaken his potential. Broly donned the modified Supreme Kai attire, which bore a resemblance to Black Goku's outfit, and returned to observe whether the elder's techniques would be effective on Gohan. Chapter 90. The turn of events. The ritual of the old Kaioshin had just concluded when 2 familiar figures materialized in the Kaioshin realm, Goku and Vegeta. Sensing their familiar energy, Broly, who had been dozing, opened his eyes in confusion and inquired, "What are you two doing here instead of on Earth?" Before he could finish his question, he realized the answer. Noticing the halos above Goku and Vegeta's heads, something must have transpired on Earth. "What is happening?" Broly asked, concern evident in his voice. Goku explained the situation to him. Shortly after Broly had departed, some blind fools had approached Majin Buu. Piccolo had been keeping a watchful eye on Buu's activities and had managed to drive them away. However, due to Broly's earlier influence, Buu refrained from causing a ruckus, leaving these ordinary individuals unaware of his terrifying nature. That evening, when everyone had settled down, these individuals returned with reinforcements, not only demolishing Buu's residence, but also ravaging the surrounding area. Broly knew what followed. Without Satan around, the only companions left for Majin Buu were the animals. The absence of playmates had led to the release of evil Buu, who had likely absorbed Fat Buu. After absorbing Fat Buu, Goku felt the shift in energy and, accompanied by Vegeta, went to assess the situation, only to encounter evil Buu in an unexpected ambush. "Why didn't you use the fusion technique I taught you?" Broly questioned. Casting a glance at Vegeta, Goku quickly defended Vegeta, explaining that he had managed to persuade Vegeta to fuse using his words and had teleported to the temple in preparation for the fusion. However, evil Buu had learned instant transmission as well and had followed them, forcing the duo to distract evil Buu to give Goten and Trunks a chance to fuse. This version of Buu seemed even more formidable than the previous Fat Buu. In desperation, the two had resorted to self-destruction. "What is Piccolo doing? Why hasn't he sought help?" Broly lamented. Goku quickly interjected. "Piccolo is likely trying to contain Majin Buu, and after we left, he still had to teach Goten and Trunks the fusion technique. So let's not panic. I'll reach out to him to ascertain the current situation." Goku attempted to contact Piccolo telepathically, but received no response. Eventually, the old Kaioshin retrieved his treasured crystal ball, revealing the devastation on Earth. Within the crystal ball, Buu appeared to be in a stupor, staring at his own body. Then, with a puff of air, he unleashed a gale that swept through the area, leaving destruction in its wake. From Buu's peculiar attire, Broly deduced that Goten and Trunks had already been absorbed. The fact that Buu had just begun testing his strength indicated that the absorption had occurred recently. Without further ado, Broly executed an instant transmission back to Earth, arriving by Majin Buu's side. Once he regained his composure, Broly discovered that he was in the temple, where Majin Buu was squatting on the ground, whimsically launching energy blasts, forcing Krillin and others to evade. He seemed devoid of any intent to kill, appearing rather pleased with this game. Oh, Broly noted that Buu had grown even more powerful than before, and even without turning around, he sensed someone had arrived. Broly delivered a sweeping kick aimed at Buu's head, but Buu effortlessly blocked the attack without turning his head. Following this, Buu executed a sweeping kick of his own. Broly evaded Buu's right leg while simultaneously delivering a kick to Buu's face. Despite the elongation of Buu's neck, he could not withstand the force of Broly's assault. With a running start, Broly leapt again, striking Buu in the chest with another kick. Recognizing the intensity of Broly's onslaught, Buu understood that this opponent was on a different level than those he had faced earlier, and he no longer underestimated him, halting his backward momentum. At this moment, Buu finally recognized Broly's presence, his feelings conflicted, perhaps influenced by Fat Buu. He was reluctant to engage, yet also wary of Broly's strength. "Is it you?" Buu began. But before he could finish, Broly delivered a downward strike, bringing his heel down onto Buu's head, driving it into his body. "You enjoy shows, don't you? Today, you shall sing. Where's the road?" Before Buu could comprehend his words, Broly charged forward, delivering a powerful backhand punch. As Buu found himself increasingly provoked, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided mid-air, creating an explosive shockwave. Both were taken aback. Broly recognized Buu's potential for growth. Yet he was determined not to succumb easily. He had anticipated a competitive match, but to his surprise, Buu had become significantly stronger after absorbing Trunks and Piccolo, subtly overpowering him in both strength and speed. Buu, equally astonished, realized that after absorbing the two, his power had nearly doubled, yet Broly could still match his movements. Neither was willing to concede, each secretly intensifying their force. Broly assessed Buu's strength and realized that continuing to engage in a raw contest of power would be unwise. He swiftly altered his approach, seizing Buu's wrist with his left hand while grasping Buu's vest with his right. He executed a fluid maneuver, sweeping Buu's waist with a kick. Expecting Buu to fall, Broly was taken aback when Buu elongated his form, wrapping around him. "Truth be told, the more warriors I absorb, the more I yearn to continue our battle and finish what we started. After all, what is the title of the strongest in the world worth without a worthy opponent? It becomes rather dull otherwise. However, reason tells me it would be wise to absorb you instead." Buu transformed the portion entwining Broly into a gooey substance, merging with his own body. Witnessing this, Krillin was left in shock, unable to believe that Broly had been consumed so swiftly upon his arrival. He slumped to the ground, despondent. "Piccolo, Haven't you essentially doomed Broly? He muttered. If Broly had been absorbed, he could only imagine how formidable Bu would become, just as Bu reveled in his triumph. An explosive surge of energy erupted from within him, shattering him into countless fragments that rained down like a deluge. Broly's figure emerged amidst the falling debris, arms raised high, declaring, "Did you think you were celebrating too soon?" Chapter 91. A timeless encounter as the fragmented pieces of Bu descended from the heavens. They began to coalesce into a humanoid form. Aware that his efforts might be futile, Broly nonetheless unleashed a devastating explosion upon the incomplete Bu, hoping to at least hinder its regeneration. Once again, the nascent Bu was shattered into countless fragments, affording Broly a moment to contemplate his strategy against this formidable foe. Broly, beware of your rear. A cluster of debris suddenly lunged at Broly, attempting to catch him off guard. Yet, upon contact, the fragments merely passed through him. In an instant, the fragments reassembled into Bu's form, while the remaining shards surged toward its core. Should I call you timid or cautious? Broly reappeared, his expression grave as he regarded Bu. It seems that after absorbing Piccolo, you have indeed changed. Not only have you become more articulate, but you are also employing tactics to divert my attention while preparing for a sneak attack. You have truly earned my respect. Thank you for the compliment. As you noted, absorbing Piccolo has enhanced my intellect significantly. I am aware that you are attempting to delay me, waiting for those two youngsters to finish their fusion. Am I correct? I will not allow you to succeed. With that, Bu teleported behind Broly, ensnaring his neck with a tentacle. Broly managed to grasp Bu's tentacle with one hand, preventing himself from being choked unconscious, while the other hand cloaked itself in energy blades, ready to strike down upon Bu's appendage. Uncle Broly, I'm here. Gohan, having completed the ritual, was transported back to Earth by Jebbet. Upon seeing Gohan rushing to assist, Broly felt an even greater weight upon his shoulders. Facing the Majin Bu alone was already a significant burden. With Gohan's arrival, he had to split his focus, lest Gohan be absorbed and leave him without a means to summon Vegeta. However, Gohan was earnest in his desire to aid their planet, and Broly could hardly voice any objections. As for transforming, he had two reasons. First, the Supreme Kai had advised against it, and second, he wished to learn and grow from adversity. Over the decades, only Frieza had managed to overpower him. He could not afford to miss this opportunity for advancement, as relying solely on basic training would yield little progress. Do not engage. Even if you awaken your potential, the disparity between you and him is too great. If you are absorbed, the situation will become even more dire for me. Broly's warning was clearly heard by Bu, intensifying his desire to absorb Broly. Not only was Broly's strength extraordinary, but his strategic mind was equally formidable. If Bu could absorb him, he would indeed become invincible. Bu recognized the wisdom in Broly's analysis. His optimal choice was to first absorb Gohan, who was weaker than Broly. Otherwise, if he delayed, his own power would diminish once the fusion state expired, rendering him incapable of exerting pressure on Broly. Yet, after Broly's caution, Gohan would be on high alert. Suddenly, an idea struck Bu. He exhaled several ghostly figures reminiscent of himself, commanding them to assault Broly. Ghostly Wind Fist? Broly was taken aback by this maneuver. He deemed it ineffective, a trick only a child like Gotenks would devise. Though it possessed notable power and could track its target, it was futile against someone like Broly, who was well versed in such tactics. Broly raised his hand and unleashed several energy blasts, detonating the ghostly duplicates from afar. Amidst the chaos, one of the duplicates altered its trajectory, charging towards Gohan, who was protecting Krillin. Broly had anticipated this maneuver, having been caught off guard before. He had been vigilant of Bu's movements. He spotted the rogue ghost and Bu, both hurtling toward Gohan. Confronted by the approaching specter, Gohan remained undaunted, countering with a blow aimed at its face. The struck ghost contorted into an ugly grin before exploding. Your body shall be mine. As he neared Gohan, Bu extended his arm, grasping for Gohan's shoulder. Before Gohan could comprehend the unfolding situation, he saw a pink hand reaching for him. Sensing Bu's treachery, Broly swiftly intervened, severing Bu's arm with energy blades and pinning it down with his foot. Subsequently, Broly released a green energy blast from his chest, once more reducing Bu to a formless state. To prevent any hidden tricks, Broly kicked Bu's severed hand away, obliterating it with a blast, leaving not a single cell intact. Reforming, Bu clasped his hands together, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his face as he observed the others. Broly, sensing something amiss from Bu's expression, glanced back at Gohan. who appeared merely injured, and redirected his focus to Bu. To his astonishment, Broly noticed that Bu had lost a segment of its tentacle and hurriedly searched for the missing fragment. Gohan, watch out below. Gohan, already perplexed by Bu's unpredictable tactics, lacked sufficient intelligence to comprehend the true intent behind each assault. Upon hearing Broly's warning, Gohan leaped into the air, launching an attack at his previous position. Regrettably, he was a moment too late. As Gohan leapt, a segment of the pink tentacle soared alongside him, enveloping Gohan in its grasp, preventing him from unleashing his energy blast. The gooey mass encasing Gohan surged toward Bu, merging with its form. Bu's attire transformed once more, with the upper garment shifting into Gohan's iconic orange GI. Just as Broly contemplated utilizing his transformation to swiftly vanquish Bu, an unexpected figure emerged. Majin Bu, your demise is nigh. The proclamation echoed with two voices. And Broly turned to behold an unanticipated presence. Gogeta, why is it the Metamoran's fusion technique? Did the Supreme Kai not provide you with Pot-era earrings? The old Supreme Kai stated that once the earrings are used, separation is impossible. Thus, they chose to employ the fusion technique. As for my power, rest assured, it will not be inferior to the results of the earrings. Let us act in concert and eliminate it swiftly to rescue Piccolo and the others. Noticing Gogeta's hesitation to make a move, Broly inquired, what is it? Please do not tell me you disdain the notion of outnumbering him. No, rather, I wish to say that compared to him, I am more eager to test my strength against you. I wish to see the transformation that they both fear. Let us save our words for after we have dealt with him. With that, Broly and Gogeta's bodies moved in unison, two adversaries destined to meet 7 years later, now encountering each other prematurely as allies. Chapter 92. Fighting side by side. Ha ha ha. I don't mind if there are two of you. Just make your move quickly. Bu felt a surge of elation from the power within him. He had not anticipated that Gohan possessed considerable strength as well. Bu even believed that he could conquer the world without absorbing Broly. However, in the next moment, Bu realized how gravely mistaken he was. Vegeta charged forward, delivering a knee strike to Bu's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. In a swift motion, he executed a flip and delivered a powerful kick to Bu's neck, knocking him to the ground. The two did not provide Bu with a moment's respite. They followed him down, their positions meticulously planned, one in front, the other behind, ensuring that Bu could not target them both at once. Broly seized one of Bu's tendrils, yanking him up from the ground before launching a powerful punch to his face, simultaneously releasing the tendril. With his support gone, Bu stumbled backward, and at that moment, Vegeta struck again, delivering a fierce kick to Bu's waist, sending him further toward Broly. What awaited Bu was Broly's leg, which struck like a whip against his thigh. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta switched to his left leg, executing a high horizontal kick that landed on Bu's left cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Broly charged up and unleashed a powerful jab to Bu's diaphragm, while Vegeta utilized the momentum from his kick to perform a backspin, landing another blow to Bu's face, sending him flying once more. This marked the first encounter between Broly and Vegeta, yet their synergy was seamless, executing a series of fluid attacks that left Bu unable to counter. Not only were they positioned out of Bu's line of sight, but their strikes were also impossible to defend against simultaneously. What audacity Bu mustered to face such a formidable duo. Are the Scions reduced to this level? Where is your glory? Bu taunted, chuckling at the irony. Didn't you just claim you could handle us both with ease? Vegeta retorted with a smile. Yet, he then shifted his tone, conceding to Bu's challenge. Since you've mentioned it, I can easily handle you alone. Broly was bewildered. Why not just eliminate him now? This fusion was truly reckless, faltering at a critical moment. Vegeta shot Broly a reassuring glance, signaling him to remain calm. Though not Vegeto, the outcome remained unchanged. In his normal state, Vegeta could hold his own against Bu, but upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, the battle became overwhelmingly one-sided. Not only did Vegeta dominate physically, but Bu's magic and energy blast proved ineffective against him. Observing the battle between the two, Broly's perception of Bu morphed, reminiscent of scenes from his previous life. It dawned on him that he was witnessing his own reflection through Bu's struggles. Broly clenched his fists, vowing to surpass this powerful presence. He would not allow himself to be defeated by this foe again. The desire for strength surged within Broly, stronger than ever before. He had always identified as Broly, believing that even with minimal progress in his training, he would become an unparalleled force in the face of growing adversaries. However, his encounter with Bu instilled a sense of urgency. He realized that raw power was the only means to protect those he cherished. Watching Vegeta and Bu clash, Broly understood that if he did not evolve, Goku and Vegeta would soon catch up to him. As the battle raged on, Buu's recovery rate began to wane against the damage he sustained. Recognizing the opportune moment, Vegeta assumed the classic stance of the Turtle School. Buu, feeling cornered and resolved to fight back, suddenly darted behind Vegeta, transforming into a massive net that ensnared him. Broly, anticipating Vegeta's strategy, murmured to himself, "I can only hope they utilize a barrier." Buu assessed his own condition, astonished by the ease with which he absorbed power. He erupted into laughter, dancing in the air with unrestrained glee. "Hey, Broly, is it? I am now invincible. Weren't you just boasting about taking me down? Come and try." Broly refrained from reckless actions. Although he could confront Buu, Vegeta was already inside Buu, and any hasty move might jeopardize their efforts. "Ha. Are you frightened by my overwhelming strength? As a gesture of mercy, I'll let you live a little longer. After such a long fight, I'm rather hungry. Once I've satisfied my appetite, I'll come for your life. You should flee while you can." Buu, now brimming with arrogance, dismissed Broly entirely. Believing that with Goku absorbed, he was no longer a threat. With that, he soared towards the city. Broly returned to the temple, realizing just how far they had fought. Though he was at the temple, Din was already aware of the unfolding events. "Broly, even Goku has been absorbed. What shall we do next? Let us set aside that for now. Please heal me first. If I cannot handle him, we may need to ask the Supreme Kai to evacuate you all." Once restored, Broly vanished in an instant, leaving the others in a state of shock. This time, Broly chose not to engage Buu directly. Instead, he observed from the skies as Buu wreaked havoc in the city, waiting for Goku and the others to rescue Piccolo from within. Seconds turned into minutes. Suddenly, Buu ceased his gluttony, closing his eyes as if frozen in place. At that moment, Broly hesitated. Should he seize the opportunity to eliminate Buu? Goku and the others had the Dragon Balls to revive, but this chance would be lost if missed. Descending from the sky, Broly gathered his energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate move when Buu's expression shifted to one of agony and malice. The energy Broly had amassed dissipated. "Forget it. I shall place my trust in Goku and the others." Although Broly had often dealt with Goku's adversaries in his stead, Goku had never failed to impress him, just as he had during their initial battles against Piccolo and Frieza. Chapter 93. The degeneration of Buu. As time ticked by, Buu's expression grew increasingly menacing. His brow furrowing deeply, beads of sweat cascading down his face. With another expulsion of gas from the exhaust, Broly sensed that Goku and his allies were nearing the conclusion of their battle. Suddenly, Buu regained consciousness. Startled to see Broly standing before him, he instinctively leaped away, maintaining a safe distance and assuming a combative stance. Yet, Buu's body once again fell prey to uncontrollable spasms, as if he were enduring some profound agony, releasing steam in an explosive manner. As Broly had anticipated, with Buu's final exhalation, Goku and the others were expelled alongside him, their forms reverting to their original states the very moment they were thrust out. "Why is this taking so long?" Hearing Broly's remark, veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead as he retorted, "Do you have any idea what we were up against inside? We were battling parasites within him. It's easy for you to stand there and criticize." "Vegeta, please, stop talking." Goku interjected, covering his mouth to suppress the urge to regurgitate his previous meal. Remarkably, this time, they had even rescued Fat Buu alongside them. Before they could reminisce, another disturbance emanated from Buu. Starting from his head, an expansion occurred from top to bottom. Particularly evident in the muscularity of his torso, Buu's deltoids and trapezius became strikingly pronounced, and in terms of sheer mass, he was nearly rivaling Broly. Buu continued to writhe, his body contorting in peculiar ways. "Now's your chance. Flee as far as you can, preferably off the planet. What foolishness are you spouting? Do you intend to abandon us to fight him alone? Don't be ridiculous." Broly did not respond to Vegeta but merely gazed at Buu, leaving everyone with his silhouette. "Vegeta, enough already." Goku, observing Broly's demeanor, seemed to grasp his intentions. "Broly, are you? You misunderstand. The Buu that follows will weaken. Yet his essence will revert to its primal, most malevolent form. I cannot ascertain the full extent of his power, but he will undoubtedly be far more ruthless than before, potentially capable of annihilating the Earth." Broly finally articulated his concerns, which relieved Vegeta and Goku. They had feared that Broly was planning a mutual destruction akin to their prior actions. "You two are vastly outmatched. Remaining here will only lead to your demise." "Broly, do you perceive me and Kakarot as cowards, eager to cling to life?" Vegeta exclaimed, seizing Broly by the shoulder and attempting to land a punch on his face, as if to correct his perspective and act utterly absurd. Struck by Vegeta's fist, Broly remained impassive, comprehending Vegeta's need to vent, yet recognizing the truth in his words. Our race was nearly extinguished, and it is you who has led us to avenge our kin, resurrecting the Scions and guiding them back to the righteous path. Earth is our second home. How can you expect me to abandon it? On what grounds? Even if I cannot assist, I shall meet my end on this land. There were unspoken sentiments that Vegeta refrained from voicing. In truth, Earth was secondary. Far more significant were the memories and the people inhabiting this land, a sentiment Goku, who had arrived earlier, profoundly understood. As Vegeta continued his tirade, he swung at Broly's face, but apart from the initial punch, all subsequent attempts were effortlessly deflected. Upon hearing Vegeta's later words, Broly smiled genuinely. As time passed, it appeared Vegeta's character had indeed been fully refined. What resonated most deeply with Broly from his past life was not merely the friendship with Goku or the passionate love, but the unintentional concern shared amongst the younger generation. To his surprise, Vegeta exhibited a surprisingly sentimental side this time. Releasing Vegeta's shoulders, Broly offered a faint smile. I certainly cannot allow you to forsake this place. But at the very least, we must ensure their safety first. With that, he directed his gaze towards Trunks, who lay on the ground. At that moment, Goku also smiled. Echoing Broly's sentiment as he addressed Vegeta, let us hurry and get them to safety, replenish our energy, and return swiftly. Thus, Goku and Vegeta departed the battlefield, escorting the injured they had rescued from within Bu. Before long, Bu had reverted to his original form, the diminutive version of himself. It seemed that Fat Bu had also been separated from Bu by Goku and the others. Little Bu surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on Broly not far away. To everyone's astonishment, he then averted his eyes, soaring into the sky with a pink energy sphere raised above him. Without much charge, he hurled it carelessly towards the earth. Seemingly nonchalant, Broly activated all his speed to intercept the energy ball before it could strike the surface. With the immense pressure of the energy sphere bearing down upon him, Broly rooted himself, refusing to let it descend, his feet sinking into the ground. He exerted even more force, ultimately using sheer strength to hurl Bu's energy blast out into the cosmos. Why? Witnessing Broly successfully deflect his energy blast, little Bu screeched in frustration, subsequently pummeling his own frail body with his fists. His pores erupted again with steam, fueled by his emotional outburst. Observing little Bu's bizarre antics, Broly wore a perplexed expression, muttering under his breath, "What a foolish creature. Today, let me unveil the enigma that has lingered in the forums of past lives." Little Bu's power is not nearly as formidable as some online commentators have claimed. With that, Broly charged towards Little Bu. The two engaged in combat, their figures flickering through the air, appearing and vanishing in a mesmerizing dance. Unbeknownst to Broly, this clash with Bu was being broadcasted to various factions through a multitude of crystal orbs. King Yama observed through the crystal ball of the fortune-telling old woman, while Babidi, residing in the realm of the underworld, showcased the battle to Broly's former adversaries, including Frieza's army, the Gula Squad, and Cell, all of whom were compelled to marvel at the might of the two combatants. In the realm of the Kais, aside from the two supreme Kais, there were also Dandy and others sent by Goku, with the recent arrivals being the wives, Bulma, Android 18, Chi-Chi, and Videl. They gathered around the crystal ball of the old Supreme Kai, keenly observing the conflict unfolding on Earth. The most unfortunate were the four Kais. Aside from the four who could directly perceive the images from Earth, the others could only close their eyes and feel the energies of the two warriors. Everyone was riveted by the developments on this remote planet in the northern galaxy, even a mysterious figure, residing tens of thousands of light years away from Earth, took note of the events transpiring there. With a delicate gesture, he placed a finger on his face, chuckling softly. How intriguing. Chapter 94. Miraculous Victory. Broly was engaged in an intense battle with Bu, completely oblivious to the fact that their clash had become a live broadcast. His focus was entirely on Bu, as he contemplated the outcome of their years of conflict. He had come to realize that the diminutive Bu before him was far stronger than the fat Bu he had previously encountered. Although he had never fought against the Super Bu or the Kid Bu, he sensed that this smaller version was weaker than the Majin Bu. Nonetheless, in terms of overall strength, Kid Bu proved to be a more formidable opponent for Broly. As Bu's form shrank, his speed increased without any loss of power. In this state, Bu exhibited only a few simple emotions, joy and anger. He knew not fear and felt no pain. His astonishing regenerative abilities and learning capacity allowed him to recover visibly quicker than both Fat Buu and Gotenks Buu. After witnessing Goku using instant transmission numerous times, Kid Buu learned the technique after just one demonstration. Seizing upon Broly's momentary lapse in concentration, Kid Buu exploited an opening, leaping into the air and delivering a knee strike to Broly's chin, disrupting his rhythm. With wild abandon, Buu rained blows upon Broly's face. Despite Broly's remarkable resilience, he couldn't contain his frustration at being struck repeatedly. "Are you playing rubber band with me?" he thought. Broly seized one of Buu's arms and yanked him down to the ground. Before Buu could rise, Broly delivered a powerful kick, sending Buu soaring through the air. However, Kid Buu halted mid-flight, curling into a ball and hurtling back towards Broly at an accelerated speed. After several collisions, Broly skillfully evaded Buu's assault and countered with an impressive move, sending Buu flying once more. When Buu stood again, he gave Broly a thumbs up, only to flip it upside down in a taunting gesture. Undeterred by the provocation, Broly unleashed a series of energy blasts to disrupt Buu's actions before dashing towards him with the intent of closing the distance once more. Kid Buu, recognizing Broly's intentions, stomped a foot into the ground, causing Broly to sense an imminent attack from below. Recalling Buu's technique, Broly crossed his arms over his chest to guard against the sudden onslaught. Sensing his attack had landed, Kid Buu continued to unleash his fury upon the ground, each strike resulting in his emergence from beneath the surface near Broly. Realizing Buu's infinite regeneration, Broly decided against prolonging the battle. He raised 2 fingers to his forehead and, in an instant, vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Buu. Unaware of Broly's presence, Kid Buu searched for him, puzzled by his sudden disappearance. Broly, not one to hold back, grasped Buu's antenna. Even the simplest of creatures would have sensed Broly's presence at that moment, but Buu twisted his head around with ferocity, glaring at Broly with defiance. "Who are you trying to scare?" Broly was unfazed by Buu's intimidation, his colossal fist connected with Buu's face. Despite the blow propelling Buu into the air, his antenna kept him tethered, bringing him back after reaching the apex of his flight. Broly continued to rain down punches, creating a scene reminiscent of a boxing match, while Buu struggled between being struck and being pulled back. Eventually, Buu severed his antenna and regrew another from the back of his head. Seeing Buu's desperate action, Broly remained vigilant, firing a small energy blast that obliterated the severed antenna. After a series of exchanges, Broly, now bearing more scars than before, found himself growing increasingly adept at countering Buu's attacks. Realizing that prolonging the fight held no merit, especially as he had surpassed Buu's strength, Broly determined to end the battle swiftly. Buu, likewise weary of the conflict, recognized that while Broly could not defeat him, he was outmatched. He distanced himself from Broly and raised an energy sphere with one hand. In that moment, Broly had an epiphany. Of course, the spirit bomb. Closing his eyes, he focused on King Kai, hoping to establish a connection. Coincidentally, several Kais were monitoring the situation and were able to communicate with Broly. "What? The spirit bomb? That is indeed a viable strategy, but did you not fail to learn my technique?" Broly explained that he required their assistance to converse with Goku and the others. After conferring with old Kai, a communication channel was established through a crystal ball, allowing for real-time dialogue, albeit without visual capability on Broly's end. After sharing his plan, Goku expressed skepticism. "The spirit bomb requires the energy of living beings. The Earth currently lacks sufficient energy to vanquish Majin Buu. Don't forget the Dragon Balls. You can teleport to the Eternal Dragon and wish for the revival of those slain by Majin Buu, then wish for them to hear my words temporarily." As the plan gained traction, Bulma's interjection doused their enthusiasm. "That won't work. We came to watch the tournament, so I left the Dragon radar behind. Now West City is in ruins, and going back for it would be futile." Just then, Goku and Vegeta, having returned to fulfill their promise, appeared behind Broly. Despite the lack of a strategy to combat Buu, they resolved to fight alongside Broly until the bitter end. As Goku and Vegeta rejoined the fray, Buu ceased gathering energy, opting instead to unleash it at his own feet. Goku, confused, questioned Buu's intentions. "Is he trying to take us all down with him? Fool. He can regenerate. If he explodes, only we will perish. However, you and Broly can use instant transmission. He can only destroy the Earth." As the energy blast descended, Goku and Vegeta, mirroring Broly's earlier actions, utilized their ki to halt its advance. Yet, their efforts were merely temporary. The overwhelming force of the blast began to press down upon them. In the midst of this chaos, Kid Buu imitated Broly, placing 2 fingers to his forehead and appearing at Broly's back. Anticipating the maneuver, Broly countered with an elbow strike without turning around. Buu, however, had no intention of stealth. As Broly struck, Buu's form softened, morphing into a pliable cord that ensnared Broly tightly. The situation was undeniably clear. Buu intended to drag Broly down with him, while the Earth would be obliterated. Buu could regenerate, but Broly would not survive the void of space. The only variable was instant transmission, which is why Buu had employed it to thwart Broly's movements. As Goku and his companion found themselves ensnared, absent external assistance, they too would vanish into the vastness of the universe alongside the cataclysmic explosion of the Earth. Aside from the Spirit Bomb, was there truly no alternative to confront Majin Buu? It was regrettable that they had not witnessed Gogeta's soul punishment previously. Otherwise, that technique would have proven exceptionally effective against such a regenerative foe. In a bid to escape Buu's grasp, Broly soared into the sky. Then, with his back turned to the ground, he launched himself downwards with all his might. As he plummeted, a ray of sunlight pierced through, momentarily blinding him and prompting Broly to avert his gaze. What was that? The sun? Eureka! With a tremendous impact, Buu collided with the ground, emitting a peculiar cry. And at that instant, the grip he had on Broly loosened. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Broly extricated one of his hands, grasped Buu's antenna, and with a forceful tug, hurled him into the sky. Kamehameha. Taking advantage of Buu's suspended state, Broly unleashed a Kamehameha wave, propelling Buu towards the radiant celestial body, the sun. Sensing the waning energy of Majin Buu, Broly halted his assault and, in that final moment, transported Goku and Vegeta to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Chapter 95. Days of Peace with the defeat of Majin Buu. Earth once again enjoyed a fleeting period of tranquility. Several months later, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly was engaged in combat with an opponent. A momentary lapse led to Broly being sent sprawling, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He propped himself up and defiantly declared, "Again? Oh, this time you've lasted significantly longer than before. I believe it is time for you to showcase your true abilities." Broly responded not with words, but through his actions. His fists were placed firmly on his hips, his tail swished energetically behind him, and his previously loose hair now stood upright with vigor. Even his eyes transformed into a striking golden hue. "I see you've nearly mastered this form. Why not consider transforming into a Super Saiyan? With your strength, a successful transformation would yield substantial enhancement." In an instant, Broly appeared behind his opponent, delivering a powerful punch while simultaneously retorting, "If it were that simple, I would have used it against Majin Buu." It took nearly a decade of training just to perfect this form. His opponent deftly evaded Broly's assault and countered. Broly, undeterred, retaliated with a punch that collided with his adversary's fist. With a sudden surge of power, the once-matched opponent was sent flying. Despite the commotion, the adversary emerged relatively unscathed, save for some torn clothing, indicating that Broly's strike was insufficient to inflict real damage. Rising to his feet, the opponent brushed aside his disheveled bangs and dusted off his attire, re-establishing his combat stance with a serious demeanor. With a surge of energy, his hair and eyes also transformed into a golden hue, while his blue GI fluttered in the force of his aura, and the earrings on his ears danced in the wind. The two resumed their fierce battle, but after the transformation, Broly found himself struggling to keep pace. "Vegeta, do not hold back, or I shall not grow." "Very well, then, try to withstand this." Came before Vegeta could complete his technique. A brilliant light enveloped them, and they reformed as Goku and Vegeta. Broly casually tossed 2 Senzu beans to them, signaling a fresh start. No more fighting. Broly had never anticipated hearing such words from Vegeta in his lifetime. "You, who always insist on us fusing, clearly do not regard us seriously. But without fusion, we are no match for him. Broly is far too powerful. Even Super Saiyan 3 fails against him. Once he transforms, we cannot even scratch him." Hearing Goku's lament, Vegeta shot him an exasperated glare. "Why do you always bolster his confidence? If we continue battling him like this, he only grows stronger while we do not. Are we to fuse every time we encounter an enemy? Our gap in power will only widen." As Vegeta's words sank in, Goku began to ponder. He had never considered such matters. Noticing their lack of further intent to fight, Broly returned to his usual demeanor and added, "Indeed, I had not contemplated this issue. It appears somewhat selfish. I have been here for quite some time. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to return and explore better training methods. I will contact you if I find any. Then until we meet again." After exchanging farewells, Broly vanished in an instant. Once Broly departed the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta seethed with frustration. Goku, noticing his friend's ire, inquired, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" We've worked tirelessly as his training partners, and he just walks away? What are we supposed to do now? Broly, having exited the chamber, paid no heed to such concerns. The bonds between men often thrived on rivalry and competition. I'm back. You remembered to return? It's been months since Boo's incident, and you just vanished without a word? Bulma, bored, flipped through TV channels without even glancing back. Bulma, have you been spending too much time with Chi-Chi? Your manner of speaking is starting to mimic hers. How dare you say that? Bulma turned halfway around, raising her voice. You three have homes to return to, yet you expect us unfortunate women to huddle together for warmth? Observing Bulma's irritation, Broly muttered softly. If that's the case, then Tais has never uttered a word about Vegeta. That's because she never comes home, and even so, they regularly video call. With that, Bulma signaled to the other woman in the household, launch, go. In an instant, Android 18 appeared behind Broly, locking him in a chokehold while entwining her legs around his waist. Leaning in close, she playfully questioned, You're not tired of us after making us yours, are you? Broly shrugged off her grip, responding, What are you saying? Let us cut the nonsense, we're not children anymore. Bulma abruptly stood from the couch, shouting, What did you just say? Are you saying you find us undesirable now? How infuriating. Have we wasted our youth on such a heartless scoundrel? Bulma seized Broly's tail, yanking it forcefully, causing him to topple to the ground. As he fell, Broly instinctively pulled the two women down with him, landing in a heap. After a tender moment, Broly affectionately stroked their hair and said, Bulma, let your hair grow out again. I still prefer your hairstyle from before you went to Namek. Please, no more talk of aging. In my heart, you will always be that young girl on a motorcycle, quick to fire off a barrage when provoked. You've become quite sentimental, haven't you? Bulma's cheeks flushed with color. You're sounding more like Launch, you know? Besides, we've become so old. What is the point of growing long hair? Though she spoke with defiance, her heart held a sense of resignation. No, we, the Broly family, shall remain eternally youthful. To take it a step further, we could enlist the eternal dragon to grant us everlasting youth. Even without the dragon, we must maintain a youthful spirit. Innocence never fades, and romance endures until death. Android 18 extricated herself from Broly's embrace and turned to him, asking, What about me? Well, I believe a high ponytail suits you better. Compared to Bulma's youthful charm, you exude a certain elegance. Unbeknownst to them, Broly gradually drifted into slumber, and in his dreams, he found himself transported back to the days spent with Bulma searching for the Dragon Balls, with the melody of Romantic for You echoing in his ears. Chapter 96, A New Journey. After experiencing a fleeting moment of tenderness, the next day, Broly set off for the realm of the Kaioshin in search of ways to regain his strength. The old Kaioshin reclined in a chair, basking in the sun, while Asin and Jebet attended to him, one offering a drink, the other fanning him. Observing the old Kaioshin's leisurely demeanor, Broly couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Well, this old man certainly knows how to enjoy life. Ah, it's been a while, old Kaioshin. I trust you have been well? Is that you, Broly? Ignoring two beautiful ladies to visit this old man? What brings you here? Upon noticing something, the old Kaioshin suddenly straightened up. Could it be that you've come to take over my position? You flatter me. I came to inquire if there are methods to enhance my strength. You scions never seem to appreciate a peaceful life, always yearning for greater power. However, your desire to grow stronger is beneficial to us as well. Let me ask, have Goku and the others been resurrected? They have returned, but without fusion or merging, they are of little assistance to me. I also do not wish to encroach upon their training time. I see. Then I have no effective solutions for you. The previous potential enhancement was of no use. Perhaps you should focus on your Super Saiyan form. I share that sentiment. With Majin Buu defeated, there are no adversaries to ignite my fighting spirit. Therefore, I wish to explore the future timelines. Absolutely not. I have repeatedly stated that time travel is forbidden. Not even the gods are permitted to traverse time at will. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, Broly began to suspect. Is he trying to gauge my intentions? I distinctly remember was stating that traveling to the future is permissible, but only for gods. Traveling to the past, however, is a grave transgression. Yet, despite this, Whis and Beerus seem to have escaped serious consequences, merely appeased with a few chicken sausages. I do not intend to travel to the future of this universe, but rather to a branch timeline. I assure you, I will make no alterations. I merely wish to observe their training methods. That is still not allowed. Unless I assume the role of Kaioshin candidate. Upon hearing Broly's suggestion, the old Kaioshin softened his stance. Initially worried that Broly might refuse to acknowledge his responsibilities after the defeat of Majin Buu, He was pleasantly surprised by Broly's understanding. Even as a candidate, you cannot travel at will, for only the Kaioshin are entitled to use the time rings. Then what do you suggest, ancestor? The old Kaioshin's spirits lifted upon hearing Broly's change in address, and he proudly remarked, "At least you are perceptive. Do not worry. Becoming a Kaioshin carries no detriment for you. Just keep your earlier promise to me. It won't cost you much time. The solution is quite simple. Asen, remove your earrings." "Yes, ancestor." Asen complied and presented his earrings with both hands. The old Kaioshin handed Asen's earrings to Broly, instructing, "Just swap them with your own." After donning the Kaioshin's earrings, the old Kaioshin led Broly to a place reminiscent of a hidden library in a novel, retrieving a box from a mountain of cabinets. Upon opening the box, 5 rings were revealed, 1 unique silver ring and 4 others neatly arranged behind it. Broly reached for the silver ring, recalling that Black Goku had worn a similar one. "Do not touch that." The old Kaioshin struck Broly's hand away. "You intend to visit the branch timeline, do you not? This silver ring belongs to our main universe. The other 4 are what you will need. Now, tell me about the timeline you wish to explore so I can assist you." "The timeline is 15 years from now. As for its features, I witnessed Goku being shrunk by a red dragon in a vision." Listening to Broly's description, the old Kaioshin placed his hands over the 4 rings, closing his eyes as if to sense something. Goku was shrunk. That must be the correct ring. He picked one of the 4 rings and handed it to Broly. "As for usage, since the world you are entering is determined by the ring, you need only state the time from now. One more thing. If I return, will I arrive back at the same time I left? Or will it depend on how long I stay there?" The old Kaioshin did not answer directly, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Broly's expression, seemingly trying to discern his intentions. Unable to bear the old Kaioshin's intense gaze, Broly finally confessed, "Actually, it's because of Bulma and the others. I do not wish for them to wait for me indefinitely. TCH, I thought it was something serious. You will return to the same time you left. However, I must warn you, do not linger in that world for too long, including the hyperbolic time chamber. While it may offer you more time, your lifespan will diminish accordingly." "What?" Broly gasped in shock. Having frequently utilized the hyperbolic time chamber, he realized how this would affect his lifespan. "Now you understand the gravity of the situation? If you perish, you will become a Kaioshin and enjoy an extended lifespan. Considering your numerous acts of protecting Earth, I will grant you 50 years of my own lifespan." 50 years? Goku received 1,000, and I only get 50? Is this the treatment reserved for the protagonist? Broly mused. Nevertheless, 50 years should suffice. It seems the Kaioshin was correct. It is best to avoid using the hyperbolic time chamber when possible. With everything prepared, Broly utilized instant transmission to travel to the temple, as this was where the story of that world commenced. "Ancestor, you just entrusted him with your earrings and the ring. If they come to blame us later, we may find ourselves in trouble. Moreover, Broly is not one to obediently follow the rules. I fear he may cause chaos over there." "What then? What concern is that of mine? He is wearing your earrings. Ha ha ha." Hearing the old Kaioshin's words, Asen felt despondent. "Ancestor, how can you be so reckless? It is your weakness that invites such consequences. Look at the other Kaioshins from different universes. None are like you." Asen mumbled under his breath, "But ancestor, were you not sealed within the divine sword before?" Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin coughed awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. "Do not worry. I have sealed away half of his power. With only that fraction, even if he wishes to stir up trouble in a timeline 15 years ahead, he will be incapable of doing so." After explaining to Asen, the old Kaioshin reclined back in his chair, resuming his enjoyment of life. Chapter 97. Reunion with Goku. Upon arriving at the temple, Broly remained unaware of the actions taken by the old Kaioshin. He reminisced about the movements of Guas and Zamas, mirroring their actions. After adorning his hand with the green ring, Broly extended his clenched right fist and addressed the ring, stating, 15 years later. Subsequently, he witnessed an astonishing sight. His body seemed to dissolve into specks of light, gradually vanishing. Once his form had completely disappeared, it began to reconstitute itself bit by bit. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed no apparent changes. Just as he was about to verify the passage of time, 3 figures appeared. "Who are you?" The speaker was none other than Goku, though he had reverted to his youthful appearance. "It seems I arrived a moment too late. I had intended to spar with him." Broly cast a glance at the ring on his hand, realizing that the old Kaioshin must have chosen this ring only after seeing him revert to a childlike state. "Hey, what brings you to the temple?" Goku inquired. Noticing Broly's silence, My apologies, but for certain reasons, I cannot disclose my origins. As for my intentions, I merely wish to engage in a bout with you, Broly replied. Goku's expression remained unchanged, yet his mind began to ponder. The refusal to reveal his origins reminds me of Trunks from the future. Is this individual also from a future timeline? Trunks at least introduced himself. Perhaps I should probe further. Is your name something you cannot share? You seem somewhat familiar. As if I have seen you before. Goku questioned. My name is Broly, he replied. Goku continued to scrutinize Broly. Discovering new clues. This individual's identity is not ordinary. The earrings adorning his ears resemble those used in our battle against Bu, suggesting he may have connections to the Kaioshin, or perhaps he is a fusion warrior. Wait, you have a tail? Are you a scion? Broly? That name sounds so familiar. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted as he recalled something, looking at Broly with suspicion. I remember now. We have met before, but you were killed by Gohan and the others. Weren't you? You look completely different from the frail figure I once knew. Are you here seeking revenge? As he spoke, Goku positioned Dandy and Poo-Poo behind him as a protective barrier. No, I am not the Broly you encountered. We have never crossed paths, Broly clarified, sensing Goku's misunderstanding. You need not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. As I stated, I merely wish to spar with you. Though Goku was uncertain of Broly's true intentions, the mention of a sparring match piqued his interest. All right, I have yet to test my strength since becoming smaller, he agreed. With Goku's acceptance, Poo-Poo led Broly forward. Let us proceed, he invited. No, let us forego the hyperbolic time chamber. We can do it right here, Broly declined. Unwilling to waste the precious 50 years of life he had secured from the old Kaioshin in such a place. Upon hearing that the newcomer was aware of the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku felt more convinced of his suspicions. He winked at Broly and suggested, we should still use the hyperbolic time chamber. The surplus energy will not affect the outside world. Seeing Goku's playful expression, Broly reluctantly agreed to enter the chamber. Knowing Goku had something to say, yet he could not comprehend why Goku wished to avoid discussing it in front of Dandy and Poo-Poo. Hey Broly, you're from the future, aren't you? Broly neither affirmed nor denied, yet his thoughts churned. This guy is indeed unlike the Goku from my world. Just a few words and he nearly deduced my identity. Noticing Broly's silence, Goku continued, rest assured, my lips are sealed. You see, I deliberately kept Dandy and Poo-Poo at bay. Your lips are sealed? That's quite amusing. Just recently, you divulged a secret to Dandy, and now everyone knows. Nonetheless, it seems inconsequential to tell you. You were quite close. I am not from the future, but rather from the past. Then, may I inquire if you have become a Kaioshin? I noticed your earrings are identical to those of the Kaioshin, Goku remarked. Upon hearing this, Broly instinctively touched his earrings. Startled, this guy is quite astute, deducing so much from mere adornments. No, I am merely a candidate for the Kaioshin. As you can see, I am here solely to improve my skills through sparring. I have no ulterior motives. Very well, let's begin, Goku stated, not wishing to dwell further, and assumed a combat stance. The battle commenced between the two. Initially, Broly believed that the diminutive Goku was no match for him. Had he not been shrunk and transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he might have posed a challenge. After all, over the years, this world's Goku must have grown stronger in his base form. However, as the fight progressed, Broly quickly realized his previous assumptions were flawed. He sensed that not only was Goku's power curtailed, but his own strength was also restrained. Without a doubt, the old Kaioshin had sealed his powers to prevent any reckless behavior on his part. Nevertheless, even with his power suppressed, Broly was still far beyond the capabilities of the shrunken Goku. Regardless of Goku's increased strength, Broly possessed a significant physical advantage. His long limbs tormented the smaller Goku. And soon, Goku was unable to keep pace and was swiftly defeated. You were truly formidable. I feel that even before I shrank, I would not have stood a chance against you. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Broly was also limited in his capabilities. Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form, re-engaging with Broly. In this state, he managed to hold his ground, barely avoiding defeat, and could exchange a few blows with Broly. Unlike the previous encounter where Broly seemed to be playing with him, gradually, Broly adapted to his restricted strength, and the gap between them widened once more. Realizing he could not keep up, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but once again he was swiftly overwhelmed, for even with his powers constrained, Broly possessed an extraordinary innate ability. I concede, I am not your equal, Goku admitted, a rare admission of defeat. Don't you have one more transformation, Super Saiyan 3? Broly inquired. It is evident you have not exerted your full strength, Even in your base form, you could overpower my Super Saiyan 2. I doubt I would stand a chance against your Super Saiyan 3. I do possess another transformation, but it is not Super Saiyan. Broly replied, speaking the truth. His ultimate goal was to attain the long-desired Super Saiyan 4, yet before achieving that, he must first transform into Super Saiyan. Otherwise, how could he fulfill the prerequisite for becoming the Golden Great Ape? Chapter 98. Wishes granted. It is indeed peculiar that, despite your formidable strength, you were unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. I recall Goten and the others were capable of achieving that transformation at the tender age of 7 or 8. Although Goku spoke the truth, it irked Broly somewhat. I am not like them. I have long been aware of the method to transform. However, I fear that in a state of extreme rage, I might lose control of my powers and act indiscriminately. The Broly from our world has also transformed, but I believe that his strength post-transformation is merely average. That green-haired form, however, was unexpectedly powerful, an impression that lingers in my memory. Though I do not wish to boast, my strength surpasses his. If I were to reveal that my powers are currently restrained, representing merely half of my true potential, would you still hold the same opinion? Are you suggesting that when you utilize another transformation, your strength remains only at half? Then why not seize this opportunity to attempt the transformation? That makes sense. How did I not think of that? This fellow is quite astute. With that, Broly commenced his endeavor. For him, channeling anger was not a challenge. The true difficulty lay in managing the overwhelming power that accompanied his fury, which threatened to overwhelm his reason. In an instant, Broly transformed into his anger form. And the energy surging from within him startled Goku. Is this truly only half of his strength? What might his full power entail? The thought is almost unimaginable. Broly continually reminded himself to maintain his composure as the tumultuous energy clashed within him against his efforts to remain rational. Ultimately, however, the raw power proved too dominant, and his pupils seemed to shatter, leaving only the whites of his eyes. The transformation progressed. His hair, standing on end, turned a radiant golden hue. The good news, transformation successful. The bad news, not entirely complete. Broly's body had completely lost its rationality. His aura became erratic, and the escalating energy caused him considerable discomfort. He began to unleash energy blasts, as if to alleviate his distress. Hey, Broly, halt at once. If this continues, the spirit room will be unable to withstand your power. Goku, recognizing the situation's gravity, transformed into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself against the energy erupting from Broly. Aware of the disparity between their strengths, Goku knew he would need to exert all his might if he were to engage. He focused energy into his right hand, the outline of a biological silhouette faintly visible around him. Broly seemed to sense the hostility emanating from Goku and flashed him a devilish smile, launching a punch imbued with chaotic power. At that moment, a voice echoed in Broly's mind. You must learn to control your energy, swift as lightning, serene as the sky. Serene as the sky. Just as Broly's fist was about to collide with Goku, a pale green pupil appeared in his eyes. Has he succeeded? Broly regained his rationality, attuning himself to the changes within his body. He focused on controlling his emotions, resisting the urge to become overly excited, and aimed to maintain his current state. Indeed, Broly had envisioned countless scenarios of his transformation. As a young boy, who had not dreamed of becoming a Super Saiyan, now, he had finally achieved his long-held aspiration, and the former fantasies could now be realized. Broly understood that to master this state, the best approach was to sustain the form, much like Goku and his son did during the Cell Saga, until his body became accustomed to it, before he could fully revel in his joy. A familiar voice echoed from above. Goku, control yourselves. If this continues, the temple will be destroyed. Seeing Broly regain his composure, Goku returned to his normal state, a smile gracing his face as he extended his hand. You are truly powerful, the strongest I have ever encountered. I will strive to surpass you. Broly took Goku's hand, and in that moment, he seemed to glimpse the carefree child who once enjoyed buns, a wish unfulfilled. Dandy's voice resonated once more. Goku, have you forgotten that there are matters still to attend to? Goku recalled his responsibilities, sheepishly scratching his head. Apologies, I have some tasks to complete. The sparring can wait for another time. No worries, I will accompany you. But you know my identity. I cannot assist you directly, though we can practice when you take a break. Wow, really? That's fantastic. Goku exclaimed, leaping with joy. In truth, Broly had initially intended to engage in sparring with Goku before directly traversing to the time when Baby would attack in 9 months, where he could observe Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Perhaps influenced by Goku's exuberance, a thought emerged in Broly's mind. since returning would not alter the timeline. For Bulma and the others, it would merely be a fleeting moment. Thus, spending more time with Goku in pursuit of the Dragon Balls seemed altogether reasonable. Humans are often nostalgic, and Broly was no exception. Resolute in his decision, Broly chose to accompany Goku home, eager to experience this journey for himself. Just before departing, as he passed by Bobo, he uttered a perplexing phrase that left everyone bewildered. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo." Bobo, with a face full of confusion, was left pondering Broly's meaning. On the way back to the Capsule Corporation, Goku insisted on stopping for a meal, and Broly had no choice but to oblige. For soon they would encounter Launch and Master Roshi. Having promised the old Kai, he resolved not to engage in actions that might disrupt the narrative. As this was not the primary timeline, as Broly dined, he recounted events from his timeline to Goku. Suddenly, Goku, who had been devouring his food ravenously, paused in shock and exclaimed, "What? You married Bulma and Android 18? Goku's mind first conjured images of Bulma's wrath, followed by the cold gaze of Android 18, causing him to shudder and dismiss the frightening notion. When he turned to Broly again, admiration and a hint of sympathy shone in his eyes. "You must have many children." "Then? I have 2 with Chi-Chi, if you have 2 wives." Goku began counting on his fingers. At this, Broly felt a flush of embarrassment and awkwardly replied, "We do not have children. Bulma suggested that my immense strength might complicate reproduction, as those with greater power find it increasingly difficult to conceive, while the weaker can do so more easily, albeit with shorter lifespans." "I see. I had assumed that a powerful individual such as yourself would produce exceptionally strong offspring with Android 18, perhaps even stronger than you. Let us not dwell on that. We should eat quickly. Do you not still wish to seek the Dragon Balls?" Noticing that Goku was still fixated on the topic of children, Broly swiftly changed the subject. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside, with sirens blaring, gunshots ringing out, and the frantic cries of people creating utter chaos. Chapter 99. The change of times. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Broly understood that bank robbers had arrived, signaling the imminent entrance of Xiao Fong and Master Roshi. Rising to his feet, just as he prepared to vacate this tumultuous place, the ceiling collapsed, showering Broly and Goku with a mixture of soup and grease. Broly's fury reached its zenith. As a Super Saiyan, he found it challenging to manage his emotions, especially given his unique nature. Clenching his fists, he readied himself to confront the miscreants, while Goku, seemingly unfazed, followed him out, bowl in hand. Sensing Broly's emotional turmoil, Goku advised him, "Maintain your composure. Once you acclimate to this form, your emotions will no longer disrupt your transformation. Leave it to me." Calmed by Goku's words, Broly momentarily recalled that he must refrain from intervening and altering the course of history, allowing Goku and the others to handle it sufficed. As fate would have it, Xiao Fong made her dazzling entrance, subduing the robbers and subsequently recognizing the shrunken Goku through Master Roshi, ultimately leading to the cancellation of her date. Upon returning home, Chi-Chi lamented and complained about Goku's diminutive state, bemoaning her own aging. Although Goku remained oblivious to the change, Broly understood that women often harbor concerns about their appearance and age. Goku's transformation into a child while Chi-Chi faced the ravages of time was a disparity easily comprehensible. Observing Chi-Chi before him, Broly couldn't help but reflect on the relentless passage of time. He vividly recalled Chi-Chi's remarkable performance at the World Martial Arts Tournament, a moment that had once evoked admiration from Bulma. Yet now, mere moments later, the signs of age adorned Chi-Chi's face, and her once agile physique had faded. "Dad, who is this?" Gohan inquired, glancing at the imposing Broly beside Goku. "He's Broly, another Saiyan," Goku replied. "Broly? A Saiyan?" Gohan's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he scrutinized Broly. No, Gohan, this isn't that Broly. In any case, he is a good person, here to assist us." Following this, Goku turned to Broly and whispered, "My apologies. I forgot Gohan met that Broly when he was younger." After the misunderstanding was resolved, Gohan offered his apologies to Broly and proceeded to discuss the search for the Dragon Balls with Goku. The next day, Goku and Broly visited Capsule Corporation, seeking Bulma's assistance in preparing a spacecraft. Throughout their journey, Broly remained silent, his gaze surveying the surroundings, lost in thought. Since his marriage, Broly had seldom returned to this place, which Bulma managed single-handedly. In the original timeline, Trunks had aided her, but in this reality, Trunks was not Bulma's son. Without Bulma's oversight, Vegeta forbade Trunks from engaging in matters unrelated to training, and Trunks himself seemed disinterested. Broly couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the irony. The vast wealth of Bulma's family was a coveted prize elsewhere, yet here, no one seemed interested. Perhaps he should contemplate having a child to eventually take over Bulma's work? Upon finally meeting Bulma, Broly felt a pang of sorrow at her aging appearance. He instinctively reverted from his transformation and reached out to caress Bulma's face. "What are you doing?" Bulma instinctively recoiled, evading Broly's hand. Realizing his faux pas, Broly quickly apologized. "Forgive me. You bear a striking resemblance to my beloved." And I momentarily lost control. Though she feigned indifference, Bulma quietly voiced her concerns to Goku. "Goku, who are these people you've brought?" Well, Goku understood the truth. He remained perplexed by the nuances of relationships between men and women and merely laughed it off on Broly's behalf. As Gohan and his wife assisted Bulma with machinery, Xiao Fang found herself in trouble, having damaged the spacecraft and fleeing the scene. Goku, feeling uneasy, pursued her. Broly, anticipating that Goku would soon be captured, chose to remain behind and engage Bulma in conversation. "How have you been lately?" he inquired. Bulma found Broly's curiosity peculiar. They were strangers. Yet he spoke as if they shared a deep bond. She responded nonchalantly, "Not bad." Recognizing Bulma's reticence, Broly fell silent, simply observing her. "Did anyone see a remote control? It's essential for testing the spacecraft's power source. I had it just a moment ago." "Not seen it, Bulma," Gohan replied. "It should be in Lab 3. It's closest to your room. Did you possibly place it there after testing?" Bulma stared at Broly in astonishment and indeed found the remote there, intensifying her suspicion. How did he know the layout of their home and her habits? After a while, Vegeta returned, dragging Trunks and Goten. Bulma hurried to inform Vegeta about Broly. "Today, Goku brought a strange person. He seems very familiar with our home and my habits. Could he be a Crete? He appears to have an interest in me. Is that so?" Vegeta frowned, not expecting someone to intrude upon his territory. "I believe Bulma might be overthinking this. At your age, who would still be interested? You brat." Bulma retaliated by playfully slapping Goten on the head. Trunks, who had intended to speak further, quickly silenced himself upon witnessing Goten's plight. "There's some truth to that, but for precaution, let us keep an eye on him. Rest assured, no one can harm you while I'm around." Initially irked by Vegeta's comment, Bulma was quelled by his subsequent reassurance, turning her head away in silence. When Vegeta caught sight of Broly, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind, accompanied by an unsettling sense of fear. Without further ado, Vegeta approached Broly, asking, "Hey, you're a Scion, right? Why haven't I seen you before?" "My name is Broly." Chapter 100, Farce Initially. Vegeta found the individual before him vaguely familiar and, recognizing him as a Scion, was intrigued by his identity. However, upon Broly revealing his true identity, Vegeta instinctively took 2 steps back, colliding with Trunks and Goten, swiftly placing them and Bulma behind him for protection. Goten, sheltered in the back, seemed to recall the dread associated with that name. "Broly? I thought you were dead," he exclaimed. "It's a misunderstanding," Gohan interjected, stepping between them. "Dad mentioned that this Mr. Broly is not the one we know. I initially mistook him as well." Though Vegeta learned that the newcomer was not the Broly of his memories, he still regarded him with disdain. "Humph. Why are you here on Earth instead of ruling your new planet as the Scion King?" "That's a secret," Broly replied, observing Vegeta's reaction and surmising that his animosity stemmed from Bulma's past connection with the former Broly. However, Broly was indifferent. After all, this was not his world, and he found amusement in provoking someone of Vegeta's temperament. As Broly refrained from disclosing his intentions, Vegeta's suspicion deepened. Although he ceased speaking, he remained vigilant against the self-proclaimed Broly. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, with Gohan striving to ease the tension, but everyone could discern his intentions, leading to an opposite effect. It wasn't until Goku returned from a day of grappling with the kidnappers that the group's apprehensions began to dissipate, with the exception of Vegeta. Vegeta discreetly pulled Goku aside, cautioning, "This individual seems problematic. Exercise caution, for he may be plotting something." "Oh, Vegeta, you worry too much. Did you not sense an overwhelming aura earlier?" Goku responded. "Indeed, I sensed it. I thought it was an illusion." "Wait, could that aura belong to him?" "Exactly. His power far exceeds mine, and he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. I, in my Super Saiyan 3 form, would be no match for him. If he desires to cause chaos, no one on Earth could stop him. That's merely because your diminished size has weakened your power. I refuse to believe he surpasses us by such a margin." "Is that so?" "Yet, according to him, he has only half of his power sealed away." "How is that possible? Does that imply that combined, we are merely posturing?" isn't he? Bulma patted Vegeta's shoulder and ruffled Goku's hair, saying, "You two should cease this discussion. The spaceship has been successfully calibrated, and we are prepared to depart." "All right." Before leaving, Vegeta reiterated to Goku, "Above all, do not be naive. Remain wary of that fellow." "Where is Xiao Fang?" Noticing her absence, Goku and Trunks surmised that she had stealthily boarded the ship. They hurried aboard, only to find Xiao Fang had already activated the spacecraft, leaving Gohan and Goten behind. Goten, engrossed in a phone call with his girlfriend, watched the ship ascend with a look of relief on his face. Though Broly was also left behind, he was unperturbed, possessing the noble ability of instant transmission. After Broly departed, Goten and Gohan exchanged glances in silence. "You two squander my goodwill. Since it has come to this, you shall train with me starting tomorrow," Vegeta declared, turning away without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Broly used instant transmission to appear behind Goku. After exchanging pleasantries, he sought out an unoccupied room. Vegeta had initially intended for Gohan, Goten, and Trunks to accompany Goku. Thus Bulma had prepared a ship with a capacity for 4, leaving Gohan and Goten behind, while Xiao Fang and Broly fit perfectly. Xiao Fang approached Broly, adopting a tone of authority. "Hey, you're Broly, right? From now on, I'll handle the cleaning. You and Grandpa can divide responsibilities like piloting the ship, cooking, and washing dishes amongst yourselves." "Xiao Fang, that is quite rude." "It seems Broly-san is likely around the same age as Goku-san. At the very least, you should address him with respect," Bulma interjected. "But only Trunks knows how to pilot the ship." Goku continued to dwell on the division of labor. Amidst the cacophony within the spaceship, Broly found an odd sense of comfort. Indeed, this was how youth should be. As the group continued to bicker, the ship suddenly jolted violently, causing panic among Goku and the others while Broly nonchalantly advanced towards the cockpit. It was evident that Xiao Fang's misstep had damaged the ship's propulsion system, resulting in a loss of control and the failure of the autopilot. "Broly-san can actually pilot a spaceship? That is quite surprising," Trunks mused, initially resigned to fate, only to find Broly had already claimed the pilot's seat, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere. Broly uncharacteristically offered an explanation. "I have been traveling in spaceships since I was 5. Piloting is well within my capabilities." Upon arriving in this world, Broly felt a peculiar familiarity. It was the same Earth, the same faces, yet profoundly different. Though they bore the same appearances, each person was not as he remembered them. Consequently, upon arriving in this world, Broly spoke little to anyone aside from Goku, thereby minimizing the potential for altering the future. Thus, Broly navigated the ship to make an emergency landing on the nearest planet. "Hey, Broly, are you really not coming with us?" Goku enthusiastically invited Broly to join them in procuring spaceship parts and taking a brief respite. Broly smiled but remained silent, noticing Broly's reluctance to follow. Xiao Fang eagerly urged Goku onward, impatient to shop. "Please take care of the ship, Broly uncle. We'll bring back some delicious food." As Xiao Fang dragged Goku away, he glanced back at the ship, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Xiao Fang, are we being a bit inconsiderate?" "Grandpa, what are you talking about? He chose not to come. Moreover, we're not going for leisure. Isn't it fine to leave Uncle resting on the ship?" "Well, that does hold some truth," Trunks conceded, glancing at Xiao Fang, who implored him to support her. Once Goku departed, Broly remained aboard the ship, meditating quietly. Before long, a band of uninvited guests arrived, encircling the vessel. Each member of this group brandished weapons, accompanied by trailers and excavators, indicating they were well prepared to seize the ship. Disturbed from his meditation, Broly's fingertips glowed with a green light as he contemplated dispatching the intruders. However, recalling the old Kai's counsel and the sorrow of this planet, he lowered his hand, sighed, and vanished from sight. The soldiers sent to commandeer the ship would never know that they had unwittingly traversed the threshold of death itself. Chapter 101. The double standards of Broly. A day later, after Goku and his companions had resolved the matters concerning the planet, they returned to the site of their initial crash landing aboard their spaceship. Additionally, Xiao Fang cradled an oddly shaped robot in her arms. After the military had taken away the spacecraft, Broly did not leave but remained nearby to rest, revealing himself only when Goku brought the ship back. "See, Trunks? I told you would be fine." Originally beaming with joy, Xiao Fang's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing Broly, who now faced her with a furious expression. "Uncle, you are a scion, aren't you? If you're so powerful, why did you just watch as they took our spaceship away?" "Xiao Fang, don't say that. Broly-san must have his own reasons, Trunks interjected, astonished at how his once mischievous friend had transformed into someone considerate of others. Broly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Silence. If he did nothing, why did we even bring him along? We entrusted him with the spaceship. Faced with Xiao Fang's reproach, Broly remained unperturbed, recalling a phrase from a certain character. What adult would become angry with a child? Xiao Fang. Enough. But Grandpa. Turning to Goku, Xiao Fang realized her grandfather was genuinely upset. Noticing this, she fell silent, sulking as she turned her face away. This is our own affair. If Broly had not accompanied us, the outcome would have been the same. We cannot rely on other strength. Unfortunately, Goku's heartfelt admonition fell on deaf ears for Xiao Fang. Broly felt a sense of comfort from Goku's words and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, but she is correct. I should not have given you hope. The journey ahead must be undertaken by you alone. Eh? Broly-san, are you upset? Xiao Fang just. No, you misunderstand me. I came with a purpose. And joining you in searching for the Dragon Balls was merely a whim. Upon reflection, I believe it is better for you to complete this journey on your own. However, do not worry, we shall meet again in a few months. Trunks was bewildered by Broly's words, but Goku understood their deeper meaning. He offered a gentle farewell. Though our time together has been brief, it has been a pleasure to know you. When we meet again, I will surely surpass you. After bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Broly did not head directly to Earth 9 months later. Instead, he concealed his energy and followed Goku discreetly through instant transmission. In truth, after the spaceship was taken, Broly had contemplated that rather than trailing beside them and doing nothing, it would be wiser to remain in the shadows, enjoying the journey as if watching a 5D movie, thus avoiding the cultivation of excessive emotions. Observing Goku and his companions, Broly mused, indeed. A momentary impulse leads only to regret. It is best not to act too emotionally. Yet, this way, I can prevent myself from being compelled to intervene next time. This cinematic experience allowed Broly to discover elements he had previously overlooked, such as the rotund catfish wearing a straw hat while searching for the 6-star ball. A nod to the past with Oolong, and Dr. Mew corresponding to Dr. Gero, whose minions mirrored the Red Ribbon Army that once met its demise at Goku's hands. The creature he created, Baby, paralleled Majin Buu. A tribute. A complete homage. Therefore, despite the lackluster strength of this group, Broly found himself deriving joy from the experience. On Earth, 9 months later, Baby had made his move, seizing control of most warriors before Goku's return. Upon awakening, Goku discovered himself at odds with the entire world. Furthermore, the Baby he faced was far more composed and cautious than the adversaries he had encountered previously. Not only had he usurped Vegeta's body, but he also pitted Trunks, Goten, Gohan, and Bra against Goku, simultaneously hindering Goku's performance and depleting his stamina. Though the combined efforts of his friends were insufficient to match Goku, he too was unable to unleash his full power against them. After battling Goku, Baby realized that even with Vegeta's body, he could not best Goku and decided to form a circle with Gohan and the others to transfer their strength to him. Alas, the absence of one could very well mean the rise of a Saiyan deity. The speaker was none other than Broly, who had followed Goku back to Earth. Previously, witnessing this scene had left Broly with a sense of suffocation. Nearly everyone had succumbed to Baby's parasitic eggs, becoming his subordinates, leaving the burden of the entire planet on Goku's shoulders. However, upon reflection, Broly realized it was not as formidable as it seemed. Among them, the strongest was merely Vegeta. At the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, whose base combat power was significantly higher than that of the Vegeta from Broly's world. Had he not been ambushed by the Elder Supreme Kai, this group would not have posed a threat to him. Meanwhile, Baby, having accumulated the energy of 5 Saiyans, unleashed a powerful attack aimed at Goku, the Revenge Death Ball. The sheer strength of this move nearly claimed Goku's life, but fortunately, the intervention of Kibito Kai saved him, albeit at the cost of Goku being drawn into another realm. Broly stifled the urge to intervene. Recognizing that only by observing could he witness Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, thereby granting himself the opportunity to learn this form. Subsequently, Broly followed Baby back to West City. Under the impression that Goku had been vanquished, Baby instructed the already parasitized Din to retrieve the recently collected Dragon Balls, intending to resurrect Planet Plant. He even utilized Bulma's resources to construct a massive spaceship, awaiting the restoration of Planet Plant to transport all the parasitized humans there, allowing them to live as new Tuffles. Lord Baby, with this plan, you shall become the ruler of the new Planet Plant, and soon. Even the dominion of the universe will be within your grasp. The parasitized Bulma leaned against Baby, flattering him, while Baby reciprocated by wrapping an arm around her waist. Initially intent on observing further, Broly could no longer restrain himself at this sight. Even if this Bulma chose Vegeta, she was not someone Baby could lay claim to. Considerations of altering the future and the Super Saiyan 4 were swiftly cast aside. In an instant, Broly appeared before Baby, seizing the hand that held Bulma. With his other hand transformed into an energy blade, he prepared to sever Baby's hand. "What are you doing? Release Lord Baby at once." A sudden shout interrupted Broly's actions, as Bulma yelled while delivering harmless blows against him. Gazing at this familiar yet unfamiliar woman, Broly recalled that Baby occupied Vegeta's body in thought. One should avoid being too extreme in their actions, otherwise, Bulma will harbor resentment against me. Ultimately, Broly retracted the energy blade, transforming his hand into a fist, and struck Baby, sending him flying. Watching Bulma continue her antics, Broly resorted to knocking her unconscious with a swift strike. Upon seeing Baby hurled away, Gohan and the others quickly converged, enclosing Broly within their ranks. Chapter 102. The reclusive Baby get lost. "I have no time for you." Broly's words elicited no retreat from Gohan and the others. Instead, they drew closer, tightening their circle around him. This provoked a bemused chuckle from Broly. Fine. Since I've already made my move, I won't concern myself with such trivialities." He propelled Bulma into the air and launched an assault on familiar faces from the past. Although the group fought valiantly for Baby, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Without arrogance, Broly transformed into his enraged state, and before Goten, Trunks, and Bra could comprehend the situation, they were swiftly incapacitated. Only Gohan, who had been ridiculed as Nibby Fan, managed to exchange a few blows with Broly. After effortlessly dealing with the others, Broly caught Bulma as she descended. Meanwhile, Baby, who had been flung aside, regained his composure, observing the annihilation of his subordinates. Baby refrained from hasty actions and instead initiated a dialogue with Broly. To his surprise, he discovered a pure-blooded scion beyond Goku and Vegeta, and it appeared that Broly surpassed them both in strength. However, regardless of his prowess, Baby was confident that he would ultimately prevail. Tremble in fear. "This is the vengeance of the Zoonians. You scions deserve to perish." "Ha ha, how amusing. Are you deceiving yourself? You claim we annihilated the Zoonians. Yet why not acknowledge that your people enslaved us upon our arrival on planet Plant? At that time, you surely never anticipated our rapid advancement, did you?" This statement struck a nerve with Baby, twisting his expression into one of fury. "If it weren't for the Zoonians taking you in, would you have developed so swiftly? In the end, you ungrateful wretches seized our planet. Everything I do is in response to the transgressions of you scions. Absurd. You accuse us of taking your planet? Planet Plant was also seized by your Zoonians from the plant people, was it not? We merely mirrored your actions. We are all guilty of pillaging. Do not elevate your moral standing as if you were paragons of virtue. You." Baby was rendered speechless with rage, and in the next moment, he transformed into a mercury-like liquid, lunging toward Broly. Embracing Bulma, Broly chose not to evade, allowing Baby to envelop him. His confidence stemmed from the realization that, despite Baby's resemblance to Bu, he was fundamentally different. While Bu absorbed others yet remained indestructible, Baby merely occupied another's body, unable to recover from injuries and reliant on finding a new host. This limitation was why Broly refrained from the violent approach of severing Baby's arm, as it would only harm Vegeta. Baby's constraints led to his inability to control Broly's body. As Baby questioned, "Why can't I control your body?" Broly dismissively replied, "Control my body? Don't be ridiculous. This body is often beyond my own control. With your meager strength, you think you can manage it?" Broly set Bulma down and, imitating Vegeta, sealed Baby's movements with his energy, confining him to his forearm. Baby was crushed within Broly's body, his form distorting grotesquely as Broly's muscles bulged. Without hesitation, Broly attacked his own arm, inflicting pain not just upon himself but also upon Baby, whose capacity to endure paled in comparison. Desperately, Baby scrambled within Broly, abandoning the notion of occupying his form and instead seeking escape. Broly, eager to end the exchange, transformed once more into his enraged state, compressing Baby's space until his cries echoed. Recognizing the moment had arrived, Broly slashed his own arm, lifting the confinement on Baby. Freed from Broly's grasp, Baby fled without delay. "I have matters to attend to and cannot waste time with someone like you. I spare you because you still hold some usefulness. You seek vengeance against Goku, do you not? If you can manage it, I won't hinder you. However, if you attempt to flee Earth, Broly's unfinished threat was palpable. Goku is already dead. Isn't he? Baby retorted, but Broly remained silent, lifting Bulma and teleporting to the temple. As the menacing figure departed, Baby exhaled in relief, ruminating on Broly's parting words while contemplating the massive spaceship Bulma had constructed. In the next instant, Broly reappeared before Baby, and before he could react, left him with a final remark: "I shall take the Dragon Balls." Back in the temple, Broly felt at home, though his stay had not been lengthy. He was well acquainted with the surroundings. He swiftly incapacitated the controlled Bobo and Dandy, then retrieved the super divine water, sprinkling some on their faces. Watching them return to normal, Broly affirmed the correctness of his earlier decision. He was fortunate not to have consumed the super divine water like Goku, as its toxicity was evident by its lethal effects on the embryos within. Once assured of their safety, Broly dared to apply the super divine water to Bulma. Aware that her constitution was not on par with Bobo or Dandy's, he also dripped a few drops onto himself. Recalling Baby's intent to control him and wondering if he had left behind any embryos, Broly was not fearful. After all, could this embryo be more potent than Babiti's transformation? It was merely the discomfort of having such a thing within him that troubled him. Noticing Bobo and Dandy eyeing him warily as they awakened, Broly shared his origins, understanding their skepticism given the tumultuous history of the Dragon Ball world. "You claim to hail from another universe? Even if that is true, how can we discern your intentions?" Understanding their doubts, Broly displayed his ring and earrings, declaring, "Surely, these cannot be fabricated?" The earrings. "I recall that the Supreme Kai possessed a pair and gifted Goku a pair for fusion. So, you truly are from another universe. But if that is the case, why would you help us, Lord Broly? Even gods cannot intervene in the affairs of other universes, let alone your status as." "You misunderstand. I am not the Supreme Kai. I am merely a candidate. As for my involvement," Broly glanced at the still unconscious Bulma in our universe. "She is my wife." "Oh, I see." Chapter 103. Identity revealed. At this moment, Bulma awoke from her stupor. Broly approached her, but she recoiled in fear. Having just sat up, "I heard everything you just said. I apologize. I did not mean to eavesdrop." Bulma lifted her gaze, contemplating for a moment before revealing her thoughts to this uniquely significant individual. "Although in your world, we share that kind of relationship, please understand that I am not the Bulma of your world, so I kindly ask you to maintain your distance." Dandy and Bobo observed this peculiar development, inhaling deeply. That is the Supreme Kai, after all, though currently only an apprentice. Contrary to Dandy and Bobo's expectations, Broly did not react with anger or sadness upon hearing Bulma's words. Instead, he smiled gently. Even Bulma found it odd that he would smile after she spoke. Broly seemed to read her thoughts and explained, "When I was very young, during my battles on other planets, I fell victim to the enemy's illusionary fist, which granted me the ability to see the future. I resolved to change my destiny, which is why I came to Earth. Upon arriving, you and Goku sought the Dragon Balls together, and during the journey, we fell in love. Yet, having seen glimpses of the future, I knew you were meant to be with Vegeta, which left me confused about our relationship, until Frieza and his father found Earth. And Trunks traveled from the future to inform me that his parents were you and Vegeta. This revelation pained me, as I believed my presence had not altered the future. However, you told me that the future you is not the same as the present you, and that I should focus on being myself." His words freed me from my confusion and allowed me to confront my feelings. "Your earlier remarks indicate that you are indeed the same Bulma," just as Broly expressed. After Bulma articulated her thoughts, he felt a sense of clarity. He understood that the Bulma he loved was not the one before him. After hearing Broly's tale of another world, Bulma's emotions were tumultuous. While she pondered how to interact with this man, he extended his hand. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Broly." Bulma quickly grasped his meaning and reciprocated the gesture. "Hello, I am Bulma of this world." The touching interlude had come to an end, and it was time to consider how to assist everyone in regaining consciousness. "Allow me," a voice resonated from behind them, prompting everyone to turn in unison. "I am the Supreme Kai of this world, sent by the old Kai to guide you. Let me handle the matter of freeing everyone from control." Upon seeing Kibito, Broly paused momentarily. He had seen this character in the animation, but in his world, they had not fused. Thus, Kibito's sudden appearance momentarily left Broly perplexed until he identified himself as the Supreme Kai of this realm. Realizing his lapse, Broly offered an explanation. "I apologize, in our world, I defeated Bu, and the Supreme Kai and Kibito did not fuse. That's all right. We can discuss it further after we handle Bebi. For now, let us proceed." "No need. I frequently visit the Supreme Kai realm and am quite familiar with the old Kai's temperament. You go assist them. I will make my own way. Bulma, take care of yourself. With that, Broly utilized instant transmission to arrive at the Supreme Kai realm. You should not be here, the old Kai remarked, sipping tea while observing Bebe's movements. What do you mean by that? Are you challenging me, old man? Isn't it the old Kai who sent you here? I meant that you shouldn't be in this universe. Since you are a candidate for Supreme Kai, hasn't the Supreme Kai from the other world instructed you? Indeed, but Broly attempted to explain further, only to be interrupted by the old Kai. Never mind. Given your status, you lack the qualifications to wield that ring and those earrings. Your presence here indicates how much the Supreme Kai from the other world values you. Actually, I only came with the consent of the Supreme Kai from another world. Ah, I suspected as much. If you were from our world, I would have done the same. Unfortunately, Goku has no interest in this position. From your tone, it seems this role is not as simple as it appears. Oh, he did not inform you? That suggests your resolve is still not strong enough. You are quite astute. You almost revealed your thoughts. Since he did not disclose this to you, it implies that the time is not yet ripe. Do not worry. Should you ascend to this position, it would not be a misfortune for you, but rather a transformation for them. A change is coming. Broly was perplexed as to why some individuals insist on speaking in riddles. Does authority and age inhibit one's ability to communicate plainly? Noticing the old Kai's reticence, Broly chose not to press further. After a while, the old Kai inquired, "What is your purpose in coming here? To grow stronger? With your prowess? Why would the Supreme Kai from another world need to bring you here to enhance your abilities? If you refer to the potential awakening ritual, I have already attempted it. Yet it seemed ineffective for me. Such a thing exists? Perhaps it is due to your overwhelming strength, or perhaps your situation is rather unique. Nonetheless, you have come to the wrong place. Whatever can be accomplished in another world can also be done here, and vice versa. No, I have seen the future, if successful. It is bound to happen. What are you referring to? Super Saiyan 4. How is that possible? I am familiar with the method. Yet the other me should also be aware of it. If I am not mistaken, he would not withhold anything from you. Has something changed in our world that differs from yours? At this point, Broly couldn't help but admire the old Kai's intelligence. With just a few words, he had surmised the general situation. Moreover, this world's old Kai was aware of Super Saiyan 4, indicating significant differences between the two realms. It seemed he had underestimated these gods in the past. Enough. There is no point in discussing other matters now. I can assist you, but you must help Goku. Can you manage that? Ah, just like that? I never anticipated things would proceed so smoothly. This is simple, but if I intervene, are you not concerned? The old Kai turned his face away and retorted, concerned about what? About this world facing annihilation? It is already on the brink of destruction. What difference does it make who acts? After uttering this, the old Kai sighed, his expression tinged with resignation. Perhaps this was the sorrow of possessing authority without the strength to back it up. Chapter 104, Super Saiyan 4. After a lengthy delay, Goku finally escaped from the alternate dimension and was promptly transported to the King Kai's realm by the god of Jebet. Broly? What brings you here? It has been quite a while. Fool. He has been following you all along, and you failed to notice. Fortunately, he is not an enemy. Ah? You've been here all this time? Goku suddenly realized that he almost revealed Broly's secret, quickly covering his mouth. It's fine, old Kai. He already knows. Oh. I assumed you had returned to your own timeline. By the way, how did you end up here? Old Kai interrupted their idle chatter, reminding them, Goku. There is no time for frivolity. The crisis on Earth has not yet been resolved. You must strengthen yourself to defeat Baby. However, even if I transform into Super Saiyan 3, I am still no match for Baby. Goku scratched his head in frustration. What about Super Saiyan 4? Is that truly a possibility, old Kai? There exists a Super Saiyan 4? Indeed, but there is a prerequisite. You need this. Old Kai then glanced at Broly's tail. Tail? Goku never imagined that the very tail he once discarded would become the key to his increased strength. Old Kai gestured to the god of Jebet, who immediately understood and conjured a pair of pincers with divine power. Allow me to assist you. With that, Broly discreetly took the pincers from Jebet's hands and cautioned. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it. Wait. Goku shouted, but Broly paid no heed, forcefully pinning Goku to the ground and stepping on his back as he began to exert pressure. Wow. Goku's youthful voice echoed throughout the realm of the King Kai. Despite hearing Goku's cries, Broly remained resolute. Acquiring power was essential, and it was Goku's own choice to forego his tail, rendering the situation unavoidable. Broly's efficiency far surpassed that of the King Kai and his companions, and in no time. He extracted Goku's tail from the base. Gazing at his fluffy tail, Goku proudly waved it. "I'm off." Without waiting for old Kai to speak, Goku eagerly departed the King Kai's realm, heading to confront Baby. In truth, attaining Super Saiyan 4 was a straightforward process. One needed to transform into a great ape and regain their senses. However, Goku dashed off without hearing the full instructions. "You go help him," old Kai urged. "Is that all?" Broly replied in disbelief. "Do I really need to transform into a great ape first? If I could, why would I have come here?" After internally venting his frustrations, Broly hastened after Goku towards Earth. As expected, Goku was once again overwhelmed by Baby. During the battle, Baby remarked that Goku's power had not increased. In truth, after having his tail removed, Goku's strength had indeed improved, but due to his reduced size, the difference was not as apparent, rendering him still inferior to Baby. Seeing this, Broly intervened, employing a nostalgic technique he had learned from Darius. He gathered a transparent energy sphere in his hand and unceremoniously hurled it at Goku's head. Instinctively, Goku looked up, and in the next moment, his expression became vacant. His pupils dilated, his heart raced, and his muscles began to swell. Then, Goku's cheekbones and jawline protruded, his teeth elongated, and as his muscles expanded, they sprouted fur. Ultimately, a great ape Goku stood before everyone, his once brown fur transformed into a brilliant golden hue just before the transformation completed. Broly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did Goku do nothing? Why did his brown fur turn golden? Having experienced the transformation himself, Broly knew that upon transforming, he became an ordinary deep brown great ape, and thus could not attain Super Saiyan 4 in his timeline. Why was Goku able to transform effortlessly into a golden great ape? A flurry of questions coursed through Broly's mind. Unable to find answers, he decided to postpone his thoughts until after Baby was dealt with. Mirroring Broly's memories, Goku transformed into the wild yet rational Super Saiyan 4, fueled by the tears of a young girl. However, without Bulma's assistance, Baby proved to be less of a challenge. Easily subdued by the Ultra 4 Goku. After Baby was defeated, Jebit and Piccolo utilized the Super Divine Water to restore the humans who had been controlled by Baby. Seeing that Baby had been handled, Broly could no longer wait. He focused on the energy sphere he had cast. Like Goku, he transformed into a great ape right there. Upon transforming, Broly examined his hands. Unlike his previous attempts in his own timeline, this time he, too, had become a golden-furred great ape, just like Goku. "Do not transform here," Goku exclaimed, flying to Broly's side to restrain his actions. Broly first stabilized the immense energy coursing through him, then consciously tightened his body, compressing it into human form. As Broly's clothing disintegrated during the transformation, revealing his robust muscles, he glanced at his bare arms and ran his hand over his head. Suddenly, realization struck him. What? This is just the wrath state? Before he could finish his complaint, the energy radiating from his body dispersed into particles, and first sprouted on his previously bare torso. Like magic, hair instantly covered Broly's upper body from the bottom up. His formerly upright hair grew longer, especially the strands at his temples that cascaded down to his shoulders. Clearly, transformations related to the great ape form held a connection. The inability to transform into a golden great ape earlier was likely due to his insufficient power to become a Super Saiyan at that time. Feeling the powerful aura within him, Broly sensed that even with half of his power sealed, he could defeat his Super Saiyan self after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He wondered how formidable he would be if he regained his full strength before transforming. "You can control your senses after transforming into a great ape? I didn't expect you to be an elite warrior," as Vegeta mentioned. Goku had initially intended to prevent Broly from transforming into a great ape, but was taken aback when he saw Broly managing to control his body and transform into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 105. Return to the Realm of the Kaioshin. "Hey, Broly, you have been admiring yourself in the mirror for nearly 10 minutes now. Are you ready for our match or not?" As Goku pointed out, Broly had been preoccupied in front of the mirror for quite some time, leaving no one to fathom his thoughts. One must admit, he looked rather striking. Broly's appearance was already impressive, and without the scar on his face, he sometimes felt oddly out of place when gazing at his reflection. However, now, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Broly exuded an innate wildness that rendered him even more handsome and formidable than before. Unlike the previous version of Broly in Super Saiyan 4, who was notably larger, his current physique was more slender. The vivid crimson of his hair contrasted starkly with the black attire of the Kaioshin, creating a striking visual impact. Finally, After indulging in his vanity, Broly composed himself and approached Goku. Can we not postpone the match? I'm quite hungry and eager to return home for a meal. Broly was astonished. It was the first time he had heard Goku express reluctance to engage in battle. Why must you two fight here? This is a sacred place. The old Kaioshin exclaimed, voicing his displeasure, yet his words fell on deaf ears as Goku and Broly transformed simultaneously into Super Saiyan 4 and began their fierce clash. After all, the formidable nature of the Kaioshin realm was unparalleled by Earth. In terms of respect, it was the Supreme Kai, Jebit, who truly honored the old Kaioshin, taking the time to explain the situation on behalf of the two combatants. As Broly and Goku battled intensely, the old Kaioshin seemed unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea. After approximately 10 minutes of relentless fighting, Broly had acclimated to his Super Saiyan 4 form and ceased holding back. Goku soon found himself unable to withstand Broly's onslaught and succumbed within mere rounds. What a pity. We are both Super Saiyan 4, yet our strengths differ so greatly. Keep pushing forward, Goku. Stronger adversaries await in the future. Once their match concluded, the old Kaioshin expressed his thoughts aloud. Your eagerness to challenge Goku suggests you intend to depart soon, does it not? Regaining his normal state, Broly acknowledged the old Kaioshin's insight and revealed his intentions. Indeed, esteemed old Kaioshin, I have achieved my goals. It is time for me to return to my world. Before you leave, allow me to present you with a parting gift. The old Kaioshin extended his hands, reciting an incantation, and Broly's tattered attire from his transformation was restored to its original state. With this garment, feel free to wreak havoc, no matter how it may be torn. It will revert to its former state. Remember, should you ascend to the rank of Kaioshin in the future, presentation and etiquette hold great importance. Otherwise, you may inadvertently provoke those you ought not to. Broly understood the implications of the old Kaioshin's words. After expressing his gratitude for the gift, he bid farewell to Goku. Will we meet again? Broly pondered the image of Goku departing with Shenron and replied softly, I do not know. Perhaps we shall. I must remind you, traversing time and space recklessly is a grave offense. Do not create unnecessary trouble for another version of myself. Yes. I hope that when we meet again, I can surpass you. Broly remained silent, once again twisting the time ring, and vanished from sight. Instead of returning directly to his timeline, Broly chose to traverse into the future, arriving at the moment when One-Star Dragon was defeated. As for the impending assault of Super 17, Broly decided to bypass it. Due to Bulma's circumstances, an inexplicable emotion stirred within him, prompting him to avoid any further contact with the android 18 of this world. Observing Goku's final spirit bomb, Broly was filled with sentiment. In truth, this conclusion was rather pleasing. It began and ended with Dragon Balls, as those whom Goku had once aided transformed into a myriad of starlight, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Perhaps only he could achieve such a feat. As he watched the energy from Earth and the cosmos converge, Broly recalled the memories of watching the animated series in his youth and raised his hand in unison. Following the defeat of One-Star Dragon, Goku exchanged final farewells with his friends. Unbeknownst to him, a familiar melody echoed in Broly's mind. Humming that well-known tune, Broly twisted the ring on his finger once more and vanished, leaving behind this place filled with memories. This is utter nonsense. Upon Broly's return from the GT timeline, he was greeted with a barrage of reprimands, though he had anticipated such a reaction. How could you promise me anything before you left? Have you any idea of the chaos you've unleashed? Do you intend for the entire universe to accompany you in your downfall? The old Kaioshin paced angrily, his mind racing to devise a solution. Do not be upset, esteemed old Kaioshin. Perhaps we should inspect for any new timelines upon returning the rings. If none emerge, we can fabricate a justification. So even before becoming a Kaioshin, you are already plotting to cover your tracks? Please calm down. At this juncture, what good is it to dwell on what has transpired? Why not simply hand me over and place all the blame upon my shoulders? Broly made this suggestion knowing full well that the old Kaioshin would never agree to such a course of action. He had invested too much in nurturing Broly for him to simply relinquish his responsibility. Moreover, even if he were to surrender himself, it would not matter if the enforcers were Beerus or the Omni King. He could easily navigate the situation, and if all else failed, Goku was still an option. Do you believe you can shoulder all the blame alone? Quite naive. After some contemplation, the old Kaioshin acknowledged that Broly's reasoning held merit. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to first ascertain whether any new timelines had emerged. If none appeared, they could downplay the situation. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest and investigate. After a while of scolding, the old Kaioshin's anger had somewhat dissipated, and his tone softened considerably. Broly first switched back his earrings, then handed his ring to the old Kaioshin, who retrieved the box representing Earth, revealing 4 rings resting quietly within. Broly had considered this outcome a possibility, as the narrative of that timeline had reached its conclusion, and his alterations had largely adhered to the original trajectory. Thus, it was highly improbable that any new timelines would emerge. Chapter 106. The birthday banquet. 5 years have swiftly passed, and Broly has now entered his late 40s. Though time has etched its marks upon him, his family maintains a youthful spirit. As a scion, Broly's appearance remains largely unchanged due to the extended youthfulness characteristic of his race. The same can be said for Android 18, whose synthetic nature and boundless energy allow her to retain her vitality. The only one showing the signs of aging is Bulma, a human, who, upon witnessing her own gradual aging, grew dissatisfied and sought the Dragon Shinran to grant her youthfulness. Heeding the words of the old Kaioshin, Broly has refrained from further training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Instead, he has focused on solidifying his transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 4. However, he has chosen not to disclose the existence of Super Saiyan 4 to Goku and Vegeta. This is not out of secrecy, but rather a desire to leave them with a choice when Beerus arrives. Occasionally, the old Kaioshin imparts lessons on etiquette and divine energy cultivation to Broly. Although as he is not of the divine lineage, he must wait until he assumes the role of Kaioshin to engage in such training. Yet, Broly remains unfazed, for he could employ the methods of the Super Saiyan God for his training. However, this would hasten the transition, leaving his family unprepared. Today marks Bulma's birthday, and true to her nature, she has organized a grand celebration. Broly, accustomed to her flair for the extravagant, understands that such large gatherings often attract unwelcome disruptions, such as Vegeta's brother, Tarbell, who arrives with his wife and 2 unruly companions, turning the festivities into a chaotic affair for Goku and his friends. Therefore, Broly suggests hosting the celebration on a deserted island, ensuring that any disturbances would not mar their home. Furthermore, he considers that the cat, presumably referring to Beerus, will soon awaken. At the banquet, familiar faces gather, including Mr. Satan, who, though not involved in the battles against Cell and Majin Buu, has been invited due to his connection with Chi-Chi and the amicable relations among Chi-Chi, Android 18, and Bulma. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Broly notices Vegeta seated alone against a tree, clad in his battle attire, and approaches him for a conversation. For Science, battle uniforms are the standard attire. It is rare to see Kakarot in anything else. Do you truly intend to assume the position of Kaioshin? Broly inquires, sensing Vegeta's disdain for the current state of affairs. Vegeta, reflecting on Saiyan honor, admits, I did mention such things, but they seem distant now. Broly sits beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Scions have evolved beyond the need for me. Perhaps it is my nature that prefers the present. You speak of the Kaioshin's role, yet we lack strength. True freedom lies not in doing whatever we please, but in having the power to choose whether to act or refrain. Upon concluding, Broly rises to greet others. Not strong enough? You're posturing again, Vegeta mutters. Posturing? You've even adopted such phrases. Broly chuckles, choosing not to retort. You have yet to encounter those who are stronger. Approaching Bulma, Chi-Chi, Android 18, and Bra, he greets them. Chi-Chi, has Goku not arrived? Alas, he is training with the Kaioshin, Chi-Chi replies. Her embarrassment evident as she laments Goku's absence during such an occasion, especially with Vegeta present. What shall I say? She frets. He claims he aims to surpass you. She responds. Bulma, overhearing, comforts Chi-Chi while voicing her indignation. It's your fault. Can't you Scions think of anything besides training? Sensing the tension, Broly shrugs and prepares to slip away when he hears the voice of the Kaioshin in his mind. Broly, I need to discuss something. Before he can respond, the old Kaioshin interrupts with urgency. Broly, the god of destruction Beerus is heading towards your planet. Proceed with caution. I have arrived, a voice declares, followed by the sight of a feline creature adorned in Egyptian-style garb lounging in a chair. It is our second meeting, Vegeta. You are Lord Beerus, Vegeta exclaims, quickly bowing in respect. At that moment, Vegeta comprehends the implications of Broly's earlier words. Beerus turns his gaze towards Broly. You are Broly? I have heard that a substitute was chosen from among humanity by the Kaioshin, so I came to see for myself. You are a Scion, correct? As Beerus scrutinizes him, Broly positions his left hand on his hip and bows slightly, extending his right hand in a gentlemanly gesture. Beerus's brow furrows in discontent for Broly's action. Meant as a sign of respect among equals, is deemed inappropriate towards a superior. Even the Kaioshin must show reverence before him.